just as I was about to indulge in luxury and wreak havoc in the underworld. I was summoned to the mortal realm by the campus belle to be her enforcer. However, not only did she fail to value me, she immediately told me to get lost, all because she, a once-in-a-century genius, had awakened to a trash-tier summoning class and contracted a worthless skeleton soldier, becoming the laughingstock of the entire school. The principal even suspended her scholarship. Without the scholarship, what would happen to her grandmother? What about her sister's illness? And how would she ever avenge her parents' deaths? Just as she was on the verge of breaking down and contemplating suicide, with a bang, she leveled up, rising from Tier 1, Level 1 to Tier 1, Level 2, and before she could even process it, she climbed to Level 3. What on earth is going on? Is this the Demon Monk Temple? It doesn't seem like there are any monsters here, Sume reminded them. According to the guide, clearing this requires 3 steps: worshipping the Buddha, offering incense, and praying for blessings. Too complicated. Just tell me when we start fighting, Lin Shiryun said impatiently. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Shiryun added, Sis Su, I think I'll summon him again and explain it one more time. Otherwise, I'm afraid. Sume nodded. Immediately, Lin Shiryun cast her summoning spell, and as the summoning gate materialized, my figure emerged from within. So this is the dungeon? Well, here's the thing. The dungeon we've entered is called the Demon Monk Temple, a story-based instance that requires following specific rules to clear. We'll need your cooperation later, sorry for the trouble. After saying this, she bowed in gratitude, only to suddenly realize, why was she a summoner, bowing to her summoned creature? The final boss is that corrupted temple master, right? I turned and pointed toward the deepest part of the monastery. He should be all the way in the back, right? What did you say? Ah, yes. He's at the very end, but we can only clear these mobs in batches by following the procedure. What are you? Before she could finish, I strode straight to the half-open temple gate, lifted my pale skeletal foot, and kicked. The entire side of the gate was sent flying by my kick, crashing heavily onto the ground with a thunderous noise that startled a flock of crows into flight. At that moment, a series of furious shouts erupted from within the temple. Who dares to cause trouble in this sacred place? Those standing at the entrance clearly saw robed monks gradually emerging from the mist. Apart from their tattered robes, their bodies were covered in twisting, thorn-like demonic patterns. These markings writhed and grew like living things, some even piercing their eyeballs, turning them pitch black. There were at least 100 monks visible, with more and more figures crowding into the temple's front courtyard. Instinctively, I clicked on the exclamation marks floating above the monks' heads. Corrupted monks. Race, demon. Level, 15. HP, 2000. MP, 400. Attack, 175 to 201. Defense, 20. Magic resistance, 5. Attributes, basic martial body, white. Basic staff technique, white. Demon's roar, white. Basic demonization, green. I glanced over it briefly, and my eyes instantly lit up. For a first-time dungeon run, a basic corrupted monk actually had 4 attributes, including a green one. Basic staff technique was self-explanatory. Each of them wielded a pitch-black wooden staff. Demonic Howl could unleash a roar with an effect similar to taunting, forcing people to charge uncontrollably toward them. The green attribute, Basic Corruption, surprisingly gave them 5% magic resistance. Aside from basic staff technique being useless to me, the other 3 were attributes I loved. Watching the tide of corrupted monks surging toward them, Sume and the other 2 were almost scared enough to forcibly exit the dungeon. Sister Ruyan, can your skeleton soldier really hold them off? Su Xiaoqiang fearfully hid behind his sister. Shouldn't we think about a way out? I don't know. Lin Shiryun's voice trembled. She knew I might act unpredictably, but she never expected me to be this reckless. There were easily over 100 in sight, not to mention the monsters behind them. Who could believe a single skeleton soldier could hold off such a force? Just then, they saw me step forward confidently, my pale teeth parting as if letting out a delighted laugh. Heh, doesn't this make things much easier? Who dares? The corrupted monks charged wildly with their staffs. I stood casually, silently activating my usual attribute, Skeleton Swordsman Summon. The ground trembled as 30 skeleton swordsmen appeared. 15 of them struck almost simultaneously, their steel swords piercing through the monks in an instant, unleashing a flurry of crimson damage numbers above their heads. Before the first wave of attacks ended, the second wave from the rear was already upon them. By the time the 2 waves of damage erupted, the monks' staffs had only just begun to descend. Crack. Some skeleton swordsmen shattered under the blows, but as the third wave struck, the reassemble attribute activated, piecing them back together to unleash a 4th wave of attacks. Repeating this process a few times, the 15 demonized monks would inevitably be slain. Su Xiaoqiang felt his scalp tingle. I've seen strong and high damage units before, but never a skeleton soldier with tactics. Sume looked at me in shock. They're using formations similar to military tactics to enhance their defense. Even ordinary people would struggle to think of this attrition strategy, let alone skeleton soldiers. Watching the skeleton swordsmen hold their ground, I couldn't help but frown. Their strength was still too low. Either they needed to level up or further enhance their traits. As the monks fell one after another, the skeleton swordsman's stamina was also depleting. Meanwhile, other monks bypassed the blockade and charged toward me in the rear. Gra, a demonized monk with a hoarse roar, rushed before me, raising his staff high before smashing it down. "Look out!" Lin Shiryun cried, but it was too late. With a thud, the staff struck my head, and the trio stared in shock as only the number -50 floated above me. "Ruyan, how high is your skeleton soldier's defense? Why is the damage so low?" Sumei's pupils constricted. I don't know." Lin Shiryun was utterly frustrated. "No one would believe me if I said this. I can't even see my own summon stat panel." I calmly looked at the demonized monk who was a head shorter than me, and with an ordinary slap, the previously growling demonized monk had its head sent flying, with a terrifying number appearing above it. Critical hit -672. How is this possible? Sumei and Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed in unison. A single strike dealing nearly 700 damage meant an attack power of almost 300 or even higher, and this was just a skeleton soldier. I was also surprised. My attack power was only around 260, so even with a 150% critical hit, it shouldn't reach this level. After a brief thought, I realized it must be the strength bonus from the green attribute Great Strength, and this slap triggered a lethal strike, instantly killing the enemy without needing to deplete their HP. I strode toward the group of demonized monks, striking left and right. With each slap, another one was instantly killed. Ding! You have slain a demonized monk. EXP +37, randomly obtained the attribute primary martial body. Ding! You have slain a demonized monk. EXP +42, randomly obtained the attribute demonic howl. Ding! You have slain a demonized monk. EXP +35, randomly obtained the attribute primary demonization green. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, 24. The three people in the distance stared dumbfounded as I cleared the monsters as casually as strolling through a garden. "Did you notice, we leveled up?" Lin Shiryun suddenly whispered as a reminder. The other two looked and exclaimed, "I leveled up? So fast? Sis, I'm almost 2 levels higher now." Both of them turned their gaze to Lin Shiryun. If they had reached this level, how much more must Lin Shiryun, as the team leader and main damage dealer, have? Lin Shiryun smiled in embarrassment and said weakly, I'm only level 14. The two of them were completely silent now. Only 14 levels, listen to this as human words? The transfer was completed. Because of the overflow of experience, Lin Shiryun was LV11, it had only been a short time since she arrived here, and as a result, she had risen 3 levels in a row. Being a rocket wasn't that fast, was it? Just as they were thinking, the two subconsciously inclined their heads to look, but they almost planted themselves on the ground in an unsteady position. The demonized monks that were densely packed just now were actually killed off just like that. And at this moment, in the passageway leading to the depths of the Zen Garden, a large number of floating figures were attacking once again. Be careful, these are the second-level spiteful monk souls. They are in spectral form and immune to 70% physical damage. The meaning of Sumei's shout was very simple. It was to remind Zhouyu that at this time, I'm afraid that your slap one attack will work. However, Zhouyu only raised his head slightly at those words and looked towards the raging grievances that were constantly approaching in the distance. Tap the exclamation point. Grieving Monk's Soul. Race, Grievous Spirit. Level, LV20. Life, 1500. Magic, 1800. Attack, 200-215. Defense, 70% physical resistance, magic resistance 10%. Words, Ghost Form White Believers Mastery Green, Spiteful Hiss Green. Seeing this information, Zhouyu instantly smiled, although there is one less word than the demonized monk, but it can't be helped by the double green ah. Where can we find such a rare monster? He licked his lips, not really, but excited. Just at the moment when Zhouyu was ready to meet the battle, those resentful monk souls in the distance suddenly stopped. They just stopped 100 meters away from Zhouyu, and then folded their hands together, their mouths constantly chanting something. Immediately afterward, the change came. On both sides of the Zen Garden, within the originally dark and gloomy compartments, there was a sudden snap and the doors opened in unison. A thick, gloomy wind appeared in unison from both sides of the compartments, and in the next moment, a pair of ghostly green eyes lit up in unison from within the compartments. This? The three of them watched this with surprise, and immediately afterward, they saw that a group of incense worshippers who had originally come over to worship the Buddha actually all floated out in the state of souls. Their eyes were dull, their hands were folded, and they kept chanting inexplicable verses. And at the moment, it seemed to be manipulated by the resentful monks and began to revive. Curse believers? Zhou was surprised to see these exclamation marks revealed. These incense burners turned out to have died here long ago. Their souls were completely stripped away and they became puppets. Although their attacks and lives were much lower than the spiteful monk souls, they couldn't help but be outnumbered. Densely packed, they add up to literally hundreds. On the off chance that they all belong to the spectral form, they possess 70% physical resistance but had a 10% damage deepening to magic. Sis, is this the plot copy you were talking about? There aren't many of them? Su Xiaochang was already on the verge of crying from the fear of so many monsters. It's just that I can't stand it if one person gives me a bite. Originally I thought I could follow the process. Sume similarly looked grave, but how could I have known that this skeleton was so messy? After the grudge, it's the last level, Yun, we have to plan to end our copy early. She warned very seriously. As strong as your summons are, only mages are most effective against specters with extremely high physical resistance, but there are no mages among us. Lin Yun couldn't help but nod her head even as she looked at the many ghosts that had already surrounded Zhou. She had to admit that she was a bit of a toady with this summoning. However, just as she was about to send Zhou back and leave the copy again, suddenly, a ghostly green light suddenly flickered up in the dim sky above her head. Sister Su, you see? Lin Yun stopped moving and raised her hand to point to the mid-air, and Su Mei and the two of them subconsciously looked, only to see that right above Zhou's head, a ghostly green fireball that was even larger than a human head had just coalesced out of thin air. The next moment, it came down with a bang. Styrofoam Blast is activated. Boom! The ghostly green fireball exploded at once in the midst of the group of ghosts, directly turning into a terrifying wave of green flames spreading towards the surroundings. Wherever they passed, all the ghosts were completely vaporized before they even had a chance to scream. But immediately after, a second, third, equally massive fireball fell again. This time, the already not-so-wide Devil Monk's Zen garden was completely enveloped. Between the whistling of the gloomy wind, inside the Zen garden, the only sound left was the bursting of the fireballs, which resounded endlessly. Chapter 23, Boss Appears, Demonized Vidraw. Inside the huge Devil Monk's Zen courtyard, even the walls of the main hall were half caved in by this terrifying flame. Through the dimness therein could be seen a statue of a pot-bellied Buddha with a smile at the corner of his mouth sitting in the center of the hall. And on both sides of the great hall, the resentful monk souls that had just exerted the believer's control had already gone up in smoke under this flame. It wasn't that the flames were too strong, but because of their own spectral state, the deepening of magic damage became a burden to them instead. That's why the phrase, spectral form, is only given in white. It's really miserable when you run into a restrained one. Seeing this scene, the Sume trio did not pay the slightest attention to the upgraded light rising from their bodies, as they stared almost identically with their eyes wide open, staring deathly at Zhou who stood proudly at the center. He can still do magic? Su Xiaochang murmured only after a long time. What else does he not know how to do? For the first time, Sume voiced this doubt. I don't know. Lin Yun still repeated what she always said, and she realized that she, who was usually quite smart, was becoming so stupid in front of Zhou. Just when she thought her opponent was out of it, but then there was always an undercurrent. In a trance, it was as if she saw that Zhou was no longer a skeleton soldier, but had become a living, breathing human being. Wow! Wow! A sudden fragmentary sound interrupted the three's shock, at which point, Zhou could not be bothered to check the information on his body, but looked up. Only to see that a silhouette was slowly appearing within the hall that was broken in half. The opponent's pace was slow, but eerily quick to appear in front of the crowd. This was an elderly monk wearing a robe and holding a tin scepter. The other party looked kind and kindly, not in the least bit in the state of a demonic monk. Even, upon seeing Zhou, the other party instead brought out a grateful smile on his face, nodding slightly at the crowd and saluting with one hand. Amitba Buddha, many thanks to all the monks for breaking the demonic plague and returning a clear sky to my Zen garden. All the monks have a destiny with our Buddha, so why don't you come inside and talk? The other made a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, Su Xiaochang subconsciously raised his leg and was about to walk over, but was pulled back by Su Mei. Sis, why are you pulling me? People have said it's solved. If you're going to die, I won't stop you. Su Mei didn't have a good mood. Do you think it's a little strange that this monk can still laugh after so many people have died? You mean? He's the boss? Su Xiaochang looked at the harmless smile on the monk's face and got some chills down his spine. And at this moment, the monk was already standing in front of Zhou, looking at him and smiling. Please come inside, monks. Zhou didn't say anything, but looked at the other party, and in the next moment directly raised his hand and slapped the other party on the face. Snap! The loud popping sound made the three people behind them so scared that their eyelids fluttered and they almost had to run away from the copy. Nima? Is this guy crazy? He's actually provoking the boss directly? The monk with half of his face crooked still had a smile on his face as he looked back at Joyu and continued. May I come in for a moment? Snap! Joyu slapped down again, not waiting for the other party to raise his head again, he continued to slap down again. Snap! Pretending, huh? Snap! Acting, is it? Snap! Boss is boss, what are you wasting words with me? Snap! A few slaps down in succession made the monk smile, who was still wearing a smile, start to disappear. He just wanted to finish the lines he was supposed to say before starting the plot later, but on the contrary, this guy didn't give himself a chance at all. The three people in the back were even more shocked by this scene and their eyes almost fell to the ground. They had seen boss fights, but they had never seen a boss fight like this. Nima, who the hell is the boss between you two? Just as the trio thought that the entire copy was about to be cleared in such a bizarre manner, suddenly, an angry roar resounded from the mouth of the monk in front of Joyu. Ah! An angry roar accompanied by a thick black smoke erupted, and before the crowd could react, they saw Joyu being overturned by a majestic force, flying heavily backwards tens of meters away and planting himself on the ground. And at this moment, in the midst of the black smoke, a huge figure as tall as 10 feet 5 rose up. The figure had 2 heads and 4 arms, one compassionate and one furious, with black smoke rising from the furious eyes, just like the Vajra of destruction. Above Pity's head, however, there were countless black demonic patterns that looked bizarre and inexplicable. Between the 4 arms waving, a hand holding a Zen staff, a hand holding a pestle and mortar, both fists clenched, gnarled muscles, were exposed, a black demonic pattern rolling, like a living thing, through the bizarre and eerie. The world only says it is good to practice Buddhism, but who can become a Buddha? The compassion head's eyes snapped open and hissed with a fierce expression. Then let me ask you, is it possible to achieve long life by practicing Buddhism? Boom! The entire Zen garden shook in the midst of this cry, and just this black smoke wrapped in waves of sound made Sumei's trio tremble violently and retreat back and forth. No good, this is the second form of the Demon Monk Academy Master, how did the normal difficulty get there? Sumei screamed in agony, just now the wave of this shout alone made the three of them drop more than 200 blood. It's hard to imagine how much damage the other side does when you get close. Captain Lin, why don't we go? Su Xiaoqiang protected Lin Shiyun behind him against this wind and wave. I see that summoned beast of yours, I am afraid. Ah? Su Xiaoqiang was just about to say something, but he saw that Joyu, who had originally been lifted off the ground, didn't know when he actually climbed up from the ground. Demon Monk Master Second Form, Demonized Vajra Boss. Race, Demon. Level, LV 30. Life, 13,000. Magic, 4,500. Attack, 580 630. Defense, 25 magic resistance 15%. Words, intermediate martial body green, demonic whistling green, advanced stick technique blue, intermediate demonization blue, demonic grievance prison blue. Looking at the 3 major words on the boss that were flashing with a brilliant blue light, Joyu only felt that his wait had not been in vain. That's more like it. Between the opening and closing of his mouth, he directly waved his big hand, and 30 skeletal swordsmen reappeared. Go, grifters! The 30 skeleton swordsmen ran wildly almost at the same time, their long swords in their hands carrying a forward motion as they rushed towards the demonized Vajra in a death-defying stance. Right at this moment, a light suddenly flickered on Joyu's body, and in the next moment, it enveloped all like a halo. Evil Frenzy is activated. Buzz! In an instant, the already charging team of skeleton swordsmen, their speed directly skyrocketed by 1 in a split second, and while the other party hadn't reacted yet, they had already rushed to the front. Put! A long sword slashing sound resounded, followed by the sight of damage values rising above the demonized Vajra's head. 37. 42. 38. Even though each damage value was not high, but could not help the number of 30 figures a round of shooting, directly let the other party lost nearly 1,000 blood. How did these skeleton swordsmen suddenly become so powerful? Su Xiaoqiang was filled with incredulity, being able to leave so much damage on the boss. Is this taking medicine? It's not the medication, it must be his skills. Sumei was equally shaken, she had thought that these skeleton swordsmen had exhausted their cards, but there was actually such an outbreak. She turned her head and looked at Lin Shiyun, who was a bit dumbfounded next to her. I don't know. Lin Shuryun couldn't remember how many times she'd said she didn't know, but I can help. She suddenly reacted by raising the wooden staff directly in her own hand. Chapter 24 Magic Marked Grievance Prison. Buzz. Before Joyu could react, he suddenly felt a layer of light enveloping his body, and he looked back to find Lin Shuryun chanting something with her staff. Blessed light? Boosts one's life recovery rate, as well as overall blood count. After standing for so long, this girl is getting so much use out of it. With this blessed light boost, the skeleton swordsman should be able to fire one more round of flurry. Sure enough, after 3 rounds of flurry fire, the skeleton swordsman ushered in a stormy counterattack from the demonized Vajra. Whoosh! With a single sweep of the 4-meter-long Zen staff, the nearest number of skeletal swordsmen in front of him were directly and completely shattered. This time, the other party had already declared their demise without even having the chance to splice. But even so, the other skeleton swordsman continued to attack fearlessly. The demonized Vajra used his Zen staff as a club, swinging it one after another like a windmill, and in just a few strokes, he managed to completely crush all of the skeleton swordsmen. And looking at the other side, with 13,000 blood, there was still almost 10,000 left. Bang! At this moment, the demonized Vajra heavily stomped on the ground, and then approached towards Joyu. Those who believe in my demon ancestor will be granted eternal life. Tai. The Zen staff in his hand swung up, like a phantom swept down from the void in one swoop, smashing towards Joyu. Ah! Lin Shuryun cried out in shock as the terrifying power of the demonized Vajra caused her to lose her confidence in being able to win. However, right at this moment, Joyu met the opponent's Zen staff and took a step out. Click, click, click. Heavy armor like machinery surfaced one after another in the trio's dumbfounded gazes, completely wrapping their entire bodies in an instant. Heavy and massive full body armor, incredibly thick shields, sharp and broad greatswords. As this appeared, Joyu, who originally looked somewhat thin, instantly became incomparably powerful. And armor? Su Xiaoqiang's brain completely short-circuited. No one replied, as Joyu, who had finished equipping himself at the moment, had already taken out his own shield to meet him upwards. Knock! The Zen staff collided with the shield with a low, muffled thud. 231. Ha! Seeing the value of the damage, Joyu smiled slightly. Sure enough, the defense brought by the heavy armor was better than the damage reduction he had imagined. And at this moment, the demonized Vajra that had completed one strike raised up again, preparing to launch a second attack. Turn-based game, now it's my turn. Joyu directly exploded in a flash. Blast Wolf Steps is activated. Swish! His figure was like a residual shadow, instantly disappearing from his original position, taking advantage of the moment when the demonized Vajra lifted up to come directly in front of the other party. Sword Breath Heavy Slash is activated. Pust! A biting sword chi erupted, hard ripping through the opponent's blocking double fists and smashing on top of his abdomen. 1070. 1,000 damage? That high? The 3 who saw the damage were stunned. This was a boss, it was actually able to burst out such horrific damage, so how high was Joyu's current attack? Choyu Heavy Skeleton Swordsman. Race, Undead. Level, LV 24151-2400. Life, 3200. Magic, 1500. Attack, 350-400. Defense, 32 magic resistance 15%. Words, Sword Breath Heavy Slash Green, Extreme Splicing White, Skeleton Swordsman Summoning Green, Sharp Claw Penetration Blue, Wolf Pack Command Green, Blistering Wolf Steps Blue Stygian Explosive Blast Blue Evil Frenzy Blue Mega Strength Green Intermediate Toughness Green Intermediate Corpse Eater Green, Intermediate Martial Body Green, Demonic Whistle Green, Intermediate Stick Technique Green, Intermediate Demonized Blue, Believer's Mastery Green, Phantom's Body Green, Spiteful Roar Green. Joyu's previous attack and blood level had not been this high, but it could not hold up to this copy, and the brand new words had not only all been collected in such a short period of time, not to mention that some of them had even been promoted to blue words. He was now, under the increase of evil frenzy, simply strong and terrifying. Pust. Under the 30% increase in attack speed, Joyu did not hesitate to chop out 2 swords again. 985. 1429. 2 more damages appeared, and one of them even triggered a bludgeon. In less than a second's time, Joyu alone had exploded over 3,000 points of damage, equal to more than the sum of all the previous skeleton swordsmen. However, just as Joyu swung his heavy sword to attack for the 4th time, only a dang sound was heard. His heavy sword was held up by the demon subduing pestle. When Joyu looked up, he saw that the Zen staff above his head was coming towards him like a residual shadow, and he moved his feet. Blast Wolf Steps is activated. Swish! Joyu's figure instantly became illusory, passing through the opponent's body and appearing directly at the opponent's back. The furious head turned over, but before it could react, Joyu had already slashed out 2 swords again. Sword Chi Heavy Chopping. 2 more terrifying attacks erupted out, directly knocking out more than 2,000 of the opponent's blood. By now, the original 13,000 demonized Vajra was only left with 5,000 or so. In other words, with a maximum of 5 attacks, Joyu would be able to completely kill him. Ah! Damn it, I want to live forever and no one can stop me. Before the snarl in his mouth could fall, Joyu suddenly opened his mouth wide and made a snarling gesture. Spiteful Hiss is activated. Ow! A hissing roar from the soul level resounded, directly causing the furious demonized Vajra to give a slight lurch. Spiteful hissing, no other effect, just through the hissing of the soul to make the target produce a short stun. This stun for the magic resistance is good. Magic adamantine does not have much effect, just only able to linger for a moment. It was also at this instant that Joyu's strike landed once again. Sword Chi Heavy Chopping. Pust. With only 4 strikes left, Joyu would be able to complete the decimation. However, the repeatedly traumatized demonized Vajra had already reached a state of fury, only to see its free hands violently close together and roar at Joyu. Ow! Countless black demonic patterns detached from his body as if they were living creatures, and without waiting for Joyu to react, they transformed into a massive cage that completely enveloped Joyu. Manticorpse. This was the demonized Vajra's underhanded tactic, as countless demonic patterns transformed into a prison of resentment, completely binding Joyu. And not a single block for the demonized Vajra itself. At this moment, Joyu was like a lamb to the slaughter, able to let the other party keep attacking. What to do? Lin Shiryun did not expect a sudden reversal, and the 2 supporting skills she had at her disposal were thrown at Joyu, but to no avail. And at this moment, Su Mei and Su Xiaoshang, who were on the side, rushed out at almost the same time. Xiao Chang, attack left and right, he only has about 4,000 blood left, we can try. Yes. Demons look at the sword. Su Xiaochang leaped up, the long sword in his hand raised, and slashed out at the demonized Vajra. However, only a dang sound could be heard as his long sword was stopped by the demon bucking pestle all at once, and no matter how much he exploded, he could not fall any further. Get out of the way. Behind him came Su Mei's shout. Su Xiaochang, who had long been waiting for this moment, seemed to have anticipated it. His body suddenly backed up and directly tumbled away towards the side. And behind him, Su Mei held her sword in both hands as a low drink erupted from her mouth. Stored Power Mad Sword Slash. Thumbs up. A silver sword light slashed in midair, heavily chopping above the demonized Vajra's arm. Pust. Dark red blood soared out, but it only brought a pitiful damage of 112. What? Su Mei also didn't expect that the skill she had exerted all her strength to perform would only be able to explode with such a small amount of damage. And at this moment, she only felt a blackness above her head as a huge Zen staff swept across with a terrifying wind sound. When? Her body flew out uncontrollably, and just this hit actually hit her with nearly half of her blood. Of course it also took advantage of this effort to buy Joyu a tiny bit of time. Above its head, a ghostly green fireball happened to coalesce. Chapter 25, Passing and Breaking Records. Underworld Fire Blast is activated. Boom! A ghostly green fireball exploded above the opponent's head all at once, again bringing nearly 1,000 blood damage. Joyu was not able to execute the Underworld Flame Explosion Boom right now, so he was only able to use this Underworld Flame Explosion Boom to deal a heavy blow to his opponent. Unexpectedly, this provoked the ferocity of the other party even more, and between the roars, the Zen staff was swung towards Joyu. With the demonic grievance firmly entangled, Joyu was only able to withstand this attack with a stiff upper lip. When? However, when the Zen staff smashed down, the expected horrific damage did not appear, and was replaced by only tens of points of damage. How is that possible? The 3 of them exclaimed almost simultaneously, that was a boss, and only 78 points of attack at once? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. And seeing these damages, Joyu's mouth brought up a smile. Ghost form really does work wonders when used properly. 70% damage reduction is something even bosses don't expect. And not only that, the spectral form that had reached the green word had not only 70% damage reduction, but even the 10% magic damage deepening was reduced to 0. This meant that he no longer needed to worry about the opponent's magic attacks when he turned on this state. Snap! The unbelieving Demonized Vidra repeatedly went down a few Zen staffs, adding up to less than even 300 points of damage. At this time, the magic pattern prison that had been maintained for more than 10 seconds was also declared to have disintegrated, and Zhou Yu, who had regained his freedom, swept his longsword in his hand once again. Sword chi chopping. Sword chi chopping. Sword chi chopping. As the triple chop went down, one of them managed to explode into a bludgeon, and huge blood-colored numbers instantly rose above the Demonized Vidra's head. And all of its blood bars were completely emptied at this moment. Ding! You have successfully killed the Demon Monk Academy Master, experience value plus 1120. Ding! You have randomly acquired the word, Demonic Grievance Cell Blue. Buzz! Before the three people in the back could react, they felt the light flashing above their heads and upgraded in unison. Alert! The Magic Monk's Zen Garden copy has been successfully cleared, rewards are being settled. Congratulations on your reward, experience value plus 1000, Devil Monk's Staff Bronze, Devil Mortar and Pestle Bronze, Devil Monk's Robe Bronze. Congratulations on breaking the record of clearing the normal difficulty of the copy, extra reward, experience value plus 1000. Hearing the prompt, Lin Shiyun felt her head spinning. This passes? And it's a record? Wow, old sister, Captain, we're rich, I've got 500 more experience. Me too. The three of them had an exhilarated and incomparable look on their faces, not realizing that they had actually cleared the level, and so quickly. And it was the skeleton soldier that started it all. At this moment, the three of them could not help but look at Zhou Yu as the other party just stood in front of the fallen Demonized Vidra, just like a god of war. A blue word? Zhou Yu looked at the acquired words and felt a bit sorry in his heart. No one would mind having more words. Not to mention, this guy has several blue words on him. He wouldn't mind brushing up a bit more if he could do it again. If it's a copy, it shouldn't be just normal difficulty, right? Zhou Yu suddenly remembered Lin Shiyun's introduction earlier and turned his head to look at the three, gesturing. You mean you're going to keep brushing this copy? Increase the difficulty? But, your consumption, isn't it a bit high? Do you want to take a rest? Okay, listen to you, anything else you want, you can say. No problem. After Zhou Yu's hand gestures, Lin Shiyun completely understood Zhou Yu's needs. The other party not only wanted to brush this copy again, but also wanted her to find books about the language and script they were learning, as well as historical introductions and so on. The little girl kept nodding her head like a chicken eating rice, writing down all of the other party's requests. However, this would take time, and she needed to go back and collect them first, just as Zhou Yu also needed some time to recover his state. Although he was certain, Zhou Yu naturally wouldn't be too big for a copy with an increased difficulty. As for the Sume siblings, they naturally agreed in a million ways. Just like that, after the countdown ended, the three of them and Zhou Yu disappeared together in the copy. And just outside the replica hall, Kongling was sitting at the bottom of the announcement screen with his men, and he even ordered himself a drink, sitting on a sofa he didn't know where he got it from like he was on vacation. My lord, are you just going to wait here? The four fighters standing beside him couldn't help but say. If you ask me, they're afraid they won't be able to get out for a while. After all, this is a plot copy. Even if they can't resist the first wave of wild monsters, it'll take them 2 hours to start. Yeah, why don't we take the young master to the nearby wilderness to brush up first, so we don't waste time? Not bad, young master has just completed his first turn now. With this amount of time, he might be able to reach LV11 directly. Humph. You guys are really high on her. Kong Ling, who was holding the wine cup, suddenly snorted lightly. What kind of place do you think this is? The grudge monks in the Demon Monk Zen Center are enough to give them a pot to drink, and look at how long she can hold out with only 3 people entering and not even a single mage? With that he looked at the clock, half an hour now, another quarter of an hour at the most, and they're going to be scared out of their woeful end copies. The 4 of them nodded their heads in agreement. Not bad, your excellency is really wise, even guessing this. When that Lin Shiyun is scared and runs out, she will definitely kneel in front of Gongzi and beg him to take her to upgrade. At that time, the Gongzi can be ravaged as much as he wants. Ha 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 ha. While the crowd was laughing, suddenly on top of the screen, the Sequence 38 squad belonging to Lin Shiyun suddenly had its copy record time terminated. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the copy, a teleportation glow lit up, signaling that someone had come out. A little association and I knew they were coming out. Look at that. Is this gentleman right? Kong Ling lazily turned around to face the entrance as he tilted his head back and took a large gulp of the liquid. He wanted to see how miserable Lin Shiryun, who had been tortured by the copies and fled out, would look. However, just as the light of the duplicate entrance flashed, a sound that resounded through the duplicate hall suddenly came from above the overhead announcement. Congratulations to Sequence Team 38 for breaking the record for clearing the Demon Monk's Zen Center on normal difficulty with a time of 42 minutes and 16 seconds. Congratulations to Sequence Team 38 for breaking the record for clearing the Demon Monk's Zen Center on normal difficulty with a time of 42 minutes and 16 seconds. Congratulations to Sequence Team 38 for breaking the record for clearing the Demon Monk's Zen Center on normal difficulty with a time of 42 minutes and 16 seconds. Put. The announcement 3 times in a row caused the originally smug and incomparable Kong Ling's face to change drastically, and the wine that he had not yet swallowed was even sprayed out in one gulp. He stood up violently and looked at the big screen with incredulity, and his mouth even lost its voice in shock. What? Chapter 26 Breaking Kong Ling, Changes at Home. Pass? That's impossible. It wasn't just him, the 4 fighters who had seconded him just a moment ago were all looking at each other at the moment, looking towards the top of the hall's announcement. They couldn't believe how the other guy did it and got through. At the same time, the entire crowd roaming the replica halls were completely shocked by the announcement. What? 40 minutes or so? That's all it took to clear the level? Which team is this? Number 38? That wouldn't be the 3 young men who just went in, would it? Impossible, didn't she clash with the city lord's son? A newbie who just transferred yesterday. Humph, the announcement won't be faked, you have to believe it even if you don't. No way, is it possible that she's really a hidden bigot? Hidden or not I don't know, but it's definitely a biggie. 40-odd minutes of clearance, can you believe it? What was the last pass record again? I think I remember it being 1 day and 7 hours, so far ahead? There were many bystanders who had disdained Lin Shiryun and the girls just now who had changed their faces. If the copy passes don't tell the story, then setting a new copy record will tell the story. What's more, Lin Shiryun and the girls took such a short time. Buzz. As the light flickered, the 3 figures completely solidified in front of the replica entrance. Sensing their surroundings, the 3 of them had a feeling of relief, but just as they raised their heads, they found a pair of eyes all staring at them. Unlike the snickering, mocking, and even insouciant gazes from before, this time, they all had a strong vibration and even ingratiation in their eyes. This kind of strong person who was able to pass so quickly, no matter what the method, deserved to leave a good impression, even if it was just a passerby. They. Su Xiaochang was a bit unresponsive, but just as he opened his mouth, Lin Shiryun next to him reminded him. Look at the announcement. As soon as Su Xiaochang looked up, he saw the bolded and enlarged announcement in the first row, displaying the very news of his squad's record-breaking clearance. We broke the record, and according to the rules, there is an announcement to be made in the replica hall. Su Mei's words explained in an aside. Sister Su, why don't we just follow the previous plan and take a 2-hour break before we gather here? Lin Shiryun said, those pieces of equipment, please help me with them. No problem, Shiryun, if you need some Life 1, I can totally supply it ahead of time. Before she finished, she was interrupted by Lin Shiryun, no need Sister Su, you've already helped me a lot, I'll think of my own way for the money. Good. See you in 2 hours then. Su Mei knows what it means to get to the point, and did not continue but signaled everyone to get on the car. Soon, under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Shiryun's trio directly got into the limousine and proceeded to quickly leave. From start to finish, the 3 of them didn't even look at Kong Ling. Click. The wineglass in Kong Ling's hand slammed heavily on the ground, his face constantly changing between green and red. This was the first time he felt so humiliated by someone. No words, no taunts, not even exchanges. The fact that the other party had simply ignored him alone had become the greatest humiliation for him. He, Kong Ling, the second son of the city lord's mansion, who else would dare to ignore him? Even the 4 fighters beside him were silenced at the moment, not daring to speak. After a long time, Kong Ling almost gritted her teeth and said, Go. Where are we going, my lord? Nonsense, of course it's into the copy. Kong Ling's eyes were filled with gloominess as he said, What's a normal level pass? I want a dangerous level clearance, so let's see what she can still pretend in front of me at that time. Humph. Dangerous level? The 4 fighters all changed their faces when they heard it. This difficulty has risen, and the danger has likewise risen. This. Male enhancement, the danger level is afraid. Someone had just opened their mouth when Kong Ling blared and scolded them back. What does my father want with you guys? A dry meal? If any of you dare to quit, do you believe I'll make you have no place to hang out in Cold City? No, don't dare. Being told by him, each of the four could only bow their heads. They were only second-turn professionals, they couldn't do anything to make the city lord give his face. Knowing the dangers, you have to go on. Besides, Lin Shiryun and the others were escorted by the limousine and soon returned home. She also did not expect that Sister Sumei's efficiency was so high. People were still in the car. The 3 pieces of bronze equipment had already been exchanged for money, and even directly exchanged for 3 life won after consulting her opinion. Lin Shiryun had just gotten off the bus when someone from the Chamber of Commerce was waiting at the door to deliver life won. Sister Su, how come it's 5? Lin Shiryun was surprised at the amount of safekeeping inside the suitcase. Oops, those 2 count as me lending them to you in advance. When you explode your equipment again later, just sell them to me. Sumei waved her hand and quickly drove off. Looking at the other party's distant figure, Lin Shiryun whispered a thank you. She clutched the suitcase tightly and ran up the stairs with light steps. With these life ones, her sister should be able to ease her condition for a while and not be in so much pain. She even kind of couldn't wait to share the good news with the other woman. Ta-da! Lin Shiryun jumped like a small rabbit after the last set of steps, and her figure stopped violently when she saw the already open door of her house. Snap! The suitcase she was holding tightly in her hands fell with a sound and hit the ground heavily, but Lin Shiryun was unaware of it. Grandma, Foamy! Lin Shiryun rushed into the room and yelled, but there was no half-hearted response. For a moment, she panicked. For many years, Grandma had taken care of Foamy, never leaving the door unlocked, and her sister had not left that bedroom for several years. But now, both were gone. Grandma! Foamy! Lin Shiryun searched all the rooms like crazy, but did not see the 2 in the slightest. Just on the verge of its imminent collapse, Lin Shiryun suddenly saw a note pressed just below the cup on the living room coffee table. As she grabbed it, she realized that there was a line written on it, abandoned factory number 048 on the southern outskirts of the city. The handwriting was new and not that of Grandma and Foamy, and no other words had been left on it. But this was Lin Shiryun's last straw, and she rushed out of her room almost without thinking, heading straight to the location on the note. And just as her figure disappeared into the street, a figure hiding in the corner lowered its voice. The target has departed and is separated from Sumei. Lin Shiryun just ran wildly all the way to the south of the city in less than half an hour, where rows and rows of once bustling factories had all been abandoned. With only her sister and grandmother on her mind, she searched all the way and finally found Factory 048 hidden very deep. The factory gates were closed, leaving only a small square door for people to pass through. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shiryun pushed open the small door and walked in, but as soon as she entered, she saw a scene that caused her incomparable heartache. Chapter 27 Seconds, I'm Not You. Inside the warehouse, the grandmother was suspended high in mid-air by a rope, her entire hair disheveled, her face pale, and her condition extremely poor. That wasn't the most disturbing thing for Lin Shiryun. The most heartbreaking thing was that the sister below was just left on the wet and cold ground. She let out a pained whimper from her mouth and tried to struggle several times, even her fingers were gouged and bleeding, but she couldn't move a single bit. Right next to them, 2 figures, as if they were watching a play, stared at the 2 from the side, even letting out laughter from time to time from their mouths. The bright laughter in the dark and cold plant contrasted sharply with the mournful screams from his sister's mouth. What are you doing? Lin Shiryun only felt pain as if her heart was being plucked out by a knife and screamed as she rushed towards her sister. Let go of my grandmother. As soon as Lin Shiryun rushed to her sister, she said in a trembling tone, Sister, are you alright? Ah. Sis, I didn't, things don't, well, hurt. Seeing Lin Shiryun's appearance, the 2 figures did not have much surprise on their faces, and one of the bearded middle-aged men merely clapped his hands. Sure enough, this is a good way for the male to take the bait in a heartbeat. The other one-eyed man heatedly smiled. It's a shame to die like this with such a pretty face, it would be a shame to. Eh? The bespectacled bearded man glared at him, his tone serious. Don't make a fuss, this is someone the Lord needs. I know, just saying. One eye skimmed. You, who the hell are you guys? Lin Shiryun instantly discovered the problem from the 2 men's conversation and asked with a grave expression. Who are we? Don't you know that in your heart? One eye snorted, come with us, and you'd better behave, so I'll leave them with a whole body. What? You're going to kill Grandma and your sister? Boom. Lin Shuryun only felt like a thunderbolt exploding in her head. What are you thinking? The bearded man snorted coldly. Your family was doomed from the moment you stepped into this factory. Saying that, the two of them approached towards Lin Shuryun in unison, and the powerful aura of a second-turn professional made Lin Shuryun couldn't help but palpitate. But she looked at her agonized sister in her arms, and her grandmother, who was hanging in a near coma in mid-air, and forced herself to calm down. Kongling just separated from us, so if she really wants to do this, she won't let me go. From the state of the two, Lin Shuryun instantly thought of Kongling. But then she quickly felt that something wasn't right. Kongling, even though he was a playboy, it was herself that she had always wanted. And the other side was clearly here for their lives, and more than that, the lives of their own family. It is impossible to do such things without deep hatred. I am usually careful and discreet and never make enemies with other people who would want to put me to death. At the mention of death, Lin Shuryun's mind suddenly thought of Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu, who had died in the middle of the wasteland earlier. You are seeking revenge for Lina Wu? Lin Shuryun remembered Su Mei's reminder and immediately blurted out. Ha! Looks like you're not stupid yet. It's really her. Lina Wu and the girls broke away from the group on their own and were targeted by the wolves. Why are you taking revenge on me and my family? For the first time, Lin Shuryun felt so unjust. Why? Why do I need to kill you? One Eye snorted with laughter. Ha, that's hilarious. Sister, you, go. Although Fomi was in pain, she still heard the other party's words from beginning to end, and at this moment, she was clutching Lin Shuryun's arm tightly and begging. You, alone, can, live. No, sis, I won't leave you. The pain from the blood spilling under her red lips kept Lin Shuryun from bursting into tears, and without hesitation, she unleashed her summoning spell. A spell began to spread from beneath her feet, and the familiar summoning gate coalesced out of thin air in a matter of moments. The two of them were slightly stunned, and then they saw a 2-meter-tall morose white skeleton frame appear. Zhou Yu had thought that the other party had finished resting and was ready to enter the copy, but unexpectedly, when he looked around, he realized that this place was actually a dilapidated factory building. Click! Zhou Yu's head turned 180 degrees, ready to spray a meal on Lin Shuryun. However, after he saw Lin Shuryun and the little girl she was holding, his eyes jumped slightly. Is this a copy? Or an accident? For some reason, the moment Lin Shuryun saw Zhou Yu, her heart seemed to have found something to rely on, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Lina Wu, who died in the middle of the wasteland before, her family sent people over to kill me and my family. Help me, please. Click, click, click. Zhou Yu didn't say anything, but turned his head around and drew the long sword at his waist and pointed it at the two men. Skeleton soldiers? Seeing that a skeletal soldier actually dared to draw his sword towards him, both of them were stunned, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. One Eye walked ahead holding his stomach, unconcerned. You're counting on a skeleton soldier to help you? Ha ha. It's a larger skeleton soldier. The bearded man followed suit with a rare chorus. Don't delay, settle it and take her on the road. Ha ha, no need for you to make a move, this skeleton soldier, I can. Do it with one hand. Pust. After a muffled sound, One Eye could only feel a coldness in his neck, and all of his words came to an abrupt end in an instant. He found his entire body floating, his vision constantly lifting and spinning under inertia. He suddenly saw that his body below him seemed to be standing still, and the skeleton frame that he had snickered at just a moment ago was skimming past him with a long sword. Oh, I'm dead or beheaded. The moment this thought was born, all of One Eye's consciousness completely dissipated. Poof! The out-of-control body planted itself heavily backward on the ground, and the neck wound happened to be facing toward the bearded man. How? The bearded man's eyes were wide open, and before he could finish the exclamation of shock from his mouth, he saw Zhou Yu's extremely fast sword slash. He rolled on the ground, and with a thud, the long sword slashed into the ground where he stood before, leaving a deep sword mark. Guardian Holy Shield! The bearded man climbed up and let out a low roar. A layer of armor equipment immediately surfaced on his body, and at the same time, a thick shield directly appeared in his hand. The bearded man had no intention of fighting, but instead used his shield as protection and retreated quickly towards the outside of the factory. Even if Zhou Yu only struck out once, he clearly knew that he was not the opponent's match. Therefore, the bearded man directly wanted to escape. As long as he could escape from here, he could send a message to Wu Xiong, and at that time, he would be able to get support. Damn it, didn't she just turn 2 days ago? How could she have such a terrifying summoning beast? While retreating, the bearded man cursed in his heart. Luckily, my guardian's sacred shield has a strong defense that can withstand all attacks below level 30, so as long as I can exit this place, I'll be able to survive. But as soon as his thoughts fell, he saw Joyu coming towards him in quick steps. Top me. The bearded man let out a low gulp and heavily poked his shield into the ground. However, not only did Joyu's speed not diminish in the slightest, it instead increased more and more. Swish. The bearded man only felt a tremor in his body, and the expected shock did not appear. When he looked up, he suddenly realized that Joyu, who had rushed in front of him, had disappeared. Where did it go? Pust. The longsword tore through the armor and flew up along with his head, spinning a few times in midair before falling to the ground. Even to his death, the bearded man could not understand how exactly Joyu appeared behind him. With an expressionless glance at the two corpses, Joyu didn't even bother to look at the system's prompts as he turned his head and lifted the longsword in his hand, following which he violently flew into midair. With just a snort, the ropes that bound the grandmother were chopped off stiffly. By the time Grandma fell, a pair of morose white arms appeared just below her, catching her firmly. Alive! Joyu probed his nose and handed it over to Lin Shiryun. Thank you, Grandma, are you okay? Lin Shiryun threw Joyu a grateful look and helped her grandmother up. Ahem! Grandma coughed heavily and seemed about to awaken. Shiryun, where are we? Grandma, I'm here, don't be afraid, we're going home. Going home? Hearing those two words, Joyu's soul fire throbbed for an instant, and in the next moment, the long sword in his hand shook, pointing directly at Lin Shiryun. This sudden move startled Lin Shiryun. You, what are you doing? Humph. Joyu snorted coldly, back to what home? He pointed the long sword in his hand at the two fallen bodies. I am not you, and have never been in the habit of putting danger in the cradle. Chapter 28. The world fears authority rather than virtue. In fact, for Lin Shiryun's thoughts at this time, Joyu can be understood, the other party is benign, the first encounter with such things, only thinking of early to bring the grandchildren home. But he wasn't the other side, and while Lin Shiryun certainly wasn't considered important, she was the only way he could come to this world and acquire other words. He could care less about other things, but this kind of thing, he had to. You're going to go to Lina Wu's family? After Lin Shiryun took a moment to understand Joyu's intentions, an incredulous look appeared in her eyes. It wasn't that she didn't understand the other party's behavior, but she didn't expect that the skeleton was actually smart enough to know about revenge. It's not me, it's us. Joyu decided to teach Lin Shiryun a good lesson. If you cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring, and you can never expect mercy from your enemies. Joyu tried his best to make the other party understand the significance. Every kindness you show could lead to your loved ones being hurt again. The world fears authority more than virtue, understand? Lin Shiryun, who understood Joyu's meaning, was silent for a moment, and when she raised her head again, a touch of coldness gradually expanded in her eyes. She stood up and bowed to Joyu. I get it, my kindness is reserved only for loved ones and friends. When it comes to my enemies, I have to be cold enough so that my loved ones are safe from harm. I know where her house is, please help me send my grandmother and sister back first, I can take you there. Compared to before, Lin Shiryun had a trace of more determination in her voice. Yes. Joyu nodded his head, and with one hand, he picked up his grandmother and Lin Momo, and just after taking 2 steps, he saw Lin Shiryun following behind him. Come up here. He nodded his chin over his shoulder. You, going to carry me? Cut the crap and hurry up. Lin Shiryun hesitated for a moment, and finally saw Joyu crouch down, before she carefully climbed onto the other party's back and wrapped her hands around the eerie white bones. Just after lying down on it, a cold touch from the skeleton's bones surfaced with it, and then Lin Shiryun felt her body shaking, followed by a huge increase in speed, and quickly rushed out of the plant. The scenery on both sides flew backward in her eyes, which was faster than she could have imagined. Luckily, this is the age of the professional, and there are not a few people on the street who use a variety of thousands of strange seats. Lin Shiryun just rested her head on Joyu's shoulder, the cold touch from the abyssal undead, but it made her feel a warmth that she hadn't felt in a long time. Joyu, who was running wildly down the road, quickly returned to Lin Shiryun's residence, where he placed Lin Momo and his grandmother on separate beds. Grandma opened her eyes in a haze, and after seeing Joyu's tall and sturdy figure, her face did not have the slightest bit of fear, but instead revealed a pleased smile. Nanner, Luoyao, did you see that? Your daughters, how outstanding! Lin Momo drank 3 bottles of life one in a row with Lin Shiryun's help, after which the pain in her body seemed to diminish slightly and her face looked better. Sister, is it your summon? Fomi looked at Joyu standing there and said with some envy, "That's awesome." Joyu glanced at Lin Momo who was lying on the bed, the runes twisting and writhing at the other party's neck, for some reason, but it gave him a familiar feeling, as if, a kind of necromantic power. "It's called the Heavenly Execution Death Seal, passed down to my sister when my parents fell earlier." As if she could see Joyu's doubts, Lin Shiryun subconsciously explained. "Because of this, my sister suffers countless agonizing pains every day, and only life one can ease her pain. She rarely found anyone other than her grandmother to confide in, and at the moment took Joyu as an object to confide in. I will work hard, make a lot of money, find the best priest and cure my sister." "You, very short of money?" Joyu asked as he gestured. "Aha!" Lin Shiryun nodded. "Life one is expensive, and my sister might develop resistance to it at some point, so she might need a better drug." Joyu thought for a moment, and suddenly raised his hand, and the 2 pieces of silver equipment that he had previously obtained from the ghoul lords were thrown on the ground. "For me?" Lin Shiryun's eyes widened in shock when she saw these 2 pieces of equipment that were glittering with silver light. Joyu didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at Lin Shiryun's bookshelf. "With a book, in exchange." Thank you. Lin Shiryun did not push back. She knew that the value of these 2 pieces of silver equipment must be very expensive, and since Joyu was her summoned beast, she did not treat him as an outsider. "Take any book you want, just take it." Lin Shiryun finished speaking before she remembered that Joyu was afraid that he didn't know the words, and she walked directly to the bookshelf. "This is the foundation of the common script of the Summer Kingdom, this is the general history of the Summer Kingdom, and the general history of the Blue Star, and the chronicle of the abyssal events, which should be able to be of use to you." Joyu looked at the time. It happened to be early in the day, not too suitable for killing people, so he sat down in the living room, flipped open the text base of it, and directly read it. Several hours passed in a flash. Seeing that the sky would be dark, Joyu then put away his books. Unlike what he expected, the writing of Xia actually had many similarities with the writing of his previous life. Even the pattern within the world before the entire Blue Star Abyss invasion was very similar to the previous world. Could it be that I appeared here for a reason? Joyu had to make a guess, but after thinking for a few moments, he couldn't come up with any clues, so he simply stood up and stretched. The book was almost read, it was dark, and business should be done next. The night is dark and moonless. Another villa not far from the residence of the chief of the city defense bureau. "Shomer, those 2 guild members you sent, are they reliable or not?" Chief Wu Xingchang stroked his stubble, a touch of anxiety in his tone. "Didn't I say that girl had separated from Su Mei and the others? Why haven't you brought her back yet?" "Ha!" Wu Xiong smiled lightly at his words. "Father, don't worry, the Red Dragon Guild is a 5th-rank guild, those who are able to join it are all elites, these 2, a stalker who specializes in assassination and a guardian knight who specializes in defense, and they are both second turners, it's enough to deal with the district's 1 turner's maiden." If you say so, my father is relieved." Wu Xingchang nodded. "In this life, I'm afraid that my father will be stuck within the 4th revolution, unable to advance an inch, and with Lina meeting an untimely end. Xiong'er, the future of my Wu family will depend on you." "Don't worry, father." Wu Xiong smiled confidently. "It won't be long before my son will be able to rush up to the 3rd turn, or even higher." An icy cold light flashed in his eyes. "Before that, those who killed my sister must be made to pay." As soon as the words fell, a figure outside was seen running in hurriedly. "Report, Your Excellency, the one you sent has returned escorting someone." "Good." "Ha ha ha." Wu Xiong laughed loudly, got up and walked out. "Quickly bring them in through the back door." "Yes." Wu Xiong was not reckless, quite the contrary. In order not to leave any leverage on the Wu family, he even set up this execution ground in the vacant villa that he had found someone to rent. Even if something goes wrong at that time, it won't be traced to him at all. He had just stepped inside the garden outside the villa when he saw that he was being led in by a figure wearing heavy armor and carrying a shield and long sword. And in his hands, he was choking Lin Shiryun's neck, carrying it over like a small chicken. Is that the style of the Guardian Knight's outfit? Seeing the other party, Wu Xiong frowned slightly. He seemed to remember that Guardian Knights were sacred symbols, their equipment should not be so hideous and gloomy. At that exact moment, Lin Shiryun, who was being grabbed, suddenly raised her head, her face with unwillingness and anger. Why did you kill my grandmother and sister, why?" Interrupted by her, Wu Xiong immediately turned his attention to Lin Shiryun. Why did you kill my sister?" Wu Xiong asked with hatred in his eyes. I didn't get her killed, it was she who was afraid of the danger and took the initiative to break away from the group. Sister Sumei and the others can testify to that. She broke away from the group in fear of danger, can't you guys just bring her back in? Wu Xiong's words caused Lin Shiyun to freeze. She's going to get us killed and we're going to drag her into it? Killed you guys? Impossible, my sister is so kind, she didn't even dare to step on an ant when she was growing up, she would harm you? Wu Xiong bellowed, it must be you guys, trying to use her as bait to hunt the wasteland wolves, otherwise, how could you level up so fast? You scumbags should go down and bury my sister with you. You're talking nonsense, we didn't harm her, she harmed herself. Lin Shiyun shouted angrily. It doesn't matter. Wu Xiong smiled grimly, my sister is dead and you guys are still alive, this is just unfair, you should go down and accompany her. As he spoke, he directly raised his hand and grasped it, and a scepter inlaid with gemstones emerged in his hand. Just as he was about to kill Lin Shiyun for revenge, he suddenly saw that the knight's helmet was slightly raised, only that what flickered in it was not the pupils of his eyes, but two pulsating ghostly green soul fires. Chapter 29, Swirling Dance of the Inflaming Blade, Hand of Lava, Battle against the Fourth Turning. Soulfire? How can it be soulfire if it's not eyes in the guardian knight's helmet? Wu Xiong's mind flickered for a split second before he reacted furiously. No good, you're not. His words had just left his mouth when he saw that above his head, a huge fireball flickering with ghostly green flames was smashing down heavily. Boom! Without giving Wu Xiong a chance to escape at all, the fireball came crashing down before violently erupting. Styrofoam blast! The terrifying underworld flame was at this moment like unbridled waves constantly impacting every inch of the villa. The originally luxurious villa even exploded under the impact of this fireball. At the same time, among them, Wu Xingqiang, who had panicked and propped up his magic shield, rushed out from the villa with his men at once. What's going on? Xiang. His cries were not answered, because in midair, the second underworld flame ball had already fallen, while the third was being generated. Boom boom! After the two terrifying blasts fell, it caused the entire villa to be completely reduced to rubble. Ghostly green flames filled the air, and there were sounds of misery and cries everywhere. As for Wu Xiong, who stood at the center and took the brunt of the impact, the magic shield scroll on his body, which he didn't know when he had opened, came out with a crunching sound under this kind of impact. Click! The carry-on defense scroll he had purchased at a cost of $300,000 had shattered just like that. Up to this point, Wu Xiong was still a bit baffled. He didn't understand why this guy in front of him, who looked like an undead, was able to cast such a terrifying skill. Zhou Yu did not intend to give him a chance to understand, and just as he froze, Zhou Yu moved. The blizzard wolf steps were executed, and the bulky body shape violently erupted with powerful and incomparable speed. With just a flash, he dashed past his opponent. Pust! Before Wu Xiong could react, a great head was severed by Zhou Yu's horizontal chop. Blood sprayed in the air, bursting on top of Zhou Yu's steel armor, which looked particularly hideous in the night. Zhou Yu did not pay any attention to the other party who had already turned into a corpse, but his body continued to charge forward. Decapitating Wu Xiong was just an appetizer. What he really wanted to kill was the chief director of the city defense bureau, Wu Xingqiang, who was standing behind him. Bang! Zhou Yu took a heavy step on the ground, and in the next moment, the ruins shook, and 30 skeleton swordsmen had already climbed out of the ruins. No! It's not 30, it's 40 courses. After Zhou Yu stepped into LV-25, the number of skeleton swordsmen summoned was finally boosted. 40 skeletal swordsmen appeared, indiscriminately launching attacks on all the surrounding beings. And at this moment, a strong magical wave rose up from the front. Firewall spell. Snorting, a wall entirely condensed from flames appeared in Zhou Yu's path of necessity. Zhou Yu had to stop his forward stance, his eyes looking into the distance. The anger on the face of Wu Xingqiang, who was wrapped in a magic shield, could simply be described as extreme distortion. You hateful swine, the lowest of the low, the lowest of the low, how dare you plot against my son? Wu Xingqiang was trembling, a sign of anger mixed with sadness. Die, and I will torture you in the most vicious ways, and make you suffer the harshest punishment in this world. As the chief director of the City Defense Bureau, Wu Xingqiang was a fourth-turned professional, and his profession was a firemaster of law. His son was able to become a rare profession inflammation controller by getting his genes. At this moment, with his most outstanding son dead, Wu Xingqiang had completely lost his mind as he directly raised his staff and began to cast his strongest skills. A mass of blazing flames appeared out of thin air in front of him, and immediately turned into a blade like fire edge that hovered in mid-air, turning into a flame tornado in an instant. 4th rank skill, Inflaming Blade Whirling Dance. Buzz. A whirlwind of inflammatory blades with a diameter of several meters swept towards Joyu like a tornado. Click, click, click. Wherever they passed, the heads of the still struggling skeleton swordsmen drifted up with terrifying damage values one after another, and then they were completely scorched into nothingness. Then before Joyu could react, it completely wrapped him up. Look out! Lin Shiryun wanted to warn, but unfortunately it was too late. Thumbs up. Joyu could only feel a fiery blade scraping across his armor continuously as a series of damage surfaced one after another. Before the whirlwind of inflammatory blades dispersed, Joyu clattered, and all of his armor, along with his bones, completely fell apart and disintegrated. Seeing this, the anger in Wu Xingchang's heart eased only slightly, and he waved his staff to make the aftermath dissipate. No! Lin Shiryun cried out and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Joyu was her last resort, and now that resort was lost, how could she fight against it? Regret? Wu Xingchang laughed back in anger, and the surviving people around him, all heavily armed, gathered towards Lin Shiryun in unison. Too late. The moment you killed my son, it was too late. Leaning on his staff, Wu Xingchang took a step in front of Lin Shiryun and lifted her chin up with the tip of his staff. I'm not going to kill you like that, I'm going to have you humiliated and then sent to the lowest brothel to be played with and taste all the pain before you die. Wu Xingchang turned his head and looked at his son, who was already in pieces, and with grief, he threw back his head and wept mournfully. Ah! My son! Only, he failed to notice that on the ground where the flaming blade swirled and swept, the originally scattered bones were actually put together at an unknown time, and the skeleton that was pulsating with soulfire was gnawing on an already charred corpse at an unknown time in its mouth. Intermediate Corpse Eater Green. Joyu, who originally had less than 1,000 blood left, was now rapidly recovering his blood under the effect of the words. He knew the power of a 4th-turn professional, and even more so, he knew that it wasn't easy for him to successfully decapitate his opponent. But, can't help that he has a lot of words. Therefore, as early as when the opponent's skill came, Joyu actively gave up his resistance and let his bones fall apart, creating the illusion of death. Now comes the opportunity. Click, click, click. All of the heavy equipment was combined in a matter of moments, and then Joyu held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, rushing towards Wu Xingchang as fast as he could. Blast Wolf Steps is activated. Swish. His speed exploded to the extreme, and in just an instant, he rushed to Wu Xingchang's heels. No good, it's not dead. The surviving professionals next to him reacted and did the same instantly. Knock. Joyu's shield lifted, picking a warrior heavily off the ground, and his heavy sword swept across, cutting off a mage who was preparing to chant a spell. Then he used his body to take a hard blow from the distant archer before violently raising his own heavy sword and slashing out heavily towards Wu Xingchang. Sword Breath Heavy Slash is activated. Snort! A several meters of sword chi erupted, slashing heavily on top of Wu Xingchang. However, it was because of the blocking of the others that allowed Wu Xingchang to have a chance, and in an instant a magic shield erupted from him, blocking all of Joyu's sword chi as much as he could. Insidious skeleton, you will never be able to match the intelligence of a human. Wu Xingchang looked at Joyu and prepared to chant an incantation. But right at this moment, Joyu seemed as if he hadn't heard his taunts as a flash of red suddenly swept up in his eyes. Evil Frenzy is activated. Swish swish swish. 3 sword chi heavy beheadings directly erupted in an instant. Put. 3 consecutive terrifying slashes managed to wear down the magic shield in front of Wu Xingchang. It was also at this moment that the other party's spell had finished. Hand of Lava. The ground in front of Joyu suddenly cracked, and hands that looked like magma wrapped around them reached out at once, gripping heavily on top of the heavy sword he was about to slash. All of the attacks were completely contained in an instant. HM. You. Wu Xingchang, who was holding his staff in his hand, sneered as he prepared his next skill, but right at this moment, his body suddenly trembled as a sharp pain struck him from his backside, completely interrupting all the chanting. He turned around in a twilight, but he saw that Lin Shiryun was holding a dagger and plunging it heavily above his back waist. Don't you dare. I would dare anything for my family. Lin Shiryun's body was still trembling at the moment, but the hands holding the dagger were unusually stable. Ho! Wu Xingchang had just said a single word when a large, white hand had already pinched above his throat, and in the next moment, suddenly exerted force. Chapter 30, Word Edit, Back to the Abyss, Dragons? Click. Wu Xingchang heard the crisp sound of his neck being pinched off coming from him. he had never imagined that he, as a fourth-turn mage, would one day die just like that. Before he died, he saw a light actually rising from Joyu's body. The irony of trading one's own death for someone else's promotion is immense. Ding! You have killed a fourth-turn mage, experience value plus 2,471. Ding! You're upgraded to LV 26. Ding! You have randomly acquired the word, Inferno Blade Spinning Dance Blue. Ding! Congratulations, you've looted enough words, the word editing function is on. Word edit, any word as the main word, free to blend different words, probability to enhance or metamorphose into a new word. Note, once a slave fusion phrase is fused, it will disappear permanently, so please use this function with caution. New feature? Joyu did not expect that the system actually had such a change, only that he did not have the time to look into it now for the time being, seeing as how Wu Xingchang, a fourth-turn professional, had all completely fallen. The other survivors, naturally, completely lost their fighting spirit and fled in all directions. Swish! However, as they had just fled to the back door, they found a figure standing there with a serious and icy expression. Kill! Su Xiaochang had ice-cold and ruthlessness in his eyes, as if he had made some sort of determination. The long sword in his hand was raised, and he used his strongest skill to slash out with a sword. Pust! The long sword ran through the chest of the person at the very front, causing everyone at the back to be stunned. He, there guarded, escaped through the front door. In turn, he ran wildly in the other direction, but suddenly he saw that at the location of the main entrance, Sumei, who was in full armor, was standing there, looking at all of this with an expressionless face. Aiding and abetting, damn it. As the words fell, she similarly leapt forward to join the battlefield. A few minutes later, the entire scene was completely purged by Joyu, and above his tall, morose white skeleton frame, all of them were dyed red with blood, and when he looked around, there were already corpses all over the place. Nice! Joyu looked at Sumei and Su Xiaochang's siblings and secretly nodded. Originally, this plan would not be so perfect. After all, he himself was only one person. In case these people panicked, even if they were stronger, he simply could not kill them all. Once one escaped, today's events would be leaked, which would be a big trouble. And the addition of Sumei and Su Xiaochang was something he didn't expect. The previously agreed upon time to continue into the Demon Monk's Zen Garden 2 hours later, Sumei and Su Xiaochang both strolled around the replica hall for a long time and did not see Lin Shiyun appear. Only then did she personally find her way to the door, and after seeing the situation of Joyu and Lin Shiyun and even Grandma and Lin Maxian, Sumei naturally understood what kind of encounters the two had encountered. Originally, Joyu thought that they would stop Lin Shiyun, but unexpectedly, the other party actually agreed to the plan and even planned to join. Whatever the purpose or idea, at least they played a role. Shiyun, it's all cleared up over here. Sumei and Su Xiaochang joined hands and looked at Joyu with surprise on their faces. That, thanks to your awesome summoning lord, I wonder if there's a name? This. Lin Shiyun turned her head to look at Joyu. She had never given the other party a name yet. However, Joyu heard it and just raised his hand and gestured, my surname is Shou. Ha! The three of them, Lin Shiyun and Sumei, were confused. My last name, Chow. Pig? Witch? Mutt? Jerk? Oops. Chow, it's Chow. In the end, Lin Shiyun finally managed to understand Joyu's last name after eating one of his chestnuts. Next to them, Sumei and Su Xiaochang selectively ignored Lin Shiyun's aggravation. Mr. Zhou, there has been a commotion here, and I believe someone from the sheriff's department will be here soon. Sumei said to Joyu, I think you should leave as soon as possible. I'll do the aftermath here. Aha! Joyu nodded. With the chief financial officer's $1,000 to take care of the aftermath, Lin Shiyun's safety should be guaranteed. Turning his head and nodding to Lin Shiyun, Joyu then directly terminated the summoning, and his own form quickly disappeared back into the abyss. Seeing Joyu disappear, Sumei hurriedly said to Su Xiaochang, quickly, set a fire, the bigger the better, and burn all the corpses here to the ground before they are completely disfigured. She said as she flew to collect the equipment that had fallen from these people and finally handed it over to Lin Shiyun. Shiyun, all of this was done by that Mr. Zhou of yours, so naturally it should all go to you, but for the time being, in this situation, it's too dangerous not to make a move. Not even on the black market. No need for that, Sister Sumei. Lin Shiyun shook her head, you have a better network of connections than I do, just keep these at your place and wait for the right opportunity to strike. Saying that, she took out the two Ghoul Lord's equipment that Joyu had given her. These two pieces of equipment are mine, please help me get it out of the way first as well, I'm going to exchange it for life one. Yours? Sume didn't expect Lin Shiryun to actually take out 2 pieces of silver-level equipment, and was immediately a bit surprised, but then quickly reacted and hurriedly put them away. Okay, leave it to me. Boom! The 3 left, and soon the entire villa was ablaze with a raging fire. It didn't take long for a vehicle from the sheriff's department to speed by. What's going on? Why is there such a big fire here? Get in there and see if there's anyone in here. Report, it's bad, there are many corpses inside. One of them seems to be the chief of City Defense Bureau, Wu Xingchang. What? Call the sheriff general. A series of hurried announcements were soon followed by a limousine speeding in from the distance. One of them, a middle-aged man with white hair and hale and hearty country face, walked down, striding towards the villa with a cigar in his mouth. This person is the chief of security, LV-49 Zhang Jigang. Hiss. Zhang Ji just stepped into it, first twitching his nose, and suddenly frowning. Undead power? Could it be those dogs from the Creation Society? In the Undead Valley, light flickered above the skeleton throne, and Zhou Yu's figure reappeared. See my lord. The Avanti soul flame pulsed and bowed respectfully to Zhou Yu. Avanti, has there been anything unusual in the time I've been away? Zhou Yu nodded slightly and asked about the situation here as usual. My lord, during the time you were away, we managed to subdue the newborn ghouls within the tundra graveyard and grew in power. There was excitement in Avanti's tone. We're trying to expand our territory beyond the tundra graveyard. Nice. Zhou Yu appreciated a sentence. Then can there be any gains? This. Don't stammer, say what you have to say. When Zhou Yu saw the other party look like this, he knew something was wrong. The skeleton soldiers and ghouls that were just sent out to explore were nearly wiped out. Avanti said a little nervously. What? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. An existence that could make both the skeleton soldiers and the ghouls teams wiped out should not be a simple existence. What's beyond the tundra graveyard? Crypt demon. Crypt demons? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. He had also read about the abyssal beings today. The crypt demon was a kind of undead creature similar to a giant spider formed after its death. The piercing and spider attacks that it specialized in, its own power, although not bad, was not so great that it would wipe out the entire team. He broke off immediately. Impossible. Say, what else? Zhou Yu looked at Avanti with this look of wanting to say something, and suddenly his tone became stern. Come on. There, dragon. What? Zhou Yu's face changed in an instant. Chapter 31 Frostwraith Dragon Bone Exile. Dragons? Zhou Yu believed that Avanti didn't have the guts to lie, and he stroked his chin in deep thought. Dragons, no matter which world they were in, were the embodiment of top-level battle power, and even though he was stronger now than before, he could not possibly be a match for a dragon. If it really was a dragon appearing here, then his current territory would be in danger. Can you determine what kind of dragon it is? Zhou Yu asked. No, can't be sure. Avanti tried to explain. It came quickly, flapping its massive bony wings, but left again so quickly we don't know where it is or if it's just passing through. Zhou Yu violently stood up from above his seat in one go. The situation was urgent, he could not wait. It wasn't his style to sit back and wait, so Zhou Yu decided to check things out for himself. My lord, where are you going? Avanti asked carefully. You don't need to worry about it, guard the territory. Zhou Yu quickly stepped out of the Valley of the Undead and onto the top of the tundra graveyard. Traveling to the edge of the area that Avanti had spoken of, he saw a stretch of hillside and woods emerge. And at this moment, Zhou Yu just took a glance and saw that the place that was harmed by the giant dragon spit. Right at the location of the hillside woods, a full dozens of meters had been completely frozen by the spitting breath, which was mixed with an incomparably thick undead aura, completely destroying all the souls of everything. At the place destroyed by the spit, Zhou Yu could still clearly see several spider-like undead creatures that were over a meter in size and frozen into ice sculptures. Crypt demons, Zhou Yu recognized that these undead creatures that could dig holes in the ground and even spit silk, the lowest level would have to be over LV-15. Now, just under a mouthful of the other party's spit, he had been completely killed. Zhou Yu found a high ground and looked towards the inside of the rolling hillside, but did not find any other traces left behind by the giant dragon's spit. Just passing through, perhaps? With such doubts, Zhou Yu quietly stalked towards the depths of the mountains and forests. He did not intend to start a war now, so he traveled very carefully. Together with the fact that he himself was originally an undead, the journey was uneventful. After consecutively going over several short mountain ranges, Zhou Yu did not find the shadow of the giant dragon's lair. This made him feel slightly relieved. It seemed that he shouldn't have to worry about an evil dragon being his neighbor and thus threatening his life. It's so far, it's hundreds of kilometers, isn't it? Zhou muttered to himself in his heart as he prepared to return to the Undead Valley. However, just as he turned around, suddenly, in the distance, within one of the tallest peaks, a low dragon's roar was heard. Ow! Hiss! Zhou sucked in cold air and violently prostrated himself under the rock. Immediately afterward, he saw the most shocking scene he had seen until he came to this world. A huge dragon with an icy blue color emanating from its body spread its wings and swooped down from its position at the top of the mountain. In addition to the coldness that seemed to be able to freeze everything, the other party's pair of eyes, however, flickered not with a ghostly green color, but with a blood-red color. Swish! The other party flew high as if letting the wind out, and before swooping down, that mouthful of spit was spewed out less than 50 meters away from Zhou. Roar! After completely freezing a large area of trees and rocks to death, that giant dragon only flew back to the top of the mountain with satisfaction, roaring up to the sky as if swearing its sovereignty. And while it was flying by, Zhou happened to tap the exclamation mark above its head. Frostwraith Phantom Dragon Bone Exile. Race, Undead. Level, LV70. Life, 170W. Magic, 85W. Attack, 1.8W 2.2W. Defense, 500 physical resistance 67% magic resistance 70%. Words, Frost Cold Spread Red, Resonance of the Dead Red, Dragon's Body Purple, Frost Wreck Dragon's Breath Red, Frozen Realm Purple, Dragon's Language Deconstructed Blue. Hiss. Zhou's body couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't fear, but excitement, the excitement that came from seeing the information about this huge dragon. This is the dragon? Not only was the level as high as 70, not to mention, there were actually so many words floating around on his body. What was even more terrifying was that the other party actually had purple words, and there were still 2 of them. Gray, white, green, blue, red, purple, gold. Since Zhou had come to this world, the best he had seen was the blue phrase, but even so, he didn't know how many levels away from the purple phrase, let alone the higher gold phrase. Now, not only did he see it, he even saw 2 at once. And there are quite a few red words among the remaining words, not to mention the rest. These words, no matter which one was able to obtain, the increase in one's battle power could not be described in words. Longing, overwhelming longing. However, Zhou was also very sensible. He knew that the current version of himself could not possibly be a match for the giant dragon. The opponent was afraid that all he needed was one bite of pounce and he would be directly finished. Boldly, Zhou cautiously approached towards that mountain peak again. He wanted to see how the other party's lair was and if there were any other giant dragons present. If there was more than one, then he had only one option, and that was to move, and it had to be as far away as possible. Avanti waited anxiously within the Valley of the Undead, and after an unknown amount of time, he suddenly saw that a morose white figure stepped into the place. Ah! My lord, you have returned at last. Avanti rushed to meet him. If you don't come back, I'm afraid. Zhou glanced at him. If this guy had flesh and blood, he would probably have to take a small gold man almost. So worried about me, why don't I see you out looking for me? Zhou said as he sat down on top of the skeleton throne. Avanti smiled sarcastically. Ahem, I remember my lord's account fondly, and guard this place for my lord's return. My lord, you saw the dragon? See, it's a LV70 level big guy, it's hard to deal with. LV70? My god. Avanti let out a frightened gasp. So, what do we do? Cool. Zhou glanced at him. Don't expand for now, continue to hibernate and wait for the right time. Timing? What timing? Avanti froze and subconsciously asked. That's out of your hands. Zhou actually had an idea on the way back. I have to say, his exploration this time, too rewarding, especially the last location near the dragon nest, not only found that Frost Skeleton Phantom Dragon only one, but also found. But no matter what, it wasn't something he could deal with right now. However, Zhou had his own plan. He was going to try out his word editing function first, or at least wait until the end of the copy before thinking of a way to do so. With this in mind, Zhou no longer thought much about it, but opened his panel with a thought. It didn't matter that he opened it, he realized that his system panel had actually changed. Everything else remains the same, mainly the word column, which is no longer a single word, but labeled with the number. For example, the spliced words that you previously acquired on your own are now labeled quantity 5 on the back. What does that mean? Meaning, he could use these base words and freely edit other words, and not have to worry about his valued words disappearing permanently after being consumed. Understanding this, Joyu was instantly relieved and began to select words for editing attempts. Ding! With Skeleton Swordsman summoning as the main focus, the fusion of words is complete, obtaining Skeleton Swordsman summoning. Ding! With Sword Chi Heavy Slash as the main focus, the fusion of words is complete, obtaining Sword Chi Super Heavy Slash Green. Ding! With Spiteful Hiss as the main, fusion of words is complete, obtaining Spiteful Hiss Green. After many attempts, Joyu came up with several characteristics of word editing. First, the probability of successful fusion evolution or enhancement is related to the quality of the fusion word. The higher the quality of the fusion word, the higher the probability of evolution and enhancement. Second, low-quality words need to be accumulated through volume before fusion evolution can be accomplished. Third, the direction of evolution is positively correlated with the main phrase, so you don't have to worry about 1,000 different words. Fourth, once the fusion evolves a new word, it does not affect the existence of the original master word, but simply consumes the fused word. Roughly these points down, Joyu looked at the various words in his system list and began to edit them continuously. In the end, after consuming all the words he had harvested from the chief of the City Defense Bureau, he managed to create 3 brand new words. Chapter 32, 3 Mutant Words, Copy Difficulty, Nightmare Level. The 3 new phrases are Stygian Sword Chi Chop Blue, Inferno Wolfpack Royalty Blue, and Holy Inferno Bladestorm Red. These 3, is Joyu consumed their own 99% of the feeling temporarily cannot use the words to the fusion of 3 brand new words. Joyu called them variant words. Among them, Underworld Inflammation Sword Chi Chop Blue is a blue phrase born from the Sword Chi Heavy Chop fusing most of the remaining Underworld Fire Blast phrases. Joyu tried it, and its own power. Not only is it farther than the previous Sword Chi Heavy Chop by nearly 3 times, it can even come with Underworld Inflammation Scorch effect, which is terrifying in its power. As for the phrase, Inflammatory Wolfpack Royalty Blue, it came from that inflammation controller's Wuxiong, the unique, inflammatory spirit summoning, skill on the other party, which itself summoned 2 fire elemental guards to help him in battle. Joyu initially tried a few times without making much progress, and eventually fused the useless Wolfpack unity phrase with a single heartbeat. Unexpectedly, he directly obtained the brand new Inferno Wolfpack Royalty Blue phrase, which allowed him to summon 7 flame giant wolves for combat at once. Not only was it stronger than the previous fire elemental, but it could even have the effect of the previous Wolfpack royalty at the same time. It gave Joyu a feeling of a stuffed horse knowing that it was not a blessing. As for the final, Holy Inferno Bladestorm Red, it was the only red phrase that Joyu had obtained, and it was also the first red phrase that he had obtained. This main phrase was from Wu Xingchang's Inferno Blade World Dance, and after fusing almost all the mage phrases he had decimated, he had managed to evolve a terrifying phrase with the dual attributes of sacredness and flame. It is also these 2 attributes that make it successful in the red word. After consuming all of his words, Joyu did not stop, but instead set his eyes on the Skeleton Swordsman summoning word. He thought about either continuing to fuse it, or maybe creating the next level of words, Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman summoning. But there were a lot of words that wanted to be fused in this case, and the current crop of skeleton mages on his territory had been killed. I'm afraid it's unrealistic to want to reach that level in a short period of time. For the rest of the ways, Joyu thought of going to the Demon Monk's Zen Garden to fuse those words, and then he might be able to create new mutated words. Both paths he kept, depending on which was easier to achieve. While Joyu's side was busy, Lin Shiyun returned home and stayed with her grandmother and sister for the entire night. After this incident, her entire temperament had changed quite a bit, stronger than before, more introspective, with a cooler temperament. Shiyun, it's time to eat. The bedroom door pushed open and Grandma called out with a probe. Coming, Grandma. Lin Shiyun revealed a sweet smile, and it was only when she was facing someone close to her that she would reveal her own portion of innocence. Jingle bells. The phone rang during dinner. Lin Shiyun looked at it, her heart moved slightly, and she found a quiet place to connect. Hey, Sister Sume. Shiyun, did you see the news? Look, thanks Sister Sume. Lin Shiyun had seen on the news early in the morning that a villa had caught fire, in which the chief of city defense and his family had died tragically. One even saw an interview with Su Mei and Su Xiaochang. It was the other 2 who took the initiative to report the incident to the police before they were interviewed, which, coupled with the identity of the other party, managed to sweep the whole incident under the carpet. Thank me for what? Sume smiled. What I mean is that the case is not fully characterized, but we can't just wait around, that would in turn make people suspicious. Better yet, it's time for an upgrade. Good, I have this plan too, Sister Sume, then we'll meet at the replica in 2 hours? Good. Also, I have good news for you. Good news? What good news? Lin Shiryun froze, thinking what good news could there be at this time? I sold those 2 pieces of equipment you handed me. The merchant bank that acquired them said that they were actually very rare out of print silver equipment, and acquired them at a price 3 times higher than the usual market price. 3 times higher? Lin Shiryun's voice rose. As far as she knew, an ordinary bronze equipment is more than 100,000 up and down, and silver level is even more than 500,000 to start, and the other party said triple, that is 1.5 million up. Yeah. Where the hell did you get this equipment? The Chamber of Commerce boss said that he's willing to pay a high price for any more of these. Sume's tone in the phone was unbelievable. She didn't even think that this silver equipment would be so valuable. Especially when that Chamber of Commerce boss saw the 2 runes of lords printed on it. That expression of surprise was something he had never seen in his life. Oh yeah, thank the Chamber of Commerce boss for me. Lin Shiryun also didn't know where Zhou Yu had gotten the equipment from, so she could only choose to avoid answering. I'll take care of it. You'll be able to get a total of about $3 million in now. I meant to ask if you're going to switch to Life 1 for all of them? Recently there is said to be a newly developed Life 2, want to try it? Try, Sister Sume, please help me change all the money into Life 2. Hearing this, Lin Shiryun said without the slightest hesitation. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. More than an hour later, Sume and Su Xiaochang both came at the same time, and also brought the newly developed Life 2 together. After Lin Mo tried it, the effect was stronger than number 1, which made the whole family exceptionally happy. At this point, Lin Shiryun became even more determined to enter the copy and left the house with Sume and the 2 of them. Smoothly arriving at the Magic Monk Zen Garden replica hall, Sume looked at Lin Shiryun and asked, Shiryun, we're choosing the dangerous level this time? I suppose so. Lin Shiryun thought for a moment, why don't I summon him over and ask? Good thing too. Sume nodded her head. After all, the other party was the real main force of the copy. Although the normal level copy was cleared before, it was still a bit of a struggle to rely on Zhou Yu alone. If the other party asked to brush up on the normal level again, they would be perfectly fine with that. Aha! Nodding her head, Lin Shiryun then launched her summoning spell directly in the corner. Buzz! As the summoning gate opened, Zhou Yu's figure reappeared. When Lin Shiryun saw Zhou Yu, she slightly bent down as a greeting, and then tentatively asked, we're going to enter the copy. You said last time that you wanted to change the difficulty. I don't know which difficulty to change. Difficulty? Zhou Yu pondered for a moment and suddenly probed his hand to grab Lin Shiryun's small hand. Ah! The sudden scene caught Lin Shiryun a bit off guard and she let out a gasp of surprise. Zhou Yu blankly glanced at her without any good humor, lifting his finger and starting to stroke it amongst the other party's palm. It was the first time Lin Shiryun had been grabbed by someone's palm like this, and immediately her heart jumped uncontrollably, but she soon realized that Zhou Yu was actually writing on her palm. How many levels of difficulty? A moment later, Lin Shiryun understood what Zhou Yu meant. Normal, dangerous, and nightmare. So what's the choice? It must be a nightmare. Zhou Yu directly wrote down the difficulty he had determined. Chapter 33, Do you wish to attain immortality? What? Nightmare level? Both of them, Sume, couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they heard the difficulty. This, Mr. Zhou, isn't it a bit hasty? Su Xiaoqian carefully said. Want to think about it again? Starting at the danger level? Yes, Mr. Zhou, it said that the nightmare level is the highest difficulty for a first-turn novice. It's equivalent to a true abyssal environment, and many people even suspect that it leads directly into one of the abyss's crevices, so even if this is a plot copy, one should still be careful. Sume also said with the same gravity, in her opinion, Zhou Yu's previous performance, entering into a nightmare-level copy was no different from sending someone to their death. It was just said in a somewhat euphemistic manner. Zhou Yu didn't say anything, but continued to raise his hand to write a few words on Lin Shiryun's palm. Lin Shiryun paused and looked at Sume and Su Xiaoqian. He said if you were worried, you could go by yourselves. Sume and Su Xiaochang both froze at once. They had seen rushing, they had not seen talking so rushing. No, we're just being nice. After all, if people are in danger, it's a matter of life and death. Su Xiaochang was a bit aggrieved and was about to open his mouth to defend a few sentences, but before he finished his words, he was directly interrupted by Sume. We believe in Mr. Zhou. Sis, you? Su Xiaochang stared at this sister of his with wide eyes. We believe in Mr. Zhou's strength, leave the tickets to us. After saying that she didn't wait for Su Xiaochang to react, she pulled the other party towards the direction of the replica hall. Sis, did you really promise to enter the nightmare level? That's a nightmare level. Su Xiaochang asked as he followed Su Mei. Xiaochang, you can't treat it like a skeleton soldier, you can treat him like a person like us, not a summon. Su Mei said gruffly, since we chose to befriend Lin Shiyun, we can't give up on this opportunity. The two of us are gifted professions with, frankly, average potential, and the only way to go further is to put it on him. While I don't think he'll be able to pass the nightmare level, I'm willing to bet on it. Bet? Su Xiaoqiang was incredulous. Yeah, betting that he won't drag Lin Shiyun to his death. Su Mei said, since you've made a bet, don't say anything to make him unhappy out of it, and don't do anything to make him resent his behavior, understand? I got it. Sis. Su Xiaoqiang nodded seriously. You don't believe me either? Zhou Yu wrote on Lin Shiyun's poem. Lin Shiyun saw this but shook her head, I believe you. Why? Because you saved my life, and for whatever reason, even if it means death, I'm willing to stay with you. Between the two exchanges, the news of Su Mei purchasing the tickets directly sparked a furor in the replica hall. What? Someone actually dared to buy a nightmare-class demon monk Zen garden? Crazy? How dare you go for a nightmare level when the clearance rate for the danger level is less than 20% so far? This is looking at the first pass reward for never getting through at nightmare level, isn't it? Every year there's a bunch of senders of death, no surprises there. As they spoke, the crowd had already followed Su Mei and found the three of them, Lin Shiyun. Seeing these three people, there were instantly people who reacted and exclaimed in shock. No way, isn't this the same Squad 38 that set the record earlier? Really? I remember it seems like a few of the neighboring third-rank guilds were alarmed and came over to look for them. As the crowd was discussing, several figures appeared in front of Lin Shiyun and Su Mei one after another. Hello, I'm a member of the Third Order Guild Misty Guild, are the three of you interested in joining our guild? You can be given the treatment of an elite member directly. A middle-aged man smiled. Hello, I'm a member of the Valor Guild, which is also a third-ranked guild, and joining our guild will only result in higher treatment than theirs. An older woman next to her laughed. What's wrong with the Valor Guild? How much higher can the treatment be than our Misty Guild? The middle-aged man next to him instantly retorted when he heard this. Tell me about it? Humph, not only do we Valor give elite member treatment, but we can also give the three of you a direct matching set of bronze suits. Bronze set? Hiss, this set mustn't be $1 million. The crowd around him was shocked to hear this. Upon hearing this, both Su Mei and Su Xiaochang's eyes lit up. Their talent was here. If they were able to make it to the top of the Third Order Guild, they would at least be able to climb up to their father's position. But they both turned their heads to Lin Shiyun, and the decision obviously had to wait for the other to make. I'm sorry, we still have to enter the duplicate, we're not going to join the guild for now. And enter a copy? Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned, feeling that Lin Shiyun was too crazy. The older woman who opened her mouth frowned, little girl, let me remind you that the nightmare class copy clearance rate is currently 0, so don't lose your head for the first pass reward. Yeah, join the guild, we can take you to brush up on dangerous levels, passes are guaranteed and upgrades are fast, how great is that? Lin Shiyun shook her head, no, I have my own plans, please make way. Seeing how determined she was, the two persuasive guildsmen didn't stop her, but they both shook their heads, clearly not favoring the two. Nowadays, people are still young and self-righteous. Not bad, do you really think that a mere skeleton will be able to pass the nightmare level? Pity. In the face of the crowd's comments, Lin Shiyun didn't pay the slightest attention and came directly to the entrance of the replica. Buzz. As the trio disappeared, the replica lobby screen jumped right to the first location. Sequence 01, Captain Lin Shiyun, Nightmare Difficulty, 3-player book, time starts. Buzz. Zhou Yu similarly felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and when he regained his vision again, he realized that he was already within a desolate and dilapidated Zen garden, which was completely different from the normal difficulty of the first time. Why did you come right in? Zhou Yu looked around and realized that the surrounding arrangement was actually much better than the normal difficulty. Enclosure walls towering, rooms intact, only the center of this towering hall because of the traces of age slightly mottled. The sky was as dim as evening. The towering trees on either side swayed in the wind like tentacles with teeth and claws, waiting for their prey. Before the crowd could react, suddenly an eerie, hoarse voice resounded throughout the entire Zen garden and beyond. The world only says it is good to practice Buddhism, but who can become a Buddha? Where can I get eternal life if I don't become a Buddha? Venerable masters, do you want to achieve long life? Within the incomparably dim Zen garden, this sound suddenly rang out, like hands on the neck from behind, causing one's scalp to tingle. But Sume's three raised their eyes and looked around, but they still did not see half a shadow of the source of the sound. Just at this moment, the originally tightly closed main door of the main hall, and even the four side doors on both sides all opened in unison from the inside out. Snap! The dark hall, the ghostly candle flame reflected a bewildering number of kneeling silhouettes. The next moment, these silhouettes turned around in unison, countless pairs of eyes flickered with red aura, reflecting countless miserable white partial space. They grinned, and asked questions at the same time. Venerable masters, do you want to achieve long life? Chapter 34 Mind Link, opening on a big move? Countless pairs of pupils with flashing red auras looked at the crowd, and there were still weird smiles on their faces as they kept asking questions. Just this scene alone makes one's scalp tingle. Is this the real Devil Monk Zen Garden? Why are there so many people? No, so many ghosts. Before the words fell, the echoes from before grew louder and louder, and a figure with a face full of demonic lines suddenly stood up, and one by one, they rushed out of the great hall, with a weird smile on their mouths, and frantically moved towards Joyu and the others. Snap! The door of the Zen garden, which was originally still open, was even directly closed at this time. Oh no, the gate is closed and we can't even get out of the battlefield now, which leaves no way to terminate the copy. Sume exclaimed when she saw this scene. And at the same time, the densely packed demonized monks had already surrounded the crowd. Sis, what's with the numbers? Su Xiaochang's face showed a look of horror. More than that, did you see that the lowest level is over 18, and level 20s abound? Sume frowned. But Lin Shiyun, who was on the side, suddenly looked at Joyu, who was standing there motionless. Don't worry, just trust him. Sume and Su Xiaochang looked at Lin Shiyun with some surprise, feeling that the other party seemed different from before. And at this moment, Lin Shiyun took out her staff and was preparing to cast a skill. Wait! Sume raised her hand and waved it, handing the staff that Wu Xiong controlled to the other party. This is a silver staff, much better than the one you have. There's no one else here, use it first. Yes. Lin Shiyun didn't push back and took the staff, and immediately felt a strong wave of magic power feeding back from it. Swish! She raised her hand and a ray of light fell, directly hitting Joyu, summoning skill, Blessed Light. Immediately after Lin Shiyun waved her staff again, Joyu only felt a coolness sweep through his mind, somewhat comfortable. Psychic Link boosts one's mental attributes by 10% for a short period of time, strengthening the link between the summoner and the summoned object. It was the first time that Joyu felt the skills that Lin Shiyun had cast, and he subconsciously looked back at the other party, realizing for the first time that the other party was not a useless face either. Seeing his familiar old friend getting closer and closer, Joyu did not hesitate and similarly summoned his old friend. Skeleton Swordsman Summoning. 40 channels? That's a larger number than before. Su Xiaochang was relieved to see these familiar figures. Not enough at all. Sume was fully armed with silver equipment, her long sword held tightly in her hand, ready to fight at any time. The number of nightmare-level wild monsters is more than 3 times more than our normal level, and there are only 10 more skeleton swordsmen, so it's definitely not enough. What then? Su Xiaoqiang inquired. We both need to join in, we can't just watch. Sume said in a deep voice. But right at this moment, Joyu, who was on the side, swept his long sword and suddenly patted her. You too, protect her. Joyu pointed at Lin Shiyun. Okay, Mr. Zhou, we'll listen to your arrangement. Hearing this, Sume nodded heavily as if she had found a leader, and Su Xiaochang stood on both sides of Lin Shiyun, shielding her. At the same time, completely different from before, the 40 skeleton swordsmen summoned by Joyu did not directly charge, but instead surrounded the 3 of them, forming another layer of protection. To this point, he raised the long sword in his hand and held it aloft. Buzz! Above his head, in an instant, a ghostly green flame began to coalesce, turning into a huge fireball falling through the air in an instant. Styrofoam Blast is activated. Boom boom boom. Against this dense distribution of wild monsters, Stygian Blast was nothing short of a godly skill. Large swaths of bloody damage erupted directly from all the demonized monks, terrifying damage values. Even those who had reached LV20 could not withstand the triple strike outburst. In just this short moment, upgraded rays of light rose one after another on the 3 people, including Sume. Sume LV19, Su Xiaoqiang LV15, Lin Shiyun LV17. As the captain of the team, Lin Shiyun became the biggest beneficiary of this harvest, wildly soaring 2 levels, has already surpassed Su Xiaoqiang, even if Sume is not far away. Even though the 3 of them upgraded in unison, there wasn't much elation on their faces, quite the contrary, they showed unprecedented worry. "Sis, what's going to happen back there if you put this trick to use so early?" Su Xiaoqiang said sharply, unable to stop the worry rising within him. "There are still spiteful monk souls and cursed believers behind us, and judging by the situation, the number must be even greater than this one. What are we going to do without the magical attacks? Hopefully, Mr. Zhou has his own arrangements, right?" "Right?" Sume said and looked at Lin Shiyun. That nervousness about the unknown surfaced on the other's face once again. I don't know, no, I believe in him, it's going to be okay." Lin Shiyun subconsciously said, but suddenly remembering all of Zhou Yu's previous behavior, she regained her firmness. "Watch out, there's a leak." Her reminder caused Sume to react, sweeping out the long sword in her hand in one swift motion. Pust. Thumbs up. Sume's siblings cooperated with each other, and soon the leakage was completely solved. A sense of fulfillment in battle washed over me. And at this moment, the hull that suffered from the Stygian flame explosion boom was directly hit and destroyed in half, and only then did Zhou Yu see that inside, a big-bellied Buddha statue was smiling and sitting on a plate, and right underneath the statue, an old monk in a surplice was sitting on a plate there. Even though what Zhou Yu had seen was only the back, he instantly recognized that the other party was that final boss, the Demon Monk Academy master. Zhou Yu did not move, but allowed the remaining demonized monks to be taken care of by the skeletal swordsman. Instead, he opened his system panel with his free time and moved to use the word editing function to start editing. Anyway, so many words were enough for him to splurge on, maybe he could get a whole new one out of it. Not waiting for these demonized monks to be completely removed, Zhou Yu suddenly discovered that countless grievous monks drifted out from them, and at the same time, the compartments on both sides were all opened, and countless dead souls of cursed believers similarly drifted in. Only those who believe in my demon ancestor will have eternal life. What is the use of mercy? What's the use of saving suffering? If you don't believe in the devil ancestor, you and others, all must die. Ha ha ha. All must die. Buzz. As this bizarre loud laughter came, all the spiteful monks actually roared directly, as if they were instantly energized by the evil frenzy, and their surrounding battle strength soared even more drastically. HM? How come I haven't encountered this skill before? Zhou Yu was slightly stunned. Did the nightmare-level copy have an unexpected surprise? A brand new phrase? He had originally thought that this was simply brushing monsters, but he had never expected that it would actually add skills that had not appeared before. Fresh. Countless shrill whistles sounded simultaneously from the mouths of the spiteful monks, and in the next moment, Zhou Yu only felt that his soul had been shaken, and he actually experienced a brief moment of dizziness. By the time he came back to his senses from the dizziness, the countless cursed believers actually rushed forward and lunged towards Zhou Yu's body. Zhou Yu looked at the cursed believer lying on his body and tearing himself apart, revealing surprise. I didn't think these guys would actually know how to cooperate. Good thing I'm better prepared. As he muttered to himself, Zhou Yu looked at the dead souls that were tearing at him, and his thoughts moved. Magic Shield Green is activated. Chapter 35 Yen Wolfpack Royalty, taking the boss straight to the boss. Zhou Yu had killed more people in the villa than he could count himself before. There had to be at least dozens of them, and the words he had acquired were naturally quite a few. Other than editing for consumption, he kept one of the rest that he found useful. Just in time. Now it comes in handy. As a translucent shield of magical energy rose from within, it took on an oval shape wrapping around the entire body and spreading outward. The cursed believer who was still on top of him was directly pushed away by this power. The cursed believers who were ejected from the shield at once were not harmed, and they only paused before charging up again like mad dogs. Luckily, Zhou Yu would not suffer any real damage until the shield was depleted. He slightly inclined his head to look behind him. Not far away, Lin Shiyun was being protected by Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, and was under siege from several cursed believers. Even due to the stun effect of the spiteful hiss just now, all 3 of them took nearly 2 seconds of attack. In just 2 seconds, a third of the blood was declared gone. This much, sis, I can't hold it much longer. Su Xiaoqiang reacted, and after being hit with several attacks in a row, his blood level even dropped directly to half blood. Drop and get high. Su Mei slashed a cursed believer with her sword and reminded him sharply. Where's the time? The first time Su Xiaochang was faced with such a large number of attacks, he had already lost his temper, not to mention that more and more cursed believers had already surrounded towards them. Hang in there even if you don't have time. As Sume said on her lips, her heart similarly began to sink. She felt that Zhou Yu had still underestimated the difficulty of the nightmare level copy too much. The vertigo alone was enough to overwhelm them. Ho ho! Seeing that several figures of cursed believers had already rushed in, together with the 6 they were now fending off, they had already reached a life-threatening juncture. Wrapped in demonic tattoos, hissing with a face full of dullness and a gait that was like the soul of a maddened cursed believer, he rushed forward. Sume's heart sank, and a touch of despair couldn't help but rise up. But right at this moment, a fire suddenly flashed past her eyes, and in the next moment, the cursed believer who was still charging forward let out a painful scream from his mouth, followed by a blazing fire burning up and down his body. 289. 301. 216. After a quick jump of a series of numbers, the cursed believer that had made her despair just a moment ago disappeared completely. This is settled? Seconds? Incredulity flashed through Sume's mind. Where did this flame come from? Her eyes looked towards the front, and she saw a giant wolf that was nearly 2 meters long and whose body was made entirely of flames hissing as it charged into the group of cursed believers in front of her. Flaming giant wolves? Sume exclaimed in shock. She remembered that Lin Shiyun had only just completed her first turn. Even if a summoner, she would have to wait for the second turn to be able to open the second summoning position. Since it's not Lin Shiyun, it can only be. When Sume subconsciously turned around, she saw a scene that she would never forget. Right beside Zhou Yu, a series of 6 giant wolves with the same flames as just now were hissing and charging into the army of cursed believers, passing through like nobody's business, with nothing but screams. He actually summoned 7 more flame giant wolves? Sume's shocked words caused Su Xiaochang and Lin Shiyun to react in the same way, and the expressions on their faces when they saw the scene were the same as hers. Just how many skills does he know? Su Xiaochang was already numb. It looks like a fire magician's fire elemental summoning, but it's a wolf? Lin Shiyun said, but her plump chest rose and fell violently for a moment. How did he know fire magic? The undead. That's an undead skeleton. Fire magic was a natural nemesis to it, but now, the other party had cast fire magic, and it was so powerful. This is simply outrageous. His mom too outrageous. Open the door, outrageous to the home. All 3 wanted answers, but the answer could only be silence. While the 3 were silent, Zhou Yu had already watched the 7 flaming giant wolves fight recklessly among them. Their own physical damage was amazing. On the contrary, their bodies were full of flames. They were simply a dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Originally, that fire elemental summoning should only be considered a skill obtained by a second-turn professional, but now after the mutation, it had directly morphed to a third-turn level. Zhou Yu was even able to feel that as his strength increased, both the damage of the flame giant wolf and the number of summons would increase. Eyeing the steady stream of ghosts being exterminated around him, Zhou Yu even had the presence of mind to stop and observe his surroundings. Within that great hall, the boss courtyard master remained impassive, chanting continuously there. The inexplicable hooting and hollering continued to resonate around them. Strange. Zhou Yu couldn't help but look at the hall with some doubt. How is it that the number of resentful monk souls is much more than the demonized monks? The demonized monks he had previously exterminated were at most 300 to 500 up and down, and these monk souls he saw in front of him were already more than that, and there were even monk souls that kept pouring out from the great hall. If you add in the cursed believers in the side compartments, this number is almost the same, not to mention over 2,000. According to reason, with so many ghosts dying, the entire Zen garden should be littered with corpses and bones, but now, the entire Zen garden was clean. Where was the scene of white bones? Is it just a copy bug? Can't the logic close the loop? Shaking his head, Zhou Yu decided not to think about it anymore. Since the boss was right in front of him, this place could be completely handed over to the Inferno Wolves to clear out, and in order to save time, he could completely take the initiative to enter it and finish off the boss directly. You stay here and don't move. Zhou Yu turned his head and gave Lin Shiyun a hand gesture. You, where are you going? Lin Shiyun's face changed slightly and she said with a bit of worry. The situation inside the hall is a little different from our first entry. You rush into it, I'm afraid. Hey, listen to me finish off. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Zhou Yu had already turned his head, striding towards the middle of the hall. Bang! With every step he took, armor began to emerge around and above his body, and in an instant, he had transformed into a heavily armored skeletal swordsman. Ow! When the surrounding crowded resentful monk souls saw Zhou appear, they subconsciously opened their mouths and were about to let out a resentful hiss. However, before they could speak, Zhou took the initiative to open his mouth. Spiteful hiss is activated. Roar. Invisible fluctuations of resentment spread out, stiffly interrupting the other party's hiss of resentment. Before the other party could react, the large sword in Zhou's hand had already swung out. Styrofoam sword chi slash is activated. Snort. A nearly 10-meter-long blazing sword light swung out violently from above his sword blade. Wherever it passed, it carried a horrifying flame burn, and a resentful monk soul that hadn't yet had time to move was hard evaporated and killed in seconds under this sword. And at this moment, Zhou's footsteps suddenly accelerated, his feet stepping on the blistering wind wolf steps, like a phantom passing through the spiteful monk souls, and arriving directly in front of the Demon Monk Academy master. It's time to end this. Indifferently muttering to himself, the large sword in Zhou's hand suddenly chopped out. Chapter 36 The shock of the swirling dance of the inflaming blade. Is it really over? Styrofoam sword chi chop. Swish. The blazing sword light with flames chopped out from Zhou's hand at once, tearing apart all the resentful monk souls in its way in just a flash, and landing directly on the Demon Monk Institution master who was cross-legged on the ground. Thumbs up. In an instant, the Demon Monk Academy master was completely engulfed by the flames, and his entire person was transformed into a flaming man. Unlike the last time, this time the Demon Monk Academy master burned and slowly stood up from the ground, his mouth whispering like a maniac. I have chanted all my life, but not as much as the evil of human nature. I have been compassionate all my life, but I cannot universalize the square inch. In the midst of the roaring flames, a Vajra figure that was even larger than before gradually solidified. When the flames burned out, the two-headed, four-armed body of over 4 meters reappeared. Fix it? The tone above the humanoid head was filled with mockery. Humph, believe in my demon ancestor to live forever. Roar. Between the angry roars, the blackthorn magic pattern on his body actually came out of his body, like tentacles attacking towards Zhou. Dang! The giant shield in Zhou's hand heavily crashed through the two tentacles, but there were no ripples in his eyes. Demon Monk Master Second Form, Demonized Vajra Boss. Race, Demon. Level, LV 30. Life, 20,000. Magic, 7,800. Attack, 750-850. Defense, 35. Magic resistance 15%. Words, Intermediate Martial Body Green, Magic Whistle Green, Group Magicalization Blue, Advanced Stick Technique Blue, Intermediate Magicalization Blue, Magical Grievance Prison Blue, Magical Touch Blue. Good guy. After checking the other party's information, Zhou found that the original demonized Vajra form had actually improved again, and not only did the blood volume skyrocket to the point of 20,000. And 2 more blue words. The group demonization from before had already been seen, and this black demonic tentacle that kept extending out in front of him should be a brand new phrase. Thumbs up. Zhou raised his hand and chopped out with a sword, directly cutting off one of the flying magic tattoo tentacles. However, before he could be happy, the broken magic tattoo twisted and grew like a worm, and in an instant, it was as good as new. Snap. A demonic tentacle lashed at Zhou's body, directly surfacing a 300 damage value above his head. Knowing that Zhou was now over 32 points of defense value, how strong would an attack that could inflict such damage on him have to be? These magical tentacles were like the black form of venom, striking one after another, constantly consuming Zhou from a distance. And if Zhou rushed closer, the other party still had both fists and the Zen staff, the demon surrender mortar and pestle to strike. As a whole, it can be described as neither long-range nor melee. On the contrary, the resentful monk souls outside that had already been almost purged appeared to be under much less pressure, and both Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, Lin Shiyun glanced their eyes here from time to time. This boss is actually this strong? It has means from near and far? Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed. This is a nightmare-level copy, likely close to the most realistic abyssal scene. Of course it's strong. Su Mei looked at Zhou being restrained. I wonder if I can block it. Hold on tight until this place is cleared and those wolves can help continue the cleanup. Lin Shiyun saw the flaming giant wolves rushing left and right around him. I'm afraid not. Su Mei raised her hand and pointed. Look, they're almost consumed. Lin Shiyun looked carefully and immediately realized that the flames around those giant wolves seemed to be dimmer than before, and could go out at any time if they got it wrong. What then? No way. Su Mei slashed through an onrushing cursed believer with her sword. From the moment we stepped into this place, there was no way back. Nightmare-level copies, there is no possibility of early exit, either we kill all the monsters here or get killed. Hearing this, Lin Shiryun's heart sank as she looked towards Joyu. At this moment, Joyu has already been consumed by the tentacles attack nearly half of his blood, and the Stygian sword chi chop in his hand only made the boss's blood level drop to 16,000. Why are copies hard to beat? Here was the reason: the blood volume of the bosses within the copy had an extra bonus, and even in the case of a simple blood exchange, it was not something that 1 or 2 professionals could withstand. In other words, even if Joyu emptied his own blood, at most, he would only be able to replace a third of his opponent's blood. Maybe if that big move he started with had stayed in the present. Sumei's words rang out from the side, implying that it would be difficult for Joyu to hold on without the underworld flame burst. But just at this moment, Su Xiaoqiang, who was on the side, suddenly let out a cry of alarm. You see. The two of them looked at the same time, only to see that Joyu, who had been continuously resisting, was suddenly entangled left and right by 2 tentacles, giving them a hard restriction in place. At this time, Joyu suddenly gave up struggling and didn't move a muscle. I didn't realize that your stick's words and tentacles were paired together, but it's just a shame. Joyu suddenly raised his head, and the soul fire under his helmet seemed to brighten up. It ends here. Boom boom. The ground within the entire hall suddenly shook, and in the next moment, a crack surfaced, followed by a pair of large hands flowing with magma suddenly rushing out from the ground in one go, gripping the legs of the demonized Vajra. Hand of lava? He even knows that? Seeing this familiar skill, Su Xiaoqiang almost stared his eyes out. That night in the villa, he had clearly seen Wu Xingqiang cast it off. However, before his exclamation of shock could fall, an even more shocking scene appeared. In the void, a blazing flame began to coalesce, turning instantly into a blade-like coil. A terrifying tornado of flames was formed in an instant. Inferno Blade Spinning Dance is activated. Roar! The demonized Vajra that was grabbed sensed the danger, and an uneasy agitation came out of his mouth, wanting to struggle, but the lava hand under his feet was meant for this moment, and in the end, at the moment when the lava hand shattered, the inflammatory blade swirled around and wrapped up the demonized Vajra completely. Snicker. 2105. 1892. 2134. A series of terrifying values erupted from the opponent's body one after another, and his blood level was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He. Su Xiaoqiang trembled as he pointed at Joyu, his mouth had completely stuttered. He can devour other people's skills? Sumei uttered an unbelievable possibility. Out of the corner of her eye she looked at Lin Shiryun on the side. What kind of great fortune and luck did this girl have, to actually meet such a summoned beast? How far could a skeleton soldier that could devour other people's skills grow in the future? Not waiting for her to come back to her senses, that huge boss blood had already been completely emptied, only to hear the sound of a boom, the body collapsed, and the 2 heads above the head were even chopped off by Joyu's sword and rolled down to the ground. Great, we're through! Su Xiaoqiang was so replaced by this great joy that he was almost about to dance with his hands. However, Lin Shiryun's pretty face did not have the slightest excitement, but instead looked around with an incomparable gravity. No, it's not that simple. As soon as her words fell, the entire Zen garden shook violently. Chapter 37, Death, Skeletons Can Do Sacred Magic. Click, click, click. The remaining halls seemed to be unable to withstand it, emitting creaking and crunching sounds, and some even collapsed outright. The entire Zen garden was like coming to life, constantly vibrating. What the hell is going on? Sis, it's not possible that the Zen garden is full of monsters, is it? How do I know? This vibration, it must not be the entire Zen garden, or else it would have directly killed us in seconds at the beginning. So, from where? There. Sumei and Su Xiaoqiang looked at Lin Shiryun at the same time and realized that Lin Shiryun was pointing in the direction of the main hall. When they turned their heads to look, they saw a scene of incomparable horror. That 10-meter-high seated Buddha statue, which originally had a kind brow with a smiling expression, began to tremble at this moment, and with just a click, that eyeball suddenly shattered, and a pitch-black tentacle probed out from it all at once. And this, it seems, is just the beginning. The moment the tentacle appeared, the other eye shattered at the same time, followed by the brain, the neck, the 2 ears, the mouth, the chest, the belly. This Buddha statue looked like it was hosting some kind of terrifying demon inside, finally revealing its own claws and teeth at this moment. Swish swish swish. These black demonic patterns composed of tentacles popped out one after another, causing the originally benevolent Buddha statue to become exceptionally hideous and gruesome. Offhand, at this very moment, the ejected tentacle suddenly flipped over, and a bloodshot eyeball opened up at once, covering the entire tentacle. At the same time, bits and pieces of mouths, ears, palms, toes, and even skin and flesh suddenly flipped over from within the magic pattern. It was as if they were stitched together by silk threads without any rules, and now all of them were revealed when the magic pattern turned. Ah! Believe in the demon ancestor and gain eternal life. The simultaneous shouts from all mouths finally let everyone know just who it was that haunted the entire Zen garden. Boom, click. Between the tentacles dancing, the entire Buddha statue also seemed to reach a critical point, in a moment completely collapsed. This time, the crowd only saw, by the countless tentacles attached, actually a huge piece of meat. These pieces of meat has long been rotting, which has more five senses, flesh and blood, combined with each other. This was not a Buddha statue, it was clearly a demonic creature pieced together from countless corpses. No wonder we never saw the slightest corpse appear, so it's all here. Su Xiaochang's scalp tingled as he spoke, and he couldn't help but roll over in his stomach and almost vomit at the thought of the countless corpses pieced together. No good. At that moment Lin Shiyun's exclamation interrupted his thoughts and he looked up to see. Countless horrifyingly strange tentacles popped out and wrapped Zhou Yu tightly before he could react. Zhou Yu subconsciously tried to struggle, but no matter how powerful the heavy armor on his body was, it was of no use. One could only watch as more and more tentacles entwined him. On top of the tentacles, the countless hideous mouths opened up, desperately gnawing on Zhou Yu's armor, and even ear-piercing friction could be heard. 8. 10. 7. Countless damage values began to continuously rise from Zhou Yu's body, and his blood bar was rapidly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Golem! The originally severed head of the housemaster was once again pressed against the top of the meat block, spinning with a bizarre madness and hiss. Believe in the devil ancestor and gain eternal life. Ha, screw his merits, screw his compassion. I want eternal life, ha ha ha. Between the tentacles wrapped around him, Zhou Yu looked at this indescribable lump of flesh through the gap in his helmet. Demon Golem Boss. Race, Magic. Level, LV 35. Life, 50,000. Magic, 15,000. Attack, 189-1890. Defense, 50 magic resistance 30%. Words, Deadly Grievance Pupil Blue, Grievance Devouring Blue, Magic Tattoo Touch Blue, Flesh and Blood Repair Blue, Grievance Hissing Blue, Magic Grievance Prison Blue. Terrifying amount of blood, amazing defense and magic resistance, plus countless blue words. Zhou Yu, who saw the message, instantly attributed it to a collection of all the monsters in the entire Demon Monk Zen Academy. Or perhaps the monks, the monastic souls, the believers, are all just derivatives of it. If there are no other means, it is indeed going to be planted. Zhou Yu said in a low voice, but it's okay. The soul fire in the eye sockets pulsed slightly for an instant at this moment, and in the next moment, Zhou Yu's body directly transformed into a state of nothingness. Ghostly body is activated. 70% physical immunity reduces his original damage instantly. But this was only the beginning. Deep within his mind, the silent red words began to tremble at this moment. Even to the extent that Zhou Yu felt his spirit draining away at a rapid pace, launching such a phrase was placing a great load on him. But he had no choice. Holy Inferno Blade Storm Red, activate. Thumbs up. A tiny spark began to emerge from the surface of the armor, and then, like a starburst, it rapidly extended and burned. Even if the pitch-black tentacles and the five senses kept gnawing, there was no way to stop it, and could only let this point of sparks keep burning, burning more and more, from pale yellow to crimson, and, finally, to pure white. Twisting white flames formed a blade at this moment, and the sinuous body of the blade, as if it was being held by a divine hand behind it, began to swing vigorously towards the surroundings. Snort! The tentacles that were previously terrifyingly incomparable were like encountering the world's most terrifying nemesis, screaming as if they had gone up in smoke. This is... The three people whose hearts had originally sunk to the bottom of the valley were deeply shocked by this scene and were incomparably stunned. This flame? How come it has a divine aura? Su Mei's eyes were incredulous. How could an undead skeleton soldier give birth to a divine aura? How is that possible? I don't know. Lin Shiyun looked at the tall figure wrapped in pure white holy flames, and unexpectedly fell into a bit of a trance where the other party was no longer an undead, but a war god in control of the sacred. It was well known that once a skill was tainted with the divine attribute, it would completely ignore any defense and magic resistance and deal 100% damage. And for this kind of demonic thought, the damage will even reach 200% and even higher. Thumbs up. Ah! The sounds of burning and screaming resounded continuously from it, and the crowd watched as the blazing white flames transformed into a revolving storm as tall as a building, carrying the sacredness and pure whiteness as it completely engulfed the huge demonic thought puppet. 5,132. 7,828. 4,663. Terrifyingly incomparable damage numbers kept pulsing, causing that huge body to be dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eventually, the moment all the screams disappeared and the blood bar emptied, the holy flame went out. All that was left of the original demonic thought golem was a charred, half-human ball of flesh. Not over? Su Xiaochang asked somewhat tentatively. Not. Lin Shiryun had just opened her mouth, but she found that the charred black meatball suddenly exploded, and inside, there were suddenly several shadows that flickered up at once, and then fled madly in all directions. Looking at this appearance, the other party was actually not dead yet and wanted to escape? However, before they could escape far, they saw Zhou Yu raise his hand and grab it. Demon Tattoo Prison is activated. Thumbs up. Several magic patterns strangely appeared out of nowhere in the void. They intertwined with each other and instantly blocked off all the space within a 10-meter radius. Bang bang! The fleeing shadow crashed into the magic pattern and stopped, and the head in it was actually identical to the Demon Monk Academy master. No, let me go, I want them dead, I want to live forever. Zhou Yu lifted his hand expressionlessly to make a point, and a pure white flame flew out from his fingertips before drifting down onto it, completely igniting everything on the other side. Congratulations to the Magic Monk Zen Garden copy Nightmare level difficulty to complete the first pass, reward settlement in progress, the copy of the plot has been opened, whether to browse? Chapter 38. You don't want to see this either, Zen Master White Cloud. This prompt was one that resounded throughout the entire Demon Monk Zen Center, and the one responsible for the selection was the captain, Lin Shiryun. The plot? Haven't we already seen the plot? Lin Shiryun looked at Su Mei with a bit of doubt. It said that at Nightmare level and above difficulty copies, once you pass the level you have the chance to watch the plot of the birth of the copy, and I'm not sure if it's useful for professionals, so you can choose to watch it or not. Su Mei explained. Then watch. Lin Shiryun nodded down to confirm. I also want to see just how this Devil Monk Zen Academy was born. Buzz. With Lin Shiryun's confirming nod, the surrounding Zen garden began to disappear in a matter of moments, and in an instant, the dimness and dilapidation of the surrounding area was hidden without a trace, replaced by a clean compound with white clouds and curling incense smoke. The Zen garden is still the same Zen garden, only no longer dark, spooky, but the incense is flourishing, and there is a constant flow of incense. Lin Shiryun's trio watched as countless incense burners passed over their bodies in a single pass, before reverently kneeling down and continuously offering incense. Is this the Zen garden it once was? It looks peaceful. While the three were talking, suddenly a low cry came from outside the courtyard. Master Baiyun, it's bad, Old Manly fell and broke his leg chopping wood under the mountain. When the crowd inclined their heads, they saw a middle-aged monk in white monk's robes and surplice inside the main hall walking out quickly. It was none other than the Demon Monk Academy master. Where are the people? Positively lifting up. Quickly! Take the poor monk to him. Soon, arriving outside the courtyard, he saw an old man carried on a stretcher at the doorway, his calf so broken that he could even see the stubble of the bone piercing out from under his skin. Quick, cut the bamboo and boil the medicine. Baiyun master commanded, leaned over and pinched the broken leg, and the old man screamed in a hand will be righted to connect, followed by medicine, bandage, all in one go. It went on for half a day until the old man's face improved. Thank you, master. The old man's family was grateful and kowtowed. Amitabha Buddha, monks are compassionate, don't be so. The scene shifts to another day, and the figure protrudes from the mountain. Master Baiyun, it's not good, the daughter-in-law from the Nyo family village had a difficult labor, and the midwife couldn't do anything about it. Quickly lead the way for the poor monk. Woohoo! Master Baiyun stepped out from the bedroom holding the newly born infant with a smile on his face. Fortunately, mother and child are safe. Thank you, master. Master, a pair of old men in Li's village lost their son and are now bedridden. The poor monk will take a load of grain and send it down the mountain. Thank you, master. Because of Master Baiyun's excellent medical skills and compassionate heart, Baiyun Zen Temple became famous far and wide, and became the most prosperous incense place in 10 miles and 8 villages. How did such a thriving Zen center end up in such a state? Su Xiaoqiang didn't understand. Seeing the wheel of time turn, more than 10 years had passed, the White Cloud Zen Center remained the same, and so did Master White Cloud. However, since that day when the sun was blazing, the land has been in drought, the rivers have dried up, and there has been no harvest. There was a great drought and famine, and people ate each other. All the world is suffering, the grass and trees are about to be cut off, and the place where the White Cloud Zen Center is located is not spared. There are hungry people come to the Zen garden begging, White Cloud masters cannot bear, open the door of convenience, throwing rice to give porridge. Those who received the porridge were grateful, and as word spread, more and more hungry villagers defected. The master accepted them all. The three of them who saw this, all revealed puzzled looks. Why would such a kind and compassionate master Bai Yun turn into a demon? Until one day, the monks in charge of cooking porridge realized that there was a problem. There was not much food left in the temple. Knowing this, Master Bai Yun could only reduce the amount of rice used for the kanji and then go to the mountains to search for food to feed the villagers. As time went by, discontent rose among the villagers, who were plagued by hunger all the time. Why is the porridge getting thinner every day? That's right, the rice is gone? How is that possible? We take so many incense offerings on weekdays, how could we run out so quickly? Who's fooling? I'll go check it out. Don't stop me, off. In spite of the obstruction, the villagers poured into the rice barn and indeed found numerous leftover rice grains. See, I told you that you were hiding, and there's so much food, why don't you eat it? Scholar, the master said that this is the food for all of you to survive the winter. If you eat it all now, how will you survive the harsh winter cold? Get up for me, where's the winter when you can't even eat now? The rice barn was robbed, the villagers rejoiced, but only Master Bai Yun sighed softly and could only go to the mountains to think of another way. In just a few days, the food ran out completely. Master, we're hungry, do something. Yes, Master, you're a high priest, surely you have a solution? Master. You've eaten all you can, do something. Sume and the others shook their heads when they saw this scene. With the food gone and the mountains dug up, what could the master come up with? Sure enough, it wasn't long before some villagers who couldn't support themselves were actually starved to death. Seeing this, Master Bai Yun was overwhelmed with grief, and after performing a puja, he buried him in the hillside at the back of the Zen garden. I thought it would end here, but unexpectedly, on only the second day, a monk told Master Bai Yun a shocking news. What? Master Bai Yun came to the back of the mountain, and was surprised to find that the earth grave where he had just been buried had actually been dug up, and the body inside had disappeared. Master Bai Yun seemed to have thought of something, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. However, he did not pursue the matter, but did his best to go to the mountains to find more food and help the villagers. Gradually, more and more people died, and each new grave that was buried was almost always dug up at night. At the end of the day, no one even backfills the new graves that are dug. Sis, what are they digging up graves for? Su Xiaoqiang asked somewhat nervously. Do you think it's a joke when the aged and the hungry eat each other? Sume's heart was heavy in her mind. She didn't know if it was right or if it was good, until the picture turned. Zen Master Bai Yun, who hadn't eaten any water or rice for many days, couldn't bear it even if his kung fu was superb, and his body was thin and his breath was weak. That night, he was sitting cross-legged in the Zen courtyard chanting sutras, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Zen Master Bai Yun got up and opened the door, only to see several villagers standing in the doorway. What is the matter with the monks? Zen Master White Cloud folded his hands and asked. Master, we have found a solution for food. A villager's eyes glowed with excitement as he said. Oh? Great, come on in. Zen Master Bai Yun let the few people into the house and sat down on his knees before hastily asking questions. Dare I ask what is the approach of all the monks? His words fell, but it caused the three of them, Lin Shiyun, to see a scene they would never forget. Only to see the villager who did not know when he had circled around behind Zen Master Bai Yun raise the wooden stick in his hand and heavily smashed it on top of the opponent's head. Meanwhile, a villager had a hideous grin on his face. Wei, it's you. After saying that, a few people lit up the steel knife that had been prepared long ago, and actually tore open the monk's robe of the White Cloud Zen Master straightly, and inserted the steel knife into the calf of the White Cloud expounders, and with just a single cut down a large chunk of blood-drenched calf meat. A pair of eyes that didn't know how long they had been hungry were dead set on this piece of flesh and blood, unable to control their gulping. Vomit. Su Xiaoqiang couldn't bear it on the spot and started vomiting. Are they crazy? To actually eat the living? But the next words of one of the villagers creeped them out even more. Don't get it dead, the meat won't taste good if it's dead. Not getting killed? Then when he wakes up and the monks find out, will they beat us to death? Just hide it, as long as they can't find it, no? Hide where? By the way, I know where to hide it. The three watched as a few villagers carried Zen Master Baiyun to the main hall late at night, stuffed him inside the statue of Buddha and tied him up, and then cut off the flesh of both of his calves, all of it. It was even briefly bandaged for fear that the other would die. Next, every day, someone would come into the statue of Buddha in the dark of night and cut off a piece of flesh and blood from Zen Master Baiyun's body. The three of them simply had their scalps tingling as they watched the scene. They couldn't imagine that someone could actually do such a twist. Cannibalism isn't even enough, but to have to keep the living fresh and keep the other person alive to watch their flesh and blood being cut off piece by piece is just heartless. Zhou watched this in silence. He knew that when the critical mass was reached, the evil of human nature would be the most terrifying demon in the world. With his own will, Zen Master Baiyun held on for 30 days. These 30 days, he saw more and more people joining the ranks of the cutters, the old man whose bones he picked up, the pregnant woman who delivered her baby, the old man who gave up his rice, the villagers who helped. Master, don't you say you're a monk and compassionate? It's not too much to give some meat, right? Master, you've helped us so much, what's a little more? In what was left of Zen Master Whitecloud's intention, he suddenly felt all of his beliefs collapsing. Being kind and compassionate to people and saving them from suffering? In the moment before he died, he used his last strength to issue a hoarse question. Rescue? Who's going to save me then? If he was given another chance, he swore that he wouldn't save any more people. Zen Master Baiyun died and was found by villagers who entered later to be cut. In order not to be discovered, they did not give the other man a burial, but instead left him untouched in the Buddha statue. Only, that very night, the dead Zen Master Whitecloud's eyes suddenly opened. From that night on, villagers began to disappear without warning. Some say that the Buddha statue opened its eyes, others say that it fled to the desert. In any case, those who stayed began to recite the Buddha's name, and while there were fewer and fewer people, the sound of reciting the Buddha's name grew louder and louder. The image disappeared and was replaced by silence from the crowd. Golem! A crystalline stone like an eyeball left behind by the scorching rolled out and came to Joyu's feet. Pupil of Devil's thought, the eyeball that gathers the resentment of the master of the institution is the root cause of the entire Devil's Monk's Zen Center. Step on it and the Zen Center will disappear permanently. Stomping? Joyu sneered and suddenly reached out to pick up the other party, then with a flick of his fingers, he threw it into the ruins of the shattered hall in the distance. Wouldn't it be a relief to erase this place, those ungrateful things? You don't want to see this either, Zen Master Whitecloud. Ding! You have killed the demonic thought puppet, experience value plus 2,850. Ding! You have randomly acquired the word, Spike Devouring Blue. Ding! You triggered the hidden reward to gain the feed phrase, Deadly Grievance Demon Pupil Blue. Ding! You have gained the allegiance of Zen Master Whitecloud and have been branded with the system logo. Chapter 39 Devouring Grievance, Deadly Grievance Demon Pupil, Chief Minister's Meeting. Grievance Devouring Blue, devour all the negative energy following the accumulation of the body, after reaching a certain level, can be a one-time burst of Grievance Deadly Light, resulting in a high amount of damage only for the soul. The value of the damage is positively correlated with the devoured grievances and the strength of one's own soul. Against necromantic creatures, during the accumulation of grudges, one can permanently and slowly increase one's mental power attribute. Deadly Grievance Demon Pupils Blue, see through grudges and illusions, piercing through everything, as well as being the only link to the Demon Monk's Zen Center. Once opened, the Zen Center's demonic thoughts can be projected across the sky, descending for a short period of time. Zhou only felt a slight quiver in his brow, a little itchy, as if he was going to grow a brain, no, an eye. That's right, it was growing eyes, and he clearly felt an eyeball, entirely coalesced from the grudges of the dead, growing in it and opening whenever he thought along with his own thoughts. But you can't. Once you open it, it links to the Zen garden of the demonic monks, as if opening the door to evil spirits. Ding! Copy reward settlement complete, first pass rewards being issued, countdown to leave copy in 5 minutes. As the copy prompt rang out, Sumei's trio almost simultaneously flashed a golden light of upgrading. And Lin Shiyun herself alone even sprouted several golden lights one after another. Looking at the levels of the three again, Sumei LV20, Su Xiaochang LV16, and Lin Shiyun LV19. That's the beauty of the copy, the horror of being able to see the boost in experience alone. It was only a few days of work. Lin Shiyun had already reached LV19 and was only one level away from LV20. As long as she put in more effort, completing the second turn would be an easy task. In addition to leveling, there were equipment rewards, a silver quality Zen staff and a demon subduing mortar and pestle, which were obviously way better than the bronze ones from before. There was also a defense robe rewarded for the first pass, which was even of gold quality. It was considered to be the topmost extreme amongst the entire first-turn professionals. All the rewards were naturally obtained by Lin Shiyun, to which Su Mei and Su Xiaochang, naturally, did not have the slightest opinion. They couldn't help but be secretly sure at this moment how right their father's decision had been earlier. Just before their emotions and settlements, the chief of the Cold City Security Department, Zheng Jigang, was sitting in the back of his office receiving a document given to him from his subordinates. "Chief, all the information and evidence about the case is here." "Tell me, what's the catch?" 2 days ago, the chief of city defense, Wu Xingchang, sent someone to rent this place, seemingly to use it for something, and on that day, the two of them, Wu Xingchang and Wu Xion, were seen coming here, as well as quite a few of his privately hired servants, members of the Red Dragon Guild, coming here. It didn't take long for 3 Red Dragon Guild members to leave and disappear without a trace. After a pause, the subordinate said, "We discovered from the surveillance that 2 of them headed to wait outside a residential building in the civilian area in the north of the city, and shortly afterward the 2 of them entered it and disappeared without a trace afterward. I guess they avoided the surveillance." "Where did they go?" Zheng Jigang knocked on the table and asked without raising his head. "Abandoned factory number 48 on the outskirts of the south side of the city, but of course that's just a guess on my part, as there was no surveillance that caught them going here." "Get to the point." A few hours later, surveillance caught a skeleton soldier carrying a grandmother and little girl and a teenage girl out of there while a fire broke out throughout the abandoned plant. The grandmother and the little girl's address is the same building they were squatting in. Your presumption? All the evidence at the crime scene was damaged by the flames, but we found 3 figures that appeared near the villa that happened to be captured on camera around the time of the crime, one of which was none other than this young girl named Lin Shiyun, and the other 2, Su Mei and Su Xiaochang, who reported the crime. Go on. Chief, Wu Xingchang's daughter, Wu Lina, happened to die accidentally 3 days ago in the wasteland wolf zone of the novice leveling area, and the information of the team that she broke away from before her death was the very squad that these 3 people were in. My guess is that they're probably there because... Enough, will the city lord know? Definitely no. All right. Help me prepare the car. Where to? To find So Young Ho. The office of the chief financial officer. The noisy noise outside came, only to hear a bang. The office door was kicked open. A rigid-faced Zheng Jigang angrily walked in and saw Su Youngha teasing the birds. Su Youngha, you did this. Chief, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop. The male secretary looked at Zheng Jigang with an apologetic face. You go down. Su Youngha did not raise his head, but continued to tease the bird while saying. The male secretary nodded slightly, then exited the room, and brought the door with both hands, then stood at the door, forbidding anyone to enter. Tea is made for you, it's still hot, sit down first. Su Youngha continued to tease the bird without looking back. Su Youngha, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation when. Zheng Jigang is saying, suddenly saw a side of the coffee table as smoking hot teacups, and the side has been wet tea set, froze to mouth words stopped. He walked over and sat down, draining his tea in one gulp and tasting it. Well, it's the right puer that he loves. You knew I was coming? Zheng Jigang leaned back in his chair and looked at Su Youngha. With that fiery temper of yours, how will you stop until you ask something? Su Youngha didn't answer, and then seemed to answer. Su Youngha, when we graduated from the guild together, I always thought that you were a promising person who aspired to be able to change the Xia kingdom, but I never thought that you would actually be able to kill for your own selfish desires as well. Oh, who did I kill? And which mouth did I exterminate? My Grand Chief Shang, tell me instead. Su Youngha suddenly laughed softly, the toy in his hand teasing the parrot did not stop. You exterminated Wu Xingchang's daughter, Wu Lina, so that Wu Xingchang would be motivated to kill, then used Lin Shiyun as bait to get them to fall for it, then secretly sent someone to assassinate Wu Xingchang and the others, and then used the aura of the undead to confuse the world, so that it would be attributed to the Creation Society's actions, didn't you? Said Zheng Jigang slapped the coffee table and stood up angrily. Surname Su, don't think that just because you are my old acquaintance, you will be able to let it go. You must go back with me today to investigate properly, otherwise, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. At ease. The smile on Su Youngha's face remained the same. What do you think of this person, Lord Kong City? Instead of answering, he asked Zheng Jigang rhetorically. Kong Chung Shan? Zheng Jigang raised an eyebrow. What does it have to do with him? Su Youngha, don't look around, it doesn't make sense. Ha! Su Youngha laughed, enriching his own pockets, favoritism, corruption and bribery, dictatorship, and killing people. Chief Shang, which of these would you say is not related to him? No nonsense, Su Youngha, without evidence, it is possible to sue you for slander. I'm talking about you. Why are you talking about Lord City Lord? Click. The toy in Su Youngha's hand broke with a sound, while his face, which was always smiling, faded at this moment. Because he is not a competent city lord, the world has suffered from the Creation Society for a long time, but in Cold City, he, Kong Qingshan, is even more than the Creation Society, he is a tumor, a moth. Su Youngha's voice suddenly rose, he is the vampire of the entire Cold City, he deserves to die. Zhang Jigang was silent, he had to admit that Su Youngha was right, although he had no evidence, but Su Youngha, who was the chief financial officer, and also a friend he once considered to be the most upright, would not talk nonsense. Injustice has its roots. A moment later, Zhang Jigang said, you could have gone to Kong Qingshan to settle the score and bring him down. Bring him down? Su Youngha snorted, Wu Xingchang is in cahoots with Kong Qingshan, by killing him, am I not cutting off Kong Qingshan's wings? Su Youngha, you can cut it out, but why drag your own son and daughter, and that ordinary child along with you? Zhang Jigang shouted angrily, do you think Kong Qingshan is blind? If he finds out, will he let them go? Ho ho ho! Su Youngha smiled decisively, those who achieve great things don't bother with small details, the 9 guilds have suffered from the Xia kingdom for a long time, since they are going to do it, they have to make sacrifices, not to mention my sons and daughters, even if it's me, there is no hesitation. After a pause, he said something that made Zhang Jigang's face change. As for the girl you mentioned, you don't really think she's just any girl, do you? Chapter 40 RD Supervisor 4th Chair, Knitting Butcher. Zhang Jigang frowned, what do you mean by that? An ordinary girl, able to rank first in the 2nd grade? Ordinary girl, able to be mentally superior on a professional? An ordinary girl, able to awaken the hidden profession, contract summoner? Su Youngha's 3 consecutive sentences made Zhang Jigang's face change color, right? Where in the world are there so many geniuses? There must be a reason for true genius. Who is she? At this point, you still can't guess? Su Youngha sneered, let me give you another reminder, her father, his name is Lin Nan. Lin Nan? Lin Nan? Zhang Jigang chewed it twice, then steeply changed his face and blurted out. 8 years ago, that Lin Nan of the Lin clan who had heavily damaged the 7th turn after breaking into the southern state lair of the Creation Society? There's also the Lin family that annihilated the southern state nest of the Southern State Creation Society. Su Youngha added. Impossible, didn't all 13 members of the Lin family fall? I had gone to check the archives, and they're all dead, all dead. Zhang Jigang shook his head, feeling somewhat incredulous. What you see is only what can be seen. Su Youngha said, you don't know that the only remaining senior, Li Chenjie, brought her 2 granddaughters here 8 years ago. If I hadn't been in that fight as well, I wouldn't have known that she was deliberately hiding everything about herself. Then why did she come to this bitter cold place in hiding? Zhang Jigang's pupils suddenly shrunk, for the Creation Society? That's right, the Creation Society suffered a heavy blow in the first place, but it wasn't cut off, so she probably just wants her granddaughter to live a peaceful life. Su Youngha calmly stated his arrangement. From the moment I found her, I knew that she was here, and her granddaughter went to a normal 2nd grade school to hide it, but she's so good that she still shines even in 2nd grade. Since then, I've been preparing a plan that could bring down Kong Qingshan, or even kill him. So, from the beginning, when you had Sume team up with Lina Wu and then went to Lin Shiyun, it was all on purpose? Of course, how else would it be possible for someone to go and team up with Lin Shiyun just after she arrived and happened to be missing a spot? Are you crazy? Do you know how terrible the consequences of angering Li Chenjie are? Zhang Jigang shouted angrily, she had personally killed several 7th turn 8th turn powerhouses back then, the name of the 1000 Extreme Poison Master, do you think you called it for nothing? If she knew that you dared to utilize her granddaughter, she would not hesitate to kill you. In the face of Zhang Jigang's questioning, Su Youngha didn't flinch at all, but instead met his gaze and said, if I can pull out this tumor of Kong Qingshan, what's the harm in killing me? So your original plan was to use your own children to get into the game, assassinate Lina Wu, and then pull that one into it, and in a fit of rage, kill the city lord? Zhang Jigang was shivering with anger. I originally had this kind of intention, but to protect that person's granddaughter from harm, in the end, even if the other party wants me to accompany them to pay back, I'm willing to do so. Su Youngha's words changed, but what? From the very beginning, the plan was a little off the mark for me. Deviation? I had originally planned to get my hands dirty, in the wasteland, which is after all an area rarely covered by newbies, so that it would make it easier to move later. only to be disrupted by a skeleton soldier. Skeleton soldiers? You mean the summoned beasts the kid contracted? Right. It showed unimaginable battle power and intelligence, and even in the end, without using my hands, it killed both Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu with the help of the Wasteland Wolves. How is it possible? A skeleton soldier, how could it do that? Zhang Jigang frowned. I didn't believe it at first either, but until the abandoned factory, when my people saw Senpai Chenjie and her granddaughter being captured, I thought she would just step in and exterminate the other party, and then find the person behind the scenes and eliminate them all together. But as a result, she didn't do anything out of my expectation, and then the skeleton soldier summoned by that child even killed the second-turn professional in seconds, and from that time I knew that that child was the bloodline of the Lin family, and the Lin family, how could it come out of mediocrity? Su Yonghe let out a bitter smile. I was wrong, from the very beginning, I was wrong. All of my plans were actually pierced through by her old man a long time ago, and the other party was merely going along with what I wanted to do, making the plan work. What does she, senpai, intend to do? Zhang Ji just said the word she, then felt that it was wrong, and hurriedly changed it to senior. Practice. Su Yonghe solemnly said, Senior must have borrowed my hand to hammer her granddaughter, even going so far as to hitch a ride with Wu Xingchang. At the cost of the chief of city defense, a fourth turn plus many professionals, just to hammer the juniors, this, rather, is like her tactics. Zhang Jigang nodded. He had read about this one more than once in the archives. Thousand Jedi Poison Master has poisoned countless demons in the abyss with poison skills, and at the time, one person even killed the three major 7 turns of the Creation Society, ruthless and vicious, incomparably ferocious. A mere fourth-turn chief minister was indeed no more than a mole cricket in her eyes. Both of them did not believe that it was Zhou who had decimated the 4th revolutions, but rather that the Thousand Jedi Poison Master behind them who was as high as 8 revolutions had made a move. So, what now? Zhang Jigang asked. Things had come to such a pass that they were already out of their original intention. The original plan doesn't work anymore, since that person has saved his heart for practicing, we have to fulfill it. Now that Wu Xingchang is dead, Kong Qingshan will definitely not let it go. It was only a matter of time before he met up with his predecessor. And all we have to do is keep her granddaughter out of harm's way while practicing. I hope that when the time comes, that one will look at our intentions and not wreak havoc on the people of Cold City. What are you telling me this for, since you understand it all? Zhang Jigang looked at Su Yonghe. You're the chief of security, you're naturally in charge of the case report, and I'm telling you this so you can help me delay Kong Qingshan, or at least not let him secretly lay his hands on the boy. You're asking me to lie about the case? That's deception, no. Zhang Jigang shook his head. Zhang Jigang. Su Yonghe slapped his hand on the table, his tone much more ferocious than just now. Wake up, Xia is already terminally ill. Why are you still guarding your little professional ethics? That's stupidity. He fiercely grabbed Zhang Jigang by the collar of his shirt and glared with a low growl. If you want to fight a traitor, you have to be more traitorous than he is. Zhang Jigang was silent and did not answer, but Su Yonghe knew that he had already answered. All right, go back, and pretend you weren't here today. Su Yonghe sat down and waved his hand. Zhang Jigang turned his head towards the front door, but the moment he was about to open the door, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the other party. On a side note, 3 months ago, the nest of the Creation Society in the Central State was discovered, and although many were strangled, there were still a few stragglers that escaped from the Central State by turning into pieces. Some of them fled in the direction of the northeastern states and broke away from the trail. Hearing this, Su Yonghe's face changed drastically. Not even the change of heart just now had caused him to lose his temper so much. Who? RD Supervisor Seat 4, Knitting Butcher. Chapter 41, Shuntong shakes the halls, 2 chiefs come in person. How is that possible? How could the Creation Society's 1 principal, 3 deputies, 5 supervisors, and 7 turn establishment butchers look at a cool place like this? Zhang Jigang left, leaving only Su Yonghe's mumbling. No one knew better than he did what the lunatics in the Creation Society would do to get what they wanted. The climate that Cold City was located in had always been bitterly cold, and even lunatics like the Creation Society were rarely involved, but unexpectedly, they had set their sights on it. A thick wave of uneasiness surged into Su Yonghe's heart. At this exact moment, the closed door of the room actually opened again, and when Su Yonghe looked up, he happened to see Zhang Jigang going and returning. What are you doing back here again? Ask him. Zhang Jigang glanced at the male secretary next to him. My lord, an hour ago, news came from the Magic Monk Zen Academy replica hall that Miss Young Master and Lin Shiyun entered the replica together. The Devil's Monk Zen Center? Su Youngha raised an eyebrow. Didn't they go in there? And broke the clearance record, so what are they doing there again? They didn't choose normal level difficulty. Dangerous level? According to the intelligence, that skeleton might have a way to pass the danger level, and with the life preservation props I gave to Su-mei, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. My lord, the difficulty they chose is nightmare level. What? Su Youngha's eyes widened violently and froze in place for less than 3 seconds, then he scurried out in an arrow step and grabbed the male secretary's shoulders. What did you say? Say it again? Ahem, my lord. The male secretary said with difficulty. They entered the nightmare level copy of the Demon Monk Zen Garden an hour ago. Asshole, why didn't you tell me this kind of news earlier? Su Youngha wanted to slap his opponent. You happened to be with Lord Zhang at the time, so I didn't inform. You? Alas, how are things now? Timing is still going on at the moment. They're not coming out. Prepare the car and go. Su Youngha pushed the secretary away and rushed out of the office in a hurry. Zhang Jigang was close behind. What the hell did you tell Su-mei? How could she choose the nightmare level? That's the Demon Monk Zen Academy, and no one has been able to complete the pass at turn 1 in so many years. How do I know? Su Youngha stormed out. You'd better take out that thing of yours. We're going in now. We might still have a chance to get them out. If that child really falls in the copy, and Lai Qianjie finds out about it to relent his anger against the entire cold city, it will be troublesome. This time Zhang Jigang didn't open his mouth to retort, but followed and quickened his pace. The scroll of breaking the realm, a consumable scroll, was expensive, and its function was simple. It was to forcibly break open a designated secret realm or replica, allowing one to briefly enter it. Once this was utilized, not only would the team entering the copy's passage be declared a failure, even the user themselves would suffer a backlash. But there is no other way out of this situation. Lin Shiyun couldn't die. With Zhang Jigang's understanding of her, even though her skeleton soldier was somewhat strong, it was impossible for her to resist the siege of the nightmare-level Demon Monk Zen Academy. As for Su-mei and Su Xiaochang, I'm afraid they won't last more than 5 minutes, and this time it's indeed a disaster. Once the child fell, whether it was intentional or unintentional, it would make Li Qianjie furious, and at that time, when the Thousand Jedi Poison Master was furious, it wasn't impossible to make the entire cold city buried with him. Thousand Jedi Poison Master, poison traveling thousands of miles, this is not just talk. Soon, a black business was driven out of the finance bureau parking lot in a hurry, heading straight to the Magic Monk Zen Academy replica hall. After the driver stepped on the gas pedal almost to the point of sparking, it wasn't long before Su Youngha and Zhang Jigang arrived outside the replica hall. Getting out of the car, both of them couldn't help but change their faces when they saw the crowded scene outside the replica hall. Oh no, something must have happened. Su Youngha let out a low cry and rushed over, pushing through the crowd while squeezing in the direction of the replica's entrance. The entrance to the replica and the replica hall are in 2 directions, and at the moment, the direction that Su Youngha is squeezing in is exactly the opposite of the direction that the crowd is crowding in. Unable to resist the fact that his attributes as a 4th-turn powerhouse were high enough, he was still able to squeeze through a passageway even if he went against the current. But it drew the displeasure of the surrounding crowd. Why are you squeezing? Are you in a hurry to get reincarnated? That's right, Mud, I want to see the shout on Big Brother, don't crowd, let me pass. Don't you know when the direction is reversed? Don't talk about it, maybe people are going to enter the nightmare level copy to surpass the record. Come on, at his age, his chi and blood are decaying and his level has fallen, right? And still ing pass, can you compare to someone else's 18-year-old girl? Haha, if you ask me, he's not even worthy of lifting someone's shoes. First pass nightmare level Tisk, it's really a small knife stabbing his ass and opening his eyes. Desperately squeezing Su Youngha was suddenly pulled by a hand. He turned back in anger, but found that it was Zhang Jigang. What are you doing? Wait. Didn't you hear the chatter around you? Zhang Jigang pulled him back and turned his head to grab a nearby professional who was still trying to crowd the room. Say, what happened here? Zhang Jigang was a genuine 5th revolver, and the aura brought out by just one sentence made the other party's heart and soul tremble. Seeing the other party's majesty again, he immediately subconsciously said, just a moment ago, 3 heroes entered the nightmare-level Demon Monk Zen Garden and completed the pass. This is a record for the first pass, and everyone is busy wanting to see these 3 geniuses. First pass? 3 bits? Genius? Zhang Jigang's mind turned, and he pursued, what are their names? I don't know, all I know is that the captain seems to be called, well, Lin Shiyun. What? Click. Jung Ji-gang and Su Young-ha both froze in place as if they had suffered a bolt from the blue. 3. Passing a nightmare-level copy? Or in such a short time? How is that possible? The first reaction of the two of them felt that it was impossible. This was a nightmare-level copy of the Demon Monk's Zen Garden that no one had ever managed to clear. How could the three of them have gotten through? And, from the time we entered to the time we came out, full stop, it was just over an hour. That kind of record, absolutely impossible. Reacting, the two men immediately turned around and continued squeezing in the direction of the hall. This time, they suffered more curses, but the two were oblivious. Instead, they squeezed straight to the very front, and with just a glance, they saw the copy lobby announcement that floated high on the first line. Announcement: warmly congratulate Team 001, Captain Lin Shiryun, team members Su Mei, Su Xiaoqiang, successfully completed the first time to pass the 3-member Nightmare level Magic Monk's Zen Garden copy, time, 1 hour 16 minutes. Really pass? Zhang Jigang blinked and even wondered if he had misread the situation. Su Yangha, who was on the side, even pushed Zhang Jigang away and rushed to the replica hall's heel, shouting, Su Mei, Su Xiaoqiang. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw two people in the crowd turn back to him and make a surprised sound. Dad, what are you doing here? Chapter 42 Joker, Kong Ling who breaks defense for the second time. Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang squeezed over together with Lin Shiryun, and without waiting for them to open their mouths, they heard Su Yangha ask. You guys got through? Even if it had been confirmed, Su Yangha always felt that it was like an illusion if he didn't hear it himself. Nah, didn't you see that? Su Xiaoqiang dejectedly nudged his mouth towards the announcement, but once he thought of his father's teachings, he hastened to collect himself. All of this, is mainly due to Captain Lin. We and our sister are just soy sauce. Su Mei on the side seemed to have thought of something, and somewhat apprehensively whispered an explanation to Su Yangha. Dad, we didn't want to pick the nightmare class either, it's just... Hey, don't say anything, it's good to be back safely, Su Yangha touched his daughter's head, and then looked at Lin Shiryun, who was next to him, who was stunningly beautiful and had an outstanding temperament. This is our captain, Lin Shiryun. Su Mei took the initiative to introduce herself. Shiryun, this is my dad. Lin Shiryun suddenly remembered Su Mei's father's identity upon hearing this, and immediately bowed slightly and nodded her head. I have seen General. Hey, since you're Su Mei's friend, don't address these, just call me uncle. Su Yangha sized up Lin Shiryun, vaguely able to see Lin Nan's shadow in it. Not bad, since ancient times heroes come out of youths, it's really extraordinary. He turned his head to look at Zhang Jigang next to him. Let me introduce you guys, this is the Chief Commissioner of the Public Security Department, his surname is Zhang, just call him Uncle Zhang. Hello Uncle Zhang, X3. Hello guys. Zhang Jigang nodded slightly and looked at Lin Shiryun. May I ask how you guys got through? Of course we rely on the weak. Su Xiaoqiang was just halfway through his sentence when he was poked by his sister, and immediately reacted by snorting and looking at Lin Shiryun. It's nothing, it's just that my summon is stronger. Lin Shiryun laughed, and passed it off with a single sentence. After these few times, she was no longer that simple little girl, much less one who would reveal all her secrets to someone she had just met. Although Zhou hadn't explained that she couldn't say anything, Lin Shiryun still didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for him. That's not stronger. Zhang Jigang laughed. Very good, Cold City will definitely have a brighter future with talents like you. Nonsense, this child is obviously material to join the Ninth Order Guild, how could he stoop to this place? Su Yangha smiled and said to Lin Shiryun, Child, your talent is very good, make an effort, maybe you can be able to hit the top of the general list in the college entrance examination. At that time, the Ninth Order Guilds, take your pick. General list? Lin Shiryun was slightly stunned. Cold City is part of the Northeast state, the results of the college entrance exams are usually counted in the state, and the state's top student, even if it's top-notch. And the general list is the entire summer country, all state capitals are all included. At that time, the impact of the general list of the first prize, that is not generally difficult. She didn't even think that she could be rated so highly. A little embarrassed for a moment, he shook his head. I'm not even close, everything is due to it. Him? Su Yangha froze for a moment, and Su Mei on the side explained, it's Shiryun's summon. Oh. Su Yangha drifted off. Oh, summoner is originally your profession, and the summoned object is naturally under your control, and its merit is your merit. Really? Lin Shiryun couldn't help but think of that tall Mori white figure. She didn't really feel like she could take credit for him. Come on, this is no place to talk, let's get out of here. Under the escort of Zhang Jigang and Su Yonghe, the three of them finally got into the car and quickly left this place. As the three disappeared, the crowd around them gradually dispersed, and the only thing that was left was the highly placed announcement that told of a miracle. Soon after, fluctuations surfaced at the entrance once again, and then, two rather wretched figures slowly coalesced from it. Announcement: Squad 005, Captain Kong Ling, team members Zhu Qing, Li Hao, cleared the dangerous level copy of the Devil Monk's Zen Garden in 1 day, 8 hours, and 27 minutes. Above the danger level, but any team that passes will get a broadcast, only the record-breaking, or the first pass, will be 3 times in a row, and the top of the day. Normally, an announcement like this would have caused an uproar amongst the crowd, with many people casting incomparably envious gazes. However, as Kong Ling raised his eyes to look around, he realized that everyone was indifferent to the announcement as if they hadn't heard it. Mud, didn't you guys hear me? Danger level. Danger level passed. With his heart on fire, Kong Ling hissed at his surroundings, his heart aching at the thought of this pass. Not only old dad left himself a variety of life-saving equipment and props are used in all kinds of not to mention, even brought in the 4 hitters, and ultimately only came out alive one. Now, he was suffering from a multitude of disregard, so how could he, as the second son of the city lord, withstand it? Gongzi, forget it, the injury is important, it's better to go back and heal first. Xu Qing, the only survivor, couldn't help but remind him. However, Kong Ling turned her hand and threw a slap on his face. Shut up, since when is it your turn to lecture this Gongzi? If it weren't for you bunch of losers, how would it be if you even struggled so much to pass the dangerous level? Xu Qing didn't say anything, only secretly clenching his fists. It's a good thing you guys are through, or else go back and see if I won't let my dad skin you. Kong Ling sneered, don't freeze, there will definitely be a record of this news on the duplicate hall bulletin board, give me a good shot of it, I'm going to find Lin Shiyun and show her how stupid it is to give up the chance to brush up on duplicates with this young master. Put. A person passing by, hearing his words, suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kong Ling instantly broke his defense, gritting his teeth and yelling, what are you laughing at? You're smart, I'm stupid, nothing. The man apologized profusely and turned his head to run. But before Kong Ling could return to his senses, he realized that more and more passers-by were looking at him with mocking smiles in their eyes. The feeling that one has a vestigial sense of watching a clown. Laugh, I'll make you laugh. Kong Ling limped towards the replica hall, cursing angrily as he ran. I'll see if you can still laugh when you see the announcement. Laugh, and I'll rip your mouths off when the time comes. He came to the bottom of the bulletin, brutally bumped through the others, and tilted his head to see. Announcement: warmly congratulate Team 001, Captain Lin Shiyun, team members Su Mei, Su Xiaoqiang, successfully completed the first time to pass the 3-member Nightmare level Magic Monk's Zen Garden copy, time, 1 hour 16 minutes. Kong Ling blinked hard and looked again. Second time, third time. He violently grabbed Zhu Qing's collar aside and questioned, what did you see? Hot, warm congratulations to Squad 001, Captain Lin. Nightmare level, pass. Snap. Kong Ling slapped Zhu Qing in the face, stop it. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and practically shrunk his head into the ground. At this moment, he finally realized that he was really that clown. After a long time, he suddenly looked up and wailed in agony at the sky. No. Chapter 43, Fusion and Editing, Word Promotion Madness. At this moment, Kong Ling felt like the whole world was targeting him, and a deep sense of frustration surged through his heart, causing his eyes to go black and he directly fainted. By the time Zhu Qing, the only remaining fighter, carried him back to the city lord's mansion, neither had awakened. Outside the inner study of the city lord's mansion, Zhu Qing came here carrying Kong Ling. He knew that his master, Kong Qingshan, although he was in control of the entire cold city, was extraordinarily distressed about this second son. Therefore, he did not directly send the male son to his bedroom, but came here to report to the city lord, and more than likely, he would not fight for the 3 dead brothers, but instead, he would be reprimanded for his dereliction of duty. The butler had already gone in to report, and Zhu Qing knelt on the ground, feeling that punishment should come soon. The door to the room opened with a creak, and Zhu Qing shrunk his neck as his body produced instinctive fear. However, when he raised his head, he did not see Kong Qingshan's furious face, but rather the butler standing there expressionlessly. His lordship has an important meeting with a guest, he is already aware of this, and has asked you to return the young master to his room. I will arrange for someone to go over and treat him, and you, who can collect the pension for the other 3 and your own healing money, will retire for now. Zhu Qing looked up, his eyes filled with doubt and shock, he didn't understand why there was such a huge shift in what should have been the result of a harsh punishment. Can it be that you want to be buried with yourself? Sensing Zhu Qing's gaze, the butler frowned. What are you gawking at? Hurry up and get up and do something, don't delay the guests from arriving. Yes, thank you for your lordship's enlightenment. Zhu Qing kowtowed and hurriedly got up to carry the unconscious Kong Ling on his back, turned his head and was about to leave. Just at the moment he turned around, he happened to see a tall figure clad in a black cloak, being led from the living room to the study in quick steps. And the butler's face changed at the sight of this figure's arrival, and he hurriedly greeted him with a smile, saying respectfully in low words, "Sir, my master has been waiting for a long time." I'm looking forward to this one too. Zhu Qing listened to the voice and felt that the other party was unusually gentle, like a well-read scholar. But his footsteps did not stop, but quickly walked towards the stairs. Only at the same time when the two brushed past, he was able to see out of the corner of his eye that the other party's sleeve cuffs revealed a pale to bloodless slender palm, and in the palm of his hand, he was grasping a ball of dark red threads that he was constantly playing with. Threadbare? Does anyone really play this? This thought flashed through Zhu Qing's mind and he took Kong Ling upstairs. Go to sleep, Foamy, Grandma's here. Looking at her granddaughter Muo Muo, who fell into a deep sleep after drinking Life One, a touch of relief appeared on her grandmother's aged face. She got up and slowly stepped out of the bedroom, only looking like there was a slight tremor in the palm of that closed door. Now that the weather was warming up in the cold city, it was the time of the year when the whole wilderness flourished, and even the old people were dressed coolly under the dry heat. Only the grandmother, still covered with a layer of gray tunic, she held the wall to the living room, stopped in front of her son's tablet, lit an incense burner, worshipped and inserted it. Only, while worshipping, one was able to see that her bare arms under her sleeves were actually densely covered with small and large green dots. Natter, Luoyao, this child, Shiyun, has made a fortune. Life One was able to help delay Foamy's condition, and it also allowed my wife, me, to live some more days. She had a smile on her face. I wonder how far the child can grow. Oh, don't worry, my wife will try to live and see for you, the day when Shiyun's light blooms. At that time, Foamy's heavenly execution death seal might also be resolved. At that exact moment, a knock on the door came, followed by the familiar sound of Lin Shiyun's shout from outside. Grandma, open the door. I'm home. Grandma's face changed slightly, and after instinctively tugging at both sleeves, she put her smile back on and walked quickly toward the door. Shoryu Heavy Skeleton Swordsman. Race, Undead. Rank, LV 27851-2700. Life, 5100. Magic, 2350. Attack, 452-496. Defense, 35. Magic resistance 15%. Words, Holy Inferno Blade Storm Red, Inferno Wolfpack Royalty Blue. Grievance Devouring Blue Deadly Grievance Demon Pupil Blue. Abyssal World, Undead Valley. Shoryu sat on top of the white bone throne, looking at the many words he had brought back from his copy. Now that he had reached LV 27, he might be able to reach the point of LV 30 if he were to make another copy. At that stage, one can continue to morph into a whole new career. But even so, Shoryu's heart did not relax in the slightest, because the threat posed by the giant dragon was not something that could be resolved by LV 30 at all. Avanti! The old servant is here. Avanti bowed and knelt against the Soulfire skull head. Shoryu glanced at him, always feeling as if the other party had grown a little stronger during his absence, and the decoration on his neck seemed to be wider than before. That dragon, any movement? Back to Master, the dragon did not affect our territory here again, it seems to be asleep. As for the rest, the old servant does not dare to approach, still do not know. Where are the crypt demons? According to Shoryu's conjecture, if that dragon really didn't leave, the biggest threat should be them. By instinct, they might choose to move, and then it would definitely be their own territory that would be affected. No movement. No movement? Shoryu raised an eyebrow. Indeed there is no movement, my lord. Avanti explained, there has been no sign of the crypt demons appearing on the side of the tundra graveyard I oversee, they seem to have all burrowed into their holes. Drill holes? Shoryu stroked his chin and instead revealed a dazed look. He had forgotten that the crypt demons looked like big ugly spiders, but they were good at burrowing and digging. With the threat of the giant dragon, it was conversely safest for them to hide underground. After understanding the situation, Shoryu's heart was slightly relieved. It looked like for the time being, the other party should not threaten his territory. That gave him a chance to catch his breath. You stand down. Yes, sir. As Avanti left, Zhou began to continue focusing on his system panel, and after brushing through the Demon Monk's Zen Garden for the second time, because of the general leveling up of the wild monsters, the number of words he gained was also very impressive. Whether it's same type fusion or editing variant words, it's well stocked. It's time to start consuming. Ding! You have successfully fused the words and gained Advanced Martial Body Blue. Ding! You've successfully fused words and gained Advanced Stick Technique Blue. Ding! You've successfully fused words and gained Grudge Roar Blue. Ding! You've successfully fused words and gained Body of Nothingness Blue. Ding! You have successfully fused the words and gained Believer Mastery Blue. Together with the Touch of Magic Tattoo Blue that was previously looted from the Demon Monk Academy Master, it basically counts as a fusion to these. Advanced Martial Body and Advanced Stick Technique, the latter is nothing to write home about, after advanced not only for stick-type weapons to reach master level, for other weapons in general, also able to be proficient. As for the former's Advanced Martial Body, it allowed Zhou's blood volume to increase by a large amount once again, and along with it, his attack also increased by a large amount, which was a renewed increase in Zhou's power following the Giant Strength phrase. Spiteful Roar, on the other hand, is a fusion from Spiteful Hiss, incarnated as a blue phrase that brings a longer stun after the same roar and simultaneously bursts out range-type damage that is enough to shake the soul. While the Body of Nothingness was a metamorphosis from the Body of the Spectre, Zhou in this form had a physical damage evasion of up to 80%, an increase of as much as 10% from before, and was likewise unaffected by the cuts in magic resistance. The last, Believer Control, changed from green to blue. The name didn't change, but the change was that he could easily control the spirits of the grumbling monks and their believers in the Demon Monk's Zen Garden. The advantage of this is that it doesn't take much effort to be able to control these large armies. The next remaining words were when Zhou edited the mutation words. Ding! Editing complete, getting a brand new phrase. Chapter 44, High-Speed Ghost Wolf Steps, Skeleton Stick Monk, Skinning Woodland. Ding! Editing complete, obtaining a new phrase, Blistering Wind and Spectral Wolf Steps Blue. Ding! Edit complete, get new phrase, Skeleton Stick Monk Summoning Blue. That's right, Zhou only had two. It wasn't that he had consumed all the words, but after trying many times, he was only satisfied with these two. The rest, he could have just as well saved up and waited for the right words to try and edit. Among them, Blistering Wind Spectral Wolf Steps was born from the Blistering Wind Wolf Steps fused with the Spectral Soul's body. The effect, apart from being faster, could achieve the effect of reducing physical damage by 50% during the process of traveling, and the body was nearly illusory, like stealth. Although it was improved a bit, it did not make it cross the blue word category, and remained unchanged. As for the Skeleton Stick Monk Summoning, it was born after Zhou had piled up a large number of primary demonization and primary stick technique phrases. It's also the case that these two words are plentiful, otherwise you really wouldn't be able to stack them to the point of blue words. Zhou didn't try it, but from the introduction of the words, it was that the Skeleton Stick Monk was strong. Temporarily combing through the entire phrase, Zhou stood up, his eyes looking towards the dark and vast Undead Valley. Since Grievance Devouring can condense a base card, I wonder if there are any grievances in this land of the undead? The two latest words that he had acquired, Grudge Devouring, and Deadly Grudge Demon Pupil, the latter he understood, but the former required devouring enough grudges to form a Grudge Deadly Light within his body. If one were to talk about the gathering of grievances, Zhou felt that there was no place that was richer in grievances than the abyssal land full of undead. Thus, he stood on the edge of the throne and opened his mouth wide while unleashing Grudge Devouring. Buzz! A dark aura of grievances rose up from within the Undead Valley, turning into wisps of grievances that were swallowed into Zhou's mouth. These grievances did not enter Zhou's body, but were hosted in the middle of his mind. Grievance energy, not the energy of the dead, but there is a fall in death, there is bound to be resentment breeding, and there is no shortage of resentment naturally. What's more, this place had existed for an unknown number of years, and the accumulated grievances were naturally very large. Zhou only felt that he had swallowed for a few moments before his mind was in vague pain, as if there were countless hissing voices of pain that were constantly clamoring and echoing in his head. He stopped in a hurry, knowing that this was a case of taking it to the limit. Next, he only needed to stabilize this ever-present resentment energy, and he would be able to keep hammering away at his spirit, allowing his spiritual power to continue to rise. And a direct response to the increase in mental strength is an increase in blue volume. Please report to the master. The young master is only suffering from excessive mental exhaustion, coupled with some superficial wounds. Rest for a few days and he will be able to recover. Shu Qing returned to the main door of the study and bowed to report to the butler. Well, go for it. The butler faded. Yes. Shu Qing turned his head and was just about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask in a low voice again. Butler, the person the master is seeing is. Don't ask what you're not supposed to ask. The butler's eyes stared, and an aura that sent chills throughout his body rose. I'm sorry, but my subordinate will leave now. Shu Qing broke out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly told off and left without looking back. He was merely curious as to what the man's origin was that could make the master take it so seriously. He just didn't expect that the butler's reaction would be so drastic. Death Seeker. The butler looked at the distant Shu Qing and was about to order something when suddenly a voice came from inside the door, causing him to turn around and push the door open. Dr. Lin is going to be my perso. NAL medical advisor, have someone arrange a guest room for him, an upper room. The city lord with a bald head, Kong Qingshan, instructed the butler. Yes, master. Oh, and please prepare a basement for me. I need somewhere to arrange some of my medical equipment and RD materials. The other man spoke in a strange voice, disjointed in its hoarseness, as if he were struggling with a difficult throat. The butler glanced at his lordship, and when he saw the other nod, he smiled similarly. Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements. Thanks a lot. The door to the room closed, and an icy light flashed in the eyes of City Lord Kong Qingshan, who was sitting on the main seat. Suyangha, I can't imagine that you've been hibernating for so long, but you actually dared to make a move on Wu Xingchang, and you even dragged in this stubborn donkey Zhang Jigang. Kong Qingshan's voice could not be heard as joy or sorrow. Want to force me, Kong Qingshan, to give in? Then don't blame me. It wasn't long before, right inside the basement of the city lord's mansion, under the dim blue light, the pale figure clad in a cloak was standing in front of the operating table, constantly waving something, and a moment later, his gesture stopped, and a raspy, strange laugh followed. Oh, go on babies, make this remote city come alive. In the midst of the laughter, another gray-furred rat on the operating table suddenly squawked and then leapt down from it, seeking the entrance to the sewer, in front of the grate, stretching its body out and squeezing hard through the gap. Only, in the moment when the body was elongated, it was able to clearly see that connecting the flesh and blood was a thread of scarlet wool. Sister Shiyun, where are we going this time? Su Xiaochang and Su Mei stood and saw each other downstairs at Lin Shiyun's house and took the initiative to welcome them. He said, to scalp the woodlands. Lin Shiyun opened the door. She remembered that Zhou Yu, who had been separated in the duplicate, had explained to her that when they had finished repairing, they would be ready to head to the next duplicate, the skinning woodland. She went home to see her sister and grandmother, and almost a couple hours later, she contacted Su Mei, Su Xiaochang and the girls. Before, if Su Yongha didn't say anything, she probably wouldn't have been able to experience it. Now that she was actually able to reach the opportunity where she could impact the national scholar, if she was able to grasp it, she would be able to gain the favor of the Ninth Order Guild, and by that time, there must be a way to cure her sister's illness. So, as soon as she was rested, she rushed to gather everyone. Scalping the woodlands? Sume froze for a moment. Although this place isn't like a plot copy like the Demon Monk's Zen Garden, there are a large number of wild monsters in it and it's hard to break through. I'm not worried about blaming me, but I'm afraid that the two of us alone won't be able to protect you. Sume was worried from the bottom of her heart. The last time they had gotten lucky, but they had lost a lot of blood. If she wasn't alright this time, in case Lin Shiyun had a slip up, not only would she herself be very self-conscious, but perhaps that Mr. Zhou of the Skull and Bones would destroy herself and her brother on the spot. So? Sister Sume, you mean to increase the number of people? Lin Shiyun heard the meaning in her words. Aha! It's best to find two thick-blooded tank professions, druids, milk riders, martial monks, and so on, or if not, punishment knights will do. Sume plays a defensive role, mainly to protect Lin Shiyun. Lin Shiyun pondered. She felt that what the other party said made some sense. Okay, but when we get to the place, I'll ask his opinion first. Lin Shiyun would not make her own decisions without authorization. So far, all of her outputs had relied on Zhou Yu as her own summon. She subconsciously regarded the other party as the most trustworthy person, and it was better to let him take the decisions. No problem. After discussing the matter, the group got into their cars and headed in the direction of the flayed woodlands. This copy was a bit farther away than the Demon Monk's Zen Garden, but it was only about half an hour before the group stopped in front of a forest, where a huge, towering building, constructed entirely as a tangle of twisted bark, was none other than the replica hall of the flayed woodlands. Chapter 45, Boredom, Conception of the Five, Title Rituals. Shirhyun, did the gentleman say what difficulty he was going to pick? When they reached the place, Sume took the initiative to ask. Nightmare level. Lin Shuyun's answer was very dry, but this time, unlike the last time, Su-mei and Su Xiaoshang, who heard this difficulty, were actually not too surprised. In that case, the 5-man team is even more necessary. Su-mei explained, the number of teams in a general copy is categorized into 3, 5, and more than 5. More than 5 people, that is, the difficulty and number of multi-person book to undertake a substantial increase in the difficulty and number of people, generally have to 10 people or even the upper limit of 20 people to enter, known as the group book. While the 5-player book is slightly more difficult than the 3-player book, in turn, the experience value grants a higher bonus. Even the burst rate of some treasures will increase. Therefore, most guilds' low number of copies will choose the majority of 5-person book, one to constitute a complete offense and defense. Secondly, everyone's share of experience, equipment, treasures, etc. won't be small. In fact, Su-mei's words were the truth. At this stage, the difficulty of several people's copies was limited to first-turn copies. But when it comes to turn 2, turn 3, and even higher turn copies, the 3-person composition is clearly insufficient, and at the very least, it's a 5-person book. Someone resists damage, someone pulls monsters, someone outputs, someone controls, someone heals, and so on. Okay, I'll ask him. Lin Shuyun also admitted that Su-mei had a point, but the candidate has to be careful. I don't want him to have to brush the monsters and worry about someone stabbing him in the back while he's in the copy. Lin Shuyun spoke seriously. The last incident with Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu had shown her that not every teammate could be relied upon. She wasn't looking to find teammates who could help, but at the very least could be trusted. Definitely. Su-mei nodded her head, naturally understanding what Lin Shuyun was talking about. After the 3 of them had finished conferring, Lin Shuyun cast a summoning technique and directly summoned Zhou. After she briefly introduced Su-mei's statement, Zhou nodded with a slight thought. You can add people, but remember, if anyone dares to lay a hand on you, I won't save you. If this girl couldn't even do that, Zhou felt that there was no need for him to contract with such a summoner, even if he could never come to this world. I'll do it, please don't worry. Lin Shuyun curtsied slightly and said very seriously. Okay, nothing else, just wait until you get into your copy and call me. Zhou was about to end the summoning and return to the abyss after he finished speaking. Wait. Lin Shuyun suddenly opened her mouth to call out to him. Something? Zhou looked at her, soul fire dancing in his eyes. I have something for you. Send me? Zhou froze for a moment, then coldly waved his hand. No need. He's an undead, what could he possibly need? Even if it's equipment, I'm afraid that this girl's strength is such that she can't get a good one. But Lin Shuyun didn't pay any attention to it and instead took out a neatly folded black cloak for herself. This is a black cloak I sewed myself. Although you are not afraid of the cold, if you have this cloak, it might be easier to move around in this world in the future? Boring. When Zhou heard her finish, he only said 2 words before his body was swallowed up by the twisted black gate. Seeing this scene, Lin Shuyun couldn't help but feel a bit lost on her face. But just at the moment when Zhou's last palm was about to be devoured, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed it smoothly, and the black cloak actually disappeared directly from Lin Shuyun's hand. Put. A childlike smile blossomed from Lin Shuyun's face. Looking at Su Xiaochang was dumbfounded. Ouch. He suddenly let out a cry of pain and turned his head to see Su-mei next to him glaring at him. What are you looking at? Why don't you go and post the announcement? Oh. Su Xiaochang hurriedly ran to the replica hall to send out an announcement. Because of the time and difficulty, the silhouettes gathered in the replica hall, very few of them were able to see the new students who had just transferred. Most of them are 20+ years old. With the release of the recruitment announcement, the eye-catching title of Recruitment of Nightmare Difficulty Copy 5-member teammates instantly attracted attention. However, when they saw the team members and the content, they were almost unanimously dissuaded. What? A level 20 who wants to lead people through the nightmare level? Crazy? Looks like a rookie who doesn't know any better. What level was the last team that cleared the nightmare level Flayed Woodland? LV 30. What else is there to say? Without a thigh to bring lie, nightmare level isn't a death sentence? What an insouciance. The overall picture is one of a lot of watching, a lot of talking, a lot of connecting, but little, if any, joining. Sister Shuyun, why don't the 3 of us go in? It's been more than half an hour and it's dark, so I guess no one will be willing to join. Su Xiaoqian was a bit despondent, putting 2 big beauties here without guarding. What do these people think in their heads? Of course it's a normal thought. What professional have you ever seen who would fight to the death for a woman? Su-mei glared at him. I guess the nightmare level difficulty scared me. It is indeed a bit difficult. Other people have not seen Joyu's strength, and naturally do not believe that they can pass this kind of deadly copy. As long as the mind is clear, they will not go to do it. What then? Su Xiaoqiang spread his hands. It's natural to be able to put together a proper team. Lin Shuryun pondered, but if there's really no way out, then we'll have to forget about it. Sume sniffed and thought for a moment. Shuryun, why don't you? I'll give my dad a call and see if he can help think of a way. Like this? Lin Shuryun pondered. Compared to recruiting here, Su Yonho was obviously a bit more reliable than the others. Well, please ask, Sister Sume. Sume nodded and stepped aside to make contact. Hey! Dad! Weren't you guys going to make copies? Why didn't you go? Short of 2 reliable players, do you have any? Any requests? Meet tank-type occupation, anti-damage, protect Lin Shuryun's, most importantly, trustworthy, no mistakes. Mayatan, yes there is, trustworthy is a bit hard to say. What difficulty do you guys have? Nightmare level. Hiss. Good guts, that didn't. You're still the chief administrator, and you can't even find a reliable teammate? Daughter, you don't understand, the hardest thing in the world is not being a teammate, it's being dependable. Then the 3 of us are in. Hang on. Hey, wait a minute, is another career okay? What occupation? A rare profession. Title ritual. LV25, thighs. Really, that's a done deal, tell her to hurry up and get over here. On the other end, Su Yongha, who hung up the phone, turned his head to look at Zhang Jigang, who was holding the phone on the side. Are you really going to let your daughter get involved? What? Your daughter and son came in, but not me to let my daughter in? Zhang Jigang retorted. No, the kid is only 19, he's much better than my daughter, and he's still in the 6th Order Guild, would that be? The Lin family didn't even hesitate when they fought to the death with the Creation Society in the first place, why should I? Zhang Jigang said seriously, I don't have the chance to fight alongside those seniors, let my daughter go in, even if she dies, I'll still preserve the Lin family's bloodline. Humph. Don't come with me this way, if you don't die, you know she will have higher heights. Su Yongha bristled. I know and I'm asking. Hello? I'm not talking. It's me, it's a good thing here. Lin Shuryun and Su Xiaoqian watched Sume talk there for half a day, and then came over with gusto. Found it, it's not a meat tank, but it's a rare profession, tied ritual, and it's also a LV25 second turn professional. Second turn? Su Xiaoqiang froze for a moment, turn 2 can brush a turn 1 copy? The duplicate code, a duplicate with less than 5 people allows 1 high-turned professional to enter it, even if it's with a lie. Lin Shuryun recalled the knowledge of copies from class, only the maximum can only exceed within 1 turn. So there's 1 now, and 1 less? Su Xiaoqiang raised a new query. It doesn't matter, we can't even if there is 1 less, no by then 4 in will be fine, anyway, more than 3 people, the share of experience will be added, not enough is not enough. Su Mei explained. That's okay, that should be enough. Suddenly, Lin Shuryun spoke up and interrupted her. Enough? Su Mei was surprised. Where? As the words fell, Lin Shuryun was seen heading towards the replica hall, where some people seemed to have gathered. Chapter 46, Master, Lu Ro, watch this, it's nightmare level. Seeing Lin Shuryun go, Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang both naturally followed. Only to see that in the direction Lin Shuryun had gone, there were several silhouettes gathered there, where a man and a woman were pulling and tugging, seemingly having an argument. John Ho, give it to me, that's the ticket I saved up a year's worth of income for, why don't you give it to me? Zoe, listen to my explanation, I'm just letting the powerful go in first, and then I'll give you a return when I've cleared the level and gotten the equipment materials, and I'll take you in then. The girl, who was not tall and wore an ordinary vestment, pulled at the man's collar with a resigned face. No, Zhonghao, didn't you agree to take me into the copy? Why have you changed your mind now? What change of heart, you're only LV13, there's not much use in taking you in, might as well get a stronger one so the chances of passing are high. The mustachioed man pushed and shoved while the look on his face grew more and more impatient. Nonsense, are you trying to get Wei Qianqian to join? Are you with her? What gives her the right? By virtue of the fact that I'm a higher rank than you. Suddenly, a voluptuous woman wearing a fiery red vestment came out of the crowd on the side, and she took a few steps to walk in front of Zhonghao and took the other party's arm, squeezing her exaggerated curves on top of the other party's arm. With my big apparatus and lots of water. You, didn't I tell you not to come out? Zhonghao obviously did not expect Wei Chanxian to appear. His face changed slightly and said, "Can she let you into the copy if I don't come out?" Wei Chanxian was unimpressed. "I really don't get it. She's a little chick who doesn't know anything. What are you wasting your words with her?" "Zhonghao, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to be in two boats? Dream on. You have to come to an end today or I'll make you look good." At those words, Zhonghao's face revealed a struggling color, and then he grabbed the soft young girl's hand and pulled it away heavily. "Lu Ro, from today onwards, I don't have any relationship with you, and when I pass the level, the money for the copy ticket will be returned to you. Give it back, my ass." Wei Chanxian laughed shrilly. "Don't even look at your own virtues, and you still want to brush copies? What can a stinking boundary master do?" "I poo. You shut up." Lu Ro cried out. 2 lines of tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. "Zhonghao, 2 years off, I've been with you for 2 years, you said you would take me down to the copy, we'll upgrade together, and we'll become powerful professionals together in the future. Have you forgotten all this? For you, I scrimped and saved to buy tickets, even went as far as flipping off my parents and insisting on being with you, and now you're abandoning me? Are you still human? Enough." Zhonghao let out an annoyed, angry cry. "For me? Why didn't you let me touch it for 2 years? For me? Don't you have to enter the copy to upgrade too? If you're really doing this for me, why don't you take the money out of your house and buy my tickets for me? Why don't you have your parents sell the house and help me out? Do you know how late I am? A year." Zhonghao pointed at Lu Ro and exclaimed, "You say for me? I see you're doing it for yourself. You." Lu Ro tears fell like rain, her heart paralyzed like a knife. She did not expect that Zhonghao, who vowed to be eternally united with himself, would become so ugly. Maybe mom was right and she should have settled for being a teacher like her instead of trying to become a powerful professional. Seeing Lu Ro in such a state, Zhonghao knew that he had won, and he let Wei Chanxian hold his arm, wanting to leave the crowd. Just at this moment, a cold shout rang out. "Stop!" The crowd parted and Lin Shiyun and Sumei and Su Xiaochang all walked over. Lin Shiyun trotted over to Lu Ro and helped her up. "Sister Zoe, are you okay?" "Shiyun." Lu Ro looked up and saw Lin Shiyun, and immediately her face became even more aggrieved, and she directly fell into the other party's arms and cried loudly and painfully. "Oh, I was wrong. You're right. Zoe-chan." Lin Shiyun patted Lu Ro's back and raised her eyes to Zhonghao, her voice suddenly cold. "The one in the wrong is him. Beauty, I advise you better mind your own business, or else." Zhonghao was stunned by Lin Shiyun's appearance, but with Wei Chanxian on the side, he let out a cold snort, wanting to give the other party a warning. But before the words were finished, he saw a flash of light in front of his eyes, and Sumei didn't know when she had already come close. Snap! A slap hit him hard on his face, and a fiery pain immediately caused it to completely scream out. "You, who are you? Dare to hit me? It's you ungrateful dog that's being beaten." Sumei kicked out, heavily kicking the other party between his legs, instantly causing him to fall to his knees, covering his bottom and letting out a goose call. "Can't control yourself, so I'll do it for you. Who are you? Dare to hit someone?" On the side, Wei Chanxian didn't expect the Xingqi beauty to actually come up and dare to make a move, and immediately screamed in shock and questioned Sumei. But Sumei backhanded her and slapped her in the face, hitting the other party in pain and bleeding from the corner of her mouth. "I'm not ashamed to be a woman like you, I'm ashamed to be a woman." Sumei once again kicked Zhonghao in the chest, flipping him over, her leather boots stepping on top of the other's chest as she coldly said, "Hand it over." What? Tickets. Here you go." Zhonghao raised his hand with difficulty, and a seal-like ticket emerged in his palm. Sumei took one in her hand and said once again, No. I'm talking about you. Ouch, there. Sumei, who had gotten the 2 seals, kicked again and turned her head back to Lin Shiyun, handing them to the other party. Lin Shiyun nodded slightly and took the seal, sending it to Lu Ro. "Sister Zoe, look, all your tickets are here." Seeing her ticket come back, Lu Ro stopped crying even though she was still heartbroken. "Zhonghao, from now on, you and I, we are done." With that, she handed 2 tickets to Lin Shiyun. "Shiyun, thank you for getting them back for me, these tickets, they're for you. Why give it to me? You're going to keep it to get into your copy." Zhonghao was right about one thing, I'm just a useless boundary master, no one would want to team up, might as well, give it to you. Who said no? Lin Shiyun smiled, I happen to be missing a spot on my team, want to join? Just like that, with Lin Shuryun's help, Lu Ro cleaned up her mood and joined the squad. Lin Shuryun pulled this Lu Ro, who clearly looked younger than herself but was actually 2 years older than herself, and introduced the two to Sume. This is Sume, Su Xiaochang, 2 warriors, and a teammate on the way, coming later. This is Lu Ro, also from 2nd middle school, her mom is my homeroom teacher. So it is. The two of them, Sume and Su Xiaochang, had a look of dawning realization on their faces, as she had previously thought why Lin Shuryun had pulled the other party into the team, and even had a very trusting look. Just that one sentence makes sense. For Lu Ro, Lin Shuryun is not the first day to recognize. From the beginning of her schooling into middle school, she was often called by the homeroom teacher to the home tutoring homework, and even rubbed rice. The two have long been old acquaintances. Moreover, the homeroom teacher was able to slip her card after she failed her contract, a favor that Lin Shuryun would never forget. Seeing that he had even lost his ticket, Zhong Hao immediately felt that he had lost both his money and his people, and was directly annoyed. Lu Ro, who do you think these are? They're all liars, cheating you out of your tickets and just trying to get into the replica. Give me the tickets and I can promise to come out and give you enough. We're liars? Su Xiaochang was furious when he heard this, pulling out his own ticket crest that he had already finished buying and shaking it at Zhong Hao. Open your dog's eyes and see clearly, we're nightmare level tickets, who cares about your normal tickets? Chapter 47 Skinned Woodland, Skinless Lord. Nightmare level? Su Xiaochang's words caused the surrounding crowd to slam their eyes wide open, and after a few moments, an outcry was triggered. Crazy? A nightmare level flayed woodland? With just these guys? What beautiful, great beauties, and each with their own style. I didn't expect that, unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Entering a nightmare level copy and still want to come out alive? That's not dead. Between the crowd's comments, Zhong Hao suddenly reacted and immediately burst out laughing. Ah, nightmare level, Lu Ro, I'm just cheating you out of your money while they're cheating you out of your life, huh? All of his original bloominess was swept away, and he looked at Lu Ro with his chest puffed out. If you don't want to die, break away from the group and give me the tickets, at least I'll give you some benefits. No, rather, this is saving your life. Hearing him say this, the surrounding crowd nodded their heads in succession, feeling that the other party had a point. Lin Shuryun and Su Mei and the others similarly looked at Lu Ro. Sister Zoe, you can quit my team, but don't believe his bull. Lin Shuryun grabbed Lu Ro's hand and said. No. Lu Ro shook her head slightly. From the moment he revealed his true colors, my life didn't matter. She placed the 2 tickets in her hand in Lin Shuryun's palm. Promise me that if I do die, I'll give them to my mom, tell her that my daughter was wrong, and leave the savings from the past 2 years as a way to make it up to the 2 old men. Lu Ro didn't hold any hope that she would be able to survive in the nightmare level copy. On the contrary, she believed that since Lin Shuryun dared to enter, she must have a surefire way or means to save her life, which was why she entrusted her ticket to the other party. In response, Lin Shuryun didn't say anything more but nodded her head and accepted it. She knew that it was useless to explain how she was doing it now, and everything would have to wait until she entered the replica, so it would naturally be clear. Seeing that Lu Ro was actually persistent, Zhong Hao immediately snorted. Fine, jump in all the fire pits, right, then save it for your own coffin. Next to her, Wei Chanchan even laughed coldly in agreement. Right, my lady is here to watch how long it takes for you to die. She had been slapped by Su Mei and had already held a grudge against the other party in her heart. But she wasn't stupid. In a place like this where professionals gathered, the person who dared to make a direct move wasn't simple. But this breath could not be swallowed and could only be transferred to Lu Ro. There's no point in talking more, let's go. Lin Shuryun helped Lu Ro to leave, but the surrounding crowd's discussion did not stop. It just went from the topic of Lu Ro to them. After all, nightmare level copies are far more talked about than third-party meddling. That tied ritual thigh, when is it arriving, sis? Su Xiaochang was still most concerned about the situation of his own copy. Should be soon? Sume thought for a moment. Dad said she's an acquaintance, half an hour at most. Acquaintances? We know any more reliable ones? Su Xiaochang was slapped by Sume just as he finished speaking. If you can't talk, shut up, no one is. It wouldn't be her, would it? Halfway through Sume's sentence, the crowd suddenly heard a sound of a luxury car roaring in the distance, and then they saw a stretch limousine suddenly stop. A chauffeur and bodyguard came down from the car, opened the door, and at once a slender thigh and cut-out aqua-blue high heels emerged from underneath its door. Immediately following, an aquamarine long dress, aquamarine long hair, aquamarine staff, like Athena's cool princess figure got out of the car. Young Beau? Su Xiaochang exclaimed, isn't she in the 6th Order Guild? How come she's back? You know each other? Lin Shiyun looked at him. Aha! It's the daughter of the sheriff's chief, and when we were kids we were neighbors and used to play together. She's the same age as me. Sume interjected from the side, but the talent is much higher than me. It is said that it is now LV25, and it is still a rare profession. It was accepted by the 6th Order Guild early. I didn't think it would be her. She, seems a little high-strung? I'm not sure. I remember when I was a kid, she just wasn't very talkative and hid in a corner when people came over. A luxury car with a beautiful woman easily attracted the attention of the entire audience, but after seeing the iceberg-like temperament on Zhang Bai, all the professionals present didn't even dare to look at it more and took the initiative to get out of the way. And after the other party scanned the crowd slightly, she walked towards Su Mei and the others with her long legs dragging her long skirt. Obviously, she was about the same height as Su Mei, but standing in front of the crowd, she gave people a sense of suffocation from the mountains. Her eyes quickly swept over a few people before finally looking aside. Pull me into line. Su Xiaoqian, Su Mei, and even Lin Shiyun and Lu Rou all looked at each other, a bit stunned. Do goddesses talk like this nowadays? I'll pull you. It was Lin Shiyun who eventually reacted and pulled her opponent into the group. Zhang Bai, let me introduce you to our teammate, she. As an old acquaintance, Su Mei took the initiative to walk out to introduce Zhang Baio, but before he could finish, Zhang Baio extended his hand. Tickets, go! Su Mei, Lin Shiyun and others. Go in first, there's plenty of time for introductions. Lin Shiyun rounded off the conversation. Su Mei nodded her head and handed the tickets in her hand to the crowd one by one. Zhang Bai stepped out first and walked straight towards the entrance of the tickets. Buzz. As the fluctuations surfaced, the figures of the 5 people disappeared. Team 001, Captain Lin Shiyun, team member Zhang Bai, has entered the nightmare level flayed woodland copy. Timing starts. A damp, stuffy sensation wrapped around his body, and a strong fishy odor mixed with the smell of decay filled his nostrils. When the crowd opened their eyes, they realized that they were already within a forest. As for Zhang Bai, who stood at the front of the group, a flash of disbelief flickered within his dark blue pupils. Nightmare level? What do they want? Do you really expect me, a second-turn tidal wave sacrifice, to be able to clear this kind of copy? Dad, are you going to get me killed, or are you going to get me killed? No. Am I going to question them now? Will they find me insensitive? This is a matter of life and death, how can it be unkind? But I clearly promised so dryly before, if I refuse now, will it seem like I'm going back on my word and reneging on my word? After many thoughts were tossed around in his mind one after another, Zhang Bai finally just took the staff in his hand and violently gave it a thump on top of the ground. Tidal shield. Buzz. Already from the dense water vapor from her feet for the extension, turn instantly towards the surrounding expansion, and then the 5 people completely wrapped in it, forming a ball-shaped water flow shield. Entering a copy and defending first, from this alone, it was enough to see that Zhang Baio's experience was far richer than that of the rookies like them. At the same time, a voice that was grim in its raspiness rang out abruptly in the minds of the crowd. Requirements: find and destroy the skinless lord, or stay alive in the forest within 24 hours. Obviously it was just a notice of the past conditions, but that creepy laugh at the end gave the crowd the creeps. Sasha. Without waiting for them to savor it, the sound of friction rang out from beneath the ground where dead leaves were piled up under their feet. In the next moment, several of the nearest large trees suddenly came to life, and an entwined twisted vine rose up from the ground, jerking towards the crowd at once. Snap! All the lime green vines had drawn on top of the tidal shield, only bringing up a ripple, leaving the crowd undamaged. However, when the crowd viewed these large trees around them, they couldn't help but change their faces. Chapter 48: Fleeing Tree Spirit, Tidal Blade. In the forest lined with trees, a circle of lime green vines was entwined on top of each tree trunk, and between the waving of these vines, a painfully twisted human face could be clearly seen on the tree trunk. Hiss. Sis, the whole forest is full of these faces? Su Xiaochang felt his teeth chattering. How many faces are there in this forest? These are flayed tree spirits, starting at LV15, with a low attack power but thick blood. Su Mei protected Lin Shiyun behind her and looked through the shield towards the outside. The cheat we purchased, the way we cleared it before, was to wait in place for 24 hours, so as long as we can defend it, we won't have much of a problem. The shock from the nightmare level copy made Lu Rou forget her grief for a while as well. With this amount, I'm afraid the shield won't be able to support it for long, right? When she saw that Zhang Bai's level was LV25, she assumed that the other party was the only thigh in the entire group. It's okay to wait for the captain to put. Su Xiaochang's words were just half spoken when he saw Zhang Bai suddenly holding his staff and actively stepping out of the shield. You, what are you doing? Get back here. Zhang Bai didn't reply. She naturally knew that if she went on like this, she definitely wouldn't be able to hold out for long, but what if she cleared the air? As the staff was waved, a tiny stream of water quickly coalesced in the air, and then transformed into 3 blades of water that spun like blades. Tidal blade, cut. Swish. The 3 blades flew out at the same time and landed on top of the tree trunk, and the water flow blades that constantly flowed like jagged teeth directly erupted with amazing power. Thumbs up. The tough bark of the tree was cut right through as if it had met a lumberjack. Ah! The twisted human face on the tree trunk let out an agonizing wail, urging the entangled vines to start continuously thrashing the other party. However, the staff in Zhang Bai's hand once again lurched. Tidal bind is activated. Several streams of water rose up and entangled all the besieging vines, even tying a few of them into knots. So silky smooth was the operation that the others watched for a while. Boy, is this the person the 6th Order Guild values? Awesome! Restriction, output, protection. From the time Zhang Bai made his move until now, the other party could be said to have interpreted offense and defense to the fullest. While the crowd was still marveling, the 3 peeling tree spirits collapsed with a bang. And up to this point, Zhang Bai didn't stop in the slightest, and as he did, it didn't take long to clear an open space beyond the shield. This time, the vines in the near distance were completely cleared out, and the vines in the far distance couldn't be reached, so all the threats disappeared without a trace in an instant. Up to this point, Zhang Bai's pretty face was slightly relieved above, and she turned around and walked back within the shield, and then she saw 4 pairs of eyes all falling on her body, and for a split second, her heart followed her with a poof. After a full 3 seconds of silence, a single word was spat out. Wait! Sister Unspeakable, this is too powerful for you, isn't it? Su Xiaochang unknowingly changed his address. If we just stay here, won't we be able to pass the level easily? Sume similarly gave a thumbs up. Title sacrifice, it lives up to its name. If it's just that simple, then it shouldn't be nightmare level. Lin Shiyun mused, I'd better call someone. After saying that, she similarly stood her staff on the ground and directly activated her summoning skill. A huge summoning spell formation emerged, and then a huge summoning gate appeared. When the summoning gate ended, a tall figure with a wide black cloak emerged. Under the strong wind hunting, a morose white skeleton face was revealed, and the soul fire dancing in his eyes seemed to be able to scorch the heart. Shiryun, this is your summon? Lu Ro had a look of surprise on her face as she looked at the tall skeleton. Aha! Lin Shiryun nodded slightly, but her eyes lingered on the cloak on Zhou Yu's body, and the corner of her mouth involuntarily raised a smile. Looks pretty cool. Skeleton soldiers? Zhang Bai also showed a touch of surprise when she saw Zhou Yu's eyes. She had never seen such a tall skeleton soldier before. But as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she panicked a little. Was it not too good for her to say that? Isn't that a bit rude? What can be done to salvage the moment? Zhang Bai, who was struggling internally, had yet to think of how to explain, and as a result, he saw Zhou Yu's soul flame looking towards him. She was startled and subconsciously took a step back. An iceberg beauty? And a milk fierce loli? Soulfire danced in Zhou Yu's eyes. He had to admit that the other party's strength in finding a teammate was not good, but the face value was considered top-notch. Especially the iceberg-looking beauty in front of him, Zhou Yu could tell at a glance that she was just a social terrorist. After just a glance, Zhou Yu withdrew his gaze and surveyed the surrounding environment of the replica. Twisted vines, hideous human faces, and a forest with no end in sight. This was very much in keeping with the style of the flayed woodlands. It looks as if someone made a move? The pass is to find and destroy the skinless lord or survive here for 24 hours. Lin Shiryun took the initiative to move a little closer to Zhou Yu and introduced him. No good. As soon as the words fell, Su Xiaochang next to him suddenly pointed at the distance and exclaimed in shock. The crowd followed the sound and immediately realized that above the originally cleared open space, it looked like there were countless vines snaking underground, and in an instant, the vines broke out of the ground and climbed up to the broken part of the already collapsed tree, and a sharp thorn with barbs surfaced and pierced into the tree trunk, and then forcefully pulled it up. In just a few moments of work, the 3 peel tree spirits that had been severed were just repaired. Ow! Terrifying wailing sounds came from within the human faces on the tree trunks, and in the next moment, all the vines shot out once again, heading straight for the crowd. Damn it! Su Xiaochang shouted angrily and took a step out, ready to strike. Zheng Bai, who was reliably in front of him, obviously moved faster and more skillfully than him. Leave it to me. She waved her staff in her hand, and once again, the tidal blade coalesced out, cutting off the vines that drew in with a few strokes, and then she even counterattacked towards the other party. Snicker. Put. Boom. A few moments later, the three large trees once again fell to the ground with a loud bang, but right at this moment, the familiar vines reappeared, and at the same time, the peeling tree spirit that had originally remained motionless actually shook, and a tree root was pulled out from under the ground, and then dragged itself towards Zhou and the others as they approached. It seemed to move slowly, but with each step that fell, it was able to move forward by as much as a few meters. They actually move? Su Xiaochang was in a hurry, but was pulled over by Su Mei. Stand still and do what you have to do. Oh who? Su Xiaochang reacted and did not continue to rush, but removed his long sword and stood not far from Lin Shiyun. He naturally knew that he was not really the main force to pass the copy, all he could do was to protect Lin Shiyun. Su Xiaoqiang so, Lu Rou also subconsciously towards Lin Shiyun close over, just she cannot figure out, everyone should not be towards the thigh Zhang Bai close? Why are they all close to Shiyun? Leave it to me. Only Zhang Bai left behind a sentence and took the initiative to walk towards the outside of the shield. She swung her staff in her hand one after another, and 3 tidal blades surfaced as she wanted to continue emptying the peeling tree spirits in front of her as she had done. However, she didn't expect that before she could cut down the 3 tree spirits, the other vines would come directly entangled. If this was dragged back, what awaited her would be having her entire body ripped alive by the vines, complete with skinning. Tidal blade. 3 paths, 6 paths, 9 paths. A full 9 tidal blades was already the limit of Zhang Bai's second turn, but even so, almost as soon as this batch of vines broke, another batch of vines followed. Finally, right in the gap between his spell casting chance, several vines directly broke through the blockade and twined towards Zhang Bai at once. Crap! Zhang Bai's heart was in a state of shock, even her chanting was interrupted alive. She had never entered a nightmare-level copy before, and she didn't expect to die here the first time she entered. In the nick of time, seeing the vines approaching, Zhang Bai, who subconsciously waved her staff to resist, suddenly felt that there was a shadow looming behind her, and she instinctively inclined her head to see Zhou, who was shrouded in a black cloak, appearing behind her at an unknown time. A large hand lifted up and grabbed towards Zhang Bai. In the next moment, Zhang Bai felt a coldness in her jade neck, and before she could experience it, she was lifted up by Zhou like a chicken in one go, and then violently thrown backward. Swish! When she fell, she happened to be caught by the combined efforts of both Su Mei and Su Xiaochang, and when she looked up again, she suddenly saw that Zhou had taken over her previous position and was completely entangled by the vines. Chapter 49, Goodness, Summoning Beasts, this can be done? No! Zhang Bai stood up violently, subconsciously about to rush out of the shield. Hey, you're crazy! Su Mei pulled her back. At a time like this, you're just sending yourself to death by rushing out. But, it's still in there. Zhang Bai suddenly spoke much more smoothly. So many vines, not to mention the second turn, even a third turn warrior would have a hard time breaking free when entangled. You said it was the warrior, not him. Su Mei didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. At this time instead, Su Xiaoqiang at the back said with a calm face, "Don't worry, the real show has just begun." Good show? Zhang Bai was about to say something else when she suddenly stared at her beautiful eyes incredulously. Only a single barb popped out above the greenish vines that wrapped around Zhou, wanting to insert into Zhou's body, but unfortunately, they scraped over the white bones, but could only leave behind a hoarse scratching sound, unable to leave even half a trace. And at that moment, Zhou, who was standing in place, just calmly and incomparably propped up his hands. Click, click, click. All the vines immediately made an unbearable tugging sound, and eventually collapsed amidst Zhang Bai's shock. And after doing all this, Zhou just stood still and flicked the crumbs staining his black cloak. You've soiled my clothes. When he looked up again, the soul fire in his eyes suddenly erupted. Boom! The black cloak disappeared, heavy black armor enveloped his entire body, and the heavily armored skeleton swordsman instantly emerged. This is a skeleton soldier? The words were delivered from Lu Rou's mouth. She admitted that she had seen less, but this was the first time she had seen this kind of skeleton soldier that was able to transform. Zhang Bai, who was on the side, had already been loosened by Su Mei at this moment, but her sapphire eyes were staring at Zhou with a deadpan look, as if the other party's changes had refreshed her knowledge of summoners. Hey, it's the skeleton soldiers. Su Xiaochang seemed to be happy to see such an expression with a smile on his face, but it's not just the skeleton soldiers. He held his tongue, because even better was yet to come. The corner of Sumedu's mouth on the side was slightly raised, as if she saw her own expression before. You don't say, this feeling, a little soothing. Just as a few people were admiring, the armor-clad Joyu had already charged forward, his greatsword being held in both hands. He did not use any words, nearly swinging his greatsword and sweeping it towards a tree trunk. Thumbs up. The longsword tore through the bark of the tree, scarlet blood flowed out of it like it didn't need money, and the hideous human face on the trunk was almost crying out, but Joyu's hands didn't pause in the slightest, and continued to steadily power up. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Click. The trunk of the tree, which exceeded one person's embrace, was cut down hard under his terrifyingly huge strength. Seconds. Joyu backhanded a horizontal sweep, chopping off a large portion of vines that attempted to attack him, and then swept down with a sword as he did. Click. Click. In a moment's time, the 10 or so peeling tree spirits that were close by in the surroundings were just cut down hard. This is too fierce, isn't it? Lu Ro covered her exaggerated chest and let out a gasp. She had been practicing with Zhonghao's team before, and even when she encountered the strongest heavy armored warriors, they were not as powerful as Joyu. In just 10 seconds or so, killing a dozen peeling tree spirits with over 1,000 blood, was this something a human could do? Oh yeah, he's not human. Sasha. Not waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, the ground in the distance and again surging up, dense vines in the ground through, at the same time, the original dead tree spirit actually revived again. It feels like it can't be killed at all. Moreover, more and more tree spirits were approaching towards the area, each human face emitting a hideous hissing roar. Die. Die. You deserve to die here. Joyu put away his sword and stood, looking at the figures that continued to gather and muttering silently to himself. Staying put would have been the stupidest thing to do. These guys are like pustules on the skin, the more you irritate it, the worse it gets. Without waiting for the other tree spirits to approach, Joyu turned his head and hooked his finger at the crowd. What's he up to? Lu Ro asked. Let us follow. Lin Shiyun explained. Follow? Isn't that going to come out of the shield? Aha! Aren't we holding our ground where we are? Apparently not anymore. Available. Before Lu Ro finished her words, she saw Su Mei and Su Xiaochang escorting Lin Shiyun, who took the initiative to step out of the shield and followed in the direction where Joyu was. Lu Ro froze. It wasn't that she was against this approach, but it clearly seemed easier to stay put, so why was the other party doing the opposite? And at this time, even Zhang Bai followed suit, and she no longer hesitated when she saw this, following the crowd as they drew closer towards Joyu. Stepping out of the shield seemed to be noticed by the surrounding peeling tree spirits, and at once, many of them surged up and approached towards the crowd. Boo boo boo, you and Shiyun stay together to protect the perimeter, Lu Ro you follow, Xiaochang you break the back, and I'll be in the front. Su Mei's words rang out, and in this group, she consciously acted as the commander of the formation. At times like this, no one cares why, but subconsciously follows the other person's command. While in front, Joyu unusually roughly cut down a peeling tree spirit that blocked the way, but the ones on both sides could not be taken care of. Just a short distance away, the crowd saw vines attacking towards them. Tidal Blade. Zhang Bai directly once again offered the Tidal Blade, but the continuous battle made her magic power consumption is very fast. At this moment also 3 Tidal Blades is already her limit, and more vines obviously can't rely on the Tidal Blade and even Su Mei and other people's attacks to block. Swish. A vine through the gap, towards the edge of the Lu Ro draw attack. See the attack close at hand. Lu Ro revealed a flash of panic, subconsciously screaming in the closed eyes. However, the expected attack did not come, and when she opened her eyes, she suddenly saw a skeleton soldier holding a longsword standing not far in front of her, and the longsword in her hand happened to split the vine. Ah! This is... Skeleton swordsman, don't worry, one of our own. Su Xiaochang cut the vines in front of himself with a sword, a touch of playful laughter in his voice. Lu Ro turned her head, and she realized that a full 40 skeleton swordsmen had already appeared around the crowd at an unknown time, fending off the vines. One of our own? She repeated in confusion and suddenly turned her head violently to look at Joyu, who was sweeping across the tree spirits in front of her. Yes, he summoned it? I only have one turn, and I don't have the ability to summon a second summoned beast yet. Lin Shiyun explained in an embarrassed manner. Boy, summoning beasts, this will do? Lu Ro muttered in disbelief. Oh, where is this going? Just wait a minute. Su Xiaochang was about to show off, but the sound of vibration suddenly came from the entire forest, and in the next moment, a behemoth figure suddenly emerged within the dense forest. Chapter 50 Skeletons can do martial arts, the flesh and blood giant bear can't stop it. Dang! Dang! Dull vibrations like beating drums resounded continuously. When the crowd looked up, they saw the trees of the dense forest shaking in the distance, and a huge figure rapidly approaching from afar. When it approached, it was clearly a bear-like creature that had already been completely stripped of its skin and flesh. Skinned bear. Race, beast. Level, LV 20. Life, 3500. Magic, 400. Attack, 280-325. Defense, 20. Words, Steel Claw Rip Green, Berserker Roar Green, Flesh and Blood Armor Green, Feral Trample Green, Mega Strength Green. Even though it was only LV 20, the blood quantity of over 3000 and the exaggerated attack power of the general attack were already daunting. Combined with that nearly 2 meters of wild height and the terrifying weight, it was no less than a heavy tank moving at a rapid pace. Is this a nightmare-level copy? It's too perverted, isn't it? Lu Ro looked incredulously at the huge figure. She had no doubt that the other party only needed a slap to make her blood bar completely disappear. In this situation, even if a meat titan of the same level resisted, I'm afraid that it would require more than 2 combined efforts to withstand this kind of impact. Seeing the other party running wildly towards them and the others, before the crowd had time to react, they saw a black heavily armored figure charging straight up. It was Joyu, who was seen replacing the greatsword in his hand with a shield with 3 hideous crashing horns, and slammed it against the opponent's forward route. Knock! The crowd only felt the corners of their eyes jumping, and they suddenly saw that the huge flesh and blood giant bear was actually hardened against Joyu with a shield, and its huge body tumbled up due to inertia, and then crossed Joyu on all fours and smashed on top of the ground. Knock! The ground shook heavily. Ow! The giant bear that was in pain was about to resist, but the shield in Joyu's hand was replaced with a large sword. He held it in both hands, and without the slightest pause he plunged his sword into the giant bear's neck before slamming everything. Click! The giant bear's head was cut off hard. After several terrifying damage values burst out one after another above that head, the blood bar directly disappeared. Ding! You have killed the flesh and blood giant bear, experience value plus 87. You looted the word, Mega Force Green. Joyu, who heard the prompt, paused slightly. The giant strength phrase he had originally thought that it was only available in other copies, but now it seemed that it could actually be fused again. This is alright? Lu Ro felt like her perception had been turned upside down. On the side, Zheng Bai opened her small mouth wide. Her mind almost went down. She originally thought that her old dad had persuaded her to come over and join this team, so that she could be the lapdog to bring the lie. But now she realized, what kind of thigh is she? This is the leg of others. No, this is a giant leg. Before the 2 newcomers could regain their senses from the shock, suddenly Lin Shiyun, who was on the side, reminded them. Watch out, it's not just one, it's a herd. Only then did the crowd realize that successive shakes appeared in the dense forest in the distance, and such terrifying flesh and blood bears appeared in the field of vision one after another. 1, 2, 3, 5. At least 5 heads appeared within the field of view alone, not to mention more figures surfacing in the distance. This much? Su Xiaochang glanced over. I'm afraid Mr. Zhou alone can't stop it, right? He could be sure that the skeleton swordsman's strength would certainly not be able to stop it. You're forgetting that he still has wolves. Su Mei said with a subdued face. As the words fell, the ground not far away began to vibrate, as if something was crawling out. Yeah, I forgot about that. Su Xiaochang tapped his head, but I remember the wolf before didn't appear like this, right? As soon as the words fell, the crowd saw a morose white palm suddenly poking out of the ground, followed by the appearance of morose white skeletons that were obviously a few turns thicker than the skeleton swordsman. Each of them held a uniform long, morose white stick, and they were even taller, and the soul fire dancing in their eyes was even more passionate. My God, what is this? Su Xiaochang exclaimed in shock. Surprise surfaced on his face once again. He had seen a skeleton swordsman, and he had also seen a flaming giant wolf, but he had never seen such a skeleton. And besides, Su Mei looked at that one skeleton figure with one hand holding a stick and one hand erected in front of his chest like a martial arts monk, and guessed with a slight shock. Skeletons, monk? Swish! The 2 skeleton monks, with a single footstep their figures had already rushed towards the nearest flesh and blood giant bear. Seeing their running speed and outburst, they were simply a few notches higher than the skeleton swordsman, and almost in a flash they appeared in front of the flesh and blood giant bear, with the long stick in their hands raised and slammed down. 182. 167. How is that possible? Everyone's face changed when they saw the damage value. This was a 20 defense flesh and blood giant bear. These two skeleton monks were actually able to burst out with such high damage? Ow! The flesh and blood giant bear that suffered pain violently raised its front limbs, and 5 scythe-like sharp claws popped out, grabbing towards the skeleton monk on the side. However, the long stick in the hands of the skeleton monk slightly block a little. The body is to use the force of this to pop up, body in midair, and is a heavy stick smashed down, and so on the other claws of the flesh and blood bear's grabbed, he is to use the long stick to once again jump up, dexterously flash through the other party's attack, and continue to inflict damage on the other party. Looking at the two skeleton monks who were treating the flesh and blood giant bear like a monkey, the crowd was completely numb. This is a skeleton? Su Xiaoqiang had to ask what he had once said. It's the skeleton martial monk. Su Mei's shocked face spat out a definite guess. She guessed 90% correctly, but was still missing the word stick. Skeleton stick monk summoning blue, as a blue phrase naturally possesses a strength that far exceeds that of a skeleton swordsman. Not only is the single attack more terrifying and the blood quantity more sufficient, but at the same time, with the Deshang stick technique, the opponent's evasion is surprisingly high. The 30 skeleton stick monks were paired 2 by 2, easily restricting the charging giant bears and managing to quickly decimate them. In such a short moment of time, everyone's crisis was dissolved, and it was only a single word that Zhou Yu had cast. Swish! Almost everyone cast their gazes on that tall figure with the black kai added to his body, and for a while they were a bit lost in thought. It was only when the flesh and blood giant bears in front of them were chopped down to the ground that they suddenly realized that the crisis that had originally surrounded them had suddenly disappeared, and even the flesh and blood giant bears in the distance had strangely disappeared. Why is it gone? Su Xiaoqiang felt the silence around him and was suddenly a bit uncomfortable. It's not missing, I'm afraid it's to confuse us. Lin Shiyun pondered, the forest is so big, if there's no guide, how are we going to find the skinless lord? Then wouldn't we be able to pass just as well if we stayed here? Lu Ro gradually adapted to the rhythm of this place and subconsciously asked. This. Lin Shiyun couldn't figure out exactly why. It should see how powerful he is, so it would rather let us pass than let us find it. Zhang Bai suddenly voiced his opinion. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed and they looked at Zhou Yu with some surprise. Doesn't that mean the other side is wimpy? It was the first time they had ever heard of someone being able to make a copy boss wimp out when they grew up. However, Zhou Yu only snorted coldly, don't worry, you won't be able to escape. How do you, who are confident that the forest is huge, feel when you see it being pushed sideways? As the words fell, Zhou Yu pointed the long sword in his hand. Inferno Wolfpack Royalty is activated. Chapter 51, Natural Pulse Blue, Don't Hide, Lord of the Skinless. Phew! The 7 flame giant wolves, whose bodies were completely made up of flames and were handsome to the heavens, appeared in Zhou Yu's surroundings. Once again, it shocked Zhang Baiyo and Lu Ro's eyes. He can summon fire-type summons? Lu Ro pointed at the flaming giant wolf with a burning body. Lighten up! None of this is a matter for Mr. Chow. Su Xiaoqiang waved his hand rather smugly, feeling as if it was himself who had summoned the giant wolf. Mr. Chow? How do you know his name? Lu Ro looked at him in surprise. She had heard the other party say it several times before, she had seen summons with names, but it was the first time she had seen one with a surname. Mr. Zhou is different from the ordinary skeletons. Su Mei smiled and explained, we had communication before it learned to write, this last name, he told us. She was content now that someone had finally joined the shock brigade again. The 7 flame giant wolves let out low growls, and those vines, as if they had met their nemesis, almost just wrapped around them, screamed and retracted of their own accord. Fire, itself, was the nemesis of evil creatures, not to mention, this was a forest, and once it burned, it was simply terrifying. Roar! With a roar, the 7 flaming giant wolves opened the way directly in front, the skeleton stick monks on both sides suppressed them, and the skeleton swordsman in the back protected the formation. The team that originally consisted of only 5 people was now like a well-trained and powerful army, rampaging through the forest. No, the skinless lord, hidden, hard to find. Zhang Bai hesitated several times before opening his mouth to warn after traveling forward for nearly a quarter of an hour. Question mark. The crowd had a questioning look on their faces, as if they didn't understand exactly what she meant by this fragmentation of her words. You mean? The forest is too big, and at this rate, it's still hard to find the hidden skinless lord? Su Mei, the only one who still understood her, thoughtfully explained. Zheng Bai wanted to nod his approval, but in the end, he just slightly nodded his Jinsho. We've already climbed the tree and looked at it just now. The forest is boundless, we can't find where the other side is hiding at all. Su Xiaochang spread his hands. Moving forward in one direction should be the way Mr. Zhou came up with. But, if this direction is wrong, will it be wrong again and again? Lu Ro hadn't even thought that there was actually a time when a nightmare-level copy was this easy. She glanced at the black-armored skeleton walking at the front without a word and warned carefully. This, I have also thought about, but for the time being did not have any too good solution. Lin Shiyun raised her eyebrows slightly as she hesitated. I'll talk to him, maybe he has his own way. Lin Shiyun took the initiative to take a few steps in Zhou Yu's direction, shouting out to report the view over. However, Zhou Yu did not even pay the slightest bit of attention from beginning to end, and did not even pause in his footsteps in the slightest. This is a no? Or disregard? Su Xiaoqiang guessed up. I don't know, maybe he doesn't want us to interfere. Lin Shiyun said. Let's go then. After all, we can't think of anything to do for now either, and if we really can't find it, the big thing is that we'll just rely on time to pass. Su Mei suddenly lost her smile when she finished speaking. It's funny that in a nightmare-level copy, instead of worrying about staying alive, we're actually choosing how to get through. There was also a bit of silence from the crowd, not in concern, but in acquiescence. Yeah, if anyone else entered here, this kind of copy would be enough to make everyone fight for their lives, or even fall here if they weren't careful. But now it's good that not only is everyone's life not in danger, but they even have time to discuss it here. The camera-loving Su Xiaochang even took out his own camera and began to film the scenes amongst the entire copy. This practice is not an isolated case, but rather a number of copy raids where people specialize in this kind of work, shooting video clips with commentary and illustrations for sale. Or put it on the self-media to spread it and attract traffic to cash in. But most of the images taken by those people shook violently because of the fight, and images as clear as Su Xiaoqiang's were simply unheard of. So much so that it gives the illusion of being here on a tour rather than a pass. And naturally, all of this was attributed to Lin Shiyun's summoner, Zhou Yu. A few hours passed, and even the flame giant wolf was resummoned twice due to attrition. A few people were already completely certain that Zhou Yu was here to wait for the end of time, rather than looking for the so-called skinless lord. They turned their heads to look at the long trail of flames left behind them, without the slightest bit of dissatisfaction in their hearts. The wild monsters that had been decimated during this time alone had already allowed everyone to level up quite a bit. Even if they stopped killing monsters, they still felt that they had earned a lot. However, right at this moment, Zhou Yu, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Ding! Your word fusion is complete, gaining natural pulsation blue. Natural pulse, you can hide yourself extremely well under the natural environment of lush grass and trees, while feeling the pulse of the forest and even communicating with the trees. Zhou Yu, who heard the prompt, smiled faintly. He had gone for so long and finally waited for the synthesis of the blue words. Like the other's previous thoughts, at first, Zhou Yu did also feel that the forest was huge, and if the other party was really hiding, it would be difficult for him to look for them. However, when he obtained the phrase, natural breath white, from above the peeling tree spirit, an idea was born. The fact that these trees were able to react meant that there was someone behind the scenes who was manipulating them. How does the other person feel their presence? There must be a similar perception method skill. If one could master this skill and then reverse perception, one could naturally find where the other party was. Therefore, the fusion of natural breath white into natural concealment green and then natural pulse blue finally succeeded in allowing Zhou Yu to feel the pulsating power of the other party's message. Feeling the pulsating perception that continuously surfaced within that tree, Zhou Yu swept up a cold smile. Hide it, I'm coming. He raised his hand and slapped it on top of a chopped tree spirit trunk, and a fluctuation that transmitted pulsation surfaced from afar. Swish! Zhou Yu looked up to the side and suddenly began to turn. Ha! He actually turned? The crowd following behind also showed strange colors when they saw Zhou Yu's change. Is it because one direction is too boring? Do you think Mr. is you? Egu, what's that? It's hard to believe that he can still find the skinless lord? Su Xiaoqiang rubbed his waist and retorted, besides, he is not the only one who is leisurely, aren't you all leisurely? But it was something he didn't dare say, especially in front of a group of women. That can't be the reason you're talking about. Su Mei glared at him, and although the others didn't say anything, they all agreed that it was impossible to find the skinless lord. The forest was too big to find the end of it for hours, even if you changed directions. Moreover, they had even suspected that this skinless lord himself had an extremely high level of concealment, and might have already walked past without even realizing it. Next, the crowd clearly felt Joyu's speed begin to increase and change direction from time to time. Moreover, almost every decapitated peeling tree spirit had to touch the section of the cut that connected to the root of the tree. After turning in this direction an unknown number of times and walking for another 3 hours or so, Joyu suddenly stopped. Phew! Su Xiaochang let out a long breath. Finally I can take a break, so rushed, for a while, still a bit uncomfortable, well. However, as soon as his words fell, he saw Joyu suddenly raise his head, and above his head, there was actually a terrifying ghostly green fireball that began to coalesce. Don't hide, Lord of the Skinless. Styrofoam Blast is activated. Chapter 52 Lord Without Skin, see God's Salt Eclipse, Firewalking, open. Eyeing the spectral green fireball that surfaced above Joyu's head, the crowd's faces changed as they subconsciously retreated backwards. What's he doing? Lu Ro was shocked. Didn't she say it was a summoned beast? What the hell is this ghostly green fireball? He, does magic? Zheng Bai exclaimed in shock, but after she finished speaking she felt that her words were redundant. People had even summoned the flame giant wolf. What was throwing a fireball? She forced herself to calm down, but after seeing the power of 3 Stygian fireballs in a row exploding in front of her, she really couldn't calm down anymore. Boom! After looking at the location of a 10-meter radius that had been leveled to the ground, she couldn't control the shock that surfaced on her cool, iceberg-like pretty face. Is this the kind of power that a normal fireball can cause? The peeling tree spirits that were burned into screaming charcoal by the flames didn't even have time to scream before they died completely. Compared to Zhang Baiyo and Lu Ro's shock, the other 3 were obviously much more calm. Looking at the scene after being scorched, Su Xiaochang violently thought of an unbelievable thought. Sis, you don't think, do you, that he's really found it, do you? Gollum! The crowd gulped in unison, and then Su Mei, who was on the side, said with some difficulty. I'm afraid, yes. Buzz. Right at the place where Joyu's underworld flame fell, the ground that had already been scorched began to shake. Layers of black charred bark began to peel off, revealing the textures within as if they were newborn. Before the crowd could react, a thick and terrifying tree root suddenly rose up from the ground. These tree roots danced like a giant python and did not launch an attack. Instead, they twined towards those burnt tree trunks around them and then pulled them violently. Click! All of the tree trunks were pulled hard out of the ground, then pulled to the center, then haphazardly combined with each other as more and more roots began to surface and began to wrap around more trees around them to pull them. Boom, click, click, click. The crowd just watched as the huge ancient tree that had fused an unknown number of peeling tree spirits rose up from the soil. 3 meters. 5 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. Finally a massive tree nearly 30 meters tall and 50 meters wide appeared in front of the crowd. Above the entire tree trunk, there were hideous hissing human faces everywhere. The branches of the tree were like arms constantly dancing, and a giant python-like vine entwined around it. And in the very center of the canopy, the figure of a man who had been completely stripped of his skin and flesh appeared. The moment his eyes opened, all the faces above the tree trunk hissed in unison. Ow! Why did you come? Why do you want to come? Come and die. To die. The echoes of countless faces intertwined, sending chills throughout the body and numbing the scalp. Seeing such a terrifying boss, the crowd almost instantly confirmed the identity of the other party, the Skinless Lord. Skinless Lord Boss. Race, Cursed Tree. Level, LV 30. Life, 50,000. Magic, 20,000. Attack, 1213.85. Defense, 40. Words, Nature Pulse Blue, Peeling Vine Blue, Roots of the Dead Blue, Peeling Evil Poison Blue, Spore Manipulation Blue. Only 50,000 blood? Joyu looked at the introduction on it. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. And the male Skinless Lord that had appeared in the center of the canopy suddenly howled again. Wow! Above the tree trunk, all the twisted faces opened their mouths at the same time, and large pieces of dust like mist rose from their mouths and drifted toward the crowd. Be careful, this is a poisonous spore. Once inhaled, it will absorb all life energy for growth and will even be manipulated by the other party. Sume instantly exclaimed when she saw this, when she checked the strategy before, although the teams that had cleared the level had cleared it through the length of time. But there were also unlucky teams that stumbled upon the presence of the Skinless Lord. One of them has seen this spore. A small amount of these spores is not fatal, and even professionals can resist them by mobilizing their own energy, but once the number rises, the energy to maintain it will be swallowed up quickly, and in the end, they can only fall into a puppet that is parasitized by the spores. The best way to do this was to use annihilation skills like Flame and Thunder to completely exterminate the spores before they got close. Tidal Shield. Zhang Bai opened his shield at the first opportunity, completely enveloping everyone. Soon, the crowd was surprised to find that the floating spores began to attach themselves to the shield, and even began to devour the energy in it to reproduce. The people who saw the scene had their faces changed greatly. If it continued, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for the spores to break through the shield. What to do? Su Xiaochang looked at the skeleton swordsman who was wrapped in spores. The other party, even though he wasn't devoured, was slowed down because of the large number of parasites from the spores. This time, both Zhang Bai, Su Mei, and the others were a bit at a loss. At such a time, they did not turn to Zhou for help, as Zhou had to face the skinless lord and had no time to care. I might try. Lu Rou's weak voice made the crowd turn around at once. I'm a boundary master. The only boundary I can set up is called the 5 Elements Guardian, which requires the use of 5 boundary artifacts as energy to cast, and it can be converted into any of the 5 attributes among the 5 elements as needed, so perhaps it can be solved? Fire walking? Su Xiaochan's eyes lit up. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get it. But, it just takes longer and, you can't move. No need, set it up. Lin Shiyun made an instant decision. It was times like these that they had to deal with the situation at hand before they could do so. Seeing the other people's affirmation, Lu Rou also nodded her head in the same way, and raised her hand to take out 5 differently shaped energy stones, and then released them one after another in 5 directions, and then her hands nodded out complex gestures, and her mouth similarly kept chanting. Snicker. The devouring of the spores continues, even as the numbers keep growing geometrically. Seeing that the energy shield was getting thinner and thinner, and Lu Rou's boundary was not completed. It's going to top out, it's going to top out. Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed. Shut up and do something about it, just scream. Su Mei cursed angrily. I'm a warrior, how can I help it? Su Xiaoqiang screamed. Sweat was already flowing from Lu Rou's forehead, but her spell casting still didn't end. And the tidal shield, which was originally more than a finger thick, was now less than a third of the way down. Zhou Yu's figure in the distance had been blocked by the spores and could not be seen at all. At this moment of crisis, Zheng Bai, who did not speak on the side, suddenly bloomed a bright light with a single stroke of his staff. Poseidon's salt eclipse. She softly drank, and her ice-blue hair all flew up in an instant, and at the same time, the crowd suddenly saw that the original nearly transparent tidal shield actually began to become deep, not in thickness, but in color. And those spores attached to the shield actually detached themselves uncontrollably and fell to the ground as their color deepened. It's working! Su Xiaoqiang pointed and yelled. What's going on? Lin Shiyun looked at the motionless Zhang Bai and asked urgently. Salt, she must have controlled the salt concentration amongst the seawater. A high concentration of salt water prevents even spores from surviving. Su Mei reacted and immediately said, but this kind of skill should consume a lot, look at her. The crowd suddenly realized that in just a few seconds, Zheng Bai's face began to turn pale, and his body was even more shaky. Blessed light. Lin Shiyun's staff bloomed with light, landing the increased skill directly on her. However, she found that Zhang Bai's face only slightly eased for a moment before it paled once again. Not good. These spores are adapting to the concentration, there's more and more of them. Su Xiaochang's shocked cry made the crowd's heart sink even further. Lin Shiyun's face was hard to see, her skills were all the strongest in increasing her own summons, placing them on her teammates was very limited. Seeing that the multiplying spores were getting more and more, they even had the tendency to break through the shield. Zheng Bai, who was holding the staff, even after a few seconds, his body swayed and fell down as he could no longer bear it. As soon as Su Mei caught her, she realized that she was almost about to pass out. Right at this moment, Lu Rou, who was constantly chanting, violently opened her eyes and raised her head, raised both her fingers, and let out a low gulp. Firewalk, open. Chapter 53 Thunderous Strike, Saint Flame Killing Move, Baby Cries. Buzz. A blazing firelight rose up from 5 directions, turning instantly into a curtain that rose upwards, closing into a semicircular boundary in an instant. Boom! Blazing flames rose from above the boundary, vaporizing the remaining tidal shield instantly, and countless spores were just about to invade, but they quickly dissolved under the scorching flames. In less than a moment's time, the spore army that had originally made the crowd unable to resist was completely emptied. And it was only at this moment that the crowd saw how terrifying a scene Zhou Yu himself had faced. The sky was filled with countless spores converging towards him like a vortex, and Joyu seemed to have been unable to move. At the same time, a vine that was several times thicker than the peeling tree spirit's vine twined towards him. If Joyu hadn't attracted almost 90% of the spore attacks alone, it would have been difficult for them to resist even with the 5 elements boundary. Right now, it seemed that Joyu had already been engulfed by the spores and had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Him, what about him? Lu Ro looked at the surrounded Joyu and worried. If Joyu lost, they could only die here. However, Su Xiaoqiang, who was on the side, was not alarmed at the moment instead. Don't worry, Sir is just testing the waters. Trying? Before Lu Ro's doubts dissipated, she saw an incomparably shocking scene. Clusters of crimson flames began to flash from among the spores, and then grew thicker and thicker, and in the end, it turned into a storm that swept outward from the inside. Inferno Blade Spinning Dance is activated. An armored Joyu stepped out of it with flames, just like a god of destruction. He raised his longsword to look indifferently at the massive skinless lord and gently spat out 5 words. Holy Flame Blade, Storm. Boom. Twisted pure white flames pulsed and transformed into spinning blades, turning into a massive storm in full view of the crowd, curling towards the skinless chairman. Behind them, Su Xiaoqiang seemed to have prepared his own camera in advance to aim at Lu Ro and Zhang Bai. How is it possible? Divine breath? Zhang Bai's misplaced phrases kept popping out of her mouth, while she herself was oblivious to it, just staring dead on at the glittering white storm. Lu Ro, who was on the side, seemed to have forgotten the function of her words, and just opened her mouth wide in stagnation, and just watched the pure white flame spread. There was only one thought in her mind now: the other party, strong, too strong. How could it be strong like this? He's just a skeleton. Su Xiaoqiang on the side recorded this scene, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction rose up. Yes, hold that expression still, huh? Surely anyone who sees it for the first time is going to be scared silly, right? Next to them, Su Mei and Lin Shiyun both rolled their eyes in unison. Even though it wasn't the first time they had seen it, the shock in their hearts still couldn't subside. How the flames of divine attributes blossomed in the hands of the undead was overwhelming. Ah! Ah! Miserable and incomparable screams resounded continuously from the skinless lord's mouth. His expression was hideous, agonized, and even filled with resentment, with countless emotions constantly intertwining within it. Watching his blood bar drop rapidly, Joyu looked at all of this with an indifferent face. The reason why he had unreservedly exploded his strongest AoE was that he had already sensed the crisis behind him from what Lin Shiyun and the others had encountered. If they didn't use this sacred flame to purify the spores, it wouldn't be long before they shouldn't be able to top it. Similarly, his own sudden outburst had caught the skinless lord somewhat off guard. 50,000 blood was quickly bottoming out in almost a moment's time. While the sacred flame had yet to dissipate, Joyu moved. Boom! His footsteps slammed down, and his figure suddenly rushed wildly from his original position. Evil Frenzy Blue, activate. Gust of Wind Spectral Wolf Steps Blue is activated. 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. Joyu didn't believe that the other party would be able to let himself be headed so easily. The distance of dozens of meters in 3 seconds quickly draws closer. Not waiting for the other party to react, Joyu's hand big sword will violently swept out, with a ghostly green flame towards the other party as sword cut. Styrofoam Sword Chi Chop Blue. Thumbs up. The meter-long sword chi swept through, splitting right on top of the tree trunks that were as thick as several people's arms. 1,450. The coincidental blitz brought exaggerated damage directly into blood-colored numbers that jumped up. Joyu did not pause and slashed out 2 swords in succession. 989. 1,031. With such an attack falling, the Lord of Skinless originally bottomed-out blood bar was only a sliver left. Boom click. The trunk of the tree was hardened and split from it, and the Skinless Lord at the top of the tree crown was even falling apart amidst painful wailing. Boom. Most of the trees that had been reduced to charcoal collapsed in the eyes of the crowd. Win. An incredulous voice rang out from Lu Ro's mouth. She didn't expect that this nightmare-level difficulty boss would be solved just like that. I didn't believe it before either, but once you know Mr. Zhou's strength, you'll realize that the nightmare class is just that. Su Xiaoqiang dejected with honor. However, as soon as his words fell, he realized that Zhang Bai was pointing at the motionless Joyu in front of him and asked. Then why did he not move? The crowd was slightly stunned, and only then did they realize that Joyu was still standing there with no intention of moving, but instead held his greatsword tightly with both hands, as if he was waiting for something. I'm afraid it doesn't end so easily. Lin Shuryun suddenly said as she recalled the changes in the Devil Monk's Zen garden earlier. It's not over yet? The crowd showed strange colors, but right at this moment, the originally immobile Zhou Yu suddenly moved. Only a crouch was seen, then he jumped up violently, but not forward, but rather a violent leap towards the back. It looked as if it was avoiding something. And right at this moment, the earth shook, the earth and rocks tumbled, and a terrifying shaking like an earthquake came. Not good, retreat. Sume let out a cry of alarm and pulled up the weak Zhang Bio and fled towards the distance. And on the side, Su Xiaoqiang and Lin Shuryun set up Lu Ro to follow equally closely. Such a huge commotion was definitely not something that could be explained by ordinary circumstances. And the moment they fled, the ground under their feet crumbled apart with a click, and large swathes of tree roots as black as pythons rose from the ground. They were entangled with each other, and there was even an ear-piercing whistling among them, spreading wildly towards the surrounding like an octopus. Boom boom boom. When the crowd that fled in a hurry turned around, they realized that a tree root as huge as a hill had risen up from the ground. How huge is it? More than 100 meters. What was even more terrifying was that among these rising roots, there was actually a human skin interspersed with them, which did not have the slightest bit of flesh and blood inside, but could emit a piercing hiss. Stopping, Lin Shuryun said in a slightly trembling voice, This is, the true skinless lord. Poof. Poof. A sound like the beating of a heart resounded from the roots of the tree, and in the eyes of the crowd, the huge roots of the tree, intertwined with each other, didn't look like tree roots coiled around each other, but instead looked like a twisted cocoon. And right now, in the cocoon, something seems to be gestating. This throbbing did not last for long, and a sound like a baby's piercing cry suddenly resounded from it. Chapter 54 Deadly Grudge Demon Pupil opens, copy versus copy. Whoa! Above the roots of the tree, where the original trunk split, suddenly a baby's head rose up from it, only stopping when half of its body was revealed. The tender arms were now crawling with twisted roots, linking to the massive cocoon below. The Lord of No Skin, is actually a baby? Su Xiaoqiang's own jaw almost dropped. How could he not expect that this terrifying and incomparable boss was actually just a baby? No, look at its message. Lin Shuryun reminded with a change in her face. Skinless Lord 2 Boss. Race, Cursed Tree. Level, LV 30. Life, 80,000. Magic, 30,000. Attack, 1213.85. Defense, 50. Words, Cocoon of Skinning Red, Cry of Despair Blue, Nature's Pulse Blue, Skinning Vine Blue, Root of the Dead Blue, Skinning Evil Poison Blue, Spore Manipulation Blue. While the others only saw changes in the boss name, blood volume, etc., in Zhou Yu's eyes, the other party clearly had an additional scarlet phrase, Cocoon of Skinning. 80,000 blood? Is this a ING turn 1 that can get by? Su Xiaoqiang hissed in anger. He felt that this copy would be unfair. A first-turn professional can be stronger where? Isn't this killing people? Pust. A sound like something rupturing interrupted the crowd's shock, only to see that the originally tightly closed baby's eyes suddenly opened, and in the next moment, a figure with all of its skin peeled off began to squeeze out from within the massive tree cocoon. There were axe-wielding flayers and skinned flesh and blood bears. Skinned tree spirits, skinned wolves, dogs, deer, snakes, and various other beings that existed in the forest, as well as many humanoid figures, all of which were skinned. Densely packed, like a torrent, it surged towards Zhou Yu, simply too numerous to count. It's over. Su Xiaoqiang sat on his butt on the ground, and the camera in his hand fell to the ground. His worst fears had come true. As we all know, Zhou Yu's strongest power right now is to fight alone by himself, and what he fears the most is this kind of human warfare. If the flame giant wolf, skeleton swordsman, and skeleton stick monk from before were all there, they might have been able to resist. But now, all of that had long since been consumed in the battle just now. With only Zhou Yu left alone, even if he piled up, it would be enough to pile up and kill him. This time, Su Xiaoqiang's words were not refuted by anyone. It's not that they don't want to, it's that they really can't find a counter-argument. Being able to see the true face of the skinless lord before dying is not a regret. A far-fetched smile appeared on Su Mei's face, trying to spill the beans. Is it over? Unfortunately, father. For the first time, Zhang Bai felt less socially terrified, except she hadn't gotten around to telling her father that she loved him. Mom says I only have the life of an ordinary person, and how has an ordinary person ever seen this? A smile swept across Lu Ro's pale face. I wanted to slap that bastard, but I didn't get the chance. Ugh. I'm shooting material that's sure to blow up. Su Xiaoqiang picked up the camera and held it in his arms. Isn't it a little early for you guys to give up? Looking at the vast army of flayers that was flooding towards the crowd, Lin Shiyun suddenly said. The crowd subconsciously looked at her, but they saw Lin Shiyun raise her hand and point at the tall black figure in front of her. You see. Zhou Yu leaned on his long sword with both hands and looked at the incoming army with a calm expression. Phew. He was surprisingly relieved. If you had any other means, I wouldn't have been able to hold it. Now. In the silence, Zhou Yu suddenly put away his greatsword and reached out to remove his helmet, revealing the white skull inside. Above the eye sockets where the soul fire was pulsing at the moment, in the center of the brow, it actually began to pulsate. In the next moment, tendons that looked like flesh and blood emerged, and a tiny crack spread from the center of his brow, then suddenly opened up. Golem! An eyeball filled with a bizarre blood-red color surfaced. Deadly spiteful demon pupils blew open. Buzz! The heavens and earth suddenly changed, a gloomy wind arose, and countless icy mists just surfaced out of thin air behind Zhou Yu. And in the midst of the mist, a hideous gate that looked like a ghost gate suddenly opened. Crunch! The moment the gate opened, a slightly illusory scene emerged from it. The towering hall, the familiar Buddha statue, and the sound of constant chanting caused Su Xiaoqiang, and even Lin Shiyun to suddenly change their faces and subconsciously cry out in shock. Devil Monk's Zen Center! How? No! Inside the Zen garden seemed to sense something. The closed door of the hall suddenly opened, and the Zen garden master, who presided over everything inside, suddenly raised his head, the corner of his mouth swept over a weird smile, and softly chanted. Venerables, do you want to live forever? The moment the words rang out, all the faces in the great hall opened their eyes at the same time. Do you want to live forever? Snap! All the gates opened at the same time, and the demonized monks, the grieving monk souls, the cursed believers, and even the Lord of the White Cloud Academy all rose at the same time and descended through that illusory gate. Boom! The earth shook, and the tidal wave of Devil Monk Zen Academy figures directly formed another torrent, surging out from behind Zhou Yu, not far ahead, colliding instantly with the other party. In an instant, the originally raging army of flayed skins was stiffly blocked by the Demon Monk Zen Academy. Not only that, as time passed, within the Devil Monk Zen Academy, even the devil thought puppets were controlled by the master of the academy, charging directly into the opposing army, rampaging and killing indiscriminately. The Demon Monk Zen Garden itself was a copy of the same level as the Skinning Woodland, and the reason why the Demon Monk Zen Garden was not as scary as the Skinning Woodland or the corrosive spider's den in the mouths of so many professions was not because it wasn't powerful enough, but that it was not as numerous as the two. If one really did the math, the might of the Demon Monk's Zen Garden was not only not inferior to the skinless Lord of the Skinned Woodlands, but was in turn even more difficult than the other party. One only needed to take a look at the demonic thought puppet's strength increasing rather than decreasing amidst the constant killing. At the back, the 5 people who had survived the robbery were watching these scenes that had already exceeded their knowledge. You mean he can actually mobilize the copy monsters of the Demon Monk Zen Academy and come over to help? Lu Ro felt that he repeatedly refreshed his 3 views, using another copy to fight this copy. This is simply unheard of. There is no second explanation for what you saw but this one. Sume smiled bitterly. She didn't know how to describe it. After all, with Zhou Yu's mysterious and unpredictable nature, they didn't know the real reason. She looked to Lin Shiyun, expecting to get an answer from the other party. I don't know. The familiar wind of words is back. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Shiyun. Why wouldn't other people think the same way? Seeing the vast army being contained, Zhou Yu suddenly moved once again. Once again, he unleashed Blizzard Spectral Wolf Steps and Body of Void to cross the barrier of the army, approaching towards the skinless lord of the second stage. Zhou Yu could see that in order to solve the boss, the biggest problem was not fighting against these hordes, but being able to kill the boss's true body. Otherwise, with his own ability, even if he killed it, he could revive it again. There is no end to it, and in the end, the only one who will be exhausted will be himself. Zhou Yu looked up at the baby's body that stood out at the top of the tree cocoon, and his speed suddenly increased. What's he going to do? Tackle the thief. Sume said, the best way to take care of these armies is to kill the skinless lord. It's hard. Zheng Bai suddenly said, the skinless lord's ability alone has the ability to repair, and I'm afraid that if we don't kill the main body, how many times will be for nothing? Isn't that baby the essence? Su Xiaoqiang subconsciously opened his mouth. Are you sure that such a treacherous boss would place his own body in such a conspicuous location? Su Xiaoqiang was speechless at his words and looked at Zhang Bai suddenly reacted. You're suddenly smooth? Look, he's stopped. Lu Ro's words made the crowd incline their heads to look, only to see that Joyu actually stopped less than a few meters away from the tree cocoon, and while the crowd was puzzled, a tragic white light suddenly burst out from the vertical eye in Joyu's brow. Spiteful death ray, firing. Chapter 55, passing again, the plot opens, they're really good people. Thumbs up. Bleak white deadlight that was as thick as an arm exploded out from the deadly resentment demon pupil in Joyu's brow. At this moment, Joyu realized that the original deadly grievance demon pupil and grievance devouring were a set combination. The grudge deathlight could only erupt by relying on the deadly grudge demon pupil. Buzz. The terrifying light instantly tore through the tree cocoon interwoven with tree roots and shot towards one of the directions. His direction? How come it's not the center? Su Xiaochang had thought that this light enough to hit the boss to directly penetrate the tree cocoon to be considered accurate, but did not expect, to his surprise, the light toward the cocoon side of the tree in the direction of the downward direction. It was close enough to the ground that even if it was pierced, it felt like the tree cocoon wouldn't do much damage. And the Lord of Skinless Blood is even less likely to drop too much because of this. The others were thinking the same thing at the moment, not understanding why Joyu would make the most lowly mistake at such a crucial moment. However, just as everyone thought that his light was wrong, they suddenly heard a shocking scream resounding from within the tree cocoon, a scream so powerful and shrill that it had already exceeded the sum of all the faces' misery. You guys, look at. That's. The crowd looked furiously, deep within the location where the light was torn, a headless woman's figure that had been completely stripped of her skin and flesh emerged, and in the location of that figure's abdomen, an ugly, dried-up figure that was extremely similar to the infant above it appeared. And it was the other party that the grudge death light attacked. 3,890. 2,914. 5,187. Large swathes of terrifying damage continued to erupt from above its head, causing the Lord of Skinless Blood strip to continue disappearing at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. Not only that, while the Skinless Lord suffered a heavy blow, those various demonic creatures under his control let out mournful screams and even forgot to attack. It made what was still a stalemate break in an instant. The head of the Devil Monk Zen Academy led many figures to sweep across everything like a massacre. That, then, is the essence? Zheng Bai murmured with some disorientation. Su Xiaoqiang on the side also nodded, but how did he find it? This is too divine, isn't it? Shiryun, your summon, it's too strong. Lu Ro's tone was thick with envy. Sister Zoe, your boundary isn't bad either. Lin Shiryun said seriously, if it weren't for you and the tidal wave sacrifice, we're afraid we wouldn't have been able to hold on. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaochang and the two of them both nodded their heads heavily. Indeed, if it wasn't for their power this time, everyone would really be miserable. Thumbs up. While everyone was talking, the huge tree cocoon in front of them, under the attack of the deadlight, quickly dissolved and withered, eventually turning into a dry tree cocoon that was only a few meters wide. Just then, hints surfaced in the minds of the crowd. Ding! Lord of the Skinless dies, clearance completed, copy reward settlement in progress, forced to leave copy after 5 minutes of countdown. Copy of the plot has been opened. Is it viewed? With her previous experience, Lin Shiryun chose yes with barely the slightest hesitation, and she also wanted to see what kind of change had caused this place to become like this. Buzz. With Lin Shiryun's confirmation, the surrounding crowd realized that all the scenery in front of them was rapidly regressing, as if they were going backwards in time towards a certain time node. The dryness disappeared, the forest was restored, and the original demons were gone. It was only after it turned into a flourishing forest with many branches and leaves that the scene in front of him stopped for a moment. In the forest, an exquisitely neatly constructed 2-story log cabin loomed, with the words logging house written on it in a foreign language. It's, lumberjack? Su Xiaochang looked at the tall silhouette swaying inside the wooden house window. The other party seemed to be holding a Western-style bottle of wine in his hand and was gulping it down. Shatter! Enough otter! After a few intense sounds surfaced, a boy in shorts wiped the blood coming out of his nose and walked out of the cabin expressionlessly. He just crouched down on the grass, his eyes looking blankly at the lush forest in front of him. And behind them, the screams and cries of pain of women rang out, as well as the sounds of men shouting and cursing. The boy suddenly clutched his head in agony at the sound until he saw the axe his father had used to cut wood sitting not far away. He dragged his axe and strained towards the forest. Is the Lord of Skinlessness this boy? Before this doubt could dissipate, the scene in front of him was changing rapidly, in which the little boy was growing up in this forest, and now and then he could be seen dragging his lumbering axe into the dense forest. By the time the scene stops, the little boy has grown into a man, his original father long gone, and he has taken the other man's place as the lumberjack of the place. That day he came back and found his mother seemingly dead in the house, and for the first time in anyone's life he was seen to be crying very hard. He hugged his mother's body and said over and over again words that no one could understand. It actually raised a wave of sympathy from the crowd. But what the man did next was a surprise to everyone, everywhere. I don't know if it was because of longing or what, but the man didn't bury the other man, but kept his mother still in her original bedroom. As time passed, the bodies began to rot, and the stench was unbearable. The man finally, actually pulled out all of his mother's internal organs, then stripped off the entire human skin, filled it with hay and such to make a doll, and just left it in the bedroom. Seeing this scene, the crowd only felt their scalps tingle. Vomit. I don't smell it, but I want to puke too. Su Xiaochang turned his head and realized that Lu Ro could no longer hold back her vomiting. Why would he do that? Perhaps, from the time he was severely beaten by his father, his mind was twisted. Is this the beginning of him becoming the Lord of No Skin? As he was saying this, the image flowed in front of him, and after an unknown amount of time, there was suddenly a female in the lumbering house, who looked as if she had quite a crush on the man. The mannequins, which had been placed in the bedroom, were put into storage, and from that moment on, the man looked as if he had found a home for his soul, and a smile appeared on his face. And the two lived together as a matter of course. Originally, this kind of peaceful day should exist beautifully. Until one day, two couples lost in their travels show up outside the cabin. Taken in by a lumberjack couple, the women were simple and shared good food and wine. Under the campfire at night, the lumberjack man sees for the first time a device called a satellite phone, in a forest where he rarely goes outside and where logging has become almost his only staple. It was the first time he had been able to see the outside world from here. "What's that you've got there?" "It's amazing," the man said. "It's a satellite phone, and we also have a signal enhancing device, so we can lose the signal without worrying about losing it here." The woman smiled and explained, "My smartphone, through which I can connect to the world, is used for this, you see." She fiddled with an app on her phone called Short Video to show the other person. The man's eyes lit up, and for the first time in his life, he saw the world so wonderfully. Is it expensive? 2,000 for the device, plus the cell phone? Or maybe more? I'm not sure. That's very expensive indeed. The man spread his hands. It would take him months of wood to get that much. "It's late, I think you should rest." "Well, thank you for your hospitality." The man and his wife rested in the master bedroom, and by the time the wife woke up the next day to prepare breakfast for the couple, she realized that the two were gone. "Honey, where are they?" "Go away." "And this is yours?" "As a thank you, they gave this to me." "What a nice guy." Chapter 56. Don't blame me. I just want to live. They won't? Su Xiaoqiang thought of a possibility. Look down. Su Mei reminded him. The days seemed to return to calm. The man every day, in addition to cutting trees, just take the phone and the brush short video. The more he brushes, the more he feels the outside world of the wonderful. Honey, what's wrong with you? Why do we have to live like this? What's wrong with you? Haven't we always lived like this? Nothing. The man didn't say much as he watched the short video of the coolly dressed, exaggeratedly sized beauty gyrating. Hey! Excuse me, did you see them 2 months ago? They? Yeah, they're traveling here too, I guess. Is it possible that they got lost? I'm sorry, I don't know, but you can go to my house and rest for a while, and perhaps, it would be better to look in the forest again. Thanks a lot then. 2 more young figures appeared at the log cabin house, and after the second day. They should be gone, right? The wife asked. Gone and left something for us as a thank you. They're so nice. A few more months passed, and 4 lost tourists were welcomed into the shade forest at once. They're 2 couples. Hello, these 4 have traveled here before, have you met them? The man looked at the picture. Are these 2 named Jack and Lucy? Yeah. Have you seen it? Seen it, but they went deeper to find someone. Deeper? Yeah, why don't you guys stay at my house for the night before you head out? It's deep in there, after all, and not easy to find. Well, thanks a lot. I'm sorry, my house isn't very big, 2 in the second bedroom, and the remaining 2 should be limited to the first floor. No problem, Howard, you and Anna take the second bedroom. We'll both take the first floor. It's fine, we can have a floor. No, Howard, have you forgotten? Anna's condition right now? Ha, her hiking clothes are so loose I forgot about them until you reminded me. You have a great sense of humor, my friend. At nightfall, a sleeping Howard was nudged awake by Anna. What's the matter, honey? I'm thirsty, can you get me some water? Okay, I'll be right down. Howard walked downstairs, but soon returned upstairs again, saying with a puzzled voice, Honey, Stephen and the others, why are they gone? Gone? Yeah, their jackets are still there and the people are gone. Bathroom? No way, I just came out of the bathroom and there was no one there. Go ask the master then? The door was open, just as no one was there. You stay here, I'll go out and look for it. Don't, I'm scared, let's stay together. Okay then. The two men took advantage of the late night to get outside the cabin, and soon heard faint movement coming from the warehouse. The two men approached with suspicion, and found that the warehouse door was cracked open a crack, and there was even light floating inside. With little hesitation, the two men came together to the warehouse door and subconsciously pushed it open. A shocking scene emerged. Inside the front door, the best friend couple that had come along was being laid out on a table, their bodies stripped of their clothing long ago. The lumberjack was swinging his axe high in his hand. The scene caused the two to stare in disbelief almost instantly, almost fainting. And not far behind, on a shelf, a piece of air-dried leather was hanging there, and above the face of the leather, it looked like their missing friend, in general. Ah! The sound of uncontrollable screaming resounded from Anna's mouth. And at the same time, the lumberjack couple turned back almost at the same time, their grim faces splattered with blood, unusually frightening in the dead of night. Screams cut through the night sky as Howard turned and fled, pulling Anna with him, but the lumberjack and his wife, who saw the scene, not only didn't have the slightest worry on their faces, but instead had a hideous grin on their faces. They smiled at each other. No one here knew the forest better than they did. Not to mention, the presence of a pregnant woman on the other side. The two walked out of the warehouse without slowing down and quickly disappeared into the forest. Shortly afterward, two dull thuds came from inside the warehouse as both Howard and Anna were thrown to the ground at the same time. Don't worry, soon, you will be able to stay here with your friends. The man's wife smiled in simplicity, but at the moment it was like a witch. Snicker. The lumberjack approached with excitement, dragging his own axe, and the sound of the friction felt like it broke down the mental defenses of the two men. Please, no, don't kill me, don't kill us. Howard fell to his knees and kept begging the two men for forgiveness. Howard, don't ask them, they're committing a crime, they become demons. Anna angrily pointed at the two. How could you do such a devilish thing? Aren't you afraid of receiving God's punishment? God? The lumberjack grinned grimly. You can ask him yourself later, hey. He reached out and grabbed Howard by the collar as soon as he could. The panic on Howard's face intensified at the sight. No, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Don't want to die? The lumberjack's wife laughed. Everyone here doesn't want to die. I can join you guys, I can stay here forever. Howard begged for mercy in a hurry. As long as you can leave us alone. No, Howard, are you crazy? How can you become the same as them? Anna exclaimed. Hey! The lumberjack suddenly smiled. He stopped the axe in his hand and looked at Howard. I thought of a funny way to do it. Maybe one of you, or her, could survive. What way? Tell me quickly. Howard seemed to see a glimmer of hope and urged on. Off to the side, the lumberjack and his wife looked at each other and smiled as the wife dropped a skinning knife on the table. You two, only one of you will survive, and the one who does, will have to peel off the other one's human skin. The lumberjack's wife smiled plaintively. Now, take your pick. Howard jerked his head around to look at Anna, whose eyes were streaming with tears and who shook her head vigorously at her. No, Howard, I don't want to live like this. I don't want to be the devil. And my children don't want to be devils. No. Howard. When Howard turned his head, the axe was already raised in the lumberjack's hand, and his wife beside him was aiming a boning steel knife at them. Choose. Live or die, yeah. Howard shakily grasped the hilt of the spiked knife and turned slowly as the two men watched warily. No, don't. Anna looked at him with tears in her eyes, and just when she thought Howard was going to sacrifice himself to save her, Howard jerked up and, after mouthing the word sorry, plunged a sharp knife into Anna's heart. Ho! You! Anna looked up at Howard incredulously, never thinking to her dying day that her favorite person had thought of a way to sacrifice not him, but herself, even with the addition of the baby in her womb. Don't blame me. I just want to live. Snap. Applause came from the lumberjack couple as if they were watching a good show, and then Howard had Anna skinned by his own hands, and the unborn child in her womb was buried together in the dense forest behind the cabin without even having a chance to see the world. And after this time, Howard seemed to feel that the brutal desire inside was let out, and not only did he not feel the slightest bit of guilt, but on the contrary, he longed for it even more. Only what he didn't know was that just a short while after burying the body, the unborn fetus in that belly actually let out a piercing cry. He is not dead. But until he left his last cry, he was surrounded by nothing but endless darkness and tangled roots. If the infant were conscious, he would question why he was buried here without even being born. And who, in turn, denied themselves the right to be born? On what grounds? Who are they? Finally, on the second night, the dead baby moved. The screen disappeared and the message of the copy alert surfaced. Ding! Reward settlement is complete, congratulations on. Chapter 57 Spore Manipulation, Creator Feed, Passing Vibration. The whole episode left the crowd a little silent. They could not have imagined that it was not the lumberjack, nor his wife, nor the murdered Anna, who ended up being the Lord of the Skinless, but the child she had in her womb that had not yet had time to be born. And the corpse of the man at the top, disguised as the Lord of Skinless, was none other than Howard. Ding! Reward settlement is complete. Congratulations on obtaining experience value plus 2,000, skinless lumbering axe silver, skinning long knife silver, skinning robe silver. This was the settlement prompt from Lin Shiryun, and the others likewise had their own prompts appear, and in comparison, it was definitely her, the captain, who had the most to gain. Ding! You've killed the Lord of Skinless, and gained experience value plus 1827. Ding! You randomly looted the word, Spore Manipulation Blue. Phew! Joyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this phrase. It wasn't that he hadn't seen that red phrase cocoon of peeling, but just from the literal meaning, and the performance. Honestly speaking, Joyu didn't want to turn himself into that huge appearance, even if he spawned more monsters he didn't care. Well, this time it was bad luck that instead of getting a red phrase, you get this blue phrase, Spore Manipulation. After a brief look, this Spore Manipulation Joyu was very satisfied. By creating spores and controlling the dispersal to affect the surrounding, moreover, as the spores multiply, it will give Joyu the possibility to control the target through the spores. Of course, once controlled, the other party will be transformed into a puppet and lose their self-awareness. Buzz! The scene in front of his eyes came down illusory, and finally returned to this forest ruin once again, and at this moment, Joyu saw that within the ruin, beside a woman-like corpse, only the nearly charred corpse of a baby was left twitching slightly. Snap! Seeing this, Joyu directly took a step and walked to the other party. Mechanisms from the residue of infantile resentment? Joyu thought of the special item obtained from the Demon Monk Zen Academy before, and this one in front of him should be similar. I sympathize with what you're going through and understand. Joyu suddenly bent down and looked towards the infant, but even if you still repeat this, they will not be tortured for eternity. Howard, who was manipulated by the spores, and the lumberjacks and many other beings, were merely puppets reduced to being dominated. How can you feel pain without thought? Instead, it was the child who suffered the most. So, I still want you to be relieved. Saying that, Joyu stretched out his own marl white index finger, a cluster of tiny white flames emerged from it, and then drifted down on top of the infant's corpse. Pust! The flames, which possessed divine attributes, successfully acted as a purifying agent at this moment, allowing the infant to be completely relieved. Whoa! The ear-piercing cry of a baby suddenly resounded just as the flames engulfed them, causing the faces of the 5 people who were still immersed in the joy of their reward to change. But soon, they realized that the cries were rapidly diminishing, and after a brilliant white light, the illusory figure of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young woman emerged, and in her arms, she was holding her daughter, whom she had never met. Anna? The crowd was more than familiar with the figure and immediately recognized it as the very woman who had been murdered by Howard. With a smile on her lips, Anna looked at her child and then at Joyu, who was standing not far away, and bent down to salute him. And the moment it saluted, points of white light rose up from its body, uncontrollably accommodating towards Joyu's body. Ding! You have received a gift from the copy creator and gained the word, Cocoon of Skinning Red. Ha! Joyu opened his mouth wide and looked at the other party with a surprised face. All said, well, don't want this thing ah. How is it that in the end, they actually took the initiative to send it to themselves? Compared to the other party's relief, Zhou was unusually uncomfortable at the moment. Hey, can you change the feed? Hello? Can you hear me? After Zhou called out a few times, he watched the other party float away in front of his eyes like a soul. Ding! Due to the emergence of force majeure, the copy will disappear permanently. The countdown to forced teleportation begins 10, 9, 8, 7. Too late to grieve, Zhou could only give Lin Shiyun an explanation of his next stage of thinking before choosing to return directly to the abyss. And outside of the replica, in the replica hall of the flayed woodland, Zhang Hao and Wei Qianqian were both standing there gagging. Honey, they've been in there for hours, why aren't they dead? Wei Qianqian asked as she pressed against Zhang Hao, but she clearly remembered that she had been slapped by that Ying Qi beauty. This resentment would have been hard to quell if she hadn't watched them die. What's the rush? That's a nightmare level copy, and it would have been 9 deaths for them to enter it. Zhang Hao said without thinking, unfortunately, I can't watch that death with my own eyes, it's still a bit regrettable. In their opinion, Lu Ro teaming up with these people to enter a nightmare level copy was looking for death, and even if she didn't die, she would have to lose half of her life. What is it that dares to go against my will? When you know the horrors of the nightmare level, you'll come back crying and begging me. When the time comes, 2 tickets and you want me to let you go? Dream on. I want 3, no, 5, and if I don't make your family lose everything, my name is not even Zhang Hao. The more Zhang Hao spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had already seen the scene where he managed to take down the heavily injured Lu Ro. Announcement, congratulations to Squad 001, Captain Lin Shiyun. Nightmare level flayed woodland copy clearance, breaking the clearance record by 5 hours, 42 minutes and 13 seconds. Announcement, congratulations to Squad 001, Captain Lin Shiyun. Nightmare level flayed woodland copy clearance, breaking the clearance record by 5 hours, 42 minutes and 13 seconds. Announcement, congratulations to Squad 001, Captain Lin Shiyun. Nightmare level flayed woodland copy clearance, breaking the clearance record by 5 hours, 42 minutes and 13 seconds. Announcement, due to the emergence of force majeure, the copy of the skinning woodland will be permanently closed, and the professionals who are in the copy will be forced to be teleported away. What? Zhang Hao didn't even hear the announcements that followed, and as soon as the first announcement rang out, he jumped up violently and looked towards the lobby screen. How is that possible? They can pass? Nightmare level, pass? This can't be right. Next to her, Wei Qianqian also couldn't help but stare at the screen with wide eyes. She had always exchanged the opportunity to enter a copy by sacrificing her body, and those were all normal level copies, and even so, every single one of them was treacherous, and there were hardly any times when she came out with full blood. But now, this not only entered the nightmare level copy, but also completed the clearance, which made her unacceptable. Not only them, but everyone else was instantly in an uproar upon hearing such an announcement. Chapter 58, Alas, what to do with the words? Oh my god, 5 hours to clear the level? Is this flayed woodland? Impossible, all the previous records of clearance, the fastest is 24 hours, how can it be so short? Squad 001, aren't those the same beauties that went in a couple hours ago? Wait, what's with the permanent closure of copies? No sooner had the chatter risen than a fluctuation began to surface from the location of the portal at the entrance. Immediately after that, a small group of figures were seen continuously manifesting out of it, all of them looking around blankly as if they hadn't yet understood what was going on. What's the matter? I was hacking away at a monster, why did it come out? Me too. And me. When the crowd was puzzled, they saw 2 announcements that kept flashing on the replica lobby screen. It was only at this moment that the crowd reacted to the fact that someone had cleared the nightmare level copy, so this announcement of permanently closing the copy, needless to say, must have something to do with them. Buzz. Fluctuations came from the waves, and Lin Shiyun and the others then manifested themselves from beside the entrance. Seeing a few people, the professionals who had been here before instantly recognized them, and there was an uproar. Look, it's them, the team that entered the nightmare level copy pass. Hiss, are they all this pretty? Want to go get hitched? You want to die? A nightmare level clearance bigot can press you to death with one finger. Between the crowd surging, Zhang Hao with Wei Qianqian squeezed over, in the sea Lu Ro body actually did not have half a bit of injuries floating, he completely broken defense. How is it possible? How could you guys have gotten through? Zhang Hao muttered incredulously, suddenly pointing at Lu Ro with some madness, you cheated. It was a loud voice, but he instantly drew blank stares from the circle of people around him. What's wrong with your brain? You can cheat in this copy? That's right, if we could do that, why would we bother being troubled by the abyss? We would have counterattacked a long time ago. Leave him alone, he's the asshole who just started the whole thing and tried to cheat. What? He actually dares to cheat the past big brother? Flatten him for me. Go! Crackle bang. Before Zhang Hao could react, he was swarmed by a group of people, pressed to the ground, and punched furiously. Lu Ro in the distance saw this scene surprisingly a piece of calm, even the sadness at the beginning disappeared. Zoe-chan, it looks like you're doing better? Lin Shiryun looked at Lu Ro with some delight. Aha! Thank you, Shiryun. Lu Ro nodded heavily. After this time I realized how ridiculous my previous childishness was compared to the nightmare-level copies. Essence suddenly surged in her eyes. From now on, I'm going to try to change my fate and become a powerful boundary master. Don't worry, as long as you follow the captain, this dream of yours is not without a chance. Su Xiaoqiang joyfully said, I have LV-18 low. A nightmare level allowed him to rise 2 levels in a row, and the relief was indescribable. It wasn't that the nightmare level copies had less experience, but almost most of the experience had been gained by Zhou Yu and Lin Shiryun, and those of them had only harvested a small portion of it. Even so, it still rose 2 levels in a row, showing how terrifying it was. Lu Ro then looked at herself, and similarly soared from LV-13 to the point of LV-16, a speed that could be described as terrifying. The rest of the others, Sumei LV-20 didn't move, but the experience should have overflowed a large portion. Zhang Bai was originally LV-25, and now she had only risen 1 level to reach LV-26. This was a first-turn copy, and to be able to gain such a boost was not bad for her. More importantly, after this copy, she profoundly realized that her reputation as a genius was nothing but a joke. As for Lin Shiryun, she had naturally reached LV-20 as well, and the amount of overflow experience value was even far more than the others. If she was able to complete her second turn, she might be able to directly upgrade in place. The copy is over and we've leveled up quite a bit, what should we plan for next? Sumei took the initiative to look at Lin Shiryun, although the other party didn't really talk much on weekdays, but this kind of idea, it was still important for the captain to be sure. What's more, it's important to inquire about the meaning of Zhou Yu's account. He said that we could take the transfer quest first, but not complete the transfer, and that he wanted to get into the corrosive spider cave. A copy of the last turn? The only thing that existed around the entire Cold City were these 3 turn 1 copies, and without transferring you were able to get stuck at this turn 1 level to continue entering. But, aren't we all almost there? Su Xiaoqiang was a bit puzzled. Why do you still need to brush a turn 1 copy? It stands to reason that after practicing outside for a while, you should be able to pretty much do it. That, I wouldn't know. Lin Shiryun didn't understand either, and Zhou Yu didn't tell her. Naturally, Zhou Yu would not tell her that the reason why he still cared about the third copy was not for the sake of experience, but to loot more words. Okay. Sumei nodded, then we will continue to rest for a few hours, and in the evening, we will uniformly gather downstairs at Shiryun's house and head to the corrosive spider cave. She looked to the others, what about you guys? I'm fine with that. Lu Ro was the first to say. After seeing the strong strength of Lin Shiryun's summons, she naturally knew that this was the most important opportunity in her life and had to be grasped. Don't look at me, sis, I'm the same. Su Xiaoqiang turned his gaze to Zhang Bai, only to see the other party's face change before he suddenly took his staff and turned away. She? Su Xiaoqiang only said one word before he heard Zhang Bai's words coming from not far away. See you in the evening. Su Xiaoqiang watched her walk away and suddenly shouted, hey. Zhang Bai stopped and turned his head to look at him with suspicion. Go the other way, your limo is over there. Zhang Bai blushed, changed direction with his staff, and disappeared at a fast pace. Put. A few laughs made her run faster. When the laughter dispersed, the crowd dispersed, revealing a bruised and swollen Zhong Hao, as well as Wei Chanqian, who was scared out of her wits. I was wrong. Zhang Ho said vaguely, you, forgive the wood, bah. Seeing this, Lu Ro also looked at the other party and suddenly walked towards Zhong Hao. Zhong Hao saw a flash of hopeful light in his eyes. He thought that his injury had made Lu Ro's heart ache and thus changed his mind. But Lu Ro walked up to him, raised her hand in full view of everyone, and slapped him hard on his inhumanly shaped cheek. Ouch! Zhong Hao was beaten and lying on the ground wailing. Lu Ro did not care in the slightest, but instead turned around with a pained face and walked away. Zhong Ho, honey, are you okay? Wei Qianqian hurriedly climbed over, how are you? Can you still take me to practice leveling? As soon as he mentioned practicing, Zhonghao's fire rose from his heart all of a sudden, and he fiercely climbed up and turned his head to slap Wei Chanxian's face, hitting the other party with a miserable scream. Mud, it's all because you seduced me, otherwise how could I be like this? I'll kill you. The beaten Wei Chanxian covered her face and climbed up, and her original ennui was completely turned into anger. You dare to hit my old lady? Lao Aiyong fought with you. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, who had returned to the abyss, was sitting on the white bone throne a bit despondently. Ugh, what about this word? Chapter 59, Spore Soul Binding Red, Abyssal Black Warrior. Zhou Yu tilted his head and looked at the eye-catching red phrase, cocoon of skinning, in his panel. You say use it, you have no face, don't use it, it's a pity to put it away. He naturally thought of editing the entry, but after all, it was a red entry, so what entry to edit? Or maybe which phrase is the main one? The successive doubts put Zhou Yu in a tangle, and as he thought about it, instead of being moved by his heart, he should act. He had enough words accumulated on hand anyway, so he might as well just try it out first and see if he could edit it. The main idea has been finalized. Zhou Yu immediately opened the editing interface and began to edit various words. The words he had harvested from this copy were equally numerous: the mega strength word from Flesh and Blood Giant Bear, the berserk word, and the trample word. Peeling vines from peeling tree spirits, natural breathing, and more. After some attempts, Zhou Yu finally looked towards his own red phrase, cocoon of skinning. Edit or not? Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and did it. How bold is man, how productive is the earth. If the red word is gone, it's gone, big deal, he can just pretend it's not there. Thus, Zhou Yu directly opened the editor and took out the spore control that he was very optimistic about, and in line with the principle that the same series could easily raise Ochi, edited it with spore control blue as the main phrase, and then cocoon of peeling skin red as the subordinate phrase. As he moved his thoughts, the two words were instantly edited into one place. Under Zhou Yu's incomparable apprehension, the system prompts directly surfaced. Ding! Edit complete, obtained, spore cocoon unity blue. Spore cocoon domination brews a massive spore mother within itself, which can give birth to a large number of spores that erode and influence the target, ultimately controlling the opponent. Hiss. No no no. When Zhou Yu saw this introduction, his mind instantly recalled the image of himself punching his stomach like he was pregnant, and he wasn't even going to think about what the other party was doing, instead wanting to just block out the phrase completely. And so, in the heat of the moment, Zhou Yu had not even considered anything else, just simply stuffing his words madly towards this word. He only had one purpose, that is, he didn't want himself to turn into a big belly. Ding! Edit completed, obtained, spore breeding shadow blue. Ding! Editing complete, obtained, spore cocoon tire eating blue. Ding! Edit complete. Gain, spore soul binding red. Red? It's actually red? Zhou Yu didn't know how many words he had lost before he steeply heard a prompt come from the system and instantly recovered from his numbness. Spore breeding soul binding red, with the help of one's own soul as sustenance to give birth to a spore mother strain, the spores produced by the soul binding spores can sneak into the target's soul, and through the absorption of the soul's power to continue to reproduce, until they completely control the other party. Remark 1, the number of spores required to control a target depends on the strength of the target's own soul. Remark 2, once successfully controlled, two choices can be followed. One is the puppet mode, which erases the other party's spirit and mind, and the other is the soul binding mode, which only binds the soul and does not erase the spirit and mind. Remark 3, such control can be eliminated, first, by the complete death of the parent strain and, second, by the voluntary removal of the soul-bound spores by the controller of the parent strain. Remark 4, there is one and only one parent strain, and the rate at which soul-bound spores multiply within the target depends on the strength of the target's soul. With such a detailed introduction, Zhou Yu giggled after reading it. It's so cool. Finally, I don't have to turn into a big belly. As for the usefulness of the phrase itself, it was even beyond his expectations, simply unprecedentedly strong. With barely the slightest hesitation, Zhou Yu directly unleashed this phrase. Buzz. Zhou Yu only felt a tremor in his mind, and a mother spore of a soul-binding spore actually appeared in the depths of his soul, and immediately afterward, he clearly felt his soul power slowly weakening, while the spore continued to climb at a terrifying speed, quickly forming a small tree like a tentacle. And on top of the tentacles, a bud-like shape was formed, and within the bud, a large number of soul-bound spores were birthed. These spores, as long as they were manipulated with Zhou Yu, could detach from them and float within the surrounding space. Zhou Yu tried it out, and although the spore effect was very powerful, the range of the soul-binding spore floating in space was truly limited. Beyond 2 meters away, it actually began to lose its power and die completely. Avanti! The old slave is here. Hearing the call, Avanti licked his face and quickly appeared in front of Joyu. Stand still. Yes. With a thought from Joyu, several soul-binding spores drifted towards the other party's head. The morose white bones didn't stop it in the slightest, falling into it with ease. Soon he sensed that the soul-binding spores were frantically multiplying within the other party's soulfire. Yeah? Why do you feel a little tired? That's strange, undead can feel tired too? No, I can't be in this state in front of my master, it's rude. Swish. He suddenly dropped his staff and raised his arms to tango in front of Joyu. Ha? What's happening to me? Master, save me. Avanti did not mean to offend you on purpose. Help! I can't control my send a few. Seeing Avanti in such a state, Joyu stroked his chin. The effect was even better than he had imagined. In that case, will I be able to try it? Joyu raised his head and looked towards the direction beyond the valley, where, precisely, that frost-wrecked phantom dragon-buried bone exile resided. The fact that the other party was a neighbor to himself had always been like a fish in the throat for Joyu. If he was not able to solve this hidden danger, he could not rest in peace. Originally, Joyu thought that he would have to wait with fear and trepidation until at least level 70 before he could compete with it. But now the appearance of the spore-sharing soul binding gave him hope. But before that, it's better to test it out beforehand. In case you piss it off, you're in big trouble. Joyu suddenly stood up and took a big step towards the valley beyond. The target he was going to try was no one else but the Crypt Lord. Through the tundra graveyard, one would be able to see the mountain range where the dragon was located, and around the several hills that stretched out below the mountain range was the territory where the Crypt Lords inhabited. In order to avoid the threat of the giant dragon, the Crypt Lord had long since hid in the middle of his own underground cavern, and if it was before, Joyu was indeed afraid that his battle would bring about a huge commotion that would make the giant dragon pay attention. But now, he had a better way. Before that, it's better to get promoted first. In fact, as early as in the middle of the copy, Joyu felt that his experience value was showing an overflow state, just that he didn't know why. He actually didn't complete his promotion in the middle of the copy. Joyu guessed that he was afraid that he would have to return to the abyss before he could complete his promotion in a major rank, similar to a human's transfer. That was why Joyu had been suppressing it just now, and only now did he let go of the suppression before preparing to deal with the Crypt Lord. Buzz! In an instant, an aura of promotion rose up on the tundra graveyard, and all the ghouls almost subconsciously raised their heads and looked towards Joyu with fear on their faces. Ding! Promotion complete. Congratulations on your incarnation, Abyssal Black Warrior. Chapter 60 Crypt Lord, Joyu's eyes greedy. The armor no longer looked heavy, but it was tougher, and the figure drew up again, having reached over 2 meters too. On top of that, there was an extra black robe on his body, and the hood of the robe covered Joyu's entire face, so he could only see the ghostly green soul fire pulsating. And around the otherwise morose white bones, there seemed to be some additional flesh and blood in addition to the growing tendons. There wasn't a lot of blood and flesh, but at least it wouldn't show Joyu's palm as he gripped the sword to be full of white bones. Of course, it's not only the appearance that changes, but also the attributes and even the words. Joyu Abyssal Black Warrior. Race, Phantom Undead. Rank, LV 32 2514 6000. Life, 5600. Magic, 3200. Attack, 500 620. Defense, 40 magic resistance 15%. Words, Spiteful Hiss green and Flaming Blade Spinning Dance blue, Lava Hands green. Spore Soul Binding red. Ghostly Shadow Form blue, Abyssal Fire blue. Blood and blue levels had skyrocketed, not to mention that the original Undead race had actually added the word phantom. It was the change in these two words that allowed Joyu to add 2 brand new phrases. By the time he finished reading the introduction, he realized that the 2 phrases, similar to talent. Ghostly Shadow Form blue, serves to allow one's body to blend into the dark shadows, and where there are shadows, one can move quickly. This was in line with the innate ability of the Shadow Clan, except that Joyu's spectral shadow form should be stronger, hence the name Spectral Shadow. As for the other Abyssal Flame, Joyu guessed that it might have something to do with the flame phrase he had plundered. The Fire of the Abyss was a special and powerful flame from the Abyss, which carried the corrosive properties of the Abyss, and had a low temperature, but could cauterize the soul. Spores like the ones created by one's own spore colonization soul binding, when encountered with this kind of flame, it would only take a tiny bit to be able to scorch away. It was rumored that the gods who controlled the abyss could each manipulate the fire of the abyss. I don't know if it's true or not. Of course, the current Joyu had not yet reached the point of offending them, so he naturally did not need to consider this. Swish! Joyu swung the metamorphosed greatsword twice, only to feel that the power was more than a few notches stronger than before. And the shield that had been used for defense disappeared with it. As the saying goes, there are gains and losses, and it is not possible to keep all the advantages of a promotion. But he had tried, and the strength of his physique was now no match for that shield. After familiarizing himself slightly, Joyu no longer hesitated and headed directly to the Wulong Mountain Range. That's right, the Wulong Mountain Range was named after him, because Avanti didn't know what the mountains out there were called. Including the Tundra Graveyard, which is just a name that Avanti describes based on the situation. Swish! Joyu's figure was as silent as a shadow as he kept moving forward within the Wulong Mountain Range. According to the previous report of Avanti's exploration, the Crypt Lord was most likely hidden within the underground of the mountain belly of the peak furthest away from the peak of the Wulong Mountain Range. All he needed to do was to find the entrance, and there was a great deal of room for him to play with himself in the dark underground caverns. With the assistance of his phantom form, Joyu was simply too good to be true, and he found the entrance to the crypt with barely too much effort. He dove in, hiding his own scent as best he could. Finally, after traveling forward for an unknown amount of time, everything in front of him opened up. Inside the dark and incomparable underground cavern was a huge underground cavern, and some unknown stones around it emitted a bit of fluorescent light to reflect some of the outlines of the place. As Joyu entered his eyes, he was able to see densely packed crypt demons curled up with their claws thrust into the rocks, entering a dormant state. At a rough estimate, there are more than 10,000 here? And not far away, inside a huge pit in the very center of the cave, a huge figure nearly 5 meters long, like a beetle, was lying there. Below the abdomen of its body, a beetle only the size of a palm emerged from it one after another. These beetles were as if they had been born, and after they appeared, they revealed their hideous mouthparts to dive headfirst within the rock wall, constantly gnawing on everything around them. And it was in this gnawing that their bodies grew, gradually transforming towards crypt demons. This is the Crypt Lord? How come there's such a big gap between it and a crypt demon? With doubt, Joyu clicked on the huge exclamation mark on the other person's head. Crypt Lord. Race, Demon Beetle. Level, LV 30. Life, 8000. Magic, 2000. Attack, 345-380. Defense, 32 magic resistance 8% light 16%. Words, ground spikes blue, spiked armor blue, corrosive spurt blue, corrosive swarm blue, rock shock avalanche blue, hypergravity field blue, rock core reinforcement blue, cryptic lord seal blue, breeding beetle green, drill floor green. Seeing these words, Joyu was instantly almost mentally unstable, directly exposing his form. Too much eye candy. It's almost too much eye candy. Joyu thought that this crypt lord should be difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect so many words to be added to his body. Together, these words are comparable to a copy boss. Phew! Joyu secretly lightly spat out, fortunately did not act rashly ahead of time. If this rashly barged in, not to mention whether or not he could fight, he would definitely startle that giant dragon. He looked around and his figure directly transformed into a shadow, approaching towards the Crypt Lord. Having come all the way here, this is not taking the other party down. Joyu felt that it was impossible to say. Joyu under the ghostly shadow form would not attract attention as long as he did not unleash any skills that were too obvious. On the contrary, if it was the shadow form of the Shadow Clan, as long as once the skill was activated, it would be revealed, and even if it moved too fast, it would be viewed as a trace. Joyu just quickly crossed over a sleeping crypt demon, following which he appeared in the large pit where the Crypt Lord was sleeping. Just at the moment it was about to approach, suddenly, the originally dormant Crypt Lord's eyes suddenly opened and looked towards the direction where Joyu was. There, it was so gloomy that there was not the slightest trace to be seen. Snicker! A scraping sound like a worm crawling surfaced, and the Crypt Lord closed his eyes once more. Joyu's heart was slightly relieved. He had already been very careful just now, and to his surprise, the Crypt Lord had actually felt the abnormality so keenly, one could only say that the other party's perception was too amazing. However, it was still his phantom form that was skillful and managed to evade the other party's senses and did not notice any abnormality. I'm afraid the probability of being discovered is high if we lean further. Joyu secretly muttered to himself, but not close. My spores have not yet arrived, they GA themselves, what should I do? Just between its thoughts, a rustling sound suddenly came from the edge of the large pit below, and Joyu took a look and realized that it was actually a born beetle that was nibbling not far away from himself. There! With a thought, Zhou saw the soul-binding spores float out from within the soul pod, surging towards the beetles at his feet as much as they could. Swish! Without the slightest obstruction, the soul-binding spores all merged into the little beetle, only to see it tremble slightly, and the spores were already crawling on top of its soul. The spores drew on the power of the soul and multiplied in a matter of moments, and in less than a few seconds, Zhou felt a connection being established between himself and the little beetles. As long as he moved his thoughts, he was able to directly make the other party die, or manipulate everything about them. Go! Go back to your mom. Zhou flexed his fingers and several more soul-binding spores drifted out from above the main body into the body of the little beetle, lurking above the soul and no longer moving. Instead, the little beetle turned around and crawled towards the depths of the large pit. Chapter 61: The Might of Soul-Binding Spores, Slaying a Crypt Lord. Sasha. Without being affected in the slightest, the small beetle controlled by Zhou appeared at the bottom of the large pit. All the other little beetles seemed to be nibbling on the rocky soil around them, and it was the only one swimming against the current. It crawled over the crypt lord's abdomen, legs, and even up its thick armor again before crawling to the foremost head position. The little beetle stopped while the soul-bound spores attached to its soul floated out silently. 5, only 5. Soul-bound spores so tiny that the naked eye couldn't even catch them drifted into the crypt lord's skull, and the thick layer of armor was like nothing in front of it. Zhou, who was sensing through the mother tree from afar, was able to clearly discover that the soul-binding spore had entered a vast space as it penetrated the crypt lord's mind, where a majestic energy fluctuation was beckoning to him. That is the soul of the crypt lord. Zhou maneuvered the soul-binding spores to quickly float over towards the other party and began to continuously absorb this soul power to reproduce and expand. However, just as he maneuvered, a feeling of discomfort seemed to come from within that soul, actually surging up like a wave. Resistance? Zhou was a little surprised, not expecting that the soul-binding spore he had entered into his soul would actually suffer resistance. With just the first round of impacts, the majority of the soul-binding spores that he had just reproduced were actually slapped into complete annihilation. After waiting for a few moments, Zhou seemed to somewhat understand that he, as a phrase, was not invincible. When the chosen soul is strong enough, its own soul power will also appear to have that kind of autonomous counterattack, just like the immune system in the human body, which defends against viruses. And to be able to resist this defense, it must mutate, iterate, and eventually present itself as resistant to soul defenses through constant reproduction. It seems that soul-binding spores are not a means to quickly achieve control over an opponent. Zhou came to a conclusion, but he still had time. He wanted to see how long the crypt lord could hold out. On the other hand, just as Zhou was busy, Lin Shiyun and the others had each returned home to recuperate. And the news about them clearing the second nightmare-level copy spread with great speed. Principal, Lin Shiyun is the most outstanding student in our school, why can't we give her extra help? Lin Shiyun's homeroom teacher suggested in the principal's office. You know she had the grades at the time to go to the first grade, otherwise how would we have had a chance to keep her in the second grade? Alas, Teacher Zhang, this is one thing and another, her talent was indeed outstanding at the time. The principal waved his hand, but the profession she switched to, and that natural skill, does make it difficult for me to accept. You know her family's situation, how much capital investment would it take for a summoner to pile out? Have you seen a guild of the third rank or higher come to the school to inquire about her so far? But, she tried so hard, did. Effort? Look at every student here, which one doesn't try hard? The principal eased his tone. Teacher Zhang, I know you sympathize with her, but there's no way around it, in this world, talent says it all. This. Ugh. Teacher Zhang sighed softly and prepared to leave the office. However, just as she turned her head, she heard a sound coming from her phone. She took it out and looked at it. An unexpected surprise appeared in her eyes. Since she and her daughter fell out, Lu Ro rarely took the initiative to call her. Excited, Mr. Zhang subconsciously connected. Hello? Zoe, is that you? It's my mom. I was wrong. I was young and unintelligent and mistook Zhang Ho for someone who was good to me. Lu Ro's words were tinged with a sobbing tone, causing Ms. Zhang to lose control and tears to come out of her eyes. It's okay, it's good to know. If you have any difficulties first go home, Mom will be right back, everything has Mom. Understand? It's okay Mom, I just got out of the copy with Shiyun and I've leveled up so much. Lu Ro's tone suddenly became firm. I've decided, from now on, I must learn from Sister Shiyun and become a powerful professional. What did you say? You and Lin Shiyun went to make a copy? Teacher Zhang froze for a moment. Nonsense, how many levels is she? And she dares to go to a copy? But she clearly remembered that the other party had summoned a skeleton soldier. It was only a few days ago. How powerful could it be? What do you mean by dare? We went down to a nightmare level copy of the Flayed Woodland, and now because of us, the Flayed Woodland has all been permanently closed off. Lu Ro spoke with some pride. Moreover, this is not the first copy that Shiryun's sister has cleared. The previous demon monk's Zen garden, the record was also broken by them. What? Teacher Zhang lost his voice and exclaimed in shock. Even the principal was startled. What's wrong with you? Mr. Zhang? Teacher Zhang covered the phone and looked at the principal. Headmaster, Lin Shiryun just cleared 2 nightmare level copies, the demon monk's Zen garden and the Flayed Woodland. No way. The principal immediately said firmly, absolutely impossible, Mr. Zhang. I understand your feelings, but you can't make things up with this kind of thing. No, Headmaster, you can check the official website of the Professionals Guild. There are real-time updated copy files on it, so it will be clear when the time comes. Mr. Zhang honestly couldn't believe it either, so that's why he came up with this. All right. Then I'll let you die. The principal was even more disbelieving than Mr. Zhang, only looking at the other party's fervent appearance. He then half-heartedly opened the website and found the official website of the Professionals Guild to inquire about the copy files. Generally, this kind of copy record, or various copy changes in the country, can be checked through here. However, just as he opened it, he saw 2 top message alerts among the copy files. The moment he saw the news, the principal was struck by lightning. Flayed Woodlands, a devil monk's Zen center? How is that possible? He rubbed his eyes vigorously and clicked on the message details, which clearly stated that the captains were all Lin Shiryun. Click. The thermos by the table was knocked by him and fell to the ground, glass shards along with water and goji berries scattered all over the place, but he was oblivious. How is that possible? That skeleton soldier of hers, how is that possible? Really? It's actually true. Teacher Zhang looked at the information on it and directly revealed a look of ecstasy. Ha, Headmaster, I told you this kid was gifted, and it's true, isn't it? How long has it been, directly clearing 2 nightmare level copies? Genius, no, absolute genius, huh? The principal froze in his chair. This kind of genius, he actually exempted the other person's scholarship? Jingle bells. The desk phone rang out, causing the principal to snap to attention and answer it. Hello? We're from the 5th Order Guild, Raging Flame Guild, and we'd like to ask if Lin Shiryun is there? Contact information? Hello? Hello, we're from the 6th Order Guild, Berserkers Guild, and we'd like to ask Lin Shiryun for her home address. Hello? The 7th Order Guild is looking for Lin Shiryun. Several calls in a row were from high-ranking guilds coming to Lin Shiryun, causing this principal to simply be caught off guard. He looked at Teacher Zhang and ultimately just had to consult Lin Shiryun for the time being, otherwise it was inconvenient to disclose the other party's information. And after several phone calls, the last one made the principal's face change with dismay. Hello? Principal's son? The transfer order has just been issued from above, removing you as the principal of the 2nd middle school. A new principal will be coming over to take over, so get ready for the handover. It's over. The principal froze in his chair when he heard it and muttered. He did not notice that not far behind him, in the corner, a mouse with bloodshot eyes was watching it all. Ding! You have successfully killed the Crypt Lord, experience value plus 435. Ding! You randomly loot words to gain, drill ground green. Chapter 62 Wool Gathering Madness, Word Stacking. Inside the large pit where the Crypt Lords were located, everything subsided after a violent tremor. It was like a Crypt Lord having a nightmare and proceeding to be decimated by a soul-bound spore. But unexpectedly, the blood bar above the opponent's head was still full. Only its soul level suffered decimation. Understanding this, Zhou once again approached towards the other party, and this time, there was no need to worry about the Crypt Lord awakening. Looking at the still full blood bar on the Crypt Lord, Zhou fell into deep thought. As a demonic creature unique to the abyss, would it have the ability to sleep and revive? Zhou looked at the corpse and whispered softly to himself, if he weakened the influence of the soul-binding spores, and then allowed it to devour the constant stream of abyssal demonic chi here, he might be able to revive the Crypt Lord again. This situation was not an exception. For example, the skeleton soldiers in the middle of his own Undead Valley were birthed through a constant stream of undead death chi. The undead are supposed to be dead, so what's the point of talking about death? The reason why he thought so much about it was rather that a possibility suddenly occurred to him. If his opponent could really revive, could he use the soul-binding spore to kill his opponent a few more times? Thus plundering the word? Isn't this a bug jam? Even though the bug will likely only spawn on specific creatures like Abyssal Demon Undead, if it can be stuck, it has to be stuck. With this in mind, Joyu moved his thoughts and directly manipulated the mother tree to detach the soul binding spore from the other party's soul. Soon, Joyu felt that the small beetles that were originally born seemed to have been stimulated and began to reverse and drill towards the Crypt Lord's body. For everyone that burrowed in, a wave of abyssal demonic chi converged towards its body. This process went on for several minutes as countless beetles fed back to the Crypt Lords by sacrificing themselves. Suddenly, the soul-bound spore sensed that the Crypt Lord's soul was fluctuating, and that it was going to revive. However, this recovery was very slow, only just awake for a moment, wanting to completely recover. I'm afraid it would take at least a few days, if not months. But Joyu didn't need to, as long as the other party revived a tiny bit, it wasn't considered dead. And he was perfectly capable of manipulating the soul-binding spores to spike this one again, and after repeating this, it wouldn't take long for the wool to come down all the way. Joyu, who understood this, no longer hesitated and began to frantically wool gather. Ding! You have successfully killed the Crypt Lord, experience value plus 315. Ding! You randomly loot words to gain, corrosive spit blue. Ding! You have successfully killed the Crypt Lord, experience value plus 255. Ding! You randomly loot words to gain, rockquake avalanche blue. Ding! You have successfully killed the Crypt Lord, experience value plus 198. Ding! You randomly loot words to gain, breeding beetle green. Ding! You have successfully killed the Crypt Lord, experience value plus 89. Ding! You randomly loot words to gain, mark of the Crypt Lord blue. Joyu quickly realized that as his experience value continued to decrease, the probability of him obtaining a word was decreasing. At the end of the day, even the experience value just adds up 1 point by 1 point, and the loot words can't be gained once in 10 intervals. Therefore, in the end, Joyu had to temporarily give up his intention to continue wool gathering. But the results were very gratifying, and almost all the words were wool gathered by him, and even some of them had a surplus. With a thought, Joyu allowed the system to mark the opponent completely, thus relaxing the influence of the soul binding spores. Buzz! As the Crypt Lord absorbed, a strange fluctuation of abyssal demonic chi beneath him was continuously absorbed by it. Demonic gas was just what Joyu called it, not a real gas, but a refuted, chaotic, and violent energy. This kind of energy falling on humans could cause them to instantly fall into a seizure that they simply couldn't withstand. However, as an undead, Joyu naturally wouldn't be half affected. Moreover, as the words he gleaned increased, for this kind of demonic chi could instead enhance his strength. It wasn't experience, it didn't have the slightest effect on leveling, but it could invariably increase his strength. Boom! Suddenly a rumble came from inside the huge pit in the center, and the originally sleeping Crypt Lord suddenly opened his eyes, with a row of scarlet eyeballs on his left and right sides, which looked like it would make people's hearts quake. However, the Crypt Lord emitted a submissive fluctuation towards Joyu. See, my lord. Aha! Joyu nodded slightly, no longer concealing his form. How much do you know about that dragon? Dragons? The Crypt Lord's 2 rows of eyeballs flashed with a terrified light, and then he said in a deep voice, "It's not a living being indigenous to this place, and it's so powerful, it's more than likely, it's from the Blood Abyss." Blood Abyss? Joyu heard the exact name of the place in the abyss for the first time. What is that place? It was an abyssal world, dominated by gods, the closest divine abyss to us. The Crypt Lord said, "I don't know where the dragon came from, if possible, it's mostly that, because only among the Blood Abyss, a giant dragon burial ground exists." Joyu nodded slightly, although he did not have a more detailed understanding of the entire abyssal world, but since this dragon had most likely appeared from the divine world, it was enough to prove that it was powerful. This aroused Joyu's desire for conquest even more. Once he had him under his control, his own strength in the abyssal world would skyrocket. "Do you think it's possible for me to take control of that dragon with a soul-bound spore?" Joyu asked the Crypt Lord. "Is that the kind of power that lurks in the soul?" The Crypt Lord pondered, "My lord, the soul of the dragon is very powerful. With the current power of the soul-binding spores, I'm afraid, there's no way to affect its soul flame. The best way is for you, master, to complete another metamorphosis." Another metamorphosis? Joyu's heart fluttered. "You mean promotion?" I guess so." The Crypt Lord said. "To reach LV 40 level or higher?" Zhou nodded slightly, then guard this place well and keep an eye on his movements at all times, and send out your crypt demons to check around and see if there are any powerful beings that exist beyond this mountain range. By my lord's command. Zhou left the Wulong mountain range and returned to the Undead Valley. Zhou did not have any regrets about not being able to finish off that dragon this time, and even everything was within his expectations. Even the crypt lords took him quite a while, not to mention the gargoyles. If it was really that easy to invade other beings, he would have dominated the abyss with this long ago. Right now, Zhou would rather hope that he could return to Lin Shiyun's human world as soon as possible, brush some more monsters, and push his level above LV40. Grandma, the school just called me and said that a 6th Order guild is looking for me for early admission. Lin Shiyun's home, put down the phone Lin Shiyun with a surprised face to report to her grandmother and sister. Oh? My Shiyun is so awesome that I actually got an early recruitment from a 6th ranked guild? A smile appeared on Ri Qianjia's face at his words. Do you want to join? I don't know yet. Lin Shiyun was a bit hesitant. The homeroom teacher told me that not only the 6th Order guild, but also the 7th Order guild and even the 8th Order guild are looking for news about me, and I don't know if I want to meet them. Oh ha! It's normal for you to be able to startle them with this kind of genius when you've cleared the nightmare class copies twice. Ri Qianjia laughed softly. But Shiyun, what is your dream? Me? Lin Shiyun blurted out without even thinking. I want to become a powerful professional to protect my grandmother and my sister, and then cure my sister's illness. Ri Qianjia's face showed relief when she heard this, only to darken slightly when she mentioned her granddaughter's condition. Then work hard, the 9th Order guild, that's where you should be. Chapter 63 Developments on all sides, Advancement, Corrupted Spider Cave. Aha! Hearing her grandmother's reply, Lin Shiyun instantly became firm. Then I'll tell them. Yes. Li Qianjia smiled and nodded. There are still more than 20 days until the college entrance exam. Maybe you can create a miracle, as long as you're good enough. By that time, the 4 major 9th Order guilds might join hands for you. By joining the 9th Order guild, you will have all sorts of resources tilted in your favor, and only then will lifting the Heaven's Execution death seal be possible. Don't worry, Grandma, I'll try. Lin Shiyun nodded her head repeatedly. Good boy. Li Qianjia stretched out his somewhat old palm and gently stroked his granddaughter's cheek. I don't know if Grandma can live to see that day. What's all this nonsense? Come on, blah blah blah. Lin Shiyun's eyes glazed over when she heard this and she hurriedly said. Grandma, you will see to it that Foamy recovers, and then we will be together as a family forever. Well, bah humbug. Li Qianjia smiled and nodded. We're a family of 3, and we'll always be together. Oh ha. Grandma, it's getting late, I have to go, we have to brush the last copy. Well, slow down. Bang. The door to the room closed, and Li Qianjia opened the door again, watching his granddaughter quickly disappear at the stairway, her face slightly narrowed in relief. She reached up and pulled back her tightly wrapped sleeve, revealing a section of her wrist that was already densely covered with greenish-black pinholes that seemed to have multiplied. Cough cough. Li Qianjia covered his mouth and coughed, afraid that the sound would be too loud and wake up Foamy. By the time the coughing ended, there was a sporadic stain of black blood on top of his palm. Looking at her palm, she suddenly whispered, hold on even if you can't, I can't fall, at least not before that girl joins the 9th Order guild. As soon as the words fell, Li Qianjia suddenly inclined his head in the direction of the corner of the kitchen, where an ebony mouse was just showing a corner in the crack, but was instantly captured by the other party. Seeing this rat, Li Qianjia's originally calm face suddenly became incomparably angry and resentful. Such a change of color had not been so, even when she had feigned capture. Only to see his fingers flicked, an embroidered needle like a black shadow shot out from his fingertips, just a flash from the rat's head at once did not enter. That rat didn't even let out a yelp before it directly fell headfirst to the ground, followed by a shocking scene. The rat melted into a puddle of water from head to tail, and in the middle of the water, a single strand of hair emerged. Cough cough cough. Cough cough. Just one needle, let Li Qianjia cough violently, there are more blood from the mouth cough out, and she is oblivious to it, her eyes staring dead at the thick water wool, clenched her teeth to say 3 words, creation. Bio. Will. Daughter, you know Dad didn't lie to you, right? Slow down, don't be a hero, that's a nightmare level copy. Bang. The door to the room closed, and Zhang Jigang hurriedly dialed the phone. Your family's departed too? Su Yonghe's voice came from the other end. It says it's the last copy of the Corrupted Spider Cave. What news from the city lord? Strangely enough, the death of the chief of city defense did not seem to make him storm. Zhang Jigang frowned. He just went through the motions and acted as if nothing had happened, and even started to work on recommending nominations for the next chief of city defense. It's always quiet before the storm. Su Yonha said in a deep voice, "Why don't I go pay my respects to Elder Lai?" No. Zhang Jigang denied. She definitely knows that our relatives are with Lin Shiyun, and since she didn't take the initiative to look for us, it means that she doesn't want to be disturbed right now. For everything else, it's best to leave him alone. But, in case, that Kong Qing Shan secretly. Don't worry, I've already reported the matter to the Ninth Order Guild, and they've promised to send someone over to investigate the situation. Really? Is it time to close the net? Not yet. But at least now there's a reason for it, and it keeps those people in the city from getting suspicious. What's the reason? A genius who has cleared the nightmare level copy twice, isn't it worth the Ninth Order Guild coming over to take a look? On the other hand, Lin Shiyun had just gone downstairs when she saw 2 luxury cars parked there, and there were even quite a few murmurs around, and some people even stopped to take pictures. Especially Zhang Bai's stretch limousine, plus her standing there as a high-cool temperament goddess, was eye-catching. Wow, when have we ever had such a luxurious car and such a beautiful girl here? It's not possible that some commoner boy has fallen for a rich girl, is it? My god, why don't I have a chance to change my life against the odds? You knock your buck teeth out first. In the middle of the crowd's discussion, Lin Shiyun was seen appearing from the building, and it didn't take long for a few beauties to get into the car and quickly disappear. Hiss. It's hard to. Yelp. I said I didn't have a chance, turns out people aren't good at this. In the car, a few people who had briefly exchanged greetings, the topic of conversation actively turned to the target of this time, the corrosive spider cave. I checked out the corrosive spider cave. There's not much of a plot requirement, it's just resisting the waves of wildlife. Sume handed out a few sheets of the cheat sheet to everyone. Although it's simple, the difficulty is the greatest, and so far, there's still no one who's cleared it at nightmare level. That hard? Harder than skinning a woodland? Lu Ro felt much more mature compared to before. Although she still had a dull face and lowly voice, her eyes became more determined. Much. Sume summarized in one word: the corrosive spider cave is a nest made up of spiders, and our birthplace is all in the middle of the valley, which is equivalent to becoming the center of the nest. And all we need to do is walk out of the lair, and it's considered a pass. But that's exactly where the difficulty lies, because the outside is full of corrupted spider cave wild monsters that weave webs, spit silk, and are so numerous that many teams are overwhelmed by the multitude of spiders almost before they even see the boss's shadow. It doesn't matter, Mr. Zhou is the one who can summon the help of the Demon Monk Zen Academy, so I don't believe we can't deal with them. Su Xiaoqiang was very confident. Mentioning the Devil Monk Zen Academy, the others similarly nodded. With such a base card, there should be no problem trying to rush out, right? I'm afraid you guys don't know the horror of the corrosive spider cave. Sume opened a video file in her hand. This is a strategy video I bought from the internet. Although this team didn't pass the level, it's only a danger level difficulty, so you guys can feel it. The crowd sniffed and clicked on the video to check it out. What? Hiss. That's alright? No? It had to be said that every existence that could simply become a copy, I'm afraid that it wasn't that easy to pass. After watching the video, the crowd's original confidence in the replica was actually shaken. Ugh. Why are his cheats so expensive and no one supports mine for free? Only Su Xiaoqiang sighed up. You sent yours? The crowd had the good sense to change the subject and said, Harry. It's all scenes of Mr. Chow's great show. That shouldn't be, isn't this much better than his? Yeah. But a bunch of people down there called me names and said I was faking. And that I have no bottom for traffic. Then shoot another one and show them. Yeah, that's what I thought. Saying that, the vehicle stopped, and the crowd looked through the window. Corrosive Spider Cave Replica Hall arrived. Chapter 64 Tidal Wave of Wild Monsters, Sume's Decision, Zhouyu's Descent. The replica hall of the corrupted spider's lair looks like a giant spider sprawled on the ground with its belly hollowed out and the hall inside. Compared to the first 2 copies, the crowd gathered here wasn't that large, for the simple reason that it was difficult to get through this copy with 5 people. There were too many monsters. Hello, I'd like to purchase 5 duplicate tickets. Several people came to the replica hall without any problems and directly addressed the staff. Okay, what level would you like to purchase? Nightmare level. Okay, a total of. What? Nightmare level? The staff member looked up sharply at Su Xiaochang in the middle of his sentence. Sir, are you sure you want to enter the nightmare level? The nightmare level copy of the corrosive spider cave has never been cleared by anyone, are you sure? The staff looked at Su Xiaochang's 5 with a surprised face. In her opinion, these young professionals, entering it was no different from sending them to their deaths. That's why it's kind to remind each other. But apparently the other party was stubborn beyond belief. I'm sure, more or less, paid straight away. Su Xiaochang waved his hand indifferently. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. That's, well. The staff member was about to say something, but saw the leader behind him shake his head at him. She had no choice but to do as she was told, handing the 5 crests directly to the other party. When a few people had left, a leader stepped aside. Manager, why didn't you persuade them just now? They are so young and beautiful, this is not the death of. You think too much. The manager interrupted with a smile. Do you know who they are? Who? The monster squad that cleared 2 nightmare level copies in a row, that's them. What did you say? The monster squad? That's them? The staff member let out a fierce cry of surprise. She had brushed up to this news long ago, and at that time, she was still amazed. Are all the young people nowadays so powerful? When she was young, she didn't even have the courage to go down to a copy, but as a result, people are now directly passing through nightmare level copies, even if it's just to turn 1 copy, it's already jaw-dropping. Just how could she not expect that the figure she marveled and envied would actually appear right in front of her eyes? Oops, I should have gotten a picture of them just now so I could take it home and inspire my son. Su Xiaochang and the others did not suffer from too many onlookers and smoothly arrived in front of the entrance. There were occasional gazes around that lingered on the crowd, but they only whispered and did not dare to approach. Kidding aside, while the popularity of the crowd was rising, their own intimidation was also rising, and with the existence of those who were able to pass even nightmare level copies, how would the average professional dare to just pick a fight? Several people wore the crest, looked at each other, and activated it at the same time. Buzz. A familiar sense of teleportation surfaced, and soon, when the crowd opened their eyes, the place in front of their eyes was indeed a rugged and huge valley. Raising his eyes, all 4 sides were covered with cliff-like crags, and on top of the crags were densely covered with various scratches and holes. These holes, both large and small, were scattered in a starry pattern, intersecting and dividing the cliffs of the entire valley. Even though the crowd was mentally prepared, they couldn't help but feel numb at the sight of these. The height of each side of this cliff was at least hundreds of meters, not to mention the monsters, simply climbing. I'm afraid it would take a lot of effort. Proceed as planned. Lin Shuyun's words suddenly interrupted the crowd's thoughts, and in an instant, Zhang Bai directly waved his staff, and a current-like shield floated directly from in front of himself. Tidal shield. The moment the tidal shield wrapped the crowd, Lu Ro, who was on the side, took the initiative to start chanting. 5 boundary stones were dropped, and the same 5 elemental boundaries began to be set up. Landing on defense first, this was a decision that several people had discussed long before entering the copy. After all, they were not the main force, it was Zhou Yu that they needed to rely on, and it was enough for them to be able to do a good job of defending themselves, unlike the kind of crisis that had occurred last time. The 2 warriors, Su Mei and Su Xiaoshang, took a direct alert stance, while the one responsible for controlling the whole situation was Lin Shuyun. Looking at the surrounding shields and the chanting Lu Ro, Su Mei and Su Xiaochang looked at each other. Sis, it feels like, the 2 of us, shouldn't we be the most useless ones? Su Xiaochang whispered. Kung. When this one is over, I'd like to choose the perfect transfer. What? A perfect transfer? Su Xiaochang's pupils shrunk. After reaching the second turn, the transfer quests within the transfer hall are divided for different transfer difficulties, and are generally divided into 4 levels: ordinary, elite, perfect, and superb. Most professionals choose normal difficulty, so none of them are easy to complete. A few professions with a rich heritage would choose elite. Elite transfer, as the name suggests, would allow the professional to complete an elite-level transfer task in their profession. Once successful, the rewards would be huge. But, there are some professionals who themselves have transferred to occupations that are not ideal, and are lacking in both talent and potential, but they have the opportunity to change their destiny against the odds. Those who chose a perfect level or higher transfer difficulty, once they succeeded, in addition to their own growth being higher than lower-level difficulties, there was also a probability of having their profession mutated, meaning that they could be transformed into other rare professions, or even hidden professions. Of course, there is only one such opportunity, and the fewer the number of transfers, the lower the relative difficulty. Such a chance to change one's life against the odds naturally carried with it a more difficult and even dangerous transfer task. Even, a bad one would be directly buried in the middle of the transfer quest. Statistically speaking, the mortality rate for normal transfer quests is still 13%, let alone perfect leveling. That was why Su Xiaochang was so surprised when he heard Su Mei say this. Sis, are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Su Mei shook her head. As you can see, Shiryun's progress is beyond our imagination. If we still want to have the possibility of being able to join her in the future, ordinary warriors, there is no chance. Su Xiaochang was silent. He admitted that his old sister had a point. So, I decided to take a gamble. Yes, sis. Su Xiaochang nodded heavily. Since you want to, then I will accompany you. I don't believe that I, Su Xiaochang, can't change my fate against the heavens? Buzz. As the two of them spoke, the light of the boundary lit up, and Lu Ro successfully finished setting up the 5 elements boundary. It was also the moment her boundary took shape that the entire valley actually resounded with intensive vibrations. Chomp! Chomp, chomp, chomp. The crowd subconsciously looked up, and a numbing scene appeared. Only to see that on top of the 4 cliffs, there appeared one after another densely packed small spiders, with sharp mouthparts, hideous spider legs, plus a devil-like pattern, making people daunted. What's more, there can't be enough of them. Densely packed, like a tidal wave pouring down from above the cliffs, surging toward the valley. Although the crowd was surprised, it was good that they didn't panic as Lin Shiryun chanted an incantation and directly opened her summoning gate. Buzz. Within the vortex, a morose white skeleton figure clad in a black cloak and standing with both hands on a sword then emerged. Chapter 65, I need a booster, not a punk. Ha! Where's the shield? Seeing Zhou Yu appear, the crowd was first shocked for a moment, and then surprised gazes surfaced. How long has it been? How does it feel? He's stronger again. That's right, and look how cool he is. Woohoo! If it wasn't for the hideous skeletal figure under Zhou Yu's cloak, they even suspected that they were going to transform into fangirls. Even Su Xiaochang next to him was a bit lost in thought, and began to fantasize in his mind that if he had this height, plus such a set of dress-up, wouldn't he directly charm a piece of young girls? Wow! Countless spider monsters flowed down from the rock wall like a tidal wave, surging towards this place in all directions. Zhou Yu, who saw the scene, did not have the slightest expression in his soul fire, and the longsword leaning on both hands was only slightly lurched. Click, click, click. As the ground around them tumbled, a skeleton's palm rose up from it, and in an instant, numerous skeleton swordsmen crawled out of it. 5, 10, 20. 100? Su Xiaochang exclaimed in shock. Before, he could only summon 40 channels, but now it's 100? This guy's rate of progress is too terrifying, isn't it? The remaining 4 women had the same shocked look surfacing on their faces after hearing this number. It was important to know that even if a summoner wanted to summon such a large number of skeleton swarms, it would be impossible to do so in a short period of time. And the other, after only a few hours, grows again. Shiryun, you wouldn't have contracted any of the princes of the abyss, would you? Yes, if it wasn't for an absolutely noble bloodline, how could it be promoted so quickly? Lin Shiryun sniffed and looked at Zhou Yu with some disorientation. If he is a prince, what is he himself? As soon as the 100 skeleton swordsmen surfaced, they raised their longswords and took the initiative to impact against the surrounding waves of spiders. Zhou Yu naturally didn't expect them to be able to wipe out all the wild monsters, only that he had just entered this place, so he still had to test the waters first before doing so. Pust! The longsword sliced through the air, heavily splitting several small spiders in half, and dark green blood spewed out from them, directly staining the longsword and white bones of the skeletal swordsman. Snort! A bizarre scene appeared. These small spiders that seemed unbeatable were actually able to burst out with a terrifying corrosive effect. Even though it didn't cause any substantial damage, it made the skeleton swordsman much more vulnerable. Soon, Zhou Yu saw a large group of spiders crawling on the skeletal swordsman's body, using their sharp mouthparts to continuously gnaw on its skeleton. Feel free to click on each other's exclamation points. Corrosive spider. Race, beetle. Level, LV5. Life, 320. Magic, 21. Attack, 1725. Defense, 0. Words, corrosive fluid white, rip gnaw green. The blood quantity was very low, the magic was nearly non-existent, and the attack was very average, but when Zhou Yu saw the 2 entries, he understood the abilities of these young spiders. The corrosive fluid reduces armor and then creates damage with physical attacks. Combined with its terrifying and incomparable quantity, it was enough to make any living being unable to withstand it. Sure enough, as time passed, even with hundreds of skeleton swordsmen resisting, they still fell one after another under the siege of the corrosive young spiders. It won't work, the only way to destroy them is through magic. Sume couldn't help but warn as she looked at these numbers of young spiders. Tidal Blade. Zheng Bai didn't say anything, but instead directly used his own staff to summon the tidal blade, which continued to bloom in the army of young spiders as if it were spinning. Almost every area that was swept through was able to bring up a large area of dark green blood, but, even so, the faces of the crowd did not have the slightest bit of joy. Instead, they were incomparably grave. Compared to the number of young spiders, the damage of the tidal blade was nothing. If they didn't know that Zhou Yu still had a lot of tactics that he hadn't used, it was estimated that they would have panicked by now. However, as he watched the numerous young spiders begin to continuously engulf the skeleton swordsman, Zhou Yu stood there motionless, seemingly not intending to make a move. More and more skeleton swordsmen fell, and the faces of the crowd gradually became bad from the calmness they had at the beginning. They couldn't figure out what Zhou Yu was thinking right now. What would they do if the other party didn't follow the rules? No one dared to speak. Instead, they looked towards Lin Shiyun. At a time like this, it was necessary for Lin Shiyun to communicate with Zhou Yu. You. Me. Lin Shiyun hesitantly opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, she saw that in the air behind Zhou Yu, a white mist actually coalesced, which combined with each other and actually formed the characters of Xia. I need a booster, not a punk. This line of text was read by not only Lin Shiyun but also the crowd next to her. Everyone froze slightly and even blinked hard, wondering if they had misread the situation. When they saw the line of text that floated there condensed but not dispersed, they were finally convinced that this was what Zhou Yu had said. For a moment, the crowd blushed a little. It wasn't that they were blushing because they were useless, but they had never imagined that they would actually be spoken to like that by a summon. The reason why Zhou Yu did not make a move was indeed with the intention of exercising them. To this day, he naturally had a certain understanding of the entire human world, and this copy should be the last turn 1 copy before Lin Shiyun's second turn. The difficulty in this was obviously much lower compared to the copies after the second turn. If he wanted to travel back and forth to the human world to loot words often in the future, he would have to ensure Lin Shiyun's safety. And the last copy experience made him temporarily believe that a few people could be Lin Shiyun's teammates. Since they were teammates, they had to have the awareness and ability of teammates, and protecting Lin Shiyun was their first priority. As important as a natural career is, it is even more important to gain experience in real battles and even exercise your will. So, this copy is the perfect opportunity for them to exercise. What do we do? When the crowd saw the motionless Zhou Yu, they couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed and turned their heads to look at Lin Shiyun. He should want us to fend ourselves off, otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move. So many wild monsters, how do we fend them off? Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed. There's no way around it, or at least, show him we're worth it. Sume could more easily understand Zhou Yu's intentions. Shiyun, I'm afraid that in the future you'll have to act as a commanding officer, and we'll be an extension of you. She said to Lin Shiyun, next, it's up to you to fix it. Me? Lin Shiyun looked at the crowd and realized that everyone nodded at her. Yes. Lin Shiyun nodded heavily and suddenly raised her hand and waved her staff, her mouth chanting. Buzz. Blessed light poured out, boosting everyone's status. Sister Zoe, can you manipulate the entry and exit of the 5 elements boundary? Lin Shiyun asked, I need them to open some gaps. Gap? Lu Ro froze for a moment and exclaimed, you're letting them in? That's right. Lin Shiyun boldly said, simply relying on the boundary to block can only delay for a very short period of time. Blocking is not as good as erecting. Giving them a gap will allow the spiders to find a cathartic outlet, and by fending off within the cathartic outlet, we can greatly avoid the ending of being surrounded on all sides, and in this way, we can delay for a longer period of time. The crowd couldn't help but feel that the move was very risky after hearing her words. But after looking at the indifferent Zhou Yu, they gritted their teeth and nodded, good. Chapter 66. How many floors is Zhou Yu on? Spore manipulation, counter-attack. Lu Ro immediately concentrated and began to manipulate the 5 elements boundary, only to see that a corner of the boundary was suddenly under control, directly opening a gap of less than half a meter. In an instant, all the young spiders looked like they had found their target and split into a torrent raging towards this place. Sister Mei, Xiao Chang, you two do the first pass, kill as many as you can, and if you meet an unbeatable opponent, you can return to the shield. Lin Shiyun quickly set up, leave the rest to Sister Unspeaking's tidal blade to strangle. Yes. Sume and Su Xiaochang nodded their heads at the same time and took a step out of the shield, all of their equipment around them coming into play at this moment. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, directly rose with sword chi, constantly slashing the young spiders that rushed in. Slashing again and again, bringing up large swaths of corrosive blood, but the two were oblivious, only taking out blood pills and blue pills to replenish them as they continued to slash. On the side, Zhang Bai's eyes were staring intently as he summoned the tidal blade from time to time to strangle other fish that had missed the net. At this moment, the Lu Rou inside was manipulating the 5 elements boundary while completely transforming it into a fire boundary. The burning flames were still the nemesis of these young spiders. The hordes of screaming young spiders were set ablaze, and at once the swarm was greatly relieved. Inside, with the cooperation of several people, they did manage to block the young spiders. But, as time passed, the physical and mental exertion suddenly made the crowd begin to feel difficult. However, Zhou Yu stood there, still indifferent, and seemed to have no intention of making a move at all. Tick! Bean-sized sweat flowed down from the corners of Sumei's forehead. She felt her body was heavy, and even had a feeling that she couldn't lift her sword, but she didn't dare to stop. It had been nearly 15 minutes, the young spiders outside not only did not decrease in the slightest, but on the contrary, there were more and more of them, and even, now they could no longer see the scene outside, the entire 5 elements boundary was crawling with young spiders. If once the boundary collapsed, all the young spiders would instantly bury them, and by then, they could only die. Su Xiaochang's state wasn't much worse, panting heavily, the armor on his body corroded out, but he still didn't dare to stop, gritting his teeth. Lin Shiyun didn't even know how many times she had splashed the light of blessing, and the depletion of her spiritual energy was on the verge of causing her to go into a bit of a trance. As for Zhang Bai, he was in a similarly bad situation, his face was pale, a consequence of casting the tidal blade too many times. The limit, it seemed, was fast approaching. However, Zhou Yu was still standing there oblivious, as if he wanted to watch them die here. Gradually, everyone was left with only the instinct for survival, even forgetting about Zhou Yu's existence, and their only remaining will told them to hang on. A few minutes later, this limit came, while Zhou Yu's throbbing soul flame, who had been standing there all along, suddenly quivered a few times, and in the next moment, 5 soul binding spores floated out silently. Do you think that Zhou Yu is just going to train their will? That would be a big mistake. Training the will is important, but what is more important than loyalty and control? The reason why this test was given was not only for the sake of exercise, but also to consume their spirits and make the defense of their souls completely lowered. Zhou Yu was able to control the crypt lords with soul binding spores, but for humans, this was his first attempt. He didn't intend to turn them into puppets, he just used the soul binding spores to leave a base on a few of them. Once the 4 of them were to make any deviant moves in the future, Zhou Yu's undercard would be their catalyst. As for Lin Shiyun, the soul binding spore wasn't meant to take control, but to help her reverse it all when she was about to make a stupid decision. Although Zhou Yu was as Lin Shiyun's summon, but he did not like the feeling of losing control. Before, there was no choice, but now that there is, it's natural to put it in everything. Swish swish swish. Smoother than what Zhou Yu had expected, the 5 spores directly and silently disappeared on the 5 people and effortlessly attached themselves to their souls, slowly absorbing soul power and beginning to multiply and split. Zhou Yu deliberately controlled the reproduction speed of the soul binding spores to avoid being too fast for the 5 to support. When there are enough of them, they will just lurk down in their souls and become the bottom card. As the soul binding spores continued to split and multiply, the 5 people, who had already reached their limit, were even more unable to withstand it. Click, click, click. A crunching sound of collapse actually came from above the originally flaming hot firewalk boundary. On the other side, Zhang Bio saw this scene and forcibly wielded what little magic power he had left to hold up the tidal shield. Come in. She was shouting this to Su Mei and Su Xiaochang. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them spared the last of their own strength to cleave through the hideous young spider before them before returning to the shield. Just at this moment, under Lu Rou's cry of pain, the 5 elements boundary finally collapsed completely due to energy exhaustion. Dense young spiders fell from the sky like dumplings, instantly crawling all over the entire shield. The flowing tidal shield faltered under Zhang Bio's hard support, and the crowd supported each other as they watched them gnawing away. We can't. Su Xiaochang barely even had the strength to take the potion to his mouth. Hold on, me, US. Su Mei wanted to encourage it, but her eyes went black and her body went limp, almost falling into a coma. Only Lin Shiyun held her up as soon as she could, anxiety in her voice. She turned her head to look at Zhou Yu, and the other party was still standing there on his long sword, still with no intention of making a move. Is he giving up on us? Lin Shiyun was a little sad in her heart. She didn't expect that she and her teammates had put in their best efforts and still hadn't gotten Zhou Yu's recognition. Without the approval of a summon, she felt like a real failure. I'm sorry, Grandma, Foamy, I'm afraid I don't have a chance to see you again. Sume, Su Xiaochang, Zhang Bai, Lu Rou, every single one of their faces were filled with despair. Finally, as Zhang Bai fell, the shield above his head was completely exhausted and collapsed directly. Wow! All the young spiders fell like a tidal wave, completely drowning the few people. No! Don't! Mom! Dad! This! Just when the five thought that they would be completely buried in the copy, a bizarre scene appeared. The young spiders that surrounded them had scarlet glints in their eyes, but they did not make a move towards them. Stop! What, in the world, is going on here? The five of them froze. They looked at the motionless young spiders on top of them and were filled with disbelief. Didn't we say we were going to die? Why did you stop all of a sudden? Just as he was puzzled, under the cloak, Zhou, whose soul fire was pulsating, finally moved. He raised his arm, his index finger pointing casually towards the front, and a voice with a teasing tone resounded from his soul. Spore Manipulation, Counterattack. Chapter 67 Crag Weaver, Spider Sea Tactics, Underhanded? Buzz. As Zhou's words fell, the originally stagnant young spiders actually instantly turned around and dispersed from the several people like a tidal wave, and even more bizarrely, they began to attack towards the other young spiders around them. More and more young spiders seemed to be affected and began to turn around and launch deadly attacks towards their own kind around them. Individuals, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Lin Shiyun and the others watched as more and more young spiders recoiled like a tidal wave and began to impact in all directions, a shock that was simply beyond words. What the hell is going on here? The promised end of the road is actually starting to reverse itself? As the crowd froze, Lin Shiyun was the first to react and look towards the motionless Zhou. How can a copy be so kind? The only possibility was Zhou. It's Mr. Chow? How is this possible? Isn't he good at fire? How did this happen? Being an undead, he is able to control the fire system, what else can he do? The others also reacted and looked at Zhou. The shock on their faces did not subside, but rather intensified. They had thought of many ways Zhou would strike, fire magic, even summoning firewolves, were among them. But this bizarre solution really took them by surprise. How the hell did he do that? Have you, guys, noticed this sensation with the spores from the flayed woodland before? Lu Rou's reminder caused the crowd's eyes to light up, which then turned into a strong wave of heartfelt shock. Previously, the crowd had speculated in their hearts that the endless means on Zhou's body were not capable of devouring the skills on other wild monsters. Now it looks like 8 or 9. If it grew like this, the future potential was unimaginable. As the crowd pondered, the originally devastating torrent of young spiders was not only hardened and contained, but was even being pushed back. Zhou stood there, constantly manipulating the spread of the spores in his mind, and gradually, he realized that the spores could spread, but there was a limit to his control. Like this kind of young spider that was only LV5, he was only able to control a few tens of thousands of them at most. This was still only possible with the help of that mother tree in his soul, and he suddenly understood why the spore manipulation of the skinless lord before was not so exaggerated in terms of the number of spores he was controlling. Otherwise, with the countless trees in the forest, relying on the pile of blood, they also piled themselves up to death. But even so, the tens of thousands of young spiders not only managed to withstand the raging tide of spiders, but also used the range of several hundred meters around Lin Shiyun and the others as a stronghold to keep all the spiders out. It looked like, for a while, there was no need to worry about the spider tide being able to break through here. Right at this moment, low rustling sounds kept surfacing from the crags, followed by the crowd seeing figures much larger than the young spiders emerge from them. Cliff Weaver. Race, Beetle. Level, LV15. Life, 1200. Magic, 400. Attack, 138-150. Defense, 7. Words, climbing green, arachnid spray green, overdrive weaving green. In addition to the words of young spiders, as soon as these crag weavers that were more than 1.5 meters in length and possessed huge abdomens appeared, for sharp claws with sharp barbs were inserted into the crags, holding up their heavy abdomens, and at the same time, a large amount of milky white spider silk began to be born from the writhing of the abdomens. The remaining 4 spider legs, however, fiddled as if they were stumps, sending the spider silk within the mouthpiece, where the corrosive liquid within the mouthpiece would quickly melt the spider silk to form a liquid, and then spit it out with all the force it could muster. Phew! The slender spider silk liquid hardened rapidly in mid-air, forming sharp thorns, and under the spider's compound ice calculations, it actually crossed right over the tide of guarding spiders and stabbed towards Lin Shiyun and the others. Archers? The crowd that saw the scene immediately exclaimed in shock. They didn't expect that not only were these spiders huge in number, they actually knew how to cooperate from near and far. The wave of young spiders acted as melee cannon fodder to block first, and if they couldn't attack, long-range firepower would be dispatched and suppressed. Looking at that mid-air densely packed spider silk attack that looked like a rain of arrows, the 5 people only felt their scalps numb. "We're out of stuff, how are we going to block this?" Su Xiaochang exclaimed as he looked at the rain of arrows that simply could not be counted in the sky. This time, Zhou Yu did not intend to watch the show. Instead, he directly moved his thoughts the first time the rain of arrows appeared. Styrofoam Blast is activated. Buzz. Stepping into the 30th level, the underworld flame that he had condensed now was already much more massive than before. 3 fireballs with a diameter of more than a meter surfaced one after another, against the current, and blasted towards one side of the direction. Only 3 loud bangs were heard, and the frontal rain of spiders, along with the spiders on top of the crags, were completely obliterated, and the flames spread across the crags, burning large swaths of spiders in a screaming frenzy. However, Zhou Yu only blocked one side, and there were at least 3 other sides where the spider silk fell. In the face of this 3-sided crisis, Zhou Yu merely moved his thoughts again, and the 2 words were launched at the same time. Inferno Wolfpack Royalty Blue, Inferno Blade Spinning Dance Blue, activate. Ow! Giant wolves wrapped in flames appeared out of thin air, and this time it was no longer 7, but reached as many as 10. As soon as they appeared, the 10 flaming giant wolves rushed to the side, blocking the spider silk with their own bodies between jumps. The spinning inflammatory blade rose and directly turned into a whirlwind that swept towards the other side, and wherever it passed, everything was melted by the high temperature. One last side left. Su Xiaochang pointed in the last direction, where the dense spider silk was already not much far from the ground, just when everyone thought that Zhou Yu was too late to help. Suddenly the ground in front of them shook, hot lava rose, and 2 large exaggerated hands instantly rose from beneath the ground. The large hands spread out with both hands, bending inward like a shield, protecting Lin Shiyun and the others. Lava hands green. Put. When all the spiders fell, the back of the lava hand was suddenly rooted with countless spiders. Wow! The hand of lava wrapped around the spider silk and scattered on the ground, the heat melting it all completely. Phew! Su Xiaochang patted his chest, so close. Social my brother Zhou, people are ruthless. He was just about to praise him, but when he saw the scene above the cliff, he suddenly cursed. Only to see that above the originally heavily damaged cliff, actually once again drilled out a dense number of cliff weavers from within the cave. Together with the surviving weavers from earlier, they were ready to launch a second attack. Like skills, Zhou Yu's words, too, are not infinitely usable. This second round came down and the crowd didn't know how to resist. Swish, swish, swish. The terrifying rain of spiders once again came from overhead, and this time, the crowd completely panicked. How is it going to be blocked when the skills that can be resisted are all that should be released? However, to everyone's surprise, Zhou Yu directly shook his long sword, and pure white flames just began to surface out of thin air. Holy Inferno Blade Storm Red, activate. Chapter 68, Flying Blue, awesome. A terrifying white flamestorm swept over everything. Compared to the Inferno Blade Whirl Dance, this was an upgraded version. Not only was it more powerful and wider in range, but the divine attribute was almost unreasonable. Wherever they passed, no matter what kind of spore-controlled or hostile young spiders you were, they were purified and obliterated. As for the spider silk in mid-air, it was even more useless in front of this horrifying kill. The crowd watched as this white storm swept over everything, and even though they had already seen it before, they were still filled with shock. Luckily, we're in the eye of the wind, or else. Lu Rou uttered these words with some trembling. Dead. Su Xiaochang subconsciously interfaced. Do you guys think, for once, it's a little too soon? After Su Mei was shocked, worry actually surfaced on her face. As strong as this skill is, it can't possibly sweep through the entire crag. You guys, quite a few of the crag weavers up there are even still alive. The crowd looked up and saw that almost most of the crag weavers were alive, while only most of the tide of young spiders had been contained. What if, at this point, there's a third attack? Lin Shiyun said what everyone was worried about. Coming. Zhang Bai's words caused the crowd's faces to change, and sure enough, the crag weavers on top of the crags had already begun the third round of weaving, and by the time the third round of flurry of shots appeared, the crowd could not think of how Zhou Yu should respond. Swish swish swish. The third round of flurry came, this time, even more exaggerated than the previous two, as if Joyu's successive approaches had completely angered the boss hiding in the shadows. "Sister, is it too late for Mr. Joe to summon the Zen Garden?" Su Xiaochang said with a white face. "In time." Su Mei's answer raised a glimmer of hope in him. "Really? In time to collect our bodies?" Right now, among the entire scene, only 10 flame giant wolves were still supporting themselves, but even if they were stronger, they couldn't hold up against these spider silk rains. Skeleton Stick Monk, activate. The ground cracked open and skeletal stick monks appeared with their sticks. The faces of the crowd didn't look much better at the sight of these figures. After all, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't withstand all the rain of spiders. However, to their surprise, these skeleton stick monks appeared and did not intend to help, but instead just stood still. "What's the situation? Summoned and not helping, planning to watch us die? This gentleman's personality is too changeable, isn't it? Shouldn't we see that we're useless and plan to give up? I believe him, he must have his own way. It's going to be too late." As the crowd's minds reeled, they watched as the raining spiders fell from the sky, but just as everyone thought that Joyu had given up, the long sword in his hand plunged violently towards the ground for a moment at this time. "Cards? The most I have is the undercard. Rock Nucleus Heavy Nico Blue, activate." Click, click, click. Lin Shiyun and the others were surprised to find that the earth under their feet in front of them actually rose abruptly amidst the loud noise, and a high wall made entirely of rock rose up and continued to bend in the eyes of the crowd, finally merging completely with another high wall behind them. Boom, click. After the two rocks fused, they directly wrapped several people into a hemisphere, snapping to the ground. And at this moment, the rain of spiders fell just in time. Put. The sharp and hard spider silks merely made a crunching sound on the surface of the rock before falling to the ground, and even if some of them were able to penetrate, they could only advance less than 2 inches before coming to a complete halt. This depth is not even half of the thickness of the rock core, let alone the damage. Pust. Su Xiaochang lit up the lighting tool he carried with him, just enough to reflect the shocked faces of the crowd. Earth magic? At least 4th order. They fell silent, previously suspecting that Joyu was able to pass the replica's wild monster devouring skill, and now the extra earth magic couldn't help but make them think about it. Abyssal access? Or is it the other way around? Even if it is devoured, is there no limit to it? As the many thoughts were in turmoil, the commotion outside seemed to have disappeared. Click. The core of the rock even thoughtfully cracked open a few slits, so as to prevent them from staying inside for a long period of time and causing oxygen deprivation, but also happened to be able to see the scene outside through some light. The 5 looked through the gap almost unanimously, only to see that the third volley of flak outside had ended, and after 3 volleys of flak the crag weavers seemed to fall into a longer vacuum. However, the crag weavers that appeared afterward had already begun to prepare for the 4th round of attacks. Right at this moment, the originally motionless skeleton stick monk suddenly moved. Swish! One could only see his figure suddenly lifting up, impacting towards one side of the cliff with unimaginable agility and speed. At the same time, also moving were the 10 previously existing flame giant wolves. Ow! The fire wolf opened the way, its sharp claws piercing into the cliffs, and began to run wildly, and wherever it passed, all the young spiders were lifted off, scorched, and even obliterated. Occasionally, the fish that missed the net were similarly constantly decimated under the interplay of the skeleton stick monks. Is it really possible to climb the crag with all this? Su Xiaochang's tone was filled with incredulity. The skeleton stick monk was indeed flexible, but it was not too realistic to want to climb up this 100-meter cliff, right? However, as soon as his words fell, he was shocked to see that the skeleton stick monk, with the help of the long stick in his hand, was like an ape constantly jumping on top of the cliffs, and wherever he passed, he even managed to strike out at the cliff weavers on the side. At this moment, it was as if they were not undead, but dancers dancing on top of a rock wall. This maneuver simply stunned the crowd. Just at that moment, Joyu, who had been staying put, similarly moved. Bang! With a heavy step of his feet, his figure disappeared at once like a residual shadow, and when he reappeared, he had already crossed dozens of meters away and rushed towards the bottom of the cliff. He's charging up the cliffs too? The crowd revealed strange colors. Joyu didn't have a long stick, how could he stay on the cliff? The doubt lasted only a brief moment before it dissolved into shock in his eyes. Joyu actually did not use any tools, just a footstep. The figure actually rushed so straight up the cliff, as if violating the laws of physics in general, and began to run wildly on it. 2 legs, on a vertical cliff, running wild? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe that what they were seeing was real. Ding! Word fusion complete, gained, flying over the wall blue. The advanced phrase that had just fused from the climbing green phrase was itself, exactly as the name implied, capable of traveling freely over any crag without any hindrance, including sprinting of course. At this moment, if one looked closely, underneath Joyu's foot skeleton, there was an additional layer of constantly trembling fine spikes, which were as easy as tentacles to grab any hard object. If he wanted to, he could totally climb on all fours like Spider-Man, but Joyu didn't want to. Because this way, it's more handsome. Possessing the advancement word, he was even far faster than this group of ugly spiders. Many cliff weavers saw this scene and instantly reversed their direction towards Joyu in preparation for an attack. Joyu just looked at it, and the long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out at once. Styrofoam sword chi chop blue. Snort! The terrifying sword chi that was more than 10 meters long heavily chopped out with blazing flames, and a piece of cragweaver couldn't even react in time before he was directly killed in seconds. And by this time, Joyu's figure had already rushed past half of the cliff, and it wouldn't be long before he was able to rush up the cliff. But just at this moment, a sudden change. Chapter 69 Corrosive Fanged Spider Guard, Corrosive Shadow Spider. Joyu was like a black residual shadow, running wildly on top of the cliffs while inflicting extremely terrifying damage on all the surrounding cliff weavers. This seemed to have angered the reverse scales of that latent being, and so, just as Joyu was halfway through his wild run, those thick caves above him, at that moment, stirred. Boom! Boom! A low earthquake-like roar rang out, and then the crowd saw that on top of the cliffs, a huge spider like a small mountain began to emerge from the cave. They are not only huge, thick and hairy spider legs are more than a thigh thick and thin, like a huge body like a house filled with a heavy sense of oppression. Frack! Two hideous fangs grew downward from the mouthparts, and a viscous liquid flowed from them, so that even the hard but craggy walls began to smolder. What's even more terrifying is that these huge spiders that look like heavy tanks are densely packed into the cliffs, numbering in the thousands. Corrosive Fang Spider Guards. Race, Beetle. Level, LV20. Life, 3500. Magic, 500. Attack, 245-275. Defense, 25 magic resistance 5%. Words, heavy armor green, fanged bite green, corrosive self-explosion green. The moment he saw the other party's panel, Joyu was slightly disappointed in his heart. These big guys were obviously brainless existences that had been differentiated to specifically act as meat shields. The word itself was also very generic and even made him lose interest in looting. However, in the eyes of the crowd, these terrifying tanks had already begun to surround Joyu from all sides. I'm afraid if this gets hit, it'll just fall apart, right? Su Xiaochang subconsciously backed up, as if the tank was going to rush towards him. Simply by virtue of the crushing weight, it can only deal with some melee professions, but if it encounters a long range, it shouldn't be able to cause this much trouble. Lin Shiyun was substituting for Joyu's perspective at the moment, and she always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. The best way to do this, in addition to the meat shield, is to combine it with a long-range fire output. Su Mei thought along her lines. Remote output? You mean the crag weavers? Su Xiaochang saw the weavers who were preparing to brew through the gap. But this won't create any trouble for Mr. Zhou, right? No, there are assassins. At that exact moment, Lu Ro's alarmed voice rang out, and the crowd snapped their eyes to see that just above the heads of those impacting poison-toothed spider guards at the very front, a twisted and illusory shadow flickered from above. No good, it's a corrosive shadow spider. Su Mei exclaimed. The top of the guide specifically mentioned that the most terrifying attack within the spider cave is not the spider guards nor the group spider weavers, but the corrosive shadow spider that is able to transform into dark shadows and attack invisibly. Corrosive shadow spider? That's right. Seeing the crowd's slightly gloomy expression, Su Mei said in succession, the life value of this group of corrosive shadow spiders itself is even less than 300, the individual is petite, but possesses a horrifying speed and amazing killing power. There was once a raider who recorded that he witnessed a berserker of more than 2,000 blood being killed directly by 2 corrosive shadow spiders in a second. What? The crowd was completely shocked now. 2 shadow spiders killing a 2,000 blood berserker in seconds meant that one hit reached at least 1,000? That's not a shadow spider, that's a black widow. So, what should Mr. Zhou do? No way. Su Mei frowned. They are fragile, yes, even we can do a second kill, but the biggest problem is that they are stealthy and extremely fast. With the same large numbers, even if you can kill 1 or 2, you simply can't kill them all. Instead, once you are struck, death awaits. As he spoke, the several corrosive tooth spider guards running wildly at the forefront had already rushed in front of Joyu, and the skeleton stick monk who attempted to block was brutally knocked out by it, quickly drowning in the tide of spiders. Frack! Fangs raised, the hideous spider guard came crashing heavily against Joyu with a terrifying rush. The hearts of the people who saw this scene lifted. But the skeleton soulfire under the black robe of the Joyu in question did not fluctuate in the slightest. He just stood there, his arm raised, clenched his palm into a fist, and then violently punched out. Phew! A terrifying gas explosion exploded, and then the fist passed through the fangs and smashed heavily on top of the spider guard's face. Knock! After the dull and loud sound, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The entire body of the spider guard that was comparable to a house trembled violently, and then it began to collapse inward from the face at an even more exaggerated speed, and then the body was wrapped up by the huge impact and flew out backwards, even against the current, knocking the companions who rushed from behind out one after another. Hiss! Everyone sucked in cold air at this moment, being completely stunned. What kind of power is this? Summer power? No, what power? Is he really just a skeleton? Lu Ro, who didn't know much about Joyu, let out an exclamation. It feels like a giant dragon. It's not over. Lin Shuyin's voice suddenly tensed up as she was able to vaguely sense that a shadow seemed to have disappeared above the heads of those toothed spider guards because of her link with Joyu. Corrosive shadow spider. Only to see a semi-transparent shadow appear in the slightly illusory air, the hideous fangs, not even the palm of the tiny figure, but at this moment, it became the voice of the god of death. The densely packed corrosive shadow spider leapt up at once, fast as lightning, and swept towards Joyu. Swish swish swish. Just when everyone thought that Joyu was about to be wrapped by the corrosive shadow spider, a bizarre scene appeared. Joyu just stood there, but his body quickly became illusory, followed by a flash and disappeared. That's right, it's gone. How is this possible? How the hell did he do that? Disappear? How is it possible to disappear? Could it be space-based magic? While the crowd was shocked, Joyu coalesced from the shadows underneath one of the toothed spider guards, his eyes calmly looking at the large group of corrosive shadow spiders that had unsuccessfully attacked due to his disappearance. Joyu, who possessed the deadly grudge demon pupils, had long been able to see these invisible figures. Compared to their speed, how could one's own being, who controlled the phantom shadow, be inferior? Standing there, Joyu simply looked at this group of simple-minded corrosive shadow spiders, his outstretched palm slightly clenched. Earth Pulse Spike Blue is activated. The invisible fluctuations of the earth veins were transmitted in an instant, and immediately afterward, only a click was heard as countless fine rock spikes suddenly rose from above the cliffs, piercing all the corrosive shadow spiders completely in an instant. Ow! Terrifying roaring sound resounded within the cave. A huge and incomparable figure, at this moment, for rows of compound eyes, suddenly opened, sharp hissing like a woman's scream resounded unabashedly within the cave, and finally transformed into a paragraph of words resounded. Those who provoke me will pay in the end. And the price for that is burial. Chapter 70 Corrosive Arachnid Mother Organic. Boom! The cave began to tremble, and the boss's massive figure actually moved at this moment. For an unknown number of years, it had never seen anyone able to make the copy vibrate so much. Off the crags and up the cliffs? It's a great way for her, the corrupting arachnid mother, to hold down the fort. Something that would be permanently impossible for Organic to do. Even if she was only LV30, she could still confidently say that no one would be able to pass. And at this moment, if anyone could ascend the mountaintop cliffs, they would be horrified to find that beyond the so-called valley cliffs was not an oasis, much less a forest. Rather, it was the true lair of the corrosive arachnid cave's owner, the corrosive arachnid mother Organic. As far as the eye could see, everything outside the entire cliff was filled with different spiders. Number? In the mouth of Organic, who had been guarding this place for an unknown number of years, it was but a crude concept. Because, with the children she manipulates, she can drown out everything. Who dares to claim invincibility within a turn 1 copy? Who dares to say undefeated? Wow! Wow! Like a surging tide, like waves, not water, but densely packed spiders awakened. They have drilled into the body of the Organic, began to do their best to support more and more spiders to join the Organic, as large as a hill, was slowly lifted up from the cave towards the top of the mountain where the cliffs are located. On the other hand, under Joyu's near thunderous destruction, not only did the corrosive shadow spider not pose any threat to him, it was instead wiped out for the most part. After trying the effects of the fresh words a few times, a touch of disinterest suddenly rose on Joyu's face as he snapped his fingers. The plan is almost done, it's time to end this. As the sound of ringing fingers fell, the corrosive tooth spider guards that were still attacking before suddenly stopped their movements and impacted straight towards the valley below. Boom boom boom. The gesture of running wildly immediately frightened the 5 people hiding inside the rock core, only for the other party to slowly stop in front of the rock core. Click. While the rock core crumbled, the 5 of them saw Zhouyu in a black robe standing above the head of a corrosive tooth spider guard, and a line of small words appeared in front of everyone's eyes as the soul flame pulsed. Come up here. The crowd looked at each other, all seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. This is for us, in a spider, to rush to the top of the mountain? Su Xiaochang slapped himself in the face. Growing up, this is the first time I've heard of it, relying on a copy of the wild monster to carry you through. Cut the crap. Joe shouldn't be able to manipulate all of them. Look at the other spiders coming this way, they seem to be trying to intercept us. Under Sumei's reminder, the crowd reacted and crawled towards the corrosive tooth spider guard's body. Once the crowd had climbed up, the spider guards turned their bodies around and climbed up quickly towards the crags without needing to be told to do so. The other spiders that tried to block them were blocked by the outer ring of corrosive fang spider guards, not to mention that there were more corrosive shadow spiders that kept disappearing from their heads, and wherever they passed, large swaths of spiders fell down like cut wheat. This scene shook the crowd once again. Who would have thought that the spiders that had fought and killed each other before had now become a weapon against the spiders? With this excellent combination, the crowd made it to the halfway point with hardly the slightest effort. At this rate, it won't take long to be able to climb the 100-meter cliff. Mr. Zhou is too strong, truly invincible. A relaxed Su Xiaochang even took out his own filming equipment and began to shoot at the surroundings. I just don't believe it. I'll film all the scenes this time and see who dares to say I'm cheating. Su Xiaochang, you're here to pass, not to travel. Sumei reminded him without any good humor. Can you restrain yourself? Put. Lin Shijun and Lu Rou were amused by this scene and lamented in their hearts, fearing that this was the easiest copy several people had ever passed. In fact, the reason why it was easy was just that Zhouyu had already planned to control these wild monsters to take them away from the cliffs through spore control at the very beginning. Only the previous Cragweaver wasn't enough to carry the 5 out of here. It wasn't until the appearance of the poisonous fang spider guards that he was able to completely start implementing his plan. The previous kills were partly to gain words, and partly to buy time for the spores to spread and multiply. Now that it's almost done, it's natural to look relaxed. In just a few moments, facing the attacks of countless spiders around them, the crowd continued to move forward quickly and methodically on the cliffs. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. The hearts of the crowd followed with glee as they saw the final 5 meters coming to an end. But before this elation could spread, an even more bizarre vibration sound than just now came. Rumble. Rumble. This tremor? The crowd revealed their surprise and subconsciously looked towards their surroundings, but immediately afterward they saw a scene they would never forget. Right across the top of the valley crags, all the mountain tops were actually crawling with spiders of all sizes in no time. From young spiders to weavers, from spider guards to shadow spiders, it was so dense that you couldn't even see the edges. Why are there so many more? Su Xiaochang's hands shivered as he held the camera. The number of various wild monsters in the picture was more than a few times more than the previous ones combined. Just at this moment, on the top of the mountain directly above them, countless spiders surged up like a tidal wave, and then a terrifying body 3 stories tall was revealed. The spider legs that were several times thicker than any human, the abdomen that was several times more exaggerated than a house, the barbs that were comparable to steel, and the 4 rows of hideous compound eyes that were comparable to a soccer ball. What made the crowd's scalps even more numb was that on top of the head of this horrible spider, there was actually half of a woman's body embedded. Swish! The woman's head lifted, revealing a densely patterned, demonic face. Ha ha ha! I finally waited for this day. The shrill laugh that echoed from her mouth was numbing. The 5 people who were originally celebrating the joy of victory were even more pale and numb at this moment. The transition between heaven and hell is just a thought away. Su Xiaochang looked at the name floating on the woman's head logo and said in a dry voice, "Corrosive arachnid mother organic. Escape! We have to escape." Looking at the figure of the boss, Lu Rou trembled as she gave her advice. The others didn't say anything. In the face of so many spider tides, even if they escaped, could they escape? However, just as everyone froze, the corrosive fanged spider guard suddenly moved. They were just like that, under Zhouyu's manipulation, towards those last 5 meters, launching an onslaught. 1 step, 2 steps. Zhouyu, who was standing on it, even seemed to ignore the existence of the arachnid mother, and just calmly maneuvered the tooth spider guard upwards. Is he planning to go in hard? But how can you not do it by breaking in hard? Is it hard to let go of the chance because you know we don't have a chance? The crowd looked at the scene in shock, but their minds were reeling with thoughts. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Right at the moment when the venomous tooth spider guard's forelegs hitched on the mountaintop, the demonic arachnid mother suddenly moved. The huge body began to rotate and came closer in the direction where Joyu was. The 5 people who saw the scene knew that the other party was going to make a move. To the death, we'll fight her. A wave of courage rose from Lin Shiyun's heart as she clenched her fists and gave a determined shout to the crowd. Right. Fight. Death is death. Charge. Go. Between the hot blood surging up, the 5 people seemed to be united in this moment, ready to let go of the arachnid mother. However, just as everyone was ready to fight for their lives, the rushing arachnid mother suddenly came to a halt in front of Joyu, and then, in the midst of the crowd's shocked gazes, she bent down and opened her mouth in excitement. Corrosive Spider Cavekeeper, Agarnik, see you, my lord. Chapter 71, Control, Aganic's Allegiance. Su Mei? Su Xiaoqiang? Young Bu? Lin Shiyun? Choyu? After hearing these words, everyone was in doubt, even Joyu himself had doubts. He didn't understand when he had an extra henchman and the other had an extra master? You, call me master? After a brief moment of astonishment, Joyu looked at the other party suspiciously. He had thought that if the other party manifested his own body, he would be just in time to have a big battle with the other party. The words on your opponent can also be plundered a bit. Just before he could do anything, the words that the other party opened his mouth made him a bit unprepared. A moment later, Joyu shook the long sword in his hand and pointed it at the corrosive spider mother. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're close to me. Prepare to die. Just as he was about to make his move, the humanoid upper body of the arachnid mother wiggled and waved her hands in a hurry, and the 2 oversized fruits shook one's eyes. No, I sense that on you, there is a submissive aura, an aura that only the powerful bloodline of the Abyssal Beetle clan can possess. Abyssal Beetles? Joyu heard the tip of the sword in his hand tremble as he suddenly thought of a phrase inside the wool he had gleaned from the Crypt Lord. Mark of the Crypt Lord's blue. Among the races nurtured by the ancient abyss, the beetle race is considered one of them, and the beetles born from their contamination with the original abyssal magic will produce this mark, which only serves to allow the owner of the mark to order the lower-ranked beetles. Joyu had thought that this phrase was just a phrase for Crypt Lords to control crypt demons, but unexpectedly, it was actually able to work here as well. So can I take them through now? Understanding this, Joyu looked at the other party and asked. Of course, my lord. Agananik bowed, and then the crowd saw that the originally dark spiders at the top of the mountain actually took the initiative to separate toward the sides, giving the crowd a passage. This. Su Xiaoqiang and the others looked at Lin Shiyun in unison, seemingly asking what exactly should be done. Before Lin Shiyun could say anything, she saw Joyu calmly walk down the poison-toothed spider guard, and then just casually step on the last meter and walk up to the top of the mountain. Seeing this, where did the crowd not know to follow? How could they give up this opportunity to pass the barrier? But when they stepped onto the mountaintop, they saw the scene below and coincidentally opened their mouths at the same time. The scene of the bewildering number of spiders below shook them beyond belief. Too much. They now finally understood why no one had been able to pass. If Joyu wasn't here, I'm afraid that even if 10 people came in, it would be impossible to get through. This Ms. Aganik, she usually has nothing better to do than have baby spiders, right? Ding! Congratulations on clearing your copy, reward settlement in progress, 5-minute countdown to copy departure, timing starts. The prompt sounded, making the crowd return to their senses from the shock, and their hearts were even more secretly relieved that they could finally leave this place. Instead, it was Joyu who looked at Agananik and said, You said you town guard this place? Why does this place need to be guarded? Master? You don't know? I've just awakened from my slumber and am not aware of the current progress. Joyu deliberately pretended to be confused up. He always felt that this spider woman knew some secrets that he did not know. It is the will set by the ancient gods that the abyss and the human realm coexist in such a way as to avoid strife. Agarnik did not have the slightest doubt, and all the abyssal clans have to take turns guarding these copies, with the purpose of slaughtering all the living beings in the human realm, and finally allowing the abyss to descend completely. Slaughtered out? Lin Shiyun and the others' faces changed drastically. They didn't expect that these copies that had become resources for the crowd were actually meant to hunt them as well. In this regard, Joyu did not fluctuate too much. the existence of a copy was simply impossible without the permission of the Abyss. It's just that he only had some guesses before, and now it's confirmed. Furthermore, this Aganek is nothing more than a LV-30 monster, and the truth that can be learned in the Abyss is very limited, so it cannot be trusted, nor can it be trusted in its entirety. Well, in that case, I need you to offer your loyalty. Joyu's words caused Aganek to be stunned at first, followed by a look of ecstasy as she violently opened her arms, her huge body approaching towards Joyu. Great Master, Aganek awaits his master's favor at any time. A touch of humanized shyness actually appeared on her face as she said that. Ahem, stop. Joyu did not expect the other party to actually get the wrong idea. The loyalty I'm talking about is you letting go of your mind and listening to my teachings. So much so, that the other stopped and bowed, Aganek at the ready. Aha! With a flick of Joyu's fingers, the soul-binding spores floated out from it and drifted towards the other party's head. Since he can't be killed, he leaves a seed on the other side and has the system mark it thoroughly. It was considered to be expanding a part of his force, and in the future, it might be able to come in handy within the abyssal world. Buzz. As the system came into play, Aganek only felt his connection with Joyu grow incredibly strong. She was ecstatic, thinking that she had gained the royal esteem of the abyssal beetle clan, and hurriedly bowed. My lord, if you need anything, just ask. Command? Joyu pondered for a moment and casually coped, you are too weak to be of any use for the time being, work hard, and perhaps, you will have the qualifications to be needed by me. As the countdown ended, Joyu's figure twisted and was directly swallowed by the vortex and disappeared. On top of the corrosive spider's cave mountain, only Aganek was left to mumble. My lord, Aganek, will definitely try to get stronger. Joyu also did not expect what kind of an overlord would be created by his casual words here. Announcement, congratulations to Team 001, Captain Lin Shiryun, and team member Sume. For completing the first pass of the corrosive spider's cave, record 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 8 seconds. 3 announcements in a row resounded instantly in the replica hall, instantly causing the somewhat cold hall to instantly clamor. What? They passed again? What do you mean again? Don't you know? That's the strongest first-turn squad that cleared the Demon Monk Zen Garden, and the flayed woodland copy. The one among them, Lin Shiryun, is said to have just completed her transfer within a few days. Just transferred, Nima, even a place like my cold city has produced such a terrifying genius? More than that, it is said that there is news that the Ninth Order Guild, there are already adults who know the news, are preparing to come to Cold City to personally inspect it. Get it wrong, they have to be admitted in advance. Hiss. A Ninth Order Guild? My god. The crowd had flocked towards the location of the replica's entrance between their discussions, but what they didn't know was that after the experience of the previous 2 times, Lin Shiryun and Zhang Bai, the girls, had bailed out straight away, almost at the very first moment of the teleportation. Phew. As the group of people sat in the car, it was only then that they breathed a long sigh of relief. Thinking back to the previous experience, everyone still felt a little unreal. The copy of the first turn of Cold City is almost done, so next, everyone will have to prepare for the second turn. Lin Shiryun calmed down a bit and directly announced the plan. After the second turn of the transformation, we will contact each other again and can help if needed. Aha! Understood, Captain. Everyone nodded their heads. They naturally knew how rare it was to be able to hold a thigh this time, and except for Zhang Bai, the light in everyone else's eyes intensified. Chapter 72 Transfers and Death, Cats and Dogs. Zhang Bai was a tidal wave sacrifice, a rare profession in its own right, and with the fact that she had already completed her second turn, it wasn't enough for her to want to consider a higher third turn for the time being, but she had already secretly decided that in order to keep up with Lin Shiryun's footsteps, she was going to have to go back to the guild herself to solo during the time it took for them to change their professions. Perhaps someone who heard this would feel very puzzled. How could she, who had clearly reached LV-27, be thrown off her feet by Lin Shiryun? Lin Shiryun was only LV-20 at full count. However, Zhang Bai was clear that Lin Shiryun, as the captain, shared more than 80% of the total experience of the entire team, and even if the experience overflow had a certain discount, he was afraid that it would only be a matter of time before he wanted to surpass her. Of the 5 of them, I'm afraid that only she could barely keep up with the other. As for the other 3, I'm afraid it's even worse. Sis, when are we going to transfer? On the way apart, Su Xiaochang took the initiative to ask Su Mei. Oh? So positive? It's not like you. Stinky brother. Su Mei teased. Ever since I saw that final scene, I realized how big the gap is between us and Sister Shiryun. Su Xiaochang seriously said, I'm afraid I'll never be able to see such a copy by myself, the only way is to become stronger. He took a deep breath and suddenly tightened the camera he was holding. It's the only way I'll be able to shoot more material and grow my self-publishing. Snap. Sume violently hammered his fist on his head, his mouth was even more instantly cursing. Just now you said so passionately, I thought you had changed your nature, it turns out that you are worried about your broken self-media. I'll let you self-publish. Agu. Don't fight, sis, we're transferring. Ouch. In the midst of arguing all the way, the two of them headed directly to the only transformation shrine in Cold City. At this moment, it was already late at night, and there wasn't much foot traffic in the transfer hall, and there were only the figures of some of the professionals who had come here to receive quests, and as for the number of transfers, it wasn't even that much. When the two stopped at the location of the transfer enrollment, they actually saw a familiar figure, Lu Ro, when they inclined their heads. Sister Zoe? You transferred too? Su Xiaochang was also a little surprised to see Lu Ro. After all, when everyone separated, she said she wanted to go home first. Well, on second thought, I thought it would be better to come here first. Lu Ro smiled shyly. What others understood, she also understood. She wanted to become a powerful boundary master. The only way to have a chance was to choose a transfer quest of elite level or above. On her way back, she had called her mom, and this time, instead of stopping herself, the other party supported her decision. Are you really thinking about it? Sister Zoe? The meaning of Sume's words Lu Ro naturally understood. She nodded. I want to be able to keep up with you guys, this is the only chance. Sume nodded her head and suddenly pulled Lu Ro aside, trading her the potions and scrolls in her backpack one after another. No, I can't, it's too expensive, Sume I don't. Ultra Blood Potion, Ultra Blue Restore Potion, Random Teleportation Scroll, Fireball Scroll, and more. Looking at so many equipment that would be worth a lot if she casually took one out, Lu Ro hurriedly refused, but she was stopped by Sume. These are considered to be what I borrowed from you, just remember to return them to me in the future when you become a powerful boundary master. Sume smiled and said, our quintet is pretty good so far, you don't want, the next time you enter a copy, to have one less, do you? That's much appreciated. Lu Ro looked at Sume's sincere eyes and did not refuse, but solemnly thanked her. Get it done. By the time Sume pulled Lu Ro back, Su Xiaochang had already paid up and obtained the transfer coat of arms. Similar to accessing a duplicate, the transfer coat of arms is likewise the ticket to the transfer room, and once picked up, the coat of arms is worn until the transfer is completed. With that, the three of them each wore a coat of arms and walked into the transformation shrine under the guidance of the staff. A long, clean, pure white, spacious corridor was lined with numbered transfer halls. As long as you walk into it, you can open the transfer quest. As for the difficulty of taking it, or the content of the quest, no second person will see it except for the transferee himself. The three of them entered it almost unanimously, and at once, a divine light surfaced within the Hall of Transfiguration. Three figures, almost simultaneously, heard such a voice. Professional's current level is LV20, does it open the transfer? Laurel, yes. Su Littlejohn, yes. Sumi, yes. Please choose the difficulty of the transfer quest, 1 normal, 2 elite, 3 perfect, 4 ultra. Note, the difficulty of transferring is positively related to the rewards of transferring. Once you fail to complete it or give up in the middle, it is considered as a failure of transferring, and you are not allowed to take up the transferring task again within 3 years. Please choose carefully. To see the probability of transfer difficulty stats, click the link below. All three clicked on the link at the same time to check the probabilities. Ordinary level, pass rate 28.8%, mortality rate 0.96%. Elite, 7.45% pass rate, 15.24% death rate. Perfect level, 0.56% pass rate, 78.66% death rate. Ultra Extreme, 0.001% pass rate, 99.98% death rate. The three people who saw this probability almost all sucked in cold air, finally understanding why the difference between the 4 difficulties was so large. That mortality rate, that failure rate, if it didn't look quantitatively, there's no way to know how difficult it is. After a brief moment of reflection, all three almost subconsciously clenched their fists and chose. Lu Ro, I'm going to go with the perfect level. Su Xiaoqian, perfect level. Sume, perfect level. Once you have made your selection, the transfer quest you will be undertaking is Grandma, I'm home. At the same time that the three of them were transferring, Lin Shiyun also returned home. Shiyun is back. Grandma Lai Qianjie came out of the house with a smile on her face. Grandma, Why are you wearing so much thickness on such a hot day? When Lin Shuryun saw that her grandmother had actually changed into a fleece jacket that she only wore in the fall, she was immediately concerned. Are you alright? Ahem, it's okay, I'm just old and afraid of the cold. Lai Qianjie coughed and changed the topic with a smile. Go check on Momo, she's awake. Aha! Lin Shuryun rushed into the bedroom and saw Lin Moxie supporting herself to sit up, only the pattern of the execution seal under her neck was unusually eye-catching like a coiled viper. Foamy, how are you feeling? Much better, sister. Foamy raised her pale little hand to caress her sister's face. Grandma said that you were so powerful that you were able to pass the nightmare level copy. No way, it's all because that skeleton helped. Lin Shuryun tucked her sister in with some heartache. A skeleton? Isn't that a sister's summon? Foamy said. Aha! Yes. Then it's still sister who's great. Foamy, if only one day, she could be as good as her sister. There's no hurry, when sister transmigrates and becomes stronger, she will definitely cure Foamy's illness, and by then, Foamy can also become a professional and be even more powerful than sister. Really? Of course it's true. After pacifying her sister, Lin Shuryun walked out of the bedroom. Grandma, I'm going to go to the transformation shrine for my second transformation. Hey, okay, go. Lai Qianjie smiled and nodded. Reaching out from his pocket, he pulled out a Sown-scented capsule and hung it thoughtfully around Lin Shuryun's neck. Don't choose too difficult a transfer task, just be able to get past it, got it? Aha! I know. Lin Shuryun looked at the scented bag. This is an amulet that Grandma asked for you. You must keep it close to you, okay? Li Qianjie instructed. Recently, it's not peaceful outside, don't go to too remote places, understand? Not peaceful? Is that what's happening? Grandma! Lin Shuryun looked at her grandmother a bit puzzled, always feeling that normally her grandmother didn't nag like this. Nothing much? Just some rats, cats and dogs and stuff. Grandma smiled and shook her head. Go on, cheer up. Aha! I'm off, Grandma. Lin Shuryun, who had left her home, was ready to head to the transformation shrine, and hadn't gone far when she saw her normally deep-rooted neighbor, the grandpa, searching for something outside. Grandpa Li, what are you looking for? Chapter 73 Super Extreme Grade Transfer Quest, Corrupted King City. The silver-haired Grandpa Li turned around at the sound of his voice and immediately smiled. Egu, so it's Shuryun. I'm not looking for my little fancy cat. Grandpa Li faced some sadness said, these 2 days, the street, always lost some pets. Some people suspect that the neighborhood has specialized in abusing pets perverts. My family's kitten, lost for 3 days, do not know. Pet abuse? Lin Shuryun froze for a moment. We're just a civilian area here, and we don't have any expensive pets. How did we lose them? I don't know, it's not just cats, it's dogs too. Grandpa Li pondered for a moment. I've heard that it's the same in those rich people's places, and the sheriff's department has a special case ready to look for it. Is the sheriff's department even getting involved? Hearing that the sheriff's department was helping, Lin Shuryun was instead relieved, and after saying hello, she left with it. On the way also ran into Aunt Li, Uncle Lu, Aunt Joe's side. Wherever people have animals, almost 8 out of 10 have lost their pets. There was a lot of talk and discontent, but it didn't affect anything in life. It seems to be just a nonchalant talking point in everyone's daily life. Only, in the comprehensive interlocking sewers of Cold City, these cats, dogs, pets, etc. that had disappeared could not help but converge in one direction of their own accord. There, it was none other than the city lord's mansion. Lin Shuryun completed her registration at the entrance of the shrine, then she took her coat of arms and walked into a transfer shrine. The moment the door closed, the light around them dimmed, and a pattern with energy fluctuations lit up from above the temple, then intertwined into a huge spell formation. The professional's current level LV20 meets the conditions for transferring to another job. Does it open the transfer? Yes. Please choose the transfer difficulty, normal, elite, perfect, ultra. Lin Shuryun similarly checked the probability of transferring. Honestly, she was also a bit apprehensive. The ordinary level was definitely not chosen. The rest were the elite level, the perfect, and the superlative 3. What should I choose? Lin Shuryun was torn for a moment, and could not help but think of Joyu. The other party's intelligence was not that of an ordinary undead, so he might be able to help himself. Buzz. As the summoning gate opened, the morose white figure in a black robe reappeared. Joyu looked around and then at Lin Shuryun. Say something. He was trying to edit the new variant words with the newly looted words and didn't want to waste too much time. I'm going to complete my second turn. There are 4 transfer difficulties. What? How do I choose? Do I even need to be asked? Joyu reached out and knocked on the other party's head, speaking in words that were entirely coalesced by spores. I am destined to bring you supreme glory, do not disgrace me. Hearing him say that, Lin Shiryun rubbed her aching brain and chose the 4th one with an aggrieved face, super extreme. Even the nightmare level is cleared, so the big deal is to die. Selection complete, the transfer task you've been given has been opened, countdown to transmission 3, 2, 1. Lin Shiryun froze for a moment, and then the entire temple suddenly shone with light, and in the next moment, she and Joyu actually disappeared at the same time. When Lin Shiryun subconsciously opened her eyes, she realized that she was actually in a cold, dark cage. Inside the cage, on a stone bed, there was a blonde beauty wearing a white princess dress, and the other party's limbs were imprisoned, and even her neck was entangled with chains, and each chain flashed with bizarre black runes. Looking further down, a large hole appeared in his chest, and the heart inside actually disappeared, favoring the countless runes drilled into it, making it not dead. The bizarre scene, the tortured young girl, startled Lin Shiryun. Before she could react, a prompt surfaced. When the witch appeared in the King's City, the original peace had disappeared, and a terrible curse spread in the King's City, corrupting the 300,000 subjects here into monsters, falling into the territory of the witch. Mission objective: within 1 day, retrieve the princess heart and revive her to restore order in the royal city. Remarks: if you trigger a hidden mission, you will be rewarded with an exclusive customized mission. As the prompt disappeared, a large countdown number appeared in front of Lin Shiryun, reminding her that there were just less than 24 hours left until the day. Hidden missions? Lin Shiryun suddenly looked at the princess when she heard the cue, and the other party seemed to sense the presence of someone around her and was straining to raise her head. How are you doing? Lin Shiryun hurriedly walked to the other party and asked, what do I have to do to save you? The female, the witch took control of father and imprisoned me here. The miserable princess strained, help me find my heart and place it in it, and I can fight the witch and lift the curse. But we're in the middle of this dungeon right now, how can we leave? Lin Shiryun asked. Every day at noon, the soldiers on guard come here to deliver food, so you can find a way to get out of here by overpowering the guards. The princess said with difficulty, I'm afraid we need to wait a while. For a while? Lin Shiryun frowned slightly and subconsciously looked at Joyu on the side. This period of time can't be guaranteed to be a few hours, which is not favorable to us. Joyu glanced at her and directly spores coalesced into words. Ask her where the heart is. It's in the throne in the king's great hall, split it, and you'll be able to get it. But, father has been cursed by a witch and I'm afraid he won't let you succeed. I got it. Lin Shiryun showed a dawning look in her eyes and turned her head to Joyu. The witch has taken control of the entire royal city, turning all living beings into monsters. Only the princess can save it all. Our task is to retrieve the heart. Joyu didn't say anything and seemed to be thinking. So shall we keep waiting? Joyu suddenly shook his head. Waste of time. Just fight it out. Beat it out? Lin Shiryun froze for a moment, but we don't know yet what's going on out there, or else. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Joyu walk directly to the location of the dungeon door and extend his palm to slam out a fist. Boom! The thick iron door protruded outward violently, then a terrifying force suddenly exploded, only to hear a boom, and flew out directly backwards. This. Lin Shiryun didn't expect Joyu to be so direct. She jogged to follow, her mouth subconsciously reminding, this is a dungeon, you'll probably attract the guards to appear if you do that. However, Joyu's forward figure did not pause in the slightest, but a line of text appeared behind him. Stupid, that's what I'm trying to get their attention. Joyu didn't want to slowly solve them one by one, it would be too much of a waste of time, so he just made a commotion and solved all of them at once. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiryun followed behind Joyu, and suddenly saw that in the dark and deep dungeon corridors, a team of fierce-looking guards appeared. Chapter 74 Darkness Judgment, Cursed Domain, Joyu Combo. Corrupted Guards. Race, Human. Level, LV 15. Life, 1500. Magic, 450. Attack, 150-180. Defense, 10. Words, Shadow/Green, Corrupted Shield Green, Binding of Thorns Green. These guards in ancient armor held long swords and shields, and the light in their eyes that should be human had long since disappeared, leaving only a sinking ethereal green staring at Lin Shiryun and Joyu. Any being that dared to trespass the dungeon was subject to their siege. Follow me. Joyu left behind a sentence, and with a single step of his feet, he took the initiative to walk towards the front. There were a total of 2 teams of guards guarding the dungeon, numbering in the upper and lower 20s, and it was unknown for the moment if there were any more on the other levels. However, for Zhou, who had long since experienced many copies, these guards were not even considered troublesome. He simply waited until the other party was close, and the longsword emerged in his hand, then just casually chopped out towards the front. Snort! Without any words, simply by virtue of the swing of his own power, coupled with the power attached to the longsword itself, a sword sheath that was as solid as substance shot out from above the blade. Lin Shiyun in the back only saw a flash of sword chi, and the 2 teams of corrupted guards directly snapped in two before they even had a chance to strike. Seconds. Even though she already knew that Zhou was strong, she was still shaken by this scene. As for Zhou, he had only accomplished a trivial and insignificant thing, and with a single step, he walked towards the outside of the dungeon. As his footsteps fell, the air around him suddenly blazed, and then 10 fiery wolf-like figures emerged out of thin air from the surroundings, scattering around Zhou like guards. Protect her! Leaving behind a sentence, Zhou's figure then suddenly accelerated and disappeared at the end of the corridor with the silhouettes of the 4 flaming giant wolves. Ow! The 6 flame giant wolves left behind, on the other hand, let out low growls and appeared around Lin Shiyun. Lin Shiyun just wanted to say something, but after looking at the several burning flaming giant wolves around her, she swallowed back. I'd better get after it. Although she trusted these flame giant wolves, she always felt unsettled when she could not see Zhou's shadow. The dungeon was indeed not a lair, as Zhou had predicted, and it looked like the princess, the hopeful princess who had saved the royal city, was imprisoned on the bottom layer. Almost every layer was guarded by 2 teams of corrupted guards, and even by the time Zhou stepped out of the dungeon, he didn't even have the chance to make another move. The 4 flaming giant wolves had already torn all the corrupted guards in sight to shreds. However, as Zhou stood at the entrance of the dungeon, his eyes looked at the royal city, which was filled with a Western style, only to find that the entire city, all of its subjects, had actually been cursed by the witch, turning them into thorn-entangled corrupted humans. Corrupted children, corrupted guards, corrupted knights, and corrupted priests. Monsters such as similar ones densely converged into a river, which caused Zhou, who had just passed through the corrosive spider cave, to slightly raise his eyebrows. Still a sea of men? Unlike the previous corrupted spider's den, this time his goal wasn't to simply get out of here, and the words of mass destruction from before couldn't just be released. And if you want to pass through the streets crowded with 300,000 sons and daughters and move forward to the palace, you will have to traverse at least several kilometers of this straight street. By now, the street was filled with countless corrupted subjects, as well as well-ordered squads of corrupted knights and even guards. What's with all this? Lin Shiyun's mouth opened wide in shock. That witch, cursing the entire people of the royal city? She's truly a madman. It's not realistic for us to kill 300,000. Zhou just said, suddenly turned his head and grabbed Lin Shiyun's neck, carrying her on his shoulders in the middle of the other party's exclamation of surprise. Close your eyes, next, it will be, soon. The moment Zhou's words fell, Lin Shiyun only felt a tremor in her body, then a terrifying inertia appeared, her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and she suddenly saw that Zhou was like a speedy wind in a fast and furious dash forward, and wherever he passed, all the objects that came rushing to block him were cleaved apart by his sword. Almost before Lin Shiyun could see it, the knight in front of her screamed and turned into flying dust. In this way, under the circumstances that Lin Shiyun did not even expect, Zhou, like Zhao Yun, rushed straight through the long streets and kept rushing into the palace hall, seeing the king who was sitting on the throne, wearing the crown like a zombie. Corrupted king boss. Race, human. Level, LV 30. Life, 50,000. Magic, 20,000. Attack, 565. Defense, 28. Magic resistance 13%. Words, Dark Judgment Blue, Corrupted Fury Blue, Cursed Domain Blue, Shadow Summoning Blue, Final Will Blue. After reading the panel of this corrupted king boss, Zhou was suddenly a little disappointed. Was the boss I fought before too strong? Or is this Ultra Jedi level transfer quest a bit watered down? Zhou whispered softly to himself, then he saw that the king sitting on top of the throne slowly stood up, his faceplate, his gorgeous robes were crawling with twisted thorns, the blood stained on his large hands seemed to have dried up, and tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. Foolish invaders, prepare to die. An angry roar with echoes rang out, and a black light blossomed from its body all at once, and in the next moment, it completely enveloped Zhou and Lin Shiyun. I'm losing blood? Lin Shiyun's face changed. This is a field. Not only will you suffer from the cursed bleeding effect, your movement speed will also be reduced. Shadow summoning. At this moment, the king let out a roar, and all of a sudden, above the great hall, the distorted black shadows around him began to converge, eventually transforming into 4 tall knights riding on black-shadowed warhorses. They were holding spears, their feet knocked into the stirrups, and immediately their horses disappeared as if they were stumps, and when they reappeared, they came in front of Zhou, and their 4 spears stabbed out at the same time. "Look out!" "Humph!" Lin Shuyun's shocked cry and Zhou's cold snort sounded at the same time, only to see that Zhou's figure was as illusory as a shadow all of a sudden, and with just a slight flash, he easily dodged the 4 spear attacks. He swung his sword back, the light of the sword skimming some of the 4 knights' necks. Pust! The heads of the 4 knights were instantly severed, but turned into twisted black smoke that drifted around for a moment before returning to their bodies once again, intact. Incarnated as shadows, they were simply undead existences. Dark judgment. Icy cold words resounded, causing Zhou to jerk his head up, only to see the longsword in the king's hand pulled out at an unknown time, and huge dark energies continued to converge on its blade, even connecting to the sky. Snort! Between that king's violent swing, the terrifying black swordlight slashed down angrily from the void. Giggle! Wherever the swordlight passed through, the entire hall could not withstand it, and the gorgeous royal palace was even hardened and chopped out a gaping hole. However, when the sword light dissipated, the submerged Zhou and Lin Shuyun also similarly disappeared, leaving only a semicircular rock parcel in the hall, which was mostly burned by the sword light, but the Zhou Lin Shuyun inside did not suffer much damage. 79. 255. Lin Shuyun saw the damage values floating out of Zhou's in her head, just brushing up against a little bit and actually causing her such terrible damage. Knowing that she now added up to a total of less than 1,500 blood, if she was really hit by the cleave, she would surely be killed in seconds. But before she could think about it, the 4 Shadow Knights who had recovered as before actually rushed in quickly to continue making up for the damage. Right at this moment, Zhou actually let go of Lin Shuyun and walked his body towards the rock core heavy defense outside. Low growls rang out as 10 flaming giant wolves appeared in front of Lin Shuyun and fought with the 4 Shadow Knights. Zhou, on the other hand, raised the longsword in his hand and slashed out at the boss. Styrofoam sword chi slash is activated. Snicker. The sword light tore through the void and struck the king before the opponent's second dark judgment. 2,357. 1,135. 522. With the strong initial damage attached to the Stygian scorch effect, the sword alone dealt a decent amount of damage when it went down. At the same time, the 3 underworld flame fireballs above Zhou's head also surfaced one after another. Styrofoam blast is activated. Boom boom boom. Under the 3 consecutive explosions, the king's blood level was actually directly reduced by a third. And at this moment, Zhou took on the form of a ghostly shadow, and with a flash of his body forcibly erasing the effects of the cursed domain, he rushed directly in front of the king. Stygian sword chi slash blue activates. Earth pulse spike blue is activated. With the latter's brief stun interrupting the king who was casting a spell, Zhou next began to stage his own combos. Chapter 75. When did I say you were not a princess? Zhou was now acquiring more and more words, and he had been trying out his combos long ago, only to encounter wild monsters that were either killed in a single second or couldn't be used at all. Now, well, it's nice to come across a humanoid boss just in time to try it out. Since the start of the stun from the earth vein spike, Zhou followed up with a thought, and terrifying grudge demonic lines rose from his body, enveloping towards the king like tentacles. Demonic grievance cell blue, activate. Roar. The king sensed something was wrong and a growl escaped his lips, and instantly 4 Shadow Knights rushed towards him in the distance, ready to save the day. However, Zhou did not even return his head, but suddenly a terrifying fluctuation around his body spread like ripples all at once, and in the next moment, all the figures, including the king, felt their bodies sink. Super Gravity Field Blue, activate. Capable of releasing a gravitational force field for a short period of time with a base multiplier of 2, with each doubling of duration and mental toll affected. Zhou had only reached 3x now, instantly causing the Shadow Knight's body to sink and directly fall off his horse. It was during this time gap that Zhou took a step forward and suddenly stabbed forward with his sword in both hands. Phew! At the same time as the longsword flew off, Zhou opened his mouth and spat out, and corrosive liquid of a ghostly green color jetted out from his mouth to envelop the king. Corrosive spray blue instantly reduces the opponent's full body armor, followed by just the right amount of sword points. Pust. Zhou first a sword chi heavy chop green, and then connected to the underworld inflammation sword chi chop blue. 2 horrifying power from the opponent's body exploded at once, followed by Zhou in the form of a ghostly shadow form. In the rush to retreat at the same time, raised his hand, countless spores swept out of the fingers, invading the body of the other party. Even if the opponent was able to resist the spread of the spores, it would buy him time to attack with his next round of combos. 4,890. 3,217. 5,911. The head of the king, who had been weakened to the extreme, erupted with appalling damage values one after another, and in the end, Joyu simply added a push attack, completely emptying the opponent's blood bar. Ah! The king let out a mournful screaming sound from his mouth and fell headlong to the ground. Before he died, he looked at Joyu. His face seemed to carry a sense of unwillingness. Stupid invaders, I'll come back. As the last word fell, all four of the charging Shadow Knights instantly dissipated. Everything seems to be over. Joyu looked at the throne, the long sword in his hand raised and heavily chopped down, only to hear a click. The throne was split open, and there was actually a real heart inside that was constantly beating. To one's surprise, the heart was not flesh and blood, but was like a blood-colored crystal constantly beating. Joyu raised his hand and grabbed it, holding the heart in his hand, while at this moment Lin Shiryun came to his side and subconsciously asked, "Is this the princess heart we need?" "Hold it." Joyu handed her the heart, his eyes subconsciously sweeping over the entire royal palace that was like a ruin, and suddenly his eyes lingered for a moment on one of the frescoes that had been broken. "What are you looking at?" Lin Shiryun held her heart in her hand and looked towards the direction Joyu was looking at with some curiosity, but only saw a mural that vaguely had the outlines of three people. In the middle of the picture, one of them was supposed to be the king who hadn't been corrupted, and sitting next to him was supposed to be the queen, as well as the princess who stood at the back. "Nothing, go." Joyu reached out and slung Lin Shiryun over his shoulder, then ran wildly in the direction of the dungeon. Ah! Lin Shiryun didn't expect this and couldn't help but remind after exclaiming, "Is there a need to be in such a hurry? We still have time. Look around." Joyu's toes pointed and his figure jumped up in a flash, then accurately stepped on the body of one of the flaming giant wolves. And at this moment, Lin Shiryun looked around and exclaimed, "They're not dead?" The corrupted figures of the king and the many core that had been annihilated actually all coalesced and revived again. They can't die. Joyu had discovered the problem early on when he struck out. He had beheaded so many people, but he actually did not receive any looting word beeps. Inside this king city where one simply couldn't die, it was simply more difficult to capture the heart than he had imagined. So the most important thing now is to go back to the dungeon and return the heart to the princess. Joyu turned his ghostly shadow form on. Even carrying Lin Shiryun was not affected in the slightest, and like a stump, he crossed the straight streets and headed straight for the dungeon. Pust. After sweeping the long sword in his hand and decapitating the resurrected dungeon guards once again, Joyu rushed into the lowest level of the dungeon without exerting too much effort. As soon as she entered the cell, the princess, who was trapped on top of the stone bed, raised her head violently, her eyes looking towards the heart that shimmered like a crystal. "Thank the gods that you actually found the heart. Warrior, put it into my chest. I'm going to save father and the royal city." "Yes." Joyu stayed behind to guard the doorway, while Lin Shiryun quickly held the heart in her hand and walked towards the stone bed. As she watched the heart come closer and closer to her, a smile spread across the princess's face, and the eagerness in her eyes almost flowed out. However, just as the heart was less than 5 centimeters away from her chest, suddenly a morose white skeleton palm poked out from behind Lin Shiryun and snatched the heart from her hand. The princess and Lin Shiryun looked up almost simultaneously, and saw that the heart actually appeared in Joyu's palm, and the other party seemed to have no intention of putting it down. A touch of huffing emerged from the princess's face, then she looked towards the other party and forced a smile. "Warrior, what are you waiting for?" "Truth." Joyu's cohesive words caused the princess's face to change. "What truth?" "You return the heart to me, only I have the power to be able to free the king's city. They are all undead monsters, you can't fight them." "Aren't you being held here? How do you know they're immortal?" The princess froze for a moment and was about to open her mouth when she saw Joyu playing with her heart Dao. "Should I call you princess, or witch?" "What?" Lin Shiryun's face changed and she subconsciously took 2 steps back to get closer to Joyu. She's a witch? Nonsense, how can I be a witch?" With a pained look on her face, the princess said, "If I'm a witch, how did I get stuck here?" "I think that would be a good question to ask your father." Joyu looked at her and said once again, "Originally, I was just a little skeptical, until the moment of that untraceable eagerness in your eyes after seeing the heart. I was certain that you are the real witch." "I'm a princess, how could I be a witch?" The princess's face was filled with incredulity and she looked at Lin Shuryun like she was asking for help. Before Lin Shuryun could open her mouth, Joyu let out a cold laugh. When did I say that you are not a princess? Chapter 76 The Truth, Final Mission, Purifying the King's City. She's a princess? And a witch? Lin Shuryun reacted, her small mouth opening into an O shape. How is this not what she thought it would be? According to Lin Shuryun's thoughts, it was obvious that the entire royal city had been invaded by witches, and the princess was the only one who could save the royal city and fight against the witches, but in order to prevent the princess from resisting, she was completely imprisoned within the dungeon, and even the heart, which was the symbol of the source of power, was directly ripped out and hidden in the throne. The goal is to keep the other side's power from stopping their expansion. It should all make perfect sense, except how she didn't expect such a reversal in the end. The princess is a witch. I don't know what you're talking about. Hearing Joyu say this, the princess' eyes obviously began to shift and her voice followed suit as she went cold, but she still did not admit it. If, according to you, I'm a witch, and then I'm trapped here by myself, leaving you to find my own hidden heart, and the army of the king's city under my control to deal with you, is that a fun inconsistency to conclude? Ha! Joyu laughed, but only without sound. Stereotypes in the hearts of men are like a great mountain. He looked at the princess. Sometimes things that look beautiful may not really be beautiful, and things that look ugly may not really be ugly. The way you look now, I don't think it's the way you were meant to look, is it? The moment these words were uttered, it instantly made the princess, who was still struggling, instantly look like a cat that had its tail stepped on, suddenly exploding. Shut up, this is what I was originally, what do you undead know? The princess let out a hysterical yell. I'm the most beautiful one in the world. I am. She struggled to get up, but saw dark runes rising above the shackles around her, constantly generating magic to pull her back hard. Just at this moment, the original absolutely beautiful princess face, as if stimulated by what, actually began to change: garlic nose, big cake face, thick lips. Soon, in Lin Shuryun's astonished gaze, the original princess actually turned into a mediocre, one could even say ugly-looking woman. How did she do that? Lin Shuryun's mouth opened wide in shock, her eyes filled with incredulity. This is what she was meant to be. Joyu's words shocked Lin Shuryun, then just now? It should be the result she wanted to get by becoming a witch. Joyu played with the heart in his hand. I always thought that women would do anything for their looks, but I didn't expect that in the end, even your father and the entire king's city were hitched. I'm kind of curious as to what power it is that has you rushing around. There's not supposed to be love, is there? What a love! Princess Mediocre suddenly yelled dramatically. He only loves beauty, he has no love at all, none. For a moment, this princess actually had a scene in her mind from before she became a witch. Once she was the darling of the king and queen mother, raised to be pampered and able to get anything she wanted. But as she grows up, an accident kills her mother, and both she and her father are devastated. It wasn't until 3 years later that the two managed to get out of the gloom under the loving care of a noblewoman that their father had befriended. The father was more than happy to marry this woman, and she became the new queen. The queen, who became her stepmother, was not as harsh to the princess as she thought she would be, but instead loved her dearly. So much so, that she told her stepmother all about her fondness for a knight without reservation. The stepmother had every intention of introducing the knight, but to her surprise, the knight confessed his love for her, claiming that he did not like the princess at all, but the queen. This scene, as it happened, was seen by the princess, even though the queen later gave the knight a strict admonition and rejected the other's confession. But the princess left an indelible scar in her heart. After that, the princess tried to get close to the knight, but the knight is still not false to her, which makes the princess' heart cannot be contained, rising a touch of resentment. It's a grudge against the stepmother, and if it weren't for the fact that the stepmother is so beautiful, how could the knight have ever looked at her? Then the princess saw the knight laughing and joking with her stepmother several times, even with her father present, and her resentment towards her stepmother continued to grow. Finally, she made a decision that she would destroy her stepmother's face with her own hands. So, she pretends to swim with her stepmother, but she pushes her stepmother into a rosebush that is highly poisonous. The stepmother was stabbed in half her cheek with a rosebush, which blossomed with poison and completely disfigured her. At this, the king was furious and wanted to punish the princess severely, but was dissuaded by her stepmother and ended up just under house arrest. The princess had thought that, with her stepmother's face destroyed, her beloved knight would surely change his mind and like her. But unexpectedly, the knight not only remained respectful and admiring to his stepmother, but also had an indescribable dislike for her. Why don't you love me? Because your heart, more than your face, is uglier. Ugly? Ahaha, I'm ugly? The princess let out a maniacal laugh and one rainy night performed a sacrifice from an ancient book, summoning the response of the dark moon and transforming into the evil dark moon witch. She also gained her stunning beauty, as she had hoped, and grew stronger and stronger as she was nourished by jealousy and resentment. Kill all the good-looking women, the best-looking under the sky, that's me. Ah. On the night of that dark moon, a terrible rain of blood rained down across the king's city, and how many young girls were brutalized by witchcraft? The king was furious and sent people to investigate the truth, but who would have thought that the final murderer was actually his daughter? At the moment the princess was overcome with jealousy and did not give up her power despite all the king's persuasions. Jealous? You're all just jealous of my worldly looks. In that case, you all go to hell. I want the entire kingdom to witness my face, ha! So, in order to prevent you from storming out of the royal city and affecting the entire kingdom, your father fell into darkness and used the entire power of the royal city to suppress you in the dungeon? Even digging out the source of your power? In a trance, Lin Shiryun, through the other party's unconscious self-talk, finally followed the trail and revealed the real reason why Wang Chung had transformed into an undead army. Ding! Successfully triggered the hidden plot, found the truth, final mission, purify the king's city and free everyone. What? Purifying the king's city? Lin Shiryun, who heard the prompt, exclaimed, 300,000 people in the royal city, how to purify? Even if she was given 10 days, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to do it. Is this really an Ultra Jedi level transfer quest? At this moment, she felt a little desperate. It seemed impossible to accomplish at all. Chapter 77, The Body of the Star Tracks, The Time Has Come. They deserve to die, they are all jealous of my looks and refuse to let me spread it throughout the kingdom. The witch princess, who was told the truth, let out a maniacal laugh. For my sake, they actually preferred to fall into darkness rather than recognize my beauty. Hypocrites, all a bunch of hypocritical assholes. You, how do you? Lin Shiryun clenched her fists and didn't know how to retort. She just couldn't figure out how there could be such a person in the world. She turned her head and looked at Zhou and said softly, forget it, purifying the king's city, we simply can't finish it, I can only choose to terminate the transfer mission. Lin Shiryun could not even purify Zhou when she could not even help him after seeing the scene of the immortality of these King City subjects. After she finished speaking, she opened her transfer interface and was about to forcibly abandon this transfer quest. Once you give it up, you will no longer be allowed to take on a super extreme level transfer quest for 3 years. The cooldown period for transfer quests of other difficulties is even higher at 3 months. This meant that she would be stuck at LV20 for 3 months, and even the entrance exams would be greatly affected. But she really couldn't find a way to complete the mission, not even with Zhou. But before she could confirm it, Zhou suddenly raised his hand and flicked a chestnut on top of her head. Ouch! What are you doing? Lin Shiryun looked at Zhou angrily. Zhou, however, directly crossed over her and walked straight towards the witch. Finished? Zhou indifferently looked at the witch and raised his hand to throw the heart in his hand. Then get ready to fight. Swish! The spinning crystal heart arced through an arc and landed with precision within the witch's chest cavity. In an instant, the heart felt like it had found a cathartic outlet, linking directly to the broken blood vessels around it. Gulp! Gulp! A terrifying throbbing sound rang out, and a steady stream of terrifying power began to flow, and then passed into every inch of the witch's flesh and blood. The witch's originally mediocre and ugly face began to transform, turning into absolute beauty, and when the moment of complete metamorphosis came, an astonishingly long whistle came out of her mouth. Ow! Between the exertion of her limbs, the shackles full of dark runes collapsed in an instant, and then her figure rose out of the air as if she were floating, and a sharp, hideous laugh passed out of her mouth. Thank you so much, my knight! Boom! The dome above the dungeon was suddenly covered with dark clouds, a channel of electric light began to converge continuously, the originally clear sky suddenly turned into night, and a round of miserable white moon appeared in the sky. Click! The dungeon cracked, and the witch's figure began to pull up, hardening like a giant to open the entire dungeon. When she completely appeared under the moonlight, the power around her had already reached an extremely terrifying state. Dark Moon Witch Boss. Race, Witch. Level, LV39. Life, 9.9 W. Magic, 6.3 W. Attack, 1700-1900. Defense, 25 magic resistance 15%. Words, Dark Eclipse Rot Blue, Dark Moon Curse Blue, Agony Spike Blue, Body of Star Tracks Blue, Dark Moon Starfall Red. Seeing the red phrase on his opponent's body, a flash of excitement swept across Joyu's eyes. He had waited for so long and finally waited for another red phrase. Blessed light. Mind link. At that exact moment, a low drink came from behind him, and 2 rays of light enveloped Joyu's body respectively, instantly giving him a boost in his attributes. As soon as he turned around, he saw Lin Shiryun holding her staff in a defensive stance. Go on, whether it succeeds or not, at least wake up this self-righteous witch first. Joyu withdrew his gaze and raised his hand, and the ground shook and transformed into a rock core to completely encase it. Then with a single step of his feet, his figure rushed towards the other party all at once. Earth Pulse Spike Blue is activated. Click. The earth cracked, and pulsating spikes emerged from the ground one after another, stabbing towards the witch in mid-air all at once. As long as the spikes hit, Joyu would be able to unleash a set of combos to directly deal a heavy blow to his opponent. However, the moment the spikes were about to hit, the Dark Moon Witch's body was suddenly shrouded in starlight, and then it actually disappeared from mid-air all at once. Ha ha ha. My star-tracked body can automatically and randomly teleport to other places in case of an attack. Yes? Joyu snorted coldly and unleashed the Earth Vein Spike once again. Put. This time, the same scene appeared again. Just as the other party had just condensed his body, Joyu disappeared from his original position like lightning, directly appearing at the place where the other party was, and chopped out with a sword. Snort! The sword swept through, grazing down from the of the sorceress, and the other vanished once more in a wrap of starlight. When she reappeared, a tiny damage value floated above her head. 127. Poof! A heartbeat that even Joyu could hear resounded, and moonlight began to coalesce on the opponent's body, and almost instantly, the blood that had originally been lost was actually full once again. Ha ha ha! It's no use, my knight, all your efforts are in vain. The Dark Moon Witch raised her hand and waved it, and immediately the twisted moonlight transformed into a moon blade in her hand, enveloping Joyu. Swish swish swish. The moon blades attacked one after another, but Joyu's figure disappeared at once like a ghost. All of the moon blades landed in empty space, causing the otherwise intact building to collapse in an instant. Boom! Joyu took advantage of the roar to directly appear at the place where the other party was, and this time, he did not make a move, but instead, he directly moved his thoughts. Magic Tattoo Touch Blue is activated. Swish! Several tentacle-like magic lines popped out, directly winding towards the witch. In his opinion, as long as he was able to entangle the other party, all problems would naturally be solved. As expected, at the sight of the magical lines wrapping around, the smile on the witch's face slightly tightened, and her figure was once again wrapped in moonlight, disappearing from its original location. When she reappeared, Joyu similarly disappeared from his spot and chased after her towards where she was. Swish! The demonic tentacles struck again. The other side disappeared again. Swish! Swish! The two just chased and dodged each other, exchanging constant blows in the ruins above the dungeon. Lin Shiryun, who saw the scene through the gap, could not help but feel a little anxious. It's hard to find an opportunity until this witch's star-tracked body is resolved. What to do? What to do? She looked at the other's evasive appearance, and in a sudden flash of insight, she exclaimed, the wind is picking up. The witch raised an eyebrow and plummeted into mid-air, looking around with suspicion. Where's the wind coming from? It's not coming? Joyu's long sword in his hand made a sweeping strike, and the inflammatory blade whirl dance was instantly launched. Buzz! The terrifying blazing hot blades formed a massive storm that swept towards the witch with waves of heat. In the opponent's mind, it was an attempt to hit himself with a wide-range killing magic. Unfortunately, she simply activated her star-track body again and appeared directly dozens of meters away. As she watched Joyu's inferno blade spinning dance brush past her, she could not help but reveal a maniacal laughter on her face. Ha ha, it's useless. You'll never hit me. Yes? Joyu looked at where he had fallen short and suddenly laughed. Sure enough, the wind has picked up. Woohoo! The strong convective effects caused by the short period of time caused by the blazing flames vaporizing and drying the air directly set off a breeze in the midst of the space. Seeing this, the long sword in Joyu's hand chopped, and the Stygian sword she chopped with burning attached to it once again came off. Swish swish swish. A few swords down, the void became even hotter, and the original breeze intensified. Looking at Joyu with a little cutie. Waving wildly like that, the witch thought that he was overwhelmed by anger. Foolish knight, to thank you for your help, I will personally send you on your way. She raised her hand and countless moonblades converged behind her, and right at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly came from Joyu's throbbing soulfire. It's time, don't you see? Chapter 78 I'm a good king, but not a good father. The witch's eyes were glazed over and she was about to speak, but she saw Joyu bend his knees and then leap up with a jerk. In the next moment, several tentacles erupted from his body at once. Trying to hit me is just. The witch subconsciously tried to activate the Star Trek body, but her face changed, the Star Trek body actually failed. She jerked her head up and realized that the moon that had just coalesced above her head was actually blocked by clouds. Swish! Several tentacles wrapped directly around her legs, dragging them down violently. The moment it was about to land, Joyu did not hesitate to unleash his own combo. Earth Pulse Spike is activated. Pust! The brief stun from the spikes anchored it firmly above the ground. The tentacles then climbed up, and the demonic spike prison was then formed. Click, click, click. The earth crumbled as the skeleton stick monks crawled out in whole groups, surrounding each other from all sides. Countless spores rose up from Joyu's body, spreading wildly within the witch. Hypergravity field. Buzz. A heavy force field enveloped the witch's form, weighing her down even more. Corrosive swarm. Joyu bullied his way up, and the beetle-like flying insects around him rose one after another, sweeping towards the other party like a wave. Corrosive Swarm Blue gives birth to a large number of flying insects with powerful gnawing abilities that devour everything, dealing damage while restoring their own blood. This was a word from the Crypt Lords, which not only dealt a lot of damage in this moment, but was also able to restrict the opponent's movement. Corrosive Spit. Joyu sprayed a mouthful of acid on the opposite side, continuing to lower the armor. At the same time, a Sword Chi Heavy Slash, followed by a Stygian Sword Chi Slash erupted. 4,581. 5,720. 1,793. By the time he drew back, the 3 fireballs from the Stygian explosion fell once again. 6,910. 5,470. 9,870. And at this moment, after a set of continuous moves, the witch began to revive, and her mouth began to chant its complicated incantations. Seeing that a terrifying energy was about to erupt from its body, Joyu directly opened his mouth and a shout erupted. Fresh! Spiteful Hiss Green, activate! The damage wasn't high, but it forced the opponent into a trance for an instant, thus interrupting her spell casting. And taking advantage of this opportunity, the deadly grudge demon pupil in the center of Joyu's eyebrow opened, and a dead light of grudge that had been stored up for a long time suddenly shot out. Phew! 11,320. 8,560. 5,732. Ah! I'll kill you. A sharp growl came out of the witch's mouth. She didn't expect that the other party's tactics were actually endless, and that she would be able to interrupt her own incantations directly. So she sucked in a backwards breath and let out a sharp howl straight away. Ow! The fan-shaped shockwave coalesced from the agonizing whine destroyed almost everything within 100 meters in front of it. However, she didn't see any shadow of Joyu. Because at this moment, Joyu had already activated his phantom shadow form and stepped out in front of her with his feet on the blistering wind phantom wolf steps. The long sword in his hand fiercely stabbed into his body, bringing a large amount of damage at the same time. A dark black flame that was completely different from normal flames burned up from his body all at once. Abyssal Fire Blue, activate. A flame that can be attached to all attacks. Unlike the fiery fury of the fire system, the abyssal flame carries extremely corrosive and viscous properties. It just burned a little and expanded like a hawk. Resentment is the best sustenance for the abyssal fire. Ah! What's this? An alarming scream escaped the witch's lips as she tried to forcefully annihilate this flame with her power, but found it unhelpful. Unless she was able to gain access to the moonlight and draw power again, it would be difficult to suppress the spread of this flame. Boom click. She struggled violently, and her residual strength wrenched even the demonic grievance prison right out of the way. Right at this moment, 2 large lava hands rose from the ground and held them in one hand. All the flaming giant wolves also rushed towards the witch at this time, tearing at her body. Swarms of insects, giant wolves, skeleton stick monks, and many other means enveloped it, causing its blood level to decrease rapidly in a matter of moments. 8W. 7W. 5W. 3W. Seeing that it was about to drop below 10,000, right at this moment, the dark clouds in the sky overhead that had obscured the moon actually drifted by, allowing it to be revealed once again. No good, Luna has appeared, she'll regain her power and unleash the body of Star Trek. Lin Shuryun's shocked cry resounded from within the rock core gap. Children of the King's City, bind at my will. A sudden pale voice resounded through the void, and as Joyu inclined his head, he saw the corrupted king's hideous face but emanating a glow of insistent majesty. He pointed his long sword in his hand at the witch. At once, the wills of all the children that appeared around them rose up as if they were being pulled. Coalescing with each other, they transformed into a pair of large hands of will in defense of the kingdom, holding the witch in one hand. Ah! The witch let out an agonizingly painful scream. Judgment, strip. The king's voice sounded again, and the long sword in his hand fell. A black sword light wrapped in the will of the king's city fell, straightly splitting the other party with a sword. And inside its chest cavity, the crystal heart that was the source of its power was forcibly stripped out. And at this moment, the king suddenly looked at Joyu and said in a low voice, "Destroy it." Joyu looked at the heart and just raised his long sword. Holy Inferno Blade Storm Red, activate. Snort! The twisted holy flames swirled up and formed a storm, devouring everything around them, including the heart. Ah! No! My face, no! The witch princess was forcibly purified in the midst of her agonizing wails, and her originally stunningly beautiful face once again returned to its original ordinary appearance. It was only here that an unexpected scene appeared. The king, who had originally stood in place, actually rushed headlong into the burning storm of holy flame blades, holding his daughter in his arms. My child, father was a good king, but not a, well, father. Woohoo! The holy flames completely drowned the two of them, and a crunching sound came from the crystal heart that was originally hovering in mid-air. Click! The heart breaks and the curse disappears. At the same time, what also disappeared were the countless dark clouds that loomed over the royal city. Buzz! The sky was suddenly replaced by a blazing sun, and under the blazing daylight, the entire royal city seemed to be affected. Countless black auras began to rise from the corrupted figure, and those gathered subjects reverted to their original form in a matter of moments. Only, they seemed to be just a remnant of an obsession, and after returning to their original form, they still became illusory. They were purified. Lin Shuryun opened her mouth wide in surprise. Who would have thought that in the end, the entire King City would actually complete its purification in this way? Just as Wang Chengdu was all completely restored as before, Lin Shuryun received a prompt in her mind. Congratulations to the professional for completing the hidden quest. The transfer quest has ended. The countdown will return to the Temple of Transfer in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Right at this moment, Joyu similarly reaped his own beheading tips. Ding! You have successfully killed the Dark Moon Witch, experience value plus 1895. Ding! You randomly looted the word, Dark Moon Starfall Red. Chapter 79 Dark Moon Starfall, Terrorist Enhancement, Second Summoned Beast. Dark Moon Starfall Red, the moon's shadow appears in the sky, while summoning countless meteorites to fall from the sky, dealing devastating blows to the area. Seeing the prompt, Joyu raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect that he would actually end up having a stroke of luck and plundering the only red phrase. After reading the introduction of the words, Joyu felt that the incantation the witch chanted at that time was more than likely casting this skill. If he really fell, he could be fine, but Lin Shuryun was expected to die. Good thing, he blocked the moonlight. How did you know she needed the moon? Joyu asked Lin Shuryun rhetorically. Nothing. Being questioned by Joyu, Lin Shuryun was still a bit embarrassed. I guessed it after I saw that every time she teleported, the light on her chest echoed the moonlight a bit. Being able to quickly judge and analyze from this point and provide ideas, Joyu thought about it and coalesced a sentence with his spores. Good performance. Thanks, he. Lin Shuryun felt a little bit floaty, that state of being complimented and wanting to take off. It was a strange feeling. She hadn't seen anyone so happy to be complimented by their summon, but she just couldn't help it. When Lin Shuryun wanted to say something else, she saw the light of teleportation enveloping her, and when she opened her eyes again, suddenly she had returned to the transformation shrine. The transfer task is completed, meets the conditions of the superlative level transfer, and gives an additional customized summoning scroll. Please choose the type needed. When Lin Shuryun heard the prompt, an option actually floated directly in front of her eyes. First of all, the category, in which there were 4 options: beasts, water beasts, air beasts, and insects. It's not that these are the only 4 options for summoned beasts, it's just that the customization bonus opens up these 4 categories. With barely the slightest hesitation, Lin Shuryun chose the beast item. In fact, as early as when she was approaching her second turn earlier, she had a guess in her mind about her next summoned beast. However, since the value of the summoned beast scroll was extremely expensive, and even if she completed the transfer herself, it would still cost a terrifying amount of money to obtain it, so she pressed on for the time being. Unexpectedly, this time the transfer was completed, and it was actually given away directly. And it was customized, which went way beyond her expectations. After selecting beasts, the options changed again, and images of densely packed beasts began to flow in front of her eyes, lingering as Lin Shuryun's touches would continue to linger. Lin Shuryun didn't hesitate for a second and directly chose the wolf. That's right, ever since she had seen Joyu's flame giant wolf, her heart's obsession with wolves had reached its peak. She also dreamed that she would one day be able to obtain such a summon. Customization preconditions selected, summoning scrolls being generated. Professional transfer opens. Buzz. Before Lin Shuryun could react, a radiant light enveloped her entire body, and an unprecedented sense of power began to rise. Strength, agility, spirit, physique, the four-dimensional attributes were even more rapidly increased under this baptism. This glow lasted for several minutes before it slowly faded. After finishing, Lin Shuryun instinctively opened her personal panel, and the changes in front of her simply amazed her. Lin Shuryun. Profession, Pack Summoner. Level, LV23. Life, 3,700. Magic, 4,800. Physique, 145 strength, 207 agility, 189 spirit, 332. Attack, 298 335. Defense, 10. Skills, Pack Summoning, Bless Light, Mind Link, Divine Shelter, Void Aura. The level skyrocketed 3 levels from LV20, not to mention that this was due to the overflow of experience value that had been accumulated before being too huge, and after the transfer was completed, it began to break through the ceiling and rose 3 levels in a row. Level might not have anything to do with transmutation, but the life and magic value bonuses were indeed something that could only be achieved by a superlative level transmutation. Over 3,000 life points, this was simply not the amount of blood a summoner could have at the second turn. It was important to know that an ordinary warrior would be considered to have a good blood volume of more than 2,500 points after completing the second turn. And as a summoner, Lin Shuryun's direct 3,007 blood, more than 1,000 more than her opponent, was simply unbelievable. The surge in blue volume was even more than blood volume, which meant that Lin Shuryun possessed the possibility of being able to release skills continuously for a short period of time. Plus this four-dimensional attributes, simply more exaggerated, Lin Shuryun clearly remembered that after the completion of the first turn, he had the highest spiritual attributes, and the 3 items of physique, strength, and agility were much lower. But after the baptism just now, not only did her spiritual attributes skyrocketed by a hair, along with the other 3, they all had a terrifying boost. So much so that the original situation where the second turn summoner's pummel attack power was barely even 200 was broken hard to the point of 300 pummel attacks. The good thing is that the defensive armor didn't cause much of a boost because of the equipment. Instead, there were 2 brand new skills that made Lin Shuryun call out powerfully. God's blessing. Listening to the name is very exaggerated, the effect is in the release of the instant can be a certain range of teammates and summons to cause dispersion effect, and is a strong dispersion, against a variety of bleeding, curses, deceleration, aging, and other negative effects is extremely strong. After dispelling was complete, it also allowed the opponent to carry a continuous buff that immunized them from various negative statuses for a short period of time, which could be described as terrifying. The Void Aura was even more perverse. It could reduce the cooldown time by 15% while keeping the aura shrouded within a certain range, and it would be boosted with the professional's transmutation upgrades, and could even reduce the cooldown time by up to 50%. 50% cooldown? What kind of concept is that? This meant that in the middle of the same battle, a skill that could only be released for 1 round could be released for 2 rounds. This is a critical enough skill for anyone to change the tide of battle. It should be emphasized that both Divine Blessing and Void Aura would have even more terrifying bonuses for summoners' summons, meaning that when placed on Joyu, the effect was boosted by 30%. Translated, the cooldown time was enough on Joyu to shorten it by nearly 20%. That's no small boost for him. After looking at her change, a touch of joy appeared above Lin Shuryun's pretty face. She was finally no longer a drag queen, but a step forward towards being a powerful summoner. Also, she was going to have a brand new summoned beast. As he was pondering, a light suddenly twisted up in front of him, and then transformed into an ancient scroll covered in runes. The customization scroll has been completed. Open the scroll to summon the summoned beast to appear. After successfully establishing the link, it can be included in the summoning space. Remarks, there is a possibility of resistance from the summoned beast before the link succeeds, so please open it after making preparations. What kind of summoned beast is this? Lin Shiryun looked at Joyu next to her and raised the scroll at him. You want to open it now? Joyu inquired. Aha! I'll feel more at ease if you're there. Lin Shiryun nodded her head. Anyway, the space within the entire transmutation shrine was still quite large, summoning a summoned beast to appear shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yes. Joyu did not see the hints received by the other party, and had no problem with Lin Shiryun's idea, so he nodded his head. Receiving permission, Lin Shiryun no longer hesitated and directly slowly unrolled the scroll in front of her. Swish! As the scroll opened, the spell formation on it actually began to flicker, and then, a massive summoning gate appeared. Chapter 80 Thunder Fury Song Wolf, Dog Licking Essence. Ow! An astonishing growling sound suddenly emerged from it, and in the next moment, a huge wolf-shaped creature with a light blue color in its silver-white body emerged from it. The terrifying figure that was over 3 meters long, the hideous sharp claws, the terrifying fangs, and the lightning-like mark that was formed at the center of the brow all signaled the extraordinary nature of this summoned beast. And Lin Shiryun even exclaimed in shock the moment she saw the full picture. This is the Thunder Fury Coyote of Siberia? The biggest difference between a summoner and an Imperial Beastmaster is the random and temporary nature of the summoned beasts. The wolf-shaped being in front of him, whose shape was similar to that of a pale wolf, was not a true flesh and blood being, but a pure elemental construct. In other words, it was a spirit in the form of an anthropomorphic beast that was entirely condensed from the elements of the thunder system. In this, in addition to the basic traits that the form itself possesses, it will have more mana damage and skills. Of course, the summoned beasts also have similar personalities according to their category. It was living, but different from regular living. To put it simply, this is a beast that survives in Siberia, the pale wolf, transformed by metamorphosis after the abyssal baptism into an elemental beast that specializes in sucking thunder to survive. In one word, very strong. Very strong. Joyu, who was standing by the side, opened the other party's panel directly after slightly sizing up the wolf-shaped creature. Thunderbolt Wolf. Race, Elemental Beast. Level, LV 30. Life, 6,500. Magic, 3,200. Attack, 425,511. Defense, 18. Words, Instant Shadow Split Air Kill Blue, Thunder Fury Destroy Air Blue, Wolf Shadow Thunderlock Blue, Crow Wolf Thunder Prison Blue. A full 4 blue words, placed at the very front, caused Joyu to slightly nod his head, which was indeed considered outstanding in terms of being amongst second-turn professionals. He looked at his current panel again. Joyu Abyssal Black Warrior. Race, Phantom Undead. Level, LV 33 4,529 10,000. Life, 8,500. Magic, 4,100. Attack, 930-1050. Defense, 43 Magic Resistance 15%. Words, Sword Chi Heavy / Green. Advanced Stick Technique Blue, Intermediate Demonization Blue. Inflammatory Blade Whirling Dance Blue, Lava Hands Green, Styrofoam Sword Chi / Blue. Deadly Grudge Demon Pupil Blue Magic Tattoo Touch Blue Blistering Ghost Wolf Step Blue. Spiked Armor Blue, Corrosive Spray Blue. A little higher level than the opponent, a little more blood, a little more blue, a little more attack, a little more defense, a little more magic resistance, a billion more word points. Well, Joyu felt that the other party was just average. The only thing that interested him, I'm afraid, were those words that the other party possessed. Lightning seems to do good damage to undead. Joyu stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Ow! An astonishingly long whistle passed out from the mouth of the Thunder Fiend Song Wolf, interrupting Joyu's musings. At this moment, thunder light began to flash up around the other party's body, and was turning its head to hiss provocatively at Lin Shiryun in front of it. It was furious, and it was devouring the lightning to enjoy its feast when it was enveloped by a powerful force, thus sealing it into the scroll, and when it reappeared, there was this woman and the undead in front of it. In its thinking, it was this woman who had interrupted its feeding, and this angered it greatly. So, revenge must be taken. In an instant, it instinctively leaped and lunged towards Lin Shiryun. In its view, the other party is nothing more than a mouthful of its own matter, and it's not bad to take her teeth after being accustomed to eating thunder on weekdays. Ah! Lin Shiryun let out a shocked cry under her breath, not expecting that this summoned beast just appeared, and even if it didn't listen, it would still have to take action against itself. The skills on her body were all of the increased type, and she was simply unable to withstand this sudden attack, and could only watch as the Thunder Fury Pale Wolf lunged towards her. However, just at the moment when the other party was about to fall, Lin Shiryun only felt a tightness around her waist. A large, white hand appeared at an unknown time, violently holding her waist and then pulling backward. Lin Shiryun swapped places with Zhou with just a slight sway. The next thing she saw was that Zhou just raised his hand and slapped it against that head of the other party. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard, and the Thunder Fury Pale Wolf actually let out a wail and was hard jerked over to the ground. An exaggerated damage value even rose above his head. 1503. Hiss, roar. It let out an unwilling growl from its mouth and struggled to raise its head, just to see Zhou in a black robe emitting an icy aura, and even very provocatively stretching out his hand at himself and hooking his finger. Ow! It angrily opened its large mouth, and terrifying thunderous light began to brew inside its mouth, and just as it formed a thunderous ball of light, it was directly dispersed by Zhou's slap. 1989. Zhou froze for a moment. He didn't expect his normal damage to be this high. He only had 1,000 attacks, not counting armor. Even if he bludgeoned 50%, it wasn't that much of a stretch, was it? Just as he was hesitating, Zhou suddenly had a flash of insight and remembered that he seemed to have a phrase called Inferno Wolfpack Royalty, which had extra damage to wolf-like beings. Mostly the situation at hand is this situation. Thus, Zhou attempted to walk to the other party and once again slapped out. Snap. 1832. The terrifying damage values verified his suspicions, just as Zhou raised his arm and prepared to give this guy another hit. Lin Shiryun suddenly poked her head out from behind him and looked at the Thunder Fury Pale Wolf with a sympathetic expression. Please, promise me the deed and be good, or he can just beat you to death. Ow. Woo. The Thunder Fiend Pale Wolf looked up at Zhou's palm hanging in mid-air, and finally actually let out a miserable cry and whimpered. Bean-sized thunderous teardrops began to slide from the corners of his eyes. Whoops, who did I invite? Give me a mouthful as soon as we meet. People are just having a meal, they almost gave me away. Is it still my fault for nursing food? Woohoo! That was instinct. Woohoo! In the midst of an incomparably aggrieved inner monologue, the Thunder Fiend Pale Wolf's brow took the initiative to fly out a ball of light and merged into Lin Shiryun's body. The contract summoner, in this moment figuratively, is revealed. Woof woof. After being contracted, the Thunder Fiend Pale Wolf actually directly knelt on the ground and flopped down in front of Lin Shiryun, letting out a pandering bark like that of a dog pup. The contrast between this back and forth was quite admirable even to Zhou. The lickspittle nature is, indeed, extraordinary. Good girl, don't cry, he didn't mean it. Lin Shiryun gently stroked the other party's head and let out a silvery bell-like laughter. She also did not expect that the contract that originally existed in a perilous way was actually completed so easily. Sensing his master's closeness, the Thunder Fiend Pale Wolf actually began to shrink in the midst of the distortion, and finally transformed into a small puppy that was blue in the snowy white licking Lin Shiryun's palm. It was eventually taken into her summoning space for recuperation. Just now, thanks a lot. Lin Shiryun looked at Zhou and bowed to thank him, yet Zhou did not pay any attention to it, but instead revealed a thoughtful look and suddenly asked a puzzling question to Lin Shiryun. Can a Thunder Fury Cthulhu die and live? Chapter 81. The Stiff King of the Eastern Suburbs, an unfinished task. Lin Shiryun's face was full of questions, as if she hadn't regained her senses from the other party's question. If you look at the nature of an elemental beast, it will still die completely by shattering the last core inside it. She thought for a moment and said, until then, no matter how badly it's injured, as long as it's within my summoning space, it'll be able to recover. It's just a difference in the length of time. Go away. Lin Shiryun didn't see the disappointment in Zhou's words. Originally he wanted to get all of the other party's words through this method, the card bug. But alas, it won't work. After all, not all races, like the Undead, or the demons of the abyss, are able to repeatedly woolgather. As Zhou disappeared, Lin Shiryun also left the transformation shrine. And I wonder how the others are doing now? Lin Shiryun whispered softly to herself as she estimated that it had taken her roughly a few hours to complete the transfer. The others were even earlier than her, and if things went well, they might have already completed their transitions. She subconsciously took out her phone and dialed the number of the others besides Zhang Bio. As a result, neither Su Mei nor Su Xiaochang had connected, most likely still in the middle of the transfer. In the end, only Lu Ro's phone was answered after ringing for a long time. Sister Zoe? You completed the transfer? When someone finally got through, Lin Shiryun instantly became excited and hurriedly inquired. I didn't. Lu Ro's somewhat sad voice came from the phone, causing Lin Shiryun's face to change. Failed? No, didn't fail, it's just, this transfer quest, it's too hard, I can't finish it. Lu Ro was quite calm at first, but at the end, she even brought on a sobbing voice. Don't worry, Sister Zoe, where are you? I'll come find you? Lin Shiryun pursued. I'll be right there, in the Temple of Transfiguration. I'm in the transfer pantheon too. After hanging up the phone, it didn't take long for Lin Shiryun to see Lu Ro, who was sitting on the steps of the Transmigration Shrine with a sad face. Tell me, what is your mission? Lin Shiryun went straight to the point. The mission was to have me set up the boundary alone and trap the target for more than an hour before the mission was completed. Setting up a boundary to trap a target? What target? Lin Shiryun continued, it can't be a monster from a copy, right? No. Lu Ro shook her head and said a name that caused Lin Shiryun's face to change drastically, it's the eastern suburb Stiff King. A field boss? Lin Shiryun exclaimed, east of Cold City, more than 50 kilometers away there was an abandoned righteous estate that originally served no purpose. But unluckily it was contaminated by an abyssal rift, and over time, the space there was affected. However, all the professionals who stepped into the righteous village would turn into zombies after they died, and after sucking their blood, one aboriginal zombie actually transformed into a Stiff King and was promoted to a boss. This boss would not appear on weekdays, and would only appear at the last minute when the righteous villa was invaded on a large scale. In other words, Lu Ro wanted to accomplish this mission, not only to trap the zombie king. You also have to sweep away all the zombies in the righteous village before you can force the other side to show up. As far as Lin Shiryun knew, there were all LV-20 plus monsters there, and that field boss was even a boss-level wild monster as high as LV-29. For Lu Ro, who only knew the 5 elements boundary, accomplishing the task was no different from a fool's errand. Moreover, the requirements of the transfer quest were clear, you couldn't group up, you could only trap each other alone. Not to mention the wild monsters, simply the opposing boss itself was simply not something she could trap with her 5 elements boundary. It's just unresolved. I kind of know why the perfect level can't be passed, it's simply not for professionals like me. Lu Ro was desperate but sober. Shiryun, I'm afraid I'll have to give up on this mission and choose normal difficulty. Don't worry, let's think of something, maybe we can fix it. Lin Shiryun pondered, Sister Sume should be the most familiar with the surroundings, we might as well find her to discuss it. Are you in time? The limit is 1 day, and it's almost half a day old. Lu Ro laughed bitterly. It's okay, it's just that I can't reach Sister Sume, do you know if she's transferred? She entered the transformation hall together with Su Xiaoqiang and me. Lu Ro froze for a moment, it's not out yet? Nope. Lin Shiryun's face changed, I couldn't get through on the phone. This. Lu Ro also stood up and looked towards the direction of the transformation shrine. It seems that the task they encountered was also very difficult, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible for so long, and they couldn't finish it. Come on, let's go make inquiries and find out if they came out, or if they didn't. Lin Shiryun and Lu Ro walked back to the transformation shrine together, and only after giving the staff 2,000 star coins did they inquire about the transformation situation. The result obtained was that neither Su Mei nor Su Xiaoqiang had left the transfer hall. It shouldn't have been transported into space like me to receive a battle, right? A flash of worry surged in Lin Shiryun's heart. If that was really the case, then she couldn't help at all. Shiryun, you finished your transfer? Hearing Lin Shiryun's self-talk, Lu Ro suddenly reacted and subconsciously inquired. Well yeah, I'm already a second turner. What? Lu Ro's eyes widened in shock, how long has it been? You're done? She had just been thinking that Lin Shiryun was here to transfer, but she didn't realize that the clown was actually herself. People have already completed the transfer. What difficulty did you pick? I, for one, chose the superlative. Lu Ro wanted to cry, is this the gap between a genius and himself? No, genius is not right, this is a demon on the other side. As far as she knew, there were transfer quests that took days, even months, to complete. But how long did it take people? It was only a few hours, and it was still a super Jedi level of difficulty, which really can't be described in words. This is not the time to talk about this, Xiaoqiang, Su Xiaoqiang is out. Lin Shiryun didn't know how to calm down Lu Ro's fall, after all, she couldn't empathize with her, and it just so happened that Su Xiaoqiang's appearance gave her the opportunity to do so. Where? As soon as Lu Ro looked up, she saw that Su Xiaochang was limping and hobbling from the entrance position. His armor up and down his body was full of traces of being attacked, his entire body was gray, and there were still traces of blood remaining, and his eyes were even blank, and even carried a strong sense of despair. Su Xiaochang. It wasn't until he heard someone call his name that he snapped out of his despair and looked up to see Lu Ro and Lin Shiyun's figures. Captain, Sister Zoe, why are you guys in? Su Xiaochang's tone was low, not the slightest bit of his previous combative spirit. Are you okay? Lin Shiyun inquired with concern, this mission of yours? Chapter 82, even if I die, I'll finish the transfer. I can't finish. The same words as Lu Ro appeared, Su Xiaochang was helped by the two of them to sit on the chair. This perfect level quest just isn't something that people can accomplish, you know? Dense stone ghosts were flying in the sky, desperate to finish me off. If I hadn't run fast and hid in a hole in the ground until they recovered their petrification, I wouldn't have been able to escape at all. Gargoyles? Lin Shiyun's pupils shrank. You mean that undead creature shaped like a bat? How many are there? At least 1,000. Thousands? Lu Ro couldn't even help but exclaim, your mission shouldn't be to kill them all, right? One man against 1,000 gargoyles, or can they fly? This was simply tougher than her mission. It's not that dramatic. Su Xiaochang shook his head, the mission just asked me to dig out the essence of 100 of them. What? Lu Ro was speechless, digging 100 stone goblin essences out of 1,000, what was the difference between that and killing 1,000? But, what are you doing out here? Lin Shiyun was puzzled, you can still interrupt in the middle of this? Aha! Su Xiaochang smiled to himself, maybe he was afraid that I wouldn't be able to finish it at all, so when the mission was released, I was given a chance to resupply midway. So if, say, you buy tons of scrolls and go in and blast them all, won't that do it? Ugh, I thought about it, but in the quest, you're not even allowed to carry any non-potions equipment to use other than what you can wear yourself. Su Xiaochang said, there are only 3 days, and within 3 days, if I don't return back inside again, I will be directly judged as a failure. The consequence of failing is not that the transfer quest is put on hold, but that I will be forcefully transported back until I die myself. Hearing these words, Lin Shiyun and Lu Ro both shuddered at the same time, no wonder the other party's eyes were so desperate when they came out. This is simply a surefire game. So, what are you going to do next? Lin Shiyun didn't know what to say, but asked instead. Me? Su Xiaochang let out a bitter smile, go home, get together with my dad and my sister again, the rest is just waiting to die. I'm afraid, things aren't looking good for your sister either. Lin Shiyun was silent for a moment and uttered a sentence that caused Su Xiaochang to ripple. My sister? She's not out yet? Worry welled up under Su Xiaochang's eyes, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have promised her to impact the perfection level together. If I die, she can't die. Don't say that, maybe she's close to completing her transfer. Lin Shiyun's mouth persuaded, you go back first, Sister Ro and I will wait here. No, I have to wait for her, I have to watch her come out. Su Xiaochang shook his head, somewhat obstinately. This time, neither Lin Shiyun nor Lu Ro persuaded him. The three of them just waited at the transmutation shrine, and it wasn't long before Zhang Bai appeared holding his staff. She couldn't sit still any longer when she learned that the trio had actually chosen the perfection level for a change. She who had passed the second turn of the elite level by virtue of her own strength naturally knew what a perfect level meant. Death, no longer just talk. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed, and just as everyone was getting restless, suddenly from the entrance of the long corridor of the transfer hall, a staggering silhouette caused the surrounding staff to exclaim. Hurry! Someone's still bleeding. It's a mortal wound. Where's the healer? Hurry! The crowd commotion caused Su Xiaochang and the others to look up at the same time, and in the next moment, all of their faces changed. Sis! Sister Su Mei! Su Mei! The four of them furiously rushed to the front of the staff, and saw Su Mei lying on the ground with a pale face, her armor scattered, and her body was even filled with dense wounds, especially off to the left back of the heart and the small abdomen. There were actually 2 terrifying and incomparable penetrating wounds. Sis! Wake up, sis! Su Xiaochang's strenuous shouting caused the almost fainting Su Mei to strain to open her eyes, and seeing her brother and Lin Shiyun and the girls, the corner of her mouth barely tugged a little, and she strained to spit out 3 words. I win. After saying that, her eyes went black and she directly fainted. Sis! Sister Su Mei! Come make way, she's not dead yet, let the therapists perform resuscitation, all spread out, spread out. Quick, this is a deep wound, healer hold on tight. My god, what happened to her? How did she get hurt so badly? The blood is dropping, don't wait for it to clear, resuscitate. It's a good thing her heart is on the right side or she would have died. Hurry! All sorts of equipment and professionals were resuscitating Su-mei amidst the shrieks. Letting the four beside them look heartbreaking, they couldn't figure out what kind of mission would make Su-mei suffer such a result. In the darkness, the blurred consciousness of Su-mei vaguely flashed back to the previous scene. Who would have thought that her quest, instead of being a wild monster, or an object hunt, or a copy, would be a mirror image that was a full 10 levels higher than herself? That's right, it's herself. Her skills, combat experience, equipment, and even recovery potions were exactly the same as her own. And a whole 10 levels higher, a mirror image of himself that completely crushed him in every way. And the goal of Su-mei's mission was not to defeat, but to kill the mirror image. Defeat yourself and still be 10 levels higher. Su-mei used up all her supplies, and instead of succeeding, she was left with a bruise. It's useless, in this space, only you can die or I can die. The provocation of the mirror image is still ringing in his ears. If I were you, I'd give it up after all, that's your extravagant hope, you're nothing but a common mediocrity, and yet you want to blossom like a jewel? It's ridiculous. You're nothing but a mirror image, you have no right to mock me. Ha ha ha. You couldn't even kill the mirror image, wouldn't you be more deserving of ridicule? Don't get too happy, it's not certain who can kill who. Oh man who cannot recognize reality, don't you know that your end is death? Ping pong. The two long swords fiercely exchanged in the middle of space. Su-mei was suppressed by the mirror image and lost every step. The original blood level was even dropping crazily, and even the replenishment of the potion couldn't keep up with the speed of depletion. I'll fight you. With unwillingness in her eyes, Su-mei heaved a sword slash, but unexpectedly, it was dodged by the mirror image with ease by just one side. Taking advantage of the moment she lost her balance, mirror image was even more relentless in stabbing out from behind her with a sword. Thumbs up. The long sword penetrated in from the back of the heart and then out from the chest position. Su-mei screamed miserably, and all her movements came to a screeching halt in an instant. The mirror image seemed to be a tyrant, running his longsword hard through to the bottom and standing behind his opponent with an icy taunt. See, I told you you'd end up with. Ho! A poof sound caused the words in her mouth to come to an abrupt end. As she looked down, a longsword had clearly penetrated through Su-mei's belly, and then ruthlessly penetrated into the other party's abdomen. Ah! Su-mei let out a dying cry from her mouth, turning her back and pressing her opponent hard against the wall, her long sword deadlocking her. She herself was ignoring the pain, and with all her strength, she grabbed the bend of the other's penetrating longsword and viciously sliced through the artery of the mirror image. Oh, ahem, was it worth it? I've just a mirror image. Of course it's worth it, even if it means death. Unprecedented determination flashed in Su-mei's eyes. I'm going to complete the transfer as well. Chapter 83, Rubble Ruins, Departure, Conquest. Undead Canyon, in front of the huge white bone throne, a beetle figure that was almost level with the throne was prostrate on the ground. My lord, some shadows of ghouls can be seen in the northern icefields. The undead energy is slightly sparse, and no new forces have been seen within a short distance. The crypt lord made a low sound. And on the west side the giant dragon was entrenched and there was no way to check it out, only on the south we made a discovery. What discovery? The seated Zhou seemed to float with a flash of interest. A large area of jumbled rock was found along with the ruins of the city, which I will call the jumbled ruins. Rubble ruins? Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. What's there? Statues. Lots and lots of statues. The crypt lord seemed to ponder his wording. They move. Moving statues? Stone ghosts? After studying many canons, Zhou no longer had a half understanding of the various types of abyssal beings, and from the other party's description, he instantly thought of this possibility. Stone ghosts, evil beings born from the curse of the undead, are able to petrify and revive again even in death without shattering their own crystal cores. His crystal core was completely different from that of an elemental being, a product of the curse, and the mark in it had to be worn out before it could be considered truly gone. Note that it's disappearance, not death. For it is itself an immortal being. If he or she could master such an army, not only would he or she be able to have a huge airborne army, but he or she would even be near immortal. In this instant, Zhou Yu's heart was moved. I was worried that striking out would startle that giant dragon, so I came to report to my lord first. The Crypt Lord said in a low voice, there are quite a few of them, and there should be a colony. My lord, shall I lead my people to war against them? No need. Zhou slowly stood up, the one that controls the strongest one, its tribe, is my tribe. Xiao Chang, you set off with me. Yes, my lord. Zhou stood on the Crypt Lord's back as the other party effortlessly dived into the ground and kept moving forward in the direction of the chaotic ruins. The speed of the Crypt Lord that went underground was not at all slower than sprint, and it did not take long for Zhou to see what the other party described as a rocky ruin when it emerged from the ground. This place was perhaps supposed to be a place of religious buildings at a very long time ago, and it is not known for the time being what was practiced. And over time, the presence believed in here should have disappeared. All that was left behind were collapsed buildings and various broken stone statues. There is no sun in the abyss, and the only way to tell night from day is by the changing colors of the sky. When the sky darkens, it signals the fall of night. Zhou's eyes swept over the white statues of all sizes towering around the building in the distance. These statues, just like a giant bat standing, possessed demonic-like faces and strong bodies. At the moment, all these statues stood above the ground, either high or low, not moving at all. You stay underground, I'll find the leader of the pack. Zhou commanded, and his figure disappeared from the Crypt Lord in a flash. He transformed into a ghostly shadow and quickly skimmed directly over the ruins of the building. Zhou did not conceal the aura on his body, and wherever he passed, the stone ghosts that were still in the state of stone statues revived in tremors. Acme! They let out screams from their mouths as their scarlet eyes began to search around for Zhou's figure. However, Zhou did not pay any attention to it, and instead swept towards the depths of the ruins at an even faster speed. Right at this moment, the many stone ghosts stirred their wings and seemed to sense where Zhou was, roaring as energy began to converge within their mouths, and then shot out one after another like cannonballs. Nice. Race, Cursed Undead. Level, LV 20. Life, 1800. Magic, 800. Attack, 275 300. Defense, 10 magic resistance 15%. Words, Cursed Shock Green, Petrify Green, Stone Wing Dive Green, Stone Skin Enhancement Green. As his eyes swept over his opponent's words, Zhou had a clearer understanding of this kind of stone ghost. If you mistakenly thought that they had amazing physical defense from their name, you would be very wrong. Possessing stone skin reinforcement, they could bring their own magic resistance of up to 15%, and if they were under a large-scale group attack, the roll of this resistance was simply not 1 star stronger. They are strong in their own right, and they also specialize in long-range attacks. The only flaws are low blood, average armor, and very weak resistance to physical damage. Seeing these induced stone statue ghosts attacking towards him one after another, Zhou faintly smiled, his footsteps stepped, and while his figure suddenly appeared, he directly leapt up high. Swish! His entire body catapulted to a few meters high in midair. The black robe behind him opened up, as if gliding in midair, and then took advantage of these stone ghosts had not yet reacted to the occasion. The long sword in his hand swept across. Styrofoam sword chi slash is activated. Snort! The terrifying flame sword chi spread in midair like a shockwave, instantly sweeping past the group of stone goblins. Ack! Shrill screams surfaced as large swaths of stone ghost bodies fell uncontrollably from midair to the ground. In the midst of a loud clicking noise, it fell to pieces. Ding! You've killed the stone ghost, experience value plus 35. Ding! You randomly looted the word, Petrify Green. Ding! You've killed the stone ghost, experience value plus 31. Ding! You randomly looted the word, Curse Shock Green. Zhou's body fell from midair, and with a sweep of his eyes, he saw that a fist-sized energy crystal was emanating the power of the cursed undead, and began to attract the surrounding rubble to converge towards it. At a time like this, if he were to go over and smash it completely, these stone ghosts would naturally have to perish. However, Zhou did not do so. These could all be his men in the future. If they were all wiped out, wouldn't it be a waste? Turning his head, Zhou then leapt up once again and attacked the other stone goblins. More and more gargoyles kept falling to the ground, unable to recover at all for a while. Such a violent commotion also managed to attract the attention of that boss who was in the depths of the ruins. Just as Zhou was killing for the sake of plundering the words, a shocking vibrating sound came from the very depths of the ruins. Zhou's figure slightly paused, his eyes looking towards the direction of the vibration. At once, a statue, completely different from the other gargoyles, could be seen trembling atop one of the collapsed halves of the spire. The statue would have seemed to blend in with the entire spire and would not have been visible without a closer look. Now, the statue began to vibrate, and under the countless stone chips peeling off, it actually revealed a huge body that was pitch black like a crystal. Wow! The 4 black wings behind the opponent's back spread out at once and flew up from above the spire at once. And at this time, Joyu also saw the other party's full appearance. Chapter 84, Want to go? Get down here. The opponent held a narrow weapon like a staff in his hand. His head was like a demon, with 3 pairs of eyes, but only one pair was open, and his upper body was like a humanoid, while his lower body was similar to that of a lion. The entire body was completely carved out of obsidian, emitting incomparably strong energy fluctuations. Obsidian Destroyer Boss. Race, Cursed Undead. Level, LV 30. Life, 50,000. Magic, 36,000. Attack, 500-635. Defense, 15. Magic resistance 30%. Words, Crystallized Spit Blue, Cursed Suck Blue, Obsidian Cage Blue, Petrifying Curse Blue, Torrent of Destruction Blue. Joyu still couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw the other party's panel. This was the first time he had seen a lord with the word boss in the abyssal world. Moreover, the opponent was clearly only LV 30, but like a boss in a copy, he had 50,000 blood. It was important to know that the crypt lords with strong blood were only a few thousand blood. Originally, he thought that this kind of existence, which only existed in the human world under a copy, would be able to have such a blood bonus. But now it seems that it is not so. Perhaps something should be able to be asked from its mouth. Without waiting for Joyu's self-talk to fall, the other party had already cut through the void and arrived at Joyu's heels. Why are you invading my territory? The Obsidian Destroyer stirred its wings and did not attack directly, but rather questioned. Do you still need a reason to invade? Joyu looked at it and said, you can choose to directly submit to me, this will save everyone's time. Ho ho ho! It let out a deafening, maniacal laugh. This is the first time I, Kogut Miller, have ever heard someone in the godforsaken lands dare to talk to me like that. Energy began to surge from his wings made entirely of obsidian. To thank you, I will turn you into a stone statue and keep it here for my viewing pleasure. Swish! The huge scepter he held in his hand raised at once, a terrifying spectral light brewing from it, and the next moment it directly transformed into a meteor-like light that enveloped towards Joyu. Crystallization Spray Blue. Not only does it contain a massive wave of magic power that deals a surprisingly high amount of damage, but it also carries the Obsidian Curse, which causes the body to crystallize once it is struck, thus weakening both movement and attack speeds drastically. Seeing this, Joyu made a mistake with his feet, and his body transformed into an illusory shadow that disappeared from under the original spot, while the other party's attack, even more so, fell short in a split second. Boom! A muffled sound came from the place where Joyu had been before, followed by the explosion of a large pit of nearly 10 meters. Ha! Nice power, too bad the aim is poor. Joyu manifested his form and looked up at the Obsidian Destroyer in mid-air as he spoke out in mockery. You're rejoicing too soon. Kogut Miller let out a low growl, and at once another wave of energy brewed from the staff, and as it did, the attack struck again. But this time, it was no longer one, but one after the other. Destructive energy splashed out from the sky, directly enveloping this large area. Joyu's face changed at the sight and he subconsciously dodged, but even though he was fast enough, he still couldn't resist being hit. Only half of his arm was rubbed by the energy and was beginning to stiffen and even crystallize at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha! How was it? Kogut Miller let out an open-mouthed laugh. It's not nice to be affected by crystallization, is it? Taking advantage of Joyu's delayed movement, Kogut Miller's staff suddenly brewed up again, and with just a single point of one hand, it directly enveloped several stone goblins not far away. Only to see those stone statue ghosts let out a miserable scream from their mouths. The magic power on their bodies was actually drained in an instant, and at the same time, Kogut Miller's 4 tightly closed eyes were even directly opened at this moment. Buzz! For eyes, simultaneously locking onto Joyu, Joyu only felt that his body was enveloped by an inexplicable power, and then a complicated mark actually rose above his head. Just then, all the magic power that had been extracted was consumed in an instant. Petrifying Curse? Any target that is marked will be completely cursed and turned into a statue for the duration of the curse's effect. A way to be immune to curses, either with a high enough magic resistance to be able to resist all curse effects with your own life value. Either counteract this cursed power with the same cursed source. Or maybe the level is high enough to ignore the curse. In Kogut Miller's opinion, it was impossible for Joyu to ignore his curse in this godforsaken land. So being petrified is a destined fate. Sure enough, the instant the light enveloped him, Joyu's body uncontrollably began to petrify, and eventually even took the action of escaping, hardening, and stiffening in place. Ho ho ho! Koget Miller laughed wildly, as if he had never been so happy in all his time here. He stirred his four wings and slowly fell down from mid-air, and the surrounding gargoyles even respectfully retreated and guarded at a distance. Koget Miller strutted his limbs to Joyu's statue, the hideous pupils of his eyes seeming to survey his trophy. However, before he could appreciate it, suddenly a crack actually came from above the stone statue. Koget Miller froze for a split second, and it was at that moment that the earth opened up, and a barrier made of rock rose up from above the ground, seemingly to encircle towards him. No good. Koget Miller let out a low gulp, his four wings incited, and he was about to fly up directly. Just at this moment, the ground he was standing on suddenly cracked, and two big lava hands suddenly probed out, holding him in one hand. The lava hand naturally couldn't stop it for long, but in just this split second's effort, a huge figure suddenly burrowed out from underneath the cracked ground. The first moment the Crypt Lord saw his opponent, he directly exploded. Earth vein spikes. Thumbs up. Countless ground spikes rushed up and stabbed directly into Koget Miller's body, dealing damage along with a brief stun. Click. Koget Miller was shocked to find that the already petrified Joyu's head shattered with a loud bang, revealing the cold white bones with soul fire pulsing inside. The other man just looked at him indifferently, as if he were murmuring. Magical grievance prison unleashed. Countless tentacle-like magic lines entwined and fixed it, forming a cage, and at this moment, the overhead rock core heavy defense similarly closed in. That's right, this super strong defense phrase was being used by Joyu as a prison that trapped the Obsidian Destroyer at this time. Wow! As soon as he broke free from the petrified debris, the deadly grudge demon pupil at the center of his eyebrow opened with it. I, who suffer from resentment all the time, will be petrified by your curse? Ridiculous! As the words fell, a brilliant deathly light of resentment shot out all at once from within the vertical eye in the center of his brow, directly enveloping the Obsidian Destroyer. Ah! As the terrifying damage erupted, Miller let out a pained howl from his mouth as he incited his four wings and suddenly broke free from the bonds of the lava hands and the demonic grievance prison. He was angry, he hated it, but he did not lose his mind. As long as he escaped from here, he who occupied the sky could still easily sweep away his opponent. However, before he could react, an inexplicable force field suddenly attacked him. Wanna go? Get down here. Chapter 85 Petrified Curse, Alarming the Dragon. Super Gravity Field Blue, activate. A strong force field enveloped the Obsidian Destroyer in an instant, and in order to seize this opportunity, Joyu wasted no time in frantically burning his own magical power, directly applying quadruple gravity to his opponent. Obsidian was heavy enough on its own, and 4 times its own weight instantly caused his body to slam violently and heavily into the ground, unable to lift it no matter how much he struggled. And what awaited it next was Joyu's raging storm. The first to crawl out of the ground was the skeleton swordsman, followed closely by the skeleton stick monk. In the face of this kind of boss, Joyu is not stupid enough to go up to the point of single-handedly fighting by himself. If possible, it's best to naturally save your energy if you can. Although the output of the skeleton swordsman and the skeleton stick monk was limited, they couldn't help but be outnumbered, and under the group assault, they instantly inflicted considerable damage on the Obsidian Destroyer. Immediately after, Zhou Yu and Xiao Chang simultaneously erupted corrosive spray, directly lowering the opponent's armor. The corrosive swarm could constantly restore its own life value while attacking, ensuring that the opponent had no means to kill itself in seconds in a short period of time. After doing so, Zhou Yu even directly cast Evil Frenzy to boost himself and the Summoning Legion group. With that, he stepped on his feet, and the long sword in his hand then rose up, charging towards the other party at once. Sword Chi Heavy Slash connects to Stygian Sword Chi Slash, connects to Blistering Ghost Wolf Steps to retreat, then connects to Inflammatory Blade Whirling Dance to complete the first round of the burst. Spiteful Hiss, interrupt the opponent's spell casting resistance and pick up another round of output. At this moment, the floating spores began to invade the Obsidian Destroyer's body, but the other party's entire body was composed of obsidian, and its defense against the spores was very strong. Zhou Yu once again offered his soul binding spore to invade the opponent's soul, which was equally tenacious, but could still cause a delay and block the spell casting. Taking advantage of this time, under his leadership, the Crypt Lords attacked head-on, with the Skeleton Stick Monk and the Skeleton Swordsman outputting on both sides, while he kept firing cold arrows from behind, bursting out with terrifying damage. Watching the opponent's blood level drop from 50,000 all the way down to under 10,000. cannot withstand the obsidian destroyer suddenly issued a ripped soul roar. The horror of the impact of the skeleton swordsman will be completely annihilated. The skeleton stick monk cannot withstand the direct blood empty. The massive crypt lord was even directly lifted off by it. Damn it, damn it. The Kogat Miller who broke free from his restraints let out a roar, his four wings spread out, as sharp as blades to completely tear apart all the cage made up of rock core heavy royalty, and his body even rose straight up to start brewing even stronger skills. I'll let you know how miserable it is to offend me. He raised the huge scepter in his hand and was about to give Zhou a blow of brewing destruction. However, right at this moment, Zhou merely gave him a cold look and then flexed his fingers. Holy Flame Blade Storm. Unleashed. Boom. Pure white terrifying storms twisted and floated out of the void, cutting through the entire void in an instant and lighting up everything. Far away in the dragon lair of the Wulong mountain range, the dragon that had been in deep sleep seemed to have sensed this fluctuation and suddenly opened its dragon eyes. No! No! A reluctant growl escaped Kogat Miller's lips, not expecting to die so easily here. Even more so, he didn't expect that someone in the middle of the abyss would actually be able to release this kind of sacred magic. Ding! You have slain the Obsidian Destroyer, experience value plus 2,195. Ding! You randomly looted the word, petrifying curse blue. Only curses? Zhou was a bit disappointed to hear the prompt. He was fond of that destructive torrent phrase of his opponent, but this time it was obvious that Ochi was not on his side and did not get the phrase in the first place. But it didn't matter. Looking at the obsidian crystal that was like the size of a heart scattered on the ground, Zhou knew that as long as he was able to take control of the weak soul within this crystal, he would be able to completely control the other party. The soul-binding spores swooped into it with barely the slightest pause, directly taking advantage of the opponent's incomparably weakened state to begin reproducing. And at this time, Zhou's eyes surveyed his surroundings and suddenly froze. This is, equipment? Right next to that huge scepter, a long sword actually fell out amongst the shattered obsidian crystals. Zhou walked over and a prompt surfaced. Ding! You pick up the weapon, Obsidian Sword of Kingship Gold. Obsidian Sword of Power. Category, Weapons. Attack, 380-400. Attributes, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50, Spirit plus 150. Effect, Curse of Crystallization, Order of the King. Curse of Crystallization, attacks have a cursed effect, causing wounds to crystallize and reducing movement and attack speed. Order of the King, if you hold the Sword of the King, you have the power to order the stone goblins. Zhou subconsciously replaced the long sword in his hand with the Black Flare Sword of Kingship, not realizing that the long sword actually automatically adapted to his own height of 2 meters and 2 meters, and at the same time, even his attribute panel began to change. The attack broke through the 1000 mark from the original 700 in an instant. And at the same time, the army of stone statue ghosts that were originally going to make a move against themselves because they had killed their leader actually stopped all of a sudden, and all of them fell to the ground from the sky, making a submissive gesture to themselves. Zhou looked at these stone statue ghosts and revealed a hint of a smile. This saves me from going on a killing spree. All stand still, now my. He was just about to try, but suddenly his face changed and he looked towards the sky beyond the ruins. There, a huge figure with a wingspan like that of a dark cloud was rapidly sweeping in, and that appearance that covered the sky was like a post-apocalyptic storm sweeping in. It's the dragon, go! Zhou was not confident that he would be able to resist the other party, and he could not resist the other party at all. Almost without the slightest hesitation, he turned his head and jumped towards the earth crack next to him, and at the same time, Xiao Chang carried him and began to frantically dig a hole and flee. Rumble! An astonishingly loud sound came from behind, and a terrifying cold current spread wildly through the cracks towards the bottom, and even if Zhou fled fast enough, he was still able to feel that incomparably terrifying release of power. He subconsciously looked back, then saw an incomparably horrifying scene. Within a crack of several hundred meters in circumference, it had been completely sealed by ice, and hideous ice spikes grew recklessly towards the surroundings, just like the sharp claws of a giant dragon popping out. Zhou let Xiao Chang keep sinking, not knowing how long he had been sinking before this frosty aura completely subsided. Stop! Zhou did not dare to let Xiao Chang move again, fearing that the other party's movement of digging the ground, and then attracted the attention of the other party. If he directly wreaked havoc here, I'm afraid that he could not stand it at all. Only after a long time, confirming that the fluctuation did not appear again, did Zhou then allow Xiao Chang to continue digging deeper into the crypt before returning to the valley. It was not until he sat on top of the throne that Zhou slowly regained his senses from the shock he had just experienced. Just wait, it won't be long before I show you what I'm made of. Zhou looked in the direction of the crouching dragon mountain range and secretly swore. Before that, though, he'd have to take those words he'd acquired, organize them, and see if he could edit them decently. Chapter 86 Petrified Obsidian Sacrificial Altar Red. Sitting on the white bone throne, Zhou directly opened his word editing interface, and a freshly plundered word continued to present itself before his eyes. Petrifying Curse Blue, Cursed Shock Green, Petrifying Green, Stone Wing Dive Green, Stone Skin Strengthening Green, Shadow Chop Green, Corrosive Shield Green, Binding of Thorns Green, Heavy Armor Green, Venomous Fangs Tear Green, Shadow Sacrifice Blue, Corrosive Self-Explosion Green, Dark Judgment Blue. He had gained more words than he could count, all from killing wild monsters and looting them earlier. Of course, some phrases were good, and Zhou did not intend to consume them, like the Dark Moon Starfall Red that he had plundered from the witch before. This phrase was a genuine red phrase, and without taking into account the Holy Inferno Blade Storm's divine attribute, its damage was even more terrifying and wide-ranging than the opponent. On the other hand, the Dark Judgment Blue, which was obtained from the Corrupted King, was a single sword skill that was likewise retained by Zhou. On the contrary, the rest of them could be prepared to be freely combined and matched, and might be able to give birth to some more powerful words. Zhou stroked his chin and looked at the words in front of him and began to try them out. Petrification plus Heavy Armor equals Stone Armor Green. Shadow Chop plus Tooth Rip equals Shadow Fang Chop Green. Shadow Sacrifice plus Binding of Thorns equals Altar of Thorns and Shadow Blue. Zhou repeatedly combined and tried again and again, and after his own prodding and constant wasting, he finally succeeded in combining two phrases that he felt were relatively usable. Petrified Obsidian Altar of Sacrifice Red. Dark Corrosion Trial Beheading Blue. The latter was a brand new type of chopping attack that he had edited to get by gritting his teeth and using Darkness Trial as the main one, and Zhou had just tried it out, and the power was even a few points stronger than Darkness Trial. Honestly, he was trying to get a little better, preferably rising to the point of red words. It would be his biggest card for a single phrase. This was the same problem that Zhou encountered when he faced the Obsidian Destroyer. The Holy Flame Blade Storm was indeed strong, but it could only be cast in a single wave. There was no way to cast it a second time in a short period of time. In contrast, the Stygian Sword Chi Slash did not deal bad damage and could also be cast multiple times. In this way, if he faced a boss like Obsidian again, he could even allow Holy Flame Blade Storm to be used as a base card to kill the opponent purely by virtue of his own decapitation, or to force the opponent to reveal the second stage of a class. But the ideal is very plump, the reality is very bony. This new phrase is good, but it is not up to the level of Zhou's satisfaction. As for the former, it was a product formed by Zhou's completely haphazard editing, to put it simply. This word was a one-time word that could cast an altar of sacrifice, and the object of the sacrifice he didn't know who it was. It should be related to the Obsidian Destroyer, and as for the acquisition of the sacrifice, it was directly related to the item one sacrificed. As for whether it was good or bad, Zhou didn't even know. It might have been fine if it was any other word, but it was a red word on the other side. It would be a lie to say that I don't covet it. But what to sacrifice, Zhou did not know. There's only one chance to even try. Zhou stroked his chin and looked at the avatar not far away. How about sacrificing it? Aha! Avanti had been respectfully kneeling on the ground, but all of a sudden he actually had a feeling of hairiness all over his body. Subconsciously raising his head, he saw that Zhou was looking at him, and instantly his heart became even more hairy. Hastily bowing, he then said with unparalleled solicitude, "Great Master, what do you command Avanti?" Nothing, go tell Xiao Chang to keep a close eye on the dragon's movements. Yes, my lord. Feeling a sense of relief in his heart, Avanti hurriedly and furiously left the valley. No, what if a twisted monster appears after the sacrifice? Zhou looked at Avanti's disappearing figure and whispered to himself, since this sacrifice has a direct connection with the item sacrificed, it might as well be. Zhou's eyes suddenly skimmed over his end of the lap. How about sacrificing myself? The thought was bold, but once it surfaced, Zhou felt a little pressed. He sacrificed himself directly, of course, except that in the midst of his thoughts, he was perfectly capable of redeeming a skeleton of himself, which should be fine except for his head. Zhou looked at himself, possessing the words of an intermediate corpse eater, nay, having fused into an advanced corpse eater blue, he was fully capable of restoring his broken parts in a short period of time. Very well, so be it. People are as bold as they are prolific. Zhou dryly decided to try it with himself as he raised his hand on his body, and instantly a piece of his calf was removed. Zhou used the obsidian sword of kingship to cut it off, then clicked and chopped it all up. after which he casually recruited a batch of shaking skeletal soldiers, and with a big mouth, he began to devour the energy in them. A miraculous scene appeared. The bones he had originally lost were spreading and growing out at a speed visible to the naked eye. After this attempt, Joyu was even more convinced that this method was feasible. So he started tapping the other calf, the foot, the thigh, the hip bone, the spine, and even finally the cervical spine for a change. A large number of skeleton soldiers turned into ashes to make up for his loss, but Joyu didn't care. After he had fully recovered once again, Joyu looked at the pile of broken bones that had been smashed in front of him. "That's always good, isn't it?" Joyu whispered softly to himself and directly launched the words. Petrified Obsidian Sacrificial Altar Red, activate. Buzz. Underneath its feet, a dark rune spread continuously towards the surroundings like an octagram, and then connected with each other to form a complex runic array. At the same time, a mysterious, bizarre aura manifested from it. Ding! The altar is open, please add sacrificial items. The tip came. Joyu looked at the huge spell formation in front of him, and then looked at his own skeleton. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly raised his hand and pushed, and all of the skeletons fell to the center position of the altar. Begin the sacrifice. I'd like to see what this red word sacrifice can do. Buzz. As Joyu recited the incantation, the originally huge sacrificial altar suddenly blossomed with light, and all the runes seemed to come to life, emitting a luster like black crystals, and all of this luster shrouded towards the skeleton that Joyu had sacrificed. Immediately afterward, a bizarre scene appeared. The skeleton actually sublimated and disappeared silently. Before Joyu could react, he suddenly became stagnant, and the sole intent in his mind seemed to be suddenly being pulled into the altar. What's going on? Joyu's face changed, feeling as if he had played a bit big. Chapter 87 Shed Realm Eclipse Wings Purple, Lord of the Shed Realm. A strong sense of weightlessness appeared, and when Joyu opened his eyes again, he realized that he had actually appeared within a vast void of space. Where is this? The abyss? Or the power of the altar? Joyu had no time to be puzzled, but suddenly felt his consciousness begin to descend, as if he had penetrated through countless voids, and came to a huge palace, or perhaps a divine temple. The entire temple was built out of obsidian everywhere, and everything exuded a mysterious, powerful, and terrifying fluctuation. His eyes saw that an immense obsidian statue was placed in the center of the temple. The statue was very similar to the obsidian destroyer's shape, but the difference was that the wings on the other side's back were not 4, but 4 pairs. A terrifying and incomparable might emanated from above this statue, as if it was capable of tearing apart everything. And this twisted force of sacrifice that he had generated was pushing himself closer towards the statue. It seemed that one was being devoured. Devour me? Joyu's heart was cold. He didn't know about anything else, but he knew that once he was completely absorbed by this statue, then he was afraid that he would never be able to leave again. No, I can't just sit around and wait. Thus, Joyu began to try to terminate the sacrifice, but compared to the will contained in that massive statue, his own will looked incredibly small and ridiculous. What to do? Will, I don't have enough will. Can someone help me strengthen my will? Joyu's mind raced, and almost subconsciously, he began to seek help from among his own words. Believer's control is activated. Grievance devouring is activated. Buzz. The avatar who seemed to be sensed within the valley of the undead jerked his head up and looked in the direction of the valley. The next moment, his will began to converge towards it uncontrollably. My lord needs help. Skeleton mages, contribute your will. Swish swish swish. Seemingly sensed, the wills of countless skeleton mages simultaneously merged towards the sacrificial altar. In a flash, Joyu felt that his will seemed to strengthen, but it was still not enough. Will, I want more will. Joyu roared lowly and began to continuously mobilize more of his will. But, the will of the skeleton mage and the avatar is completely insufficient. Shao Chang, sacrifice the will. Crypt demons, all sacrifices. Buzz. In an instant, all sorts of wills were thrown into the altar and began to converge towards Joyu. Not enough, far from enough. Even if Joyu simply wanted to terminate the sacrifice, the convergence of these wills was far from enough. Just at that moment, the stone ghosts from the chaotic ruins similarly felt this fluctuation, as well as Miller, who had just recovered, and all 6 of his eyes opened at the same time. How did my lord enter the space of the gods? Kogat Miller looked shocked, almost subconsciously contributing his will. My lord, gather more will or you will be swallowed by the idol and never return. Hearing Kogat Miller's prompt, Joyu instantly understood and began to frantically mobilize all the power he could. Magic Monk Zen Garden, Corrupted Spider Cave, Corrupted King, Ghouls, Skeleton Soldiers. All the power that could be mobilized began to be frantically mobilized. At this moment, the wills of the Demon Monk Academy Master, the Crypt Lord, the Obsidian Destroyer, the Avatar, the Corrupted King, the Corrupted Arachnid Mother Agarnic, plus Joyu's own will were thoroughly fused and enhanced. Finally, when Joyu's will was incomparably close to that huge statue, within the Undead Valley, Joyu's main body, which stood motionless in place, suddenly opened its third eye in the center of its eyebrow, and a thick and incomparably tragic white deathlight suddenly shot out. Snort! White light shot through the altar directly from Joyu's consciousness, penetrating everything and suddenly blasting on top of the wings on one side of the statue. Tick! Like casting a stone from a flat lake, this light caused a ripple within this temple, causing the countless closed eyes that were originally in front of the stone statue to tremble for a moment, as if they were about to show signs of awakening. It was also at this moment that Joyu's consciousness felt a loosening. It's now! He managed to sever the connection to the sacrifice, and his entire consciousness was suddenly pulled uncontrollably to leave this space. Just at the moment when Joyu was about to disappear, he seemed to sense an item falling down in the void, and subconsciously reached out and grabbed it by the hand, following which he directly disappeared into the altar. Buzz! Joyu snapped his eyes open and watched as the massive altar in front of him began to crumble inch by inch, eventually disappearing completely under a vibration. Looking above the panel again, the word for that altar had turned completely gray. However, Joyu did not feel pity. Instead, his gaze fell on his own hand as he spread out his palm, and within it was actually a feather made up of obsidian. This is the feather dropped by the other side? Joyu softly muttered to himself. He naturally would not think that he had shot down, because that huge statue, it was impossible for his own consciousness to be shaken by the slightest bit. At most, his own consciousness produced a vibration, and he happened to see the feathers that had fallen from the other side being picked up in passing. But, what's the use of the feather? Before Joyu could think about it, suddenly the feather in that palm was completely melted into the palm like running water. Joyu only felt his body tremble and actually showed signs of obsidianization. Submit. Shedding realms. The Lord. Assimilate. Sacrifice. The chaotic thoughts were like echoes that kept hitting Joyu's brain, and even how much he supported himself, he was simply no match for the other party. Just when he was completely out of control, suddenly a prompt came from his mind. Ding! Detecting host consciousness is disappearing, defense mechanism activated, looting in progress. Ding! Consciousness obliteration. Successful looting of words, septic eclipsed wings purple. As the prompt appeared, all thoughts disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if they had been forcibly wiped out, and to Joyu's surprise, he actually obtained a brand new phrase directly. Purple? Joyu couldn't help but suck in cold air when he saw the color of the words. He was going for a red phrase, but to his surprise, he actually gained a purple phrase. Sedentary eclipse wings purple, a pair of black wings from the God Emperor Sedentary Lord, with the ability to fly, 100% magic resistance up to and including 9th rank, 100% skill enhancement non-light sacred, plus 300% agility, plus 200% strength, plus 100% spirit, 100% skill enhancement, strengthening dispel, and ignores any curse type and locked type skills, and also swallows dead energy. Can greatly restore one's own life value. Remarks, when turned on, it will cause the Lord of the Sedentary Realm to sense it. The consequences are unknown, please use with caution. What do you mean? After Joyu saw the powerful effects of the purple words, before he could rejoice, he saw the remarks. Is it hard to believe that when one is sensed, one will be pulled into that temple again? Wouldn't it be a big deal if that happened? Joyu possessed an adventurous spirit, especially after learning that the system could help in the fight. Thus, he did not hesitate to cast his words, only to see that between a tingle in his back, 2 huge wings made entirely of obsidian opened up from behind him all at once, and all his attributes began to climb even more in an instant. With just a flap of its wings, its figure soared up towards the air. At the same time, the moment Joyu manifested his wings, the tightly closed eyeballs on a statue of the Lord of the Sedentary Realm in that temple far away in the middle of the unknown void suddenly opened. Blasphemy against me, damn it. Chapter 88, Black Flame Verdict Read, luckily, you ran into me. Buzz. There seemed to be a light in those eyes that pierced through the void, and in the next moment, above the Undead Valley where Joyu was, there was actually a black vortex that was faintly condensing. Fortunately, Joyu had long been prepared, and the moment he saw the vortex appear, he hastily put away his own wings. The loss of the wings is like the loss of the coordinates of sanction. The vortex then disappeared with it. After repeated attempts, Joyu finally determined that the time he could move the phrase peacefully was 30 seconds. That's right, in just 30 seconds, the other party was able to break through the countless space blockades and come to himself. And the other party was just a mere, divine messenger, not a true god yet. A god ambassador is able to give birth to purple words. If a true god, wouldn't it be a golden word? There was no fear in Joyu's eyes, instead, he became excited. He loved the feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife, especially being able to pull wool from the hands of a god's messenger. Settling down, Joyu gradually recovered from the joy of the purple words. The sedentary realm erosion wings purple was certainly powerful, but it could only be counted as an undercard, and could not be utilized as a last resort. So he's been working hard for half a day and he's got nothing but this? Try again? After having the experience of being rich and powerful just now, Joyu couldn't help but move at once. He looked at the words he possessed and directly locked his gaze on the Stygian sword chi slash. In order to ensure that this phrase is followed, he edited it directly with this phrase in mind. What's a good choice? Joyu stroked his chin and finally clenched his teeth, directly putting the phrase, Dark Corrosion Trial Beheading Blue, into it and directly consuming it. Ding! Fusion complete, obtain word, Black Inferno Verdict Red. Black Inferno Verdict Red, Black Inferno Fire baptized by the abyss, capable of burning everything to ashes, powerful single attack phrase. Attack comes with the triple effect of burning, locking, and corrosion, unable to dodge, double damage to soul and body. Only pity is that it only takes effect on a single target. It's done! Joyu lifted his arm, heart exhilaration almost no way to say. He spent most of his own accumulated words, originally thought that only chicken ribs, do not think that the last moment, finally succeeded in giving birth to a red word. And also a very powerful single attack phrase. Without trying, Joyu was able to feel the horrific blow it could inflict after it was cast, and if it was coupled with his own purple phrase 100% skill enhancement, and then had a bludgeoning effect, this damage he didn't even dare to think about. Phew! Opening his mouth to simulate the movement of his own exhalation, Joyu felt very relieved in his heart, and the only thing left for him to care about was the nearest giant dragon, and the lord of the sedentary realm who was going to keep an eye on him from who knows where. It didn't matter though, this was the price of getting stronger, and it was never his style to shy away from it. Time passed, and it was unknown how long it took before the news that Xiao Chang had sent back determined that the giant dragon had only vented in the messy ruins, and had not spread to other places. Joyu also sort of let go of his heart, only that the obsidian destroyer had not fully recovered for the time being, and it would take time for him to want to woolgather again. The current stage was already very satisfying for Joyu, so he waited for Kogut Miller's message after he simply continued to fill his depleted grudge completely in the Undead Valley. Unexpectedly, before he could gain the message, he gained a vortex of summoning. Doesn't this girl have a second summoned beast? Why is she still looking for me? Joyu quickly disappeared into the summoning vortex amidst his soft spitting. When Joyu's eyes became clear again, he realized that he was not in the middle of a copy, but in a spacious bedroom, with a rich pink dress-up covering the entire room. Joyu looked around and saw Zhang Bai, Su Xiaoqiang, and Lu Rou. He finally landed his gaze on Lin Shiyun and gave the other party a warning look. You better not be okay or... I do have something. Lin Shiyun met Joyu's gaze and said urgently, Sister Sumei is injured, and it's very serious. The few healers that came before were useless, we can't find any other way. Said she with a sobbing tone in her voice. I beg you, can you try? Me? Joyu froze for a moment. This was the first time he had heard that someone had asked the undead for help to save their lives. I'm good at harvesting souls, but I'm not good at saving them. It's not that Joyu doesn't want to help, after all, the other party has cooperated several times and hasn't caused him anything, and he is also very good at doing things, and his face value is also fine. It's okay to be able to help if it doesn't cost anything. Except he really wasn't good at it, so he waved his hand and shook his head. Don't, Mr. Zhou. Listen to me. Su Xiaoqiang, who was on the side, suddenly fell to his knees with a plop. We looked for the best healers in the entire cold city, but even though they cured the injuries, my sister said that she wouldn't wake up, and the conclusion of the consultation was that she had suffered from too much trauma, which led to the damage of her soul, and that is why this situation has occurred. He said, raising his head with a sincere face, Mr. Zhou, I won't be able to live much longer anyway. Can I beg you to replenish my soul to my sister? She succeeded in her transfer, she shouldn't just die here. Yes, Mr. Zhou, please help Sister Sumei. Lu Rou had tears in her eyes and said in a trembling voice. Zheng Bai, who was on the side, opened his mouth, please. I. Her cheeks were a little red, and after a few attempts, she eventually just bent herself down and bowed to Joyu. Zhou did not reply, but instead looked towards the location of the doorway, where the figures of Zhang Jigang and Su Yonghe were standing far away. Seeing Zhou gaze, Su Yonghe didn't know what to say and just clasped his fists at Zhou. Zhou withdrew his gaze, then turned his head towards the bed, where a short-haired Su Mei was lying on the bed with bandages wrapped around her body, her eyes closed tightly as she seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Zhou hadn't saved anyone before, but he could check the state of the other person's soul first. With a thought, Zhou directly communicated with the latent soul-binding spores, and the mother tree in his soul began to communicate, and soon, his consciousness seemed to be able to start observing the other party's soul through the spores. With this glance, Zhou clearly realized that the other party's own soul seemed to be intact, but there had been an accident. It was from her soul that a conjoined silhouette was actually split. The soul seemed weak, but it was like a maggot in the bone, ruthlessly rooted in Su Mei's soul, and it was because of the existence of the other party that Su Mei had been put into a deep sleep. What has she been through? Zhou turned his head and asked. She was injured during the transformation, we're not sure of the details. Su Xiaoqiang hurriedly said, but we've checked all the transfer quest sheets for second-turn professionals, and the possible scenarios are copy battles, curses, soul skills, mirror matchups, spirit impacts, etc. Mirror image versus mirror image? As Zhou listened to his description, he suddenly felt that the state of that soul seemed to be very similar to this. The so-called mirror image was actually not a mirror image at all, but a kind of self-consciousness split from her soul. In other words, even if she decapitated the other party and completed the transfer, she still failed. Because she will be constantly infested by her splintered self-consciousness, she will be schizophrenic even if she doesn't die. Luckily, you ran into me. Chapter 89, lend me yours. Maybe, it's useful. Zhou whispered softly to himself, and suddenly looked in the direction of the doorway again as a line of spores fluttered up. She can wake up, but there will be a price to pay. At what cost? Su Yonghe pushed his way in, followed by Zhang Jigang. Submit. Zhou only said 2 words, but it caused the 2 men's faces to change. Submission? Submissive to whom? Su Yonghe looked at Zhang Jigang, and the other party's eyes signaled that he was naturally submitting to Zhou. My daughter, subjugated to an undead? Or what? Is there something else you can do? The one from the Ninth Order Guild isn't good at healing either, not to mention that he hasn't arrived yet. Even if he did, he might not be able to save it. Besides, can your daughter wait until then? Zhou did not rush to do so. He did not have much interest in controlling a second-turn human, but if he used the soul-binding spores to devour the other party's split soul, he could only fuse with the other party in order to ensure the integrity of Su Mei's original soul. This makes it so that the other party is going to be completely submissive. He doesn't care, so he's going to let the other family make the decision. This wait did not last long as Su Yonghe suddenly nodded to Zhou after a long sigh. Her mother left early, and I was a bad father, but I wanted her to live, so count me selfish. He clasped his fists at Zhou. Trouble, sir. Rather decisive. Zhou withdrew his gaze, turned his head and walked to the other party's bedside, and then stretched out his finger under the watchful eyes of the crowd, gently pointing it at Su Mei's brow location. In fact, he didn't have to do this, but in order to avoid others discovering that he had long ago rooted the soul-binding spore in the other party's soul, he could only do it for show. Buzz. In an instant, the soul-binding spores that received the command began to continuously spread over toward the split soul shadow, devouring, splitting, devouring again, splitting again. Vaguely, Zhou even sensed the thoughts of the self-consciousness within that soul struggling unwillingly, but it was mercilessly wiped out by him. Jokingly, how could he, who had just seen the God Emperor, be affected by this kind of consciousness? Ah! With an illusory scream, the soul within that consciousness was completely devoured, and the soul-bound spores that multiplied to huge proportions didn't leave, but directly fused with Su Mei at the location of the gap. Aha! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Mei, who was still unconscious, suddenly let out a soft murmur and slowly opened her eyes. Su Mei! Sis! Sister Su Mei! In the midst of a greeting, Su Mei finally realized where she was. Dad, Xiaoqiang, Shiyun, Bubu, Zoe, Uncle Zhang. She called out the names one by one, but it made Su Yonghe's tiger eyes redden and almost shed tears. Hey, daughter, how are you? Su Yonghe asked with concern. Su Mei faintly felt her changes, and suddenly her eyes flowed and landed on Zhou, who was wrapped in a black robe. Her pupils shrunk violently, and then she actually braced herself with both hands, forcing herself to sit up from above the bed. Hey, daughter, what are you doing? Su Yonghe was just about to reach out to help, but she was pushed away by Sumei's hand, and then she just got off the bed in her pink princess pajamas, barefoot, and knelt down on one knee to Joyu in full view of everyone. "Sumei, see my lord." Affected by the soul-binding spore, she only wanted to submit to Joyu at this moment. Silence, silence. Even though everyone had expected this turn of events, there were still some ups and downs when they actually saw it. A human, submitting to an undead, was too much of a shock for them. Aha! Joyu calmly and incomparably enjoyed all of this. In his opinion, he had given her a new life, and her submission to him was well deserved. You who have fused your powers will have a drastic increase in your spiritual attributes. What's your occupation after the transfer? Sumei, who was kneeling on one knee, sniffed and said without hesitation, "Enlightened Master, I have successfully obtained the hidden profession promotion to Mirror Shield Sword Master." Mirror Shield Sword Master? The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Before, Sumei was nothing more than an ordinary warrior profession. Not expecting that, this time, after completing the perfect level transfer task with 9 deaths, she actually succeeded in transferring to a hidden profession. Very well. You should have some use for it in the future. Joyu slightly nodded his head as he recognized the other party's new occupation. What about you guys? Joyu looked at the other few people. In addition to Zhang Bai, Lin Shiyun, Lu Rou, and Su Xiaochang too still have no results. I can't finish. Su Xiaochang revealed a relieved smile, but seeing my old sister being able to become a hidden profession, it's not a loss. Why can't you finish? Because. Su Xiaochang bitterly smiled as he spoke about his transfer mission, and after hearing this, even Su Yonghe's brows grew sad. How could a second-turn professional have a way to deal with so many stone goblins? Su Yonghe was upset for his son. Why, that's willful murder. The others were also silent for it. After all, Sumei this can still find someone to think of a solution, while Su Xiaochang's transfer task is almost unsolvable, both to solve it by themselves, but also to equip themselves with equipment that they can equip, with the scroll type of it does not hold water at all. You can't top that even on drugs. Just at that moment, suddenly Joyu, who was standing there, raised his hand and grabbed it, and a long black sword emerged. The crowd was attracted by Joyu's actions, and Su Yonghe almost thought that he was going to make a direct move here. However, Joyu just handed the other end of the longsword to Su Xiaochang. Borrowed from you, perhaps, somewhat useful. Me? Su Xiaochang froze for a moment as he looked at the black long sword. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but once he thought that the other party was even able to save his old sister, he hesitated for a moment and took the long sword. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. If I can come back alive, I will also serve you. Joyu ignored it and turned his head to look at Lu Rou at the end. What about you? Me? Lu Rou froze for a moment and subconsciously spoke out her mission to deal with the stiff king of the eastern suburbs. A man that still has to control it, right? Joyu looked at Lu Rou. How much time is left? Less than 2 hours. Lu Rou looked towards Joyu. She had already lost hope. After all, compared to Sumei's dying life, the most she could do was to suffer the failure of the mission. So much so that up until now, she hadn't been able to figure out what to do here in Sumei. But when Joyu heard her words, he just turned his head towards the outside, and a line of text fluttered up behind him. Hurry up, you should be in time. King of the eastern suburbs, right? Joyu only hoped that it would have words that he could see to be good. What? Lu Rou stared with wide eyes, seemingly doubting that she had misread the situation, until Lin Shiyun pushed her. Don't just stand there, go. If he says he can help, he can help. Lin Shiyun pulled Lu Rou and left, turning her head to look at Sumei and Su Xiaochang who were still in the room. Xiaochang, cheer up, we believe that you will come back alive. Chapter 90, Righteous Estate, Wild Waves Guild. Outside the eastern suburb of Yizhuang, it was the first time Joyu had arrived here in a human vehicle. The driver in charge took less than half an hour to arrive and parked in a secure area to wait. Further on, it's within the boundaries of the Righteous Village. Lin Shiyun pointed to a dilapidated righteous house in the distance and said, once you step in, you will attract the attention of many zombie wild monsters, level LV20, hard body, high defense, hard to kill. The surrounding wild monsters must be cleared to stimulate the refreshment of the boss in the righteous villa. According to the guide, the Stiff King is a LV29 boss, and there are also 4 LV25 elite monsters appearing at the same time as him, which is very difficult. There are also some practicing pro teams or guilds present around, and there's also the factor of their interference to consider. The difference between field bosses and copy bosses, in addition to their own strength being relatively weak, is that the territory is open and there is no limit to the number of people. Many guilds choose to squat on field bosses and obtain materials or equipment by repeatedly brushing the bosses. What's more, even if the boss can't be defeated, the field boss can completely escape directly, unlike a copy, which can't be detached from the battlefield at all for a while. And field bosses have their own sense of territory and won't step outside their territorial boundaries. That leaves a lot of room for pulling. The best thing to do is for us to check around the periphery first to see if there are any other guilds occupying this place and negotiate what should be done. How do you? Lin Shiryun was flying about her intentions, but who knew that Joyu would directly take a step out in the direction of the righteous village after hearing half of it? Sure Hyun, we? Seeing Joyu leave, Lu Ro could not help but look at Lin Shiryun for the other party's opinion. Get in there. Lin Shiryun didn't say much. There's less than 2 hours to go, so the delay may indeed be too late. Saying that, she directly cast her summoning skill with a thought. Ow! A loud and clear roar resounded, and in the next moment, the Thunder Fiend Pale Wolf appeared from within the summoning space. Wow! Shiryun, this is your second summoned beast? Lu Ro, who saw the Thunder Fury Pale Wolf, immediately stared in astonishment. This ferocious wolf with lightning entwined all over its body was too cool, wasn't it? Not only is it cool, but it's also very tough looking. Aha! Sister Zoe, come up quickly. If you're slow, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with him. Lin Shiryun nodded and rolled over to ride on the Thunder Fury Song Wolf. Having a second summoned beast, she no longer had to follow after Zoe furiously in misery like before. Moreover, with the Thunder Fiend Pale Wolf around, one's safety was greatly guaranteed. Lu Ro didn't expect that she would actually be able to ride on such a powerful summoned beast one day. She was pulled by Lin Shiryun to sit on it, and at that moment, the Thunder Fury Song Wolf let out a long whine, and its huge figure stood up and quickly chased after Zoyu in the direction where he was. Buzz! Joyu had just stepped into the territory's boundaries when he felt that the surrounding sky suddenly darkened, and countless gloomy mists rose, causing visibility to begin to drop. Is this a territorial alteration of the localized sky? Joyu, for this is the first time to meet, feel quite novel, but as he moves forward, both sides of the uneven muddy land, scattered coffins of different sizes. There were a large number of these coffins, most of which were opened, only to find that they were all empty and no so-called zombies were seen as Joyu approached. Just as Joyu was puzzled, suddenly there were sounds of engagement in the distance, and he subconsciously approached the past, just in time to see 7 or 8 professionals wearing various equipment besieging numerous zombie wild monsters. These people were very well coordinated and their output wasn't low, and soon, a large number of zombies of LV-20 fell under their combined siege. In response, these people did not seem to be bothered by this, but were ready to continue sweeping inwards, when it so happened that someone saw Joyu standing not far away. Li Tao, look, there's someone there. A professional pointed at Joyu in the distance and said, after all, the visibility was too low and Joyu was wearing a black cloak, so he could not really see and was mistaken for a human. Upon hearing this, the leader, Li Tu, who was carrying a dragon-slaying sword like machete, looked towards Joyu. Seeing that the other party was actually alone, he couldn't help but skim his lips. Hey! Don't go any further inside, this place has been chartered by our Wild Wave Guild today. Hurry up and get out of here. The other party intentionally moved to call out his guild's name in order to make Joyu know what to do. However, Joyu just stood there without paying any attention to them. In the view of the Wild Wave Guild, this was a provocation to them. Alright, you're pretty crazy, where are you from? You want to meet our Third Order Guild? Li Tu frowned at the other party and once again spoke out a reminder. However, Joyu still had no intention of moving, which instantly made him feel that he could not hang on to his face. Hey! One man dares to pretend with us, right? Brothers, teach him. Ow! The sudden sound of a wolf whistle resounded through the void, and in the next moment, the crowd saw a huge ferocious wolf with lightning wrapped around its body rapidly approaching from afar, standing directly behind Joyu. Moreover, on the body of the giant wolf, there were actually 2 young and beautiful figures. This wolf is so fierce, or is it a lightning system? Li Tu couldn't see the bottom of the thunder-killing fierce wolf, but he was intimidated by the other party's aura, knowing that this was a righteous manner, and the other party dared to go deep into this place with just 3 people, so maybe they weren't the ones to be messed with. There are rules in the wilderness, there has to be a first come, first served, right? Head Lee said it was a reminder, but it was a test. Yet again, there was not the slightest response from the other side, and there was no intention of leaving. Lee Head, we go! Li Tu's gaze shifted for a moment, and finally, he directly waved his hand and led the people directly away. Watching the other party disappear, Lin Shiryun and Lu Ro both looked at each other a little bit in disbelief. They came a little bit late and saw Joyu standing here, and didn't know what the other party said to him, and didn't dare to interrupt rashly. But the other guy just left? So talkative? Seeing the other party leave, Zhou on the other hand loosened his grip on his sword. Even if it was a few more seconds, he was about to directly draw his sword just now. Instead of talking nonsense with these people, it would be simpler to just cut them and loot some words. But now the other party actually directly conceded and walked away. Because of time, he did not pursue. Go! With a reminder, Zhou continued to walk in the direction of the righteous manor. On the other hand, Li Tu and the others who had returned all the way back to the safe zone looked at the direction of Yizhuan with somewhat ugly faces. Li Tu, we're just leaving? The president is coming over to brush the boss later. Yeah, how's this going to be accounted for? Panic. Li Tu chortled coldly. Those three actually dared to go in alone. Either they don't know how to die or their strength is not bad. First go back and report to the president. When the time comes, our Wild Wave Guild will come out in full force, with the president, a third turner. Even if the other party has some origins, we will not be afraid. Go! Chapter 91 Sweeping, the Relaxing Bosses. What? 3 people entered the boundaries of the Yizhuang territory? At the headquarters of the Berserkers Guild, the president who was preparing to get ready to go frowned when he heard it. Any idea what's coming? I don't know, they were riding a thunder giant wolf. They didn't look too good to mess with, so we didn't dare to move. Headley said, I was worried about where they were coming from, so I came back as soon as I could to report to the president to see what the hell to do about it. President, do we still have to go? Go! Why don't you go? The president patted his thigh. The equipment I'm building is just short of the last few materials, and once the wild bosses are snatched up by someone else, the random refreshes behind them will take at least half a month or even longer. Furthermore, I've greeted all the other guilds this time. If they know that I, Morning Gao, was actually scared off by 3 youngsters, how will I be able to mix in Cold City in the future? With that said, a fierce light flashed in his eyes and he let out a furious cry. Let's go, all out. I want to see what kind of person dares to rob my Wild Wave Guild. Yes. Snap. Snap. Inside the righteous manor, Zhou was clad in a black cloak, his tall stature walking slowly, strolling through it as if he was traveling. And behind it, 10 flame giant wolves, 50 skeleton stick monks, and 100 skeleton swordsmen were surrounding the remaining zombies. From start to finish, he didn't even have to do it himself. Behind him, the 2 women riding on the Thunder Fury Pale Wolf were surveying their surroundings with a curious expression. Welp! The vermilion coffins in this righteous house are so red, they feel like blood. Look there, that zombie is so powerful, one of them can fight 5 skeleton swordsmen. Yeah, but it's still the skeleton stick monks who can knock it out of the park. He. If someone heard the 2 people watching the conversation as if they were watching, they would have been shocked. This is Yizhuang, not a movie theater. It's dangerous. Are you here for sightseeing? The 2 were chatting away when they suddenly saw Zhou stop and a line of text float up behind him. How much time is left? 1 hour and 20 minutes. Lin Shuryun looked at the time. The journey will take about half an hour, and there's still time to set aside to enter the transmutation shrine, while Sister Zoe will have to set up a boundary to trap for half an hour, at most, only 10 minutes or less. 10 minutes? Zhou muttered to himself and suddenly glanced not far away. Get a grip. Ow. Having received Zhou's order, all the summoned units began to desperately explode, and in less than 10 minutes, they finally wiped out almost all the wild monsters. It was also at this moment that a strange, gloomy wind blew out of thin air from the entire righteous village. Woohoo! The ghostly wailing and howling ghastly wind whistled, making the 2 women couldn't help but change their faces and subconsciously shivered. Only to see in the depths of the righteous village, before the closed door is even bang open by itself, under the green environment, a mouth than the other coffins or even more huge, blood-red coffins just show up. Click, click, click. The heavy coffin lid slowly slid down amidst the ear-splitting friction. Boom! The coffin lid smashed to the ground, splashing a piece of smoke and dust, and then the crowd will see a pair of long slender nails with a pair of white hands lifted up from it, and then a figure wearing Manchu official uniform, head wearing plumes from which the air stood up. Iron green face, 2 rows of fangs poking out of the lips, just a gentle leap is a few meters away. Coupled with its amazing height of over 2.5 meters, and its bronze-like shiny body, it didn't take much to know that this was the Eastern Suburbs Stiff King. Eastern Suburbs Stalwart Boss. Race, Zombie Undead. Level, LV29. Life, 5.7 W. Magic, 1.5 W. Attack, 450-620. Defense, 31. Magic resistance, 12%. Words, blood-sucking green, anger-sniffing green, copper skin and iron bones blue, powerful blue, zombie calling blue, borrowed life blue. Joyu glanced at the other party's panel and found that the other party should be a boss that excelled in physical attacks and had amazing defense itself, which was in line with the characteristics of this zombie. Boom boom boom. The moment the other party appeared, 4 vermilion coffins hidden in the corners flipped open at the same time, and 4 elite monsters second only to the Stiff King emerged from them. 2 men and 2 women, the men in the same Manchu official uniforms, while the women were dressed similarly like Manchu Gij. Brush up. Almost without waiting for the Stiff King to command, the 4 figures involuntarily rushed towards Joyu and the others. 2 of the male zombies were tall and strong and moved relatively slowly. The speed of the 2 women, however, was extremely fast, and surprisingly, the other party was not actually jumping, but was as agile as an ape as they climbed up the beams of the righteous village and rushed around the back towards Lin Shiyun and Lu Ro. Ow! Just at the moment when the 2 figures were about to approach, the thunder fiend Song Wolf suddenly erupted into a roar, and then thick electric light blossomed out from around its body, hitting the 2 figures respectively in just a flash. Ow! The 2 figures let out a scream of pain from their mouths and directly fell to the ground. Their bodies were actually paralyzed at once, and for a moment they simply couldn't climb up. Great job! Lin Shiyun was overjoyed. She knew that the Thunder Fury Song Wolf was very strong, but she didn't expect her opponent to be this strong. Limit LV 25 wilds with just 2 bolts of electricity. Yah! The Thunder Fury Pale Wolf that was praised immediately barked dejectedly, and 2 more electric lights swept out, not waiting for the 2 to get up before greeting them once again. By the looks of it, there was no second end for them other than turning into charcoal. 2 elite monsters were easily resolved. Joyu turned back to look at the elite monsters in front of him, again without the need to make a move. The flame giant wolf similarly rushed up, a 3, and was directly pressed to the ground and rubbed. Compared to the difficulty of the previous copy, Joyu felt that this field boss was much easier. Hiss ow! The fact that the 4 henchmen were actually suppressed so easily made the eastern suburb's Stiff King feel exceptionally insulted. With a roar, his body leapt high, directly toppling the roof of the righteous manor house, and then he lunged towards Joyu. LV 29 vs LV 33. The difference between the 2 didn't seem to be that big, plus the other party was still a boss with an even higher bonus. As he watched the zombie fall from mid-air and was about to come in front of Joyu, who just stood there, looking at the other party with incomparable calmness. Even so, he had no intention of making a move from the beginning to the end, just so watch. Just in the moment when the opponent was about to fall, 4 giant wolves burning with flames behind them rushed out at once, and with just a roar, they ruthlessly knocked him away. Question mark. Before the eastern suburb's Stiff King could react, he found himself being pressed to the ground by 8 claws burning with flames. Fiery flames began to burn his official uniform, and a large amount of blood began to drop uncontrollably. He had the intention to struggle, but before he could react, he felt the ground beneath him suddenly crack, and then 2 large hands flowing with lava probed out, holding it in a death grip. And at this moment, Joyu didn't even look at it, but instead turned his head to look beyond the righteous village behind him. There, Berserkers Guild's president, Morning Biao, was standing there with his men. Chapter 92. Let them roll. How come none of them are weird anymore? When Morning Biao rushed to the range of Yi Zhuang's territory with dozens of people from the entire Wild Wave Guild, he found that the surrounding wild monsters had actually been cleared out. It's not going to be killed off by a couple of this kid, is it? Impossible. With so many wild monsters, Headley took us 2 hours to brush them before killing less than a third of them. How can they be so fast? Yes, they must have been attracted to hatred by their rash youngsters, and all lured to the righteous village. Between the people's discussion, Morning Biao frowned widely. Go in and take a look. As the group went deeper, they realized that the coffins around them were open, but the wild monsters inside had disappeared without a trace. Strange, can it be that they've all been lured to the righteous village? 3 people luring so many monsters? Are you kidding? Are you being silly? Just because they are coming with 3 people doesn't mean more won't come behind them. So you're saying that it's other guilds that come here to steal monsters? Morning Biao's eyes narrowed vainly, and he gripped the hilt of his sword heavily. Robbing my monsters? I'm going to make you all suffer. Swish. He led everyone from the Berserkers Guild in a furious rush towards the direction of the righteous villa. No matter who it was, he, Morning Biao, had made up his mind to make the other party pay. However, when Funeral Biao really came to the righteous village, he saw a scene he would never forget. He just stood outside the main door, watching Joyu's trio, instantly subduing the 4 elite monsters inside. That LV-29 boss, even more so, was rubbed on the ground without even a single shot from Joyu. Flaming giant wolves, so many summons, and skeletons? Morning Biao stared at this with wide eyes and an unbelievable face. How the hell did they do that? Did they really settle this place with 3 people? The other people also showed the same incredible look on their faces. They had always thought that the other 3 were just the vanguard, and that only the power of the entire guild combined would be able to solve all the wild monsters in such a short period of time. But when they actually saw that there were only 3 people, they were deeply shocked. Is there really someone who can do this? After the shock, one realizes the opportunity. Since there were really only 3 people here, it wouldn't be impossible for them to rush in and snatch the monsters away, then kill and destroy the bodies if it was crucial. Swish! Everyone's gazes almost instantly landed on Morning Biao's body. Feeling the gazes, Morning Biao's eyes flickered with light, and while hesitating, he happened to see Joyu inside the door turn his head. Underneath the black cloak, within the morose white eyes, the ghostly green soul fire continuously pulsed, and a feeling called indifference rose up all at once within Morning Biao's body. Why does he have that look in his eyes? Ignoring me? Or think I'm just an ant? Why is he pulsing with soul fire? Is it hard to be a necromancer? In the midst of many thoughts, Morning Biao saw Joyu turn back to his head and suddenly reach out to pull out a long sword. Then that long sword was raised by him and chopped down towards that stiff king boss. Snort! Terrifying damage values erupted from the top of the stiff king's head all at once, and what made Morning Biao incomparably shocked was the fact that with just a single stroke of his sword, Joyu had pierced through the stiff king's proud defenses, and even more exaggeratedly chopped off a pair of his thighs completely. What? Morning Biao almost stared out of his eyes. A single sword cut off the legs of a stiff king with strong defense? How much power does this guy have? No, before he could be shocked, Joyu calmly raised his long sword and once again 2 swords went down. Pust! The arms of the 2 stiff kings were then cut off stiffly. At this moment, he even withdrew the lava hand's words, allowing the opponent to regain his freedom of movement. Looking at that stiff king like a maggot chrysalis on the ground, cold sweat began to flow continuously on Morning Biao's face. He finally realized what robbing monsters was. It's simply that people don't put themselves in their eyes. Even the bosses are like lambs to the slaughter to be savaged. How can he rob them? Will, President, do we still have to rob it? As soon as the next Li Tu's words started, he turned his hand and was slapped in the face by Morning Biao. Snap! Are you crazy? You want me to die early so you can take my seat, don't you? No, President, You what you? Can't you see that he's even able to abuse bosses? Morning Biao lowered his voice and hissed, there aren't enough of us combined to stuff him. Then, President, let's hurry up and retreat. A henchman on the sidelines hurriedly said. Withdraw, my ass, can't you see he just saw me? Funeral Pao now cry hard have, inside the big brother so ruthless, in case later finish did not see their own, the heart of the anger, they will not be in big trouble? Just as he was hesitating, Joyu's side managed to hit the stiff king's blood level below 10,000 blood. He even used his longsword to break off the stiff king's mouth full of fangs before releasing the other party and turning his head to look at Lu Ro next to him. Set up the boundary. Lu Ro had long been waiting for this moment, throwing out the prepared energy stones and directly arranging the 5 elements boundary within the righteous village. And at this time, Joyu and Lin Shiyun both retreated to the side. The quest completion requirements could only be completed by a single person. There was no way to team up and interfere. To be on the safe side, Joyu even forcefully cracked the stiff king's cervical vertebrae before leaving. He didn't ask for much time anyway, half an hour was enough. Buzz! As the light flashed, the 5 elements boundary was successfully set up, and looking at the stiff king inside who was still in his mayfly chrysalis, Lu Ro felt a little unreal. It was the first time she had heard that the transfer quest could be passed like this. Now the stiff king inside, not to mention resisting, even moving was a problem. Whether or not he could be trapped for half an hour depended entirely on his own amount of blue, not the stiff king. Seeing that the situation here had stabilized for the time being, Lin Shiyun similarly turned her head to look at Joyu. That group out there? Seem to be watching us? Joyu did not speak, but turned his head towards the outside of the righteous manor. Seeing this, Lin Shiyun hurriedly rode her Thunder Fury Song Wolf to follow, her face full of worry. It wasn't Joyu she was worried about, but the other party, fearing that Joyu would accidentally go on a killing spree and take everyone out. As expected, when they saw Zhou Yu walking towards them, Morning Diao and many of the guild's henchmen all showed signs of apprehension, and in the end, they actually poofed and fell to their knees through and through. Berserkers Guild President Morning Diao, with all of his colleagues, congratulates Your Excellency on taking down the eastern suburb Stiff King. The people of Morning Diao lowered their heads, large drops of cold sweat dripping down from their foreheads. Ugh! Zhou Yu stood there suddenly, his mouth let out a soft sigh that the other party could not hear. It was a pity, he had intended that he could have plundered some words. But now that the other guy was like this, he was kind of at a loss for words. He was undead, but not a demon. After a little bit of warring in his mind, Zhou Yu turned his head back and slowly walked back to the righteous manor, leaving a line of people still kneeling there. Just a line floated behind him for Lin Shiyun, tell him to get lost. Chapter 93 Borrowing a Life Blue, Cherish It. Alert, your transfer quest has been completed, there are 37 minutes left until the end of the quest, please go to the transfer shrine as soon as possible. Half an hour passed, and the moment Lu Ro heard the prompt, she almost cried tears of joy. Done. It's finally done. It made her continue to take a big step towards her dream of becoming a boundary master, a step that was like a gap in the sky. Thank you Shiyun, thank you Mr. Zhou. She reacted and hurriedly saluted Lin Shiyun and Zhou Yu. Sister Zoe, don't be like this. Lin Shiyun hurriedly helped Lu Ro up, hold on tight, we still have to rush back to the Divine Hall. Yeah. Lu Ro reacted, her kawaii face nodded in a hurry, but this Stiff King? Zhou Yu did not say anything, but raised his hand and slashed out a sword at the other party, clicking, the sword light swept over the Stiff King's head directly and completely decapitated him. Ding! You have successfully killed the eastern suburb Stiff King, experience value plus 923. Ding! Random looting word gain, borrowed life blue. Borrow life blue, forcibly borrows the target's vitality by sucking blood through the air, replenishing your own life value. Hearing the prompt, Zhou Yu was slightly disappointed. Honestly, what he wanted the most just now was the words of unlimited strength or copper skin and iron bones, so that he could bring his defense and strength to another level. But sadly, none of this was gained, and instead came a borrowed life. Of course, for a LV-29 boss, Zhou Yu didn't have that high of a demand, and considered it better than nothing. Seeing the Stiff King fall, a bunch of materials and even equipment burst out. Lin Shiyun hurriedly put it away, and Lu Ro mounted the Thunder Fury Son Wolf to quickly gallop towards the outside of the righteous village. Finding the driver who had been waiting in the safe zone, the group sped directly in the direction of the Transmutation Shrine. Zhou Yu followed along because he wanted to retrieve his obsidian sword of kingship. I wonder what's going on over at Little John's. As Lu Ro's side ended, Lin Shiyun couldn't help but worry about Su Xiaoqiang at the end in the car. With Mister's help, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Lu Ro's current admiration for Zhou Yu had just about surpassed everything else. But that's just a sword after all. Lin Shiyun was relatively sensible, she really couldn't imagine how much damage a sword could do to a stone goblin. Even if Su Xiaoqiang was able to complete the mission in the end, he was afraid that he would still have to go through a bitter battle of life and death. Zhou Yu did not open his mouth, and in reality, he did not know whether or not this sword of kingship could be useful. Anyway, the gargoyles in the messy ruins work, not sure about the ones outside. He did it for no other reason than to go along for the ride. It doesn't work, and it has nothing to do with him. However, what was a bit surprising to the crowd was that when they appeared outside the Transmutation Divine Hall, they found that Zhang Jigang, Zhang Bai, and Su Yamha, Su Mei had all appeared outside the Transmutation Divine Hall. Of course, what surprised them was not this, but, among these few people, they actually saw Su Xiaoqiang's figure. Little John? Lin Shiyun looked at the other party with a surprised face when she got out of the car. You haven't gone in for a transfer yet? There's still time? Air. Captain. Su Xiaoqiang touched the back of his head with a somewhat complicated expression. I have already completed my transfer. What? The transfer is complete? That fast? Lu Ro and Lin Shiyun both exclaimed almost simultaneously. They thought that their side was fast enough, but they didn't realize that the other side was actually faster. How did you do that, huh? Air. This. Su Xiaoqiang's gaze looked towards Zhou Yu at the very back, the incredulity in his expression still not fading. I don't know how to describe it to you, anyway. He picked up the obsidian sword of kingship with both hands and respectfully handed it to Zhou Yu and bent down to salute. Many thanks, sir, Xiaoqiang will never forget the great kindness in this life. Su Xiaoqiang never dreamed that when he stepped in there again with the mindset of certain death, and just took out the Sword of Kingship, all the stone statue ghosts actually stopped attacking directly, not to mention, they even directly fell to their knees in front of him, and saluted one after another. Su Xiaoqiang just held up his sword and hacked 100 stone ghosts with one sword, from beginning to end. Not only was there no resistance, even the other stone ghosts did not move at all and did not pay the slightest attention to them. Even though he had completed the transfer now, his mind still couldn't completely calm down. It wasn't until he saw Zhou Yu that he realized that all of this was a gift from the other party. Zhou Yu didn't say anything, but instead raised his hand and the sword of the Black Radiant Kingship disappeared without a trace along with him. As they watched Zhou Yu leave, their expressions, including Su Yonghe and Zhang Jigang, could not help but be complicated. They also knew about Su Xiaoqiang's description, but the more they understood, the more they felt Zhou Yu's mystery and terror. And as a summoner, Lin Shiyun simply didn't know how much luck she had to obtain such a contract. They looked deeply at Lin Shiyun and secretly sighed, perhaps, only an existence like the Lin family could produce such a genius. This reinforces the idea of having their children with Lin Shiyun, without whom they are doomed to mediocrity. But now, everything has changed. And I wonder, how far can these kids, in the future, go? Looking at Lu Rou, who was rushing towards the transformation shrine, Su Yonghe suddenly surged with a touch of emotion. I don't know if it's far or not, at least they have to survive in Cold City. Zhang Jigang's words caused Su Yonghe to snap. What do you mean? What do you mean? Zhang Jigang gave him a look and the two of them went straight to a secluded location. Don't you think it's strange? Strange? You mean, Lord of the City? That's right, the chief of city defense is dead. Not only is he perfunctory, but even the entire Wu family has not the slightest intention to ask questions. It's been a few days now. It's as if the chief of finance doesn't exist at all as a person. What the hell is he doing? It is not clear. Every day Kong Qing Shan is still going to and from work as usual. The regularity cannot find the slightest problem. When will the Ninth Order Guild side arrive? I'm not sure. I said before that it would be in the next 2 days, but the group of people who escaped from the Creation Society recently were in this direction, so it's possible that the other party went along to look for them first. Alas, the enemy is not moving. I can only wait and see what happens for now. I have a feeling that the college entrance exam is an event for the entire Cold City and even the surrounding area, so if that Kong Qingshan really has any plans, he might do something at that time. Gao Gao? How dare he? Su Yonghe's eyes glared, then he should think about the consequences of touching the bottom line of the Ninth Order Guild. Perhaps his original end was just to do a decades-long prison sentence. If he really dared to lay hands on the students of the college entrance exam, there will be no more Kong Qingshan in the world. Zhang Jigang shrugged, who knows? But I'm still a little worried when I think of these kids going into yet another adventure after completing their transfer. Cherish it. Su Yonghe suddenly looked at Lin Shiyun's back in the distance and said softly, perhaps one day, this will be their honor. Chapter 94 Mirror Shield Sword Master, Bloodseal Shura, Song Dome Boundary Suppression Envoy, Different Paths for Humans and Demons, Night Coming Incense. Zhang Jigang was silent. He naturally knew what Su Yonghe was talking about. Because of Zhou Yu's existence, Lin Shiyun's future was destined to be dazzling, and the speed of her growth was not something that could be compared to a few others. By then, I'm afraid we'll all have to separate one day after all. And even that day, it won't be too late. Outside of the transitional shrine, the crowd watched Lu Rou, who had successfully walked out of the transitional shrine, smile in unison. It's a joy that comes from the heart. They had worked together for only a short period of time along the way, but we had all experienced life and death, and were considered friends in life and death. The trust in each other is unmatched by any other teammate. And, each one, with its own story. Previously, they were all walking on the path of mediocrity, and with the exception of Zhang Bai, if they followed the original trajectory, I'm afraid that in this life, they would all have no chance with a high-ranked professional. But now, because of Lin Shiyun, or rather, because of Zhou Yu's existence, each of them had taken an important step forward. It's so nice to have all of our squad in the second turn. Su Xiaoqiang was the first to jump out and liven up the atmosphere. Are we going to celebrate? No way. Su Mei's injuries haven't fully recovered yet, so it's better to rest for the time being. Lu Rou looked at the bandages wrapped around Su Mei's body with some heartache. It's okay. Su Mei smiled, I'm almost well. At most 2 days, no, 1 day, I'll be able to continue the group. Why don't you guys can team up in 4s, go ahead and brush up, and I'll join you when I'm better. Look Captain, we all listen to the captain. Right. The crowd looked at Lin Shuryun, waiting for her decision. Lin Shuryun just smiled faintly. No rush, let's wait for Sister Sume to join us. It just so happens that in the past 2 days, we have to prepare the information, and it's best to check the strategy to see where we should go after our second turn. Then, let's go to my house first. Sume proposed. I've been having people collect information on this, so it's just the right time to discuss it. Okay, let's go. Depart. The group quickly left the Transmigration Shrine and rushed to Su Youngha's home, only that none of them noticed that after its departure, several wildcats with eyes emitting a ghostly green glow were watching their backs as they left until they disappeared from the cracks of the corner sewers. Okay. It should be safe here, so we can talk freely. Sume had long since seen the crowd's thoughts, so she smiled and spoke. Since we're teaming up, we definitely need to know our respective changes, don't hide it. Me first, me first. Su Xiaochang was the first to jump up and stink. Thanks to Mr. Zhou's help, I was able to win a game on the lay and luckily transferred into a rare profession called Bloodmark Shura. Bloodmark Shura? The crowd listened in amazement, clearly very unfamiliar with this rare profession. It's the profession that specializes in assassination, speed class, I feel, more like assassin, huh? Su Xiaochang humbled himself, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Sister Zoe, what about you? Me? Lu Ro touched her face and seemed a bit dreamy. I'm also in a rare profession called Sangdong Boundary Suppressor. Oh ho! The crowd gasped in surprise. It sounded like a powerful name. Nah, it's still the junction skill, just a little bit stronger than before. Lu Ro's cheeks turned red at the uproar and she waved her hands. Sister Sume, you did it all by yourself, what is your profession? The crowd looked towards Sume at the end. Although she was helped by Zhou Yu's outburst at the back, she did get through the most dangerous stage on her own. I'm a hidden profession called Mirror Shield Swordmaster. Defense, holding is kind of the direction of excellence. Hiss. A hidden profession? My god, isn't that the same as Shuryun? The crowd rose up with a shocked look on their faces. Sume has pieced together a real future on her own, that's so admirable. Even Zhang Bai, who had been silent and high-strung, raised his hand and gave Sume a thumbs up. I'm compared to Shuryun? Sume was speechless. Are you guys crazy? Is the gap between me and her really something that can be bridged by a career? The crowd was completely silent now. Indeed, everyone's future in this was given by Zhou Yu. There was really no way to compare. This embarrassed Lin Shuryun, and she hastily changed the subject. We're all teammates, each in their own way. What's there to compare? Aren't we going to discuss the next program? Sister Sume, what information do you have on your side? Oh. Wait. Sume turned her head and took the information she had prepared long ago from her own bookshelf and placed it on the table. Actually, I was paying attention before. The difficulty of the second turn copy is higher than the first turn, which means that the abyssal rift that once erupted is a much greater threat to the entire city. Even some nightmare-level copies that used to cause no small amount of disaster. So, most of these copies are located much farther away than a turn 1 copy. This means that the risk factor and the time is also higher. Sume flipped through the information and pointed to the directory at the top. In here, the few second turn copies I recorded are some second turn copies located in the northeastern part of the Summer Kingdom. 2 of them, the closest to Cold City, are the man and the demon and the knight. People and demons are different? Nightshade? The name sounds and feels average. Although Su Xiaochang had transferred to a rare profession, he still maintained his usual smelly habits and quickly commented. However, Sume glared at him before explaining, Night Lixiang is a bit more remote, nearly 500 kilometers away from us and near the borderline. I would suggest picking the first one first. People and demons have different paths. This one is about 300 kilometers away from us, located in the northeast of Cold City, with many mountains and forests, and it is said that before it was destroyed by the abyss, it used to be a city of dense forests. Difficulty is still rated normal, dangerous, and nightmare, and so far, all the cheats I've checked out have been normal, with dangerous passes available but encrypted by the passer, apparently with no intention of being exfiltrated. As for the other copies, they are well beyond the 500-kilometer category, and some of them have even approached the White Mountains, and involving other copies of the city prematurely is not something I would recommend. Sume said it clearly, and everyone listened with a thoughtful look. Sister Sume, your analysis is very thorough. In that case, isn't it better for us to choose this one of human and demon? Lin Shuryun similarly looked at Sume and said. Well, for now the choice of copies should be this one is better, but we can also consider field practicing, but it shouldn't be as efficient as copies. Sume pondered for a moment, and suddenly her eyes flashed. Right, I have another option that I forgot to mention. What? Chapter 95 Native Copy, Plan Begins, Life Devouring. You wait. Sume thought for a moment and suddenly opened a safe from a hidden corner, taking something out of it and handing it to Lin Shiryun. This is? A coat of arms? It's a coat of arms, but it's the original coat of arms. Sume handed over the coat of arms to Lin Shiryun's hands. The equipment that you asked me to deal with before is pretty much done, now only this coat of arms is left. Said Sume pulled Lin Shiryun aside and lowered her voice. This is what we harvested from Wu Xiong when we killed him earlier. I've already dealt with the other equipment, but this crest is the key to finding the original copy. Whether it needs to be opened or not, you still need to decide. What kind of copy is this? No. Sume shook her head. I don't know. I can only judge from the coat of arms that this is a copy that a second-turn professional can enter. Native copies like this, which hadn't been developed yet and hadn't even been formed into a copy hall, had far higher burst rates of various materials and equipment inside than complete copies. I don't know why it appeared in that Wu Xiong's hands. I guess it's mostly a copy that the other party wanted to participate in, only it happened to be intercepted by us. Of course, although the rewards within the original copy are tantalizing, the same danger is comparable to the nightmare level difficulty of the copy, plus everything is unknown, whether to go or not, when to go, but also you to decide. Did you just say that you got this crest from Wu Xiong's body? Lin Shiryun seemed to think of something and subconsciously asked. Yeah. Sume nodded. What's wrong? So is it possible that this thing belongs to that guild behind him? Lin Shiryun pondered. If it's something belonging to Wu Xingchang, it might not be placed in Wu Xiong's hands. Behind him is the Red Dragon Guild, a 5th-ranked guild, and the president is said to be a LV-52 level warrior, very powerful. Sume explained, I've considered this possibility you mentioned, it's just that I've taken into consideration that it's indeed best for this primordial copy to appear if it's leveled up, so that's why I brought it up for discussion. Tell you what, let's talk it over with everyone. Lin Shiryun said, after all, this primordial copy, it's best for us to go together. If everyone agrees, we'll give it a try. If not, we can try those 2 copies first, and then make plans afterward. Good. The things were originally yours, so naturally I have to listen to your arrangements. Sume didn't have an opinion, and after the 2 of them finished, Lin Shiryun returned to the table with Sume and told everyone roughly about the situation with the coat of arms. Lin Shiryun had nothing to hide. After all, it was about everyone's lives. It doesn't matter to us. Everything is at the captain's disposal. Right. We, as a squad, have always advanced and retreated together, so naturally there's nothing to say. Captain, don't worry, we'll all support you. Yeah. Yes. Seeing that everyone was waiting for their decision, Lin Shiryun didn't make any pretense. Since we want to get stronger, we can't be afraid of danger. Let's look at the location of this primordial copy. If it's closer to us than the other 2, then we'll go to this one first. Yes. The crowd's deliberation had been finalized, and the next step was to spend only 2 days for Sume to completely recover, and then they could directly set off. It was also just as well that Lin Shiryun took advantage of these 2 days to go home and spend some time with her sister's grandmother. By the time Lin Shiryun left from Su Yonghe's mansion, she was practically singing along. Because the 3 people who had originally suffered a huge crisis with their transfer had finally managed to solve their biggest problem, along with higher progress, the entire team was moving in an excellent direction. Buy some good food today and go back and cook a meal for my sister and grandma. Lin Shiryun's mind was reeling as she stopped at the food market near her home. Auntie Lee, you weigh 2 cucumbers for me. Ego? If it isn't Shiryun. Haven't seen you for a while, what have you been up to? It's not a transfer. Busy practicing. Egu, from what your grandmother said, you've transferred to a good profession. Unlike my family's fat tiger, whose son inherited his father's profession and could only sell vegetables. It's good to sell vegetables too. A family together, how happy, don't you think so, Auntie Lee? Yo ho ho, just you kid can talk, come on, this is Cucumber, and my newly arrived tune, have a handful to go back, no money. Thank you, Auntie Lee. Uncle Zhao, help me kill a fish, go back and make pickled fishes. Okay. Uncle will pick a big one for you. Hey. Uncle, where's that caretaker Tamagotchi of yours? Ugh, don't mention it, I went out 2 days ago and got lost. Huh? Doesn't your family's Tian know home? How could you lose it? I don't know, who knows if some jackass stole it. Speaking of this lost dog, it seems like so many families have lost pets lately, I don't know what's going on. Is there still missing? I thought I remembered calling the police? Reported it. The sheriff's department sent someone and registered them, but if it weren't for the large number in their busy schedule, they wouldn't have been able to get through, so who knows if they could have been found. Here, hold it. Thanks Uncle Zhao. Lin Shiyun carried a large bag of groceries all the way towards her house, unable to help but mutter to herself as she walked. Do people really steal pets? But with so many pets missing, it sure doesn't make sense to say it's a coincidence. Is it hard to be a thief who specializes in stealing these? As she walked, she suddenly jerked to a halt and subconsciously looked back, not behind her, but at the location of the sewer fence across the street at 4 o'clock behind her. She stared at the fence with her eyes for a long moment, then shook her head in some confusion. Could it be that I've gotten too many copies and am looking at everything suspiciously? After saying this, she carried her groceries and walked quickly in the direction of her home. Only a few moments after it disappeared, a pair of ghostly green eyes emerged from the location of the sewer grate. At the same time, just inside the basement of the city lord's mansion, inside an operating room illuminated by a miserable white light, the white-faced hooded man was letting out an oozing laugh. On top of the operating table in front of him, a grotesque being, made entirely of various pet limbs stitched together, was twisting and turning to get up from the operating table. Jia. It's done. What a wonderful feeling to create. He stretched out his pale palm to hand it to the strange being, and the mouth on that face, which was entirely made of half a cat face, half a dog face, a rabbit ear, and a cow's horn stitched together, suddenly split in a triangle, and a tongue made of an unknown number of tongues stitched together popped out, licking his palm curtly. It's almost time to carry out our plan. Ding! Editing complete. Congratulations on acquiring the word, Life Eater Blue. Chapter 96 Primordial Copy opens, eliminating hidden dangers, time is running out. Life devouring. Forcibly plunder the life value of all targets in the nearby range. Because it is too overbearing, the mental power of the plundered will experience serious loss, and it is not uncommon for them to become crazy. At the same time, if the other party's spirit is higher than their own, there is a probability of risk of backlash, so please be careful when using it. This is okay. In the Undead Valley, Zhou Yu, who was seated on the white bone throne, suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. He had been carefully hibernating all this time, editing the words when he was fine, and he didn't expect that, editing, he had managed to turn the borrowed life words that he had acquired before, adding intermediate-level corpse eaters, and other words into such a blue word. It looks like a ranged AoE, but in reality it's a powerful means of being able to restore your own lifesteal. The only thing you have to be careful about is that it's better to use it for small monsters, and there's a probability of backlash for those boss-level monsters. Once it backfired, even he himself would have to be traumatized quite a bit. Zhou Yu looked at his experience value. There was still a distance to LV34. I have to say that since stepping into LV30, the upgrades have slowed down quite a bit. I don't know when this stupid girl is going to get a copy. It seemed to Zhou Yu that the experience value could only be pushed up if the copies killed monsters in large quantities. Words can also be added. Buzz. A sudden tremor in the void caused him to look up for a moment, followed by the summoning vortex coalescing overhead. Seeing this, Zhou Yu slowly stood up, a black robe spreading in the wind, crossed into the vortex and disappeared. When Zhou Yu's eyes became clear again, he realized that he had actually come to Su Youngha's mansion again. He turned his head to look at Lin Shiyun and was just about to question him. There are currently 3 copies available, 2 of which are known to be relatively far away. And while I have an unknown in my hands, what I can say for sure is that he's within 200 kilometers west of Cold City. Lin Shiyun handed the coat of arms to Zhou Yu. I want to hear your opinion. Zhou Yu just glanced at the coat of arms, and a line of text surfaced. Waste of time, start with the nearest. With Zhou Yu's intentions, the others were instantly certain and seemed to have found their backbone. Let's go. Then let's set off at once. 200 kilometers, how are we going to get there? With vehicles, I'm afraid it's not safe to encounter wild monsters. I heard that there are guilds that can build defense ships that are much safer, just expensive. I'm afraid that's at least a 6th-ranked guild or higher to be able to take it, so let's not think about it for the time being. It's better to sit in my Thunder Fury Pale Wolf. Barely squeezing in, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Xiao Chang, aren't you good at speed? Just run with the back, no need to sit together. Ha? On what grounds? By virtue of me being your sister. And where do people sit, Mr. Chow? Are you an idiot? Mr. Zhou can totally just show up then. Oh, yeah, oh. Alright, everyone cheer up. Beyond 100 kilometers range, even if you're out of the safe zone, you may involve the territory of the wild monsters at any time and suffer an attack. As the crowd murmured, soon, a giant wolf with lightning wrapped around its body left from Cold City, heading straight in the direction of the west. By infusing the heraldry with magic, it is possible to sense where the original copy is located. Sister, didn't you say that the primordial copies, all of them, would just wreak havoc? How come it's quiet all the way? Right around the wildly running Thunder Fiend Pale Wolf, the crowd saw a shadow that fluttered like a blood-colored shadow, and it was none other than the transformed Su Xiaochang. The speed of the opponent, not only could he catch up with the Thunder Fury Song Wolf, but he was even able to do so with ease, which couldn't help but cause the crowd to be intensely shocked by Bloodmark Shura's profession. You'd read more books in your day if you didn't say such stupid things. Sume blankly glanced at him. At the beginning when the abyssal rift surfaced, it was indeed like this, but with the passage of time and the growth of human professionals, only native copies that exceeded 3 turns or more were able to cause disaster. Over time, the abyss also seemed to use it as a means of wrestling, and they would send the crest out of the rift before it could break through. Waiting for human professionals with ambition to pick it up so they can open the copy on their own accord, so they can decimate humans and even break through the blockade without having to expend the power to open the rift. Oh. So then, wherever we picked up the crest, that crack should be there? Su Xiaoqiang said indistinctly. You could say that, but this coat of arms was obtained from Wu Xiong, and it's not clear if there's anyone else with him. Sume said, be careful in the neighborhood, there might be other occupiers lurking and squatting here all the time. Squatting? No? Su Xiaoqiang screamed a little exaggeratedly. You don't realize how amazing the rewards of a native copy are. Sume seriously said, the materials alone in there are enough to exceed the subsequent copies by more than 3 times, and may even directly burst out rare items that won't even appear in the subsequent copies. Okay. Leave it to me. I'll keep an eye on the perimeter. Brother Zhang, how many days has it been? Is it worth it for the president to have us take turns guarding here? West of Cold City, 200 kilometers away on a low hillside, a cave was hollowed out within the cover of boulders, and 2 figures were looking out, talking in low voices. Shut up, do you know the gold content of the original copy? Why was that Wu Xiong so valued by the president in the first place? Do you think it's just by his old man who was the chief financial officer, and his talent? But, that Wu Xiong has been dead for many days, the crest was taken away a long time ago. It's because it was taken away that the chairman asked us to come over and keep watch. As long as they want to enter the primordial copy, they're bound to come here. Cut the crap, I'm letting you work 3 shifts, it's not like you're here all day, what are you wasting your time for? Hang in there, there's less than 2 hours before the shift change. Got it, Brother Zhang, I'm going to pee. You're the one with the most, go and get back. Zhang took the binoculars from him and continued to observe the location of a piece of mound in the distance, not daring to relax in the slightest. The other professional came outside the boulder where he was hiding and started shushing himself into the corner. Suddenly he felt a blur before his eyes, as if a blood-colored shadow had flashed by. He blinked and realized that there was an empty void around him. The weather was a bit cloudy at the moment, but not to the point where he couldn't see. So it's a blink. Shaking, he began to let go of the water, but just as his attention was focused on the bottom, the tip of a longsword quietly passed through the front of his throat, followed by a palm suddenly covering his mouth, followed by a stroke of the tip of the sword. Pust. Between the spurts of blood, the other party didn't even have time to struggle before he died. And Zhang, who had heard the noise, climbed out from inside, but it wasn't long before he saw a blood-colored shadow leaving quickly from here. Captain, sis, those 2 who were watching this place, they've been taken care of. Aha! Lin Shiryun nodded slightly, hold on tight, the Red Dragon Guild is staring at this place, they don't know when they'll notice the anomaly, we have to be quick. When she finished speaking, she injected her magic power directly into the coat of arms. Buzz! Only to see the coat of arms suddenly shoot out a brilliant light, followed by penetrating the void in front of them, seemingly creating some sort of connection with the abyss. Chapter 97 Little Yen Demon, Essence of Lava. Buzz! A swirling portal appeared directly in front of him on the barren land. Lin Shiryun summoned Zhou out, and then she led the crowd to step into it together. The crowd only felt a flash in front of their eyes, a weightlessness of teleportation hit them, and by the time the sensation subsided, the first sensation that came through was heat. It's hot. Even some heat to the point of pain surfaced. Alert, you're being roasted by lava. Life 3 seconds. Before the crowd understood their situation, they heard this and immediately changed their faces. What? 3 points of blood a second? Faster than my natural recovery? Su Xiaochang let out a cry of surprise and realized that his blood level was starting to decrease at a slow pace. Don't panic. Everyone take out your potions and keep them ready to refill. Lin Shiryun reminded a sentence, and only then did the crowd react and take out their potions. But when they looked at the scene around them, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss. In the position ahead, a blazing river constructed entirely of lava was flowing continuously, and the position they were in was a bump below a rock wall. In the middle of the river, there were many similar bumps that stood in a forest of them, and the only way to keep from falling into the lava river was to stand on top of them. On the contrary, once you fall into it, you will die directly. A river of lava? Is this a scene that can be found in the second turn? Lu Ro couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the gurgling and bubbling lava below. At that exact moment, a raspy growl came from within the heraldry. Magic, sensei, you'll never be an archmage, haha. This sudden prompt caused the faces of the crowd to change slightly. Is this a pass condition? Where did the teacher come from? There's no such thing as a pass in a native copy, most of them are about finding the boss and killing it, and it's only after a complete copy is formed that such a prompt is born. Sume quickly explained, but the words involved in that crest are mostly related to the formation of the copy as well. Find the boss and kill the boss? Lu Ro looked at the surrounding bumps that stood above the lava river. How are we going to find him when it's becoming difficult for us to even move? Upstream. Lin Shiryun suddenly said, the core location of the lava flow must have come from upstream. Since he was talking about magic, it was most likely still fire magic here. The purest energy of the fire system must be at the source of the lava river. If we look up there, we're sure to find it. The direction is fine, but how do we get there? Su Xiaochang looked at the distance between the mutual bumps in the distance, each at least a few meters away. Good at speed, he asked himself to leap over this place without a problem, but if it was someone else, it could not be said. It's lava down there, and if you're not careful, you'll lose your life if you fall. I have an idea. Sume said, in her hand long sword drawn. The next moment the body of the magic power rose up, and then the crowd will see a shield like a diamond-shaped mirror appeared at her feet. These shields continued to extend towards the distance, actually forming a bridge made of mirrors across the magma river. Step on them, don't look down, be quick. Sume took a deep breath, and immediately took a step out. His figure swayed slightly twice above the mirror shield, and then walked out quickly. A few clicks later, she landed on another raised mushroom rock. Turning to the crowd, come on, get over here. The crowd had been shrouded in the debuff of lava scorching blood loss, and knowing that there was little choice, gritted their teeth and did what they could. I'll do it. Lin Shiryun, as the captain, knew that she couldn't back down at this time, and immediately stepped onto the mirror shield second with her staff in hand. Although the mirror shield had a slight shake, but fortunately it was flat enough, Lin Shiryun did not spend too much effort to walk to the center, and the heart that was originally hanging gradually settled down a lot. Just when she thought she was about to step into the second bulge, the river of lava that had been flowing quietly suddenly churned. Wow! Between the raging lava, a being made entirely of magma began to emerge from it. No good, it's Inferno. Sume's face changed and she hastily reminded. Just at that moment, dozens of ascending Inferno demons almost targeted Lin Shiryun and attacked at the same time. Shoo shoo! A sharp arrow composed entirely of lava came towards Lin Shiryun, and such a sudden turn of events caused her to panic for a moment, even forgetting how to react. When she instinctively dodged, she realized that she was off balance for a moment, and she directly let out a cry of shock as she fell down from the top of the mirror shield. Ah! Crap! With such a fall, it would only take a few dozen meters to be able to fall into the flowing magma. Just as the crowd was at their wits' end, a twisted black thorn suddenly shot out and probed, coming to Lin Shiryun as fast as lightning, and with just a single roll, it wrapped around her at once, and then pulled her up directly. Without waiting for Lin Shiryun's shot to fall, she saw that she was already standing on top of another bump. And next to her, Zhou Yuzheng, who was shrouded in a black cloak, stood there expressionlessly. Stupid girl! Zhou Yu nonchalantly scolded, is your Thunder Fury Song Wolf a dry meal? Lin Shiryun reacted furiously and hastily summoned the Thunder Fury Song Wolf. As an elemental type being, it was obviously extremely tolerant of this environment, and with that wolf-like shape, its sharp claws on all four limbs could easily penetrate through the rocks, firmly controlling itself on top of the bumps. There's a way. Lin Shiryun rolled over and sat on the Thunder Fury Song Wolf, shouting at the few people, don't move, I'll go get you. Swish! The Thunder Fury Song Wolf leapt up at once and landed directly and steadily on top of the previous bump, and when Zhang Bai and Lu Ro got on the wolf's back, it leapt up again and came directly in front of Sume. A wolf carried the four women, jumping directly on top of the bump one after another. Swish swish swish! A magma arrow continued to erupt behind him, almost all of them grazing the edge one after another. Hey! There's me, Captain. Only poor Su Xiaochang was left alone behind, feeling the many surging lava arrows and losing his voice. Lin Shiyun was just about to stop when she saw Zhou Yu's reminder. Don't stop, keep moving forward. As Zhou Yu spoke, the black thorn-like touch of the magic pattern rose up from his body, and with just one sweep it swept past the large group of inferno demons that jumped up from the lava in one go. Bang bang! Large swathes of small inferno demons were smoked at once before they even had time to react. And at the same time, his other tentacle was wrapped around Su Xiaochang's waist, leading him to skim over those fallen little inferno devils in one go, and a succession of pickup prompts kept surfacing. Hint: you have picked up Essence of Lava X1. Hint: you have picked up Essence of Lava X2. Hint: you have picked up Essence of Lava X5. Holy, that's a lot of lava essence. Su Xiaochang's original panic turned into excitement. This was the Essence of Lava, a rare item for forging equipment. Chapter 98 Lava Golem, Belly to Back, Zhou Yu is fishing. The value of a lava essence was close to 10,000, and the number that Su Xiaochang had picked up in this moment was already more than 30. Looking at Zhou Yu again, such a blazing magma world did not affect him in the slightest. A touch of magic pattern rose from his body, like a tentacle grabbing the surrounding bumps. His body quickly swept over the magma continuously. The biggest problem is still the bleeding effect of the magma environment. As Zhou Yu's body swept around, he discovered the most important key here. These inferno demons were nothing more than small inferno demons, and only when they appeared in groups could they pose a certain threat. But even the damage they can do is very limited if they keep moving at high speeds. For the professionals, the only way to break the immediate predicament was to find out where the boss was hidden as soon as possible. Otherwise, without waiting for the boss to strike, sooner or later, one's blood level would have to drop out. But just as the crowd was hurrying forward on the many rocky bumps, the many little inferno demons suddenly stopped when they saw that their pursuit was fruitless. And the next moment, the magma tumbled, and a huge thing hardened against the magma and emerged from the middle of the river. Ow! These figures were made of lava spliced together, their bodies were several meters tall, and tempered by the magma. They just grabbed it with a big hand, then grabbed it into their palm, and then threw it over like a cannonball. Lava Golem. Race, Lava Elemental. Level, LV25. Life, 5000. Magic, 1200. Attack, 302-351. Defense, 27. Fire magic resistance 75%. Words: Lava Throw Green, Fiery Rush Blue, Lava Body Blue, Lava Rampage Blue. Whoosh! Lin Shiyun and the others, who hadn't had time to take a closer look, saw the watermelon-sized lava rushing one after another. Look out! The Thunder Fiend Song Wolf let out a long whistle, and the electric light around his body rose, directly hitting several incoming lava. Tidal Blade. Zheng Bai waved his staff in his hand, blocking all the remaining magma shells. Water and fire were not meant to be tolerated, and while it was certainly difficult for her to be here, she was the nemesis of the surrounding flame element. Watch out, there's one up ahead. Lu Ro's alarmed cry rang out, and the crowd only saw that the upper reaches of the lava river in front of them actually had the figure of a lava golem emerge. And the other party also threw themselves towards Lin Shiyun and the others at the same time. Mirror Shield, Reflect. Sume let out a low gulp under his breath, and several huge mirror shields appeared around the front walk in succession, and those lava rocks just fell down, and were actually reflected back by the mirrors in a hard way. Beautiful. Lu Ro was stunned by Sume's flowing maneuvers. According to the experience of the previous copies, if they had encountered such a tricky scene, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to survive the first round, but now, not only had they survived, but they had even resisted the attack of such a powerful lava golem. Come on, they're climbing up. Before the crowd could relax, they saw that more and more lava puppets actually climbed out of the lava and began to chase after Lin Shiyun and the girls along the stone pillars. Ow! The Thunder Fiend Song Wolf let out a long whistle as countless electric lights bloomed and its speed suddenly skyrocketed. Wow! Wow! The more they fled, the more ugly their faces became, because not only the lava behind them, but even within the lava in front of them, puppets began to appear, more and more densely packed. It wouldn't even be long before their way forward was completely blocked. What to do? Captain! Lu Ro looked at the lava golems swarming around her, were almost surrounded. Go on, get on that biggest bump. Lin Shiyun's eyes flashed when she made a decision. Whoosh! The Thunder Fury Tson Wolf jumped a few times and landed directly on top of a raised rock several meters in circumference, and in all directions, it was already surrounded by lava golems and kept converging towards this place. Not shield, Sister Zoe, does your not work? Lin Shiryun said quickly, we have to defend first, then look for an opportunity to counterattack. I'm afraid you can't escape, you can only kill. Tidal shield. Zhang's unspoken staff erupted, and directly a shield was held up, and in an instant, the dense tidal vapor cut off the blazing air. Whoa! Lu Ro comfortably sighed, and then was pleasantly surprised to find that the bleeding debuff had actually weakened. Without hesitation, she directly used 5 energy stones and prepared to set up the 5 elements boundary. Mirror Shield Sword Master Sume, on the other hand, was holding a longsword and standing fully armed in front of Lin Shiryun, ready to deal with any attack at any time. Swish! The sound of breaking air came from above her head, and Zhou Yu used his tentacles to fling Su Xiaochang over, landing on it as well. Whoosh! Before the lava golems in the near distance could get close, the lava golems and even the little inferno devils in the distance had already made their moves and started projecting magma. Seeing this, Zhang Bai's eyebrows clustered as she prepared to use her maximum ability to fend off this round of attacks. But just as she was preparing, she saw Lu Ro's body light up, and in the next moment, the 5 elements boundary actually formed quickly. 5 elements boundary, fire. As Lu Ro let out a low shout, the overhead boundary directly rose up in a blaze of fire, fending off the first round of attacks as much as it could. Not only that, the scorching breath attached to the magma and it was actually absorbed by the boundary, feeding back into the energy for its operation, which would drastically lengthen the time the boundary would last. Awesome, Sister Zoe. Lin Shiryun didn't even think that Lu Ro was actually so strong now. The power of this round of flurry of shots was not something that an ordinary person would be able to withstand. No, I just have an extra talent to shorten the time it takes to cast a spell on a boundary. Lin Shiryun said. Suddenly her face changed. Be careful, they're climbing up. The first lava golem climbed up the rock, its height of over 3 meters creating a strong sense of oppression with the lava flowing around it. One could only see his arms raised and his hands clenched into fists as he heavily slammed towards the boundary. Boom! The entire boundary rose in a ripple but did not break, but the flames on it were very limited in killing the lava golem. Thunder Fury Cthulhu, go help! Lin Shiryun slapped the Thunder Fury Tson Wolf, and the other party instantly rushed out like a runaway wild horse. Raising his sharp claws with lightning light, he slapped the lava golem's head. With just a bang, the lava golem was slapped right off the rock. Before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, lava puppets began to appear in other directions. Ow! The Thunder Fiend Tson Wolf roared and struck out one after another, directly slapping the surrounding lava puppets out. But as the number increased, even it could not completely protect, while at this time Sume saw the opportunity and made a direct move. A mirror shield surfaced one after another, blocking each of the opponent's attacks while also rebounding damage. At this moment, only Zhou Yu was just wandering between the rocks, watching this scene as if he was watching a play. It's true that after the transfer, the role is elevated a bit from before. Zhou Yu revealed some playfulness in his heart, just right for fishing. Hang in there, the longer you hang in there, the more fish you catch, the more fish you catch. Chapter 99 The Vault of Heavenjin Boundary First Chapter Drifting Snow, Boss appears. This was a primordial copy, and from the moment he entered this place, Zhou Yu was pondering how he could easily solve these wild monsters. Limited by the terrain, the skeleton swordsman was definitely out of the question, and the kills the skeleton stick monk could inflict were also very limited. The only thing that could be somewhat useful was the flame giant wolves of the Inferno Wolfpack royalty that could help. As for the rest, only AoE ranged skills can clear these wilds quickly. That being the case, hiding under the lava was definitely not an option. The best way to do this is to make all the figures hiding in the lava visible. Originally, if Lin Shiryun and the girls were not strong enough, Zhou Yu had planned to use his body to enter the game and tempt them to make a move against him. But now the 5 people after the transfer were clearly more than a notch stronger than before, and the time they lasted was somewhat unexpected. Roar! A shocking roar came. The lava golem was unable to kill Lin Shiryun and the girls with several attacks, so much so that it made the existence behind it feel dissatisfied. This roar was transmitted precisely from the depths of the lava river. In an instant, the entire magma began to violently toss and turn, and then a figure with a head with sharp horns, like a demon, with a reddish body began to appear from it. Inferno. Race, Flame Demon. Level, LV 25. Life, 4100. Magic, 2200. Attack, 350-385. Defense, 25 fire magic resistance 75%. Words, Inferno Claws Blue, Scorch Erosion Blue, Inferno Spit Blue, Lava Body Blue, Split Blue. The Inferno Demon with a blood volume second only to the Lava Golem surprised the crowd once again. Compared to the massive size of the Lava Golem, the Inferno Demon was apparently only about 1.5 meters, looking rather petite. But the speed of its own swept far beyond the crowd's imagination, because the other party has a full 4 arms covered with sharp claws, and 2 running thighs, a flattened head on almost half of the hideous giant mouth to occupy, often living in the magma, and even the eyes have degenerated and disappeared. Swish! They climbed on the Lava Golem's form as fast as apes and monkeys, and in an instant, they arrived on the raised rock where Lin Shuryun was. Hiss ow! While a growl came out of his mouth, his sharp claws plunged straight towards the boundary. Thumbs up! The boundary turned, directly transforming into an azure waterbound boundary, and there was a nuisance sound coming from the many Inferno demons. But even so, they still let out agonizing hisses, constantly impacting the boundary, rapidly consuming its energy. Captain, at this rate, the boundary won't last long. Su Xiaochang had blood flowing all over his body, not his own blood, but from the blood seal Shura's blood armor skill, which was able to devour blood one after another from the targets it killed to boost its own damage and defense. But after a few engagements in a row, even he felt that the potion could not recover. Leave it to me. I'm able to do some damage to them with the knots I've been converted to. Suddenly, Lu Ro's voice from the back rang out quickly. But I need to buy enough time. I'll do it. Su Mei took on the burden of defense. And me. Lin Shuryun slapped the Thunder Fury Song Wolf, help. Ow. Me, too. Zhang Bai suddenly looked solemn as the precious blue staff she held in her hand began to bloom with a brilliant light. Seeing this scene, Su Mei and the others instantly understood that once before, within the peeling woodland, in a life and death situation, Zhang Bai had once performed a similar skill. Stall! With a shake of the long sword in Su Mei's hand, a mirror shield surfaced one after another around her, bouncing back many of the Inferno Demon's attacks. Ow! The Thunder Fiend Song Wolf let out a long whistle, and its figure suddenly turned into a stump-like shadow and disappeared from its original location. Immediately after that, it was seen transforming its body into lightning, jumping over the Inferno's body continuously one after another. Instant Shadow Rift Kill is activated. Put! Terrifying damage values jumped up one after another, and some Inferno with less than half blood were even directly killed in seconds. The few Inferno demons that were left with residual blood suddenly had a bright red blood-colored mark floating above their heads, and in the next moment, Su Xiaochang was seen flickering one after another like a blood shadow. The opponent was successfully decapitated after his head exploded with terrifying damage one after another. Scarlet Raider. After marking with a blood seal, a short burst of consecutive chopping blows with a probability of triggering a 200% bludgeon. Up to this point, even though a few of them had been resolved, the densely packed Inferno demons and lava golems around them made one's scalp numb. Seeing this, Lin Shuryun could not help but look outside, seemingly searching for Zhou Yu's figure. However, the other party seemed to have disappeared, and there was no trace of a shadow to be seen at all. It was at this moment that the light above Zheng Buji's staff finally reached the most brilliant point. Poseidon Tide Surge. As her sacred words rang out, countless seawater condensed out of thin air around her, and then turned into waves that surged madly towards the surroundings. Wow! Wow! The terrifying wave kicked up a tsunami of several meters sweeping towards the outside. Ow! Miserable screams came out of the mouths of countless Inferno demons, who would have thought that seawater would suddenly appear in such hot underground lava? Large swathes of white mist rose from here, and the infernals that had lost the protection of the lava fell as if they had lost their lives. Great! Lin Shuryun shouted in surprise, however, without waiting for her to get excited, as if stimulated by the seawater, more and more Inferno devils, little Inferno devils, and lava puppets began to drill out from within the magma, rushing towards Lin Shuryun and the others as if they were crazy. Too many. There are really too many. Finally, it was at this moment that a sound suddenly came from Lu Ro, who had been preparing for a long time. The crowd subconsciously looked back, only to see its kawaii face full of gravity, and the long hair behind it was even more windless. A staff and all the energy stones blossomed in all their glory at this moment. Song Domjin Boundary First Chapter Drifting Snow. Buzz. Out of nowhere, snowflakes began to emerge from the blazing lava space, and large swaths of snowflakes continued to drift away. Even though they would melt just as they emerged, they continued to go forward and back, full of stubbornness. More and more snowflakes coalesced and began to form convection currents that produced gusty winds. The violent wind and snow began to sweep over towards the periphery continuously. All of a sudden, the movements of all the charging inferno demons began to slow down. 5 meters. 10 meters. 15 meters. The terrifying wind and snow that exceeded 30 meters caused considerable fluctuations even above the entire lava river. This time, it seemed to have touched the deepest existence. Wow! Between the flow of the magma, a cry that was maniacal in its hoarseness emerged from within the river of magma. Want to compete? Ha ha, magic, 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 let's see who's the real great wizard, right? In the midst of the maniacal laughter, the lava river violently trembled, and a terrifying inferno devil figure of more than 10 meters emerged from within the lava river. The opponent had no legs, but his lower body was locked by countless lava chains, his huge body had 6 arms, and his exaggerated demonic head opened its mouth wide, with large swaths of lava flowing out of it. And what was even more creepy was that in the open mouth, there was a humanoid figure wrapped in magma. And it was from his mouth that the sound came. Chapter 100 Black Flame vs. Lava. Interesting. When Joyu saw the appearance of this boss, he was also slightly stunned, followed by a smile. He had thought about fishing a bit, just to take care of these small monsters, but he hadn't realized that he had even fished out the boss. It looks as if this guy, who is one with the Inferno, is crazy. The other party had just appeared, but a look of excitement and insanity appeared on his face as he let out a low roar like a challenge. Lava gush. Boom! As he shouted, this section of the lava river actually began to vibrate, and then an incomparably thick pillar of magma fire rushed out of it 10 meters high at once. The heat emanating from it vaporized the drifting wind and snow almost instantly, shrouding the blazing heat over the whole field. Ha ha ha, magic, magic, how's my magic? Teacher? Did you see that? I'm the real great magician. Come on, come on. Aren't you guys strong? Let's have a magic match. Click. The 5 elements boundary was directly shattered because of the energy depletion, and Zhang Bai and Lu Ro's 2 figures were shaking, and they had already suffered a lot. The remaining Su Mei and Su Xiaochang shielded the 2 of them, while Lin Shiyun had the Thunder Fury Song Wolf shielded to the side. Hearing their opponents roar, where did they have the skills to fight against each other? Fey Lava Lord Boss. Race, Mutant Flame Demon. Level, LV 35. Life, 9.8 W. Magic, 3.2 W. Attack, 750-900. Defense, 40 fire magic resistance 90%. Words, Lava Spurt Blue, Lava Body Blue, Derivative Split Blue, Epileptic Heart Blue, Inferno Summoning Blue, Explosive Ring of Fire Blue, Inferno Calamity Tide Red. Joyu stood at a distance and saw the words on his opponent's body when his eyes immediately lit up. The red word? He wanted it all if he could. And seeing that no skills had appeared, the Mutant Lava Lord immediately started to get angry. Since you don't have any, go to hell all of you, you don't deserve to be wizards. His 6 arms grabbed the magma and began to continuously throw it towards Lin Shiyun. In an instant, densely packed magma came like cannonballs, and this time, Lin Shiyun and the girls could not avoid it. What to do? The crowd looked at each other, all of them saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, and they suddenly realized why most of the primordial copies were made by an entire guild coming to raid. In front of this kind of terrible crisis, without the support of a guild, who would be able to withstand it? Just as everyone was watching the magma fly, suddenly a shocking vibrating sound came from above their heads. They subconsciously raised their heads to look, only to see that the originally dull and gloomy underground suddenly cracked open a gap, and beyond the gap, a dark round moon was clearly visible under the pitch-black night. Full moon? Where's the full moon from here? This thought had just surfaced when a huge meteorite was seen spinning and falling down from the void. Dark Moon Starfall Red, activate. Joyu had been brewing for a long time, waiting for this moment. Not only was he going to deal a heavy blow to the Fey Lava Lord, he was also going to deal a heavy blow to the wild monsters around it. Rumble. Densely packed meteors fell from the sky, causing incomparably terrifying damage one after another, especially those gathered inferno demons, who were killed and injured. It's Mr. Chow. Seeing these meteorites, the crowd reacted in an instant, revealing expressions of surprise. I knew it, Sir wouldn't leave us alone. Su Xiaochang revealed a big smile after the robbery. How many infernals must be smashed to death with such a terrifying skill? More than that, you see the real purpose of the gentleman. The crowd suddenly realized that as the countless meteorites smashed down, causing massive amounts of damage, they were also constructing a layer of flat ground on top of the entire magma river. Even though this flatland will still be washed away by rivers of lava. But for a short time, there is no need to worry about trouble caused by the terrain. What's more, you can pick up equipment. Look, so much lava essence, pick it up. With almost a flash of his body, Su Xiaochang directly rushed out, and the densely smashed inferno devils, as well as the lava puppets, burst out with all sorts of materials. Who would have thought that the many monsters that had previously created such a disaster would at this moment become the god of wealth that exploded in gold coins? And the Fey Lava Lord, who had suffered from the meteorite's attack, looked up sharply at this moment to see Zhou Yu slowly descending down from mid-air, pulled by his tentacles. Undead? Wizard? You're going to go toe-to-toe with me? Ha ha ha. Great. Ha ha ha. It laughed maniacally and began to manipulate the Fey Lava Lord, and through its chains it began to absorb the blazing energy of countless magmas, and a terrifying and incomparable fluctuation began to brew within its body. Going to zoom in? Seeing this, Zhou Yu raised his hand and countless fine black beetles swept out from him. Corrosive Swarm Blue, activate. The dense swarm of insects pounced on the Fey Lava Lords, and while dealing damage, they could also devour the life values to recover for Zhou Yu. Taking advantage of this time, Zhou Yu directly disappeared from his original position, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of his opponent. Earth Pulse Spike, unleashed. Spikes protruding from the rock interrupted his opponent's spell casting, and the furious lord raised his own arm in preparation for a counterattack. However, Zhou Yu only let out a cold snort. Hypergravity Field, activate. Buzz. A terrifying gravitational oppression struck, causing the originally raised arm to harden and deviate from its trajectory. Click, click, click. Rocks cracked and rivers of lava shook, but it wasn't the Lord's skill. Instead, it came from Zhou Yu's word, Rockquake Avalanche. Under the vibration of the earth, a crack emerged from the bottom of the lava river. Zhou Yu did not expect the other party to be able to cause much damage. His purpose was only one, to lower the level of the lava water, so that the other party would lose the supply of energy. He could already tell that the reason why the other party was able to perform such a powerful skill was not by his own energy, but by the energy he drew from the lava. Only by cutting off the root could the source of the opponent's power be severed. Only, as the lava descended, the Fey Lava Lord that exposed its full appearance caused Zhou Yu's expression to change, revealing surprise. It was because the other party, who had been pierced through his body by countless chains, was hard-nailed on top of the bed of the lava river. It felt like it had been sealed here on purpose. Why is that? Zhou Yu didn't think much about it, but at this moment, he directly exploded. Corrosive Spewing. Deadly Grievous Devil Pupils. Grumbling Deathlight. Saint Infrared Bladestorm. Pass through the launch. Boom. 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 The destructive waves continued to flow over towards the other side, bringing up large swaths of terrifying damage. However, it had to be said that even under such an attack, being a boss's bonus blood volume still made it very resilient. In the end, by the time this subsided, the opponent still had nearly 30,000 blood remaining. Ow! A sudden roar and growl rang out, and before the crowd could react, they saw a blazing aura emerge from the Lord's body, spreading violently towards the periphery. Even without reacting, Zhou Yu was enveloped at once. A burning sensation swept through him all at once, and then he looked at the damage. 1,100. This was still after Zhou Yu had just harvested the effect of 75% damage reduction from the word lava body. If not, the consequences are unimaginable. Seeing this, Zhou Yu did not attack, but turned his head to look at Lin Shiyun and the others in the distance behind him. The rock layer of the rock core heavy defense that he had cast just before the engagement was actually cracked by this impact. The Lin Shiyun and the others inside were even paler, directly dropping to below half blood. At the moment, he couldn't care less about this side of the situation, and was frantically pouring medicine into his mouth. Very strong. Zhou Yu suddenly whispered softly to himself, "Let me see who is stronger, your flame, or my black flame." Chapter 101 Obsession, Copy Plot, Becoming Good. He drew his own black Yu sword of kingship, and everything around him seemed to start distorting in an instant. Then Zhou Yu looked at the surviving inferno demons, lava golems around that area. Life Eater Blue, activate. Buzz. The twisted power of attraction surfaced, and before those surviving inferno demons could react, they felt the life value in their bodies being forcibly drained away. And the amount of blood Zhou Yu had just lost was climbing to completion in a matter of moments. Zhou turned towards his opponent and remotely slashed the black longsword in his own hand. Black Inferno verdict read, activate. Thumbs up. Twisted black flames rose from above the sword, then turned into a tens of meters long terrifying swordlight. Behind the swordlight, twisted black flames rose tens of meters, vaguely seeming to reflect an illusory silhouette. The silhouette was very similar to Zhou, and it was impossible to see his appearance. Only two ghostly green gazes were seen gazing indifferently at everything in front of him. Then, as if synchronized with Zhou's main body, he gripped the longsword and suddenly slashed down. Snort! The sword light swept, and the twisted black flames scorched everything around them clean. Even in the middle of this lava world, the flowing magma was stagnant, an instinctive reaction generated by the horrifying oppression of the higher power. The twisted black flame fusion sword light passed through the void, instantly cleaving down from the top of the Fey Lava Lord's head. This. Lin Shiyun and the others who saw this scene were almost too shocked to speak. This was a brand new skill that they had never seen before, and compared to their previous skills, it produced an overriding and domineering feeling. Especially that black flame, the crowd felt that if they stuck to at least a little bit of it, they were going to be scorched to the point where even their souls completely disappeared. 8,918. 5,792. 3,155. Consecutive horrifying damage values exploded from the top of the Fey Lava Lord's head, while the opponent's proud fire magic resistance was completely ineffective under Zhou's black flame verdict. Snort! The huge body was hardened and split in half, and along with it was the humanoid figure that was hiding in the Lord's mouth. Ha, magic. The humanoid figure with a crooked head was still smiling even though it was cut in half from the neck position and its mouth was constantly spitting lava like blood. Teacher, we all lost, none of us became a grand magician, ha ha. He was laughing when he saw that Zhou had already appeared in front of him at an unknown time. Evil frenzy unleashed. Zhou's ghostly green eyes began to turn scarlet as the long sword in his hand was raised and slashed out one after another as fast as lightning. The figures that had been stabbed through one after another had seen their blood levels completely emptied, but bizarrely, the other party was still muttering something in his mouth. Buzz! At that exact moment, an inexplicable force rose up from the other party's body, turning the surrounding lava world to cover it all at once. All of a sudden, the original scene began to change drastically into the appearance of a small town. What's going on? This is a plot flashback from the boss's obsession, and there was no hint of it before the copy was formed. Sume's speculative voice had just sounded when the crowd saw an old man wearing a dharma robe and a white beard slowly walking outside the town in front of them. The Grand Wizard. It's the Great Wizard coming. Excellent, Lord Wizard, can my child be your apprentice? And me, and my families too. Ha, don't be anxious, the old man was originally here to select apprentices. As long as they have been tested and have outstanding talent, they will be able to be selected. Large groups of children were sent to the town center to begin testing, and almost all of the 10-year-olds completed the test. Jack, medium. Lisa, top class. Urko, inferior. Stephen, inferior. Almost all of the children had some magical talent, but at the end of the day, there was only one child, surprisingly. Merlin, I'm sorry to say that you have no magical talent. An orphan, only 10 years old, reaped such terrible news in full view of the public. Merlin doesn't have the talent to be a wizard in this life. That's just it, I was frustrated that my magical talent was inferior before, and now I'm definitely much more comfortable. Orphan should go to an orphanage, not a magic academy, Frustrated to the core by the ridicule, Merlin leaves the town center and grieves alone in a corner. Until, that is, a pale, warm voice sounded beside its ear. You wanted badly to be a wizard? Merlin looked up and saw the white-robed Grand Wizard looking at him kindly. Aha! The boyish man nodded subconsciously. But I have no magical talent. Then work hard. With that, the white-robed mage held out his hand to him, and Merlin ghostly placed it in the other man's palm, and was thus led by the old man out of the town. His young mind was completely filled with the white-robed mage's kindness at the moment. He arrives at an old castle, like all the children of superior talent, and the castle is filled with traces of magic. While Merlin didn't have the talent to formally attend classes, the white-robed mage gave him a cleaning job where he could listen in from the window. Merlin cherished this hard-earned opportunity immensely and began to work hard to learn all about magic. Sensei, look, I did it. It's a fireball spell. You're Martian, too young child, you need to work on that. Teacher, look at my spark getting bigger. That's still Mars, too. Merlin, you need to get in touch with the nature of magic if you want to become a powerful wizard. What is the essence? The magic that has always been there is the essence. All the time? Merlin mused, suddenly remembering the scene he had seen when he had been cleaning a tunnel that led underground, where blazing heat had been coming from all the way down. Could it be that there is the essence of magic there? Using the convenience of his job, Merlin began to travel to the tunnels over and over again, searching for the essence of magic, and with each sensation, he felt his pyrokinesis getting a little stronger. And so it goes, day after day, year after year. Merlin worked tirelessly on his way to becoming a grand wizard, but, as more and more apprentices graduated and left, and all he could do was keep cleaning here. It seemed that the way to the great wizard was getting farther and farther away. The only consolation was that the white-robed teacher's teachings had been full of patience. Don't worry, teacher, I'm not really a great magician either, you're still young and need to work harder. Good, you're getting better and better at Mars, maybe, by the time you get to Fireball, you'll be ready to graduate. Really? Of course it's true. With his teacher's affirmation, Merlin became more and more fascinated by the world beneath the tunnels, and he realized that the more fire elements he absorbed there, the bigger the sparks that coalesced, and it wouldn't be long before he was able to coalesce fireballs. That's when he became. Finally, one day, Merlin excitedly rushed out of the tunnels and into the presence of his teacher. Sensei, look, my fireball spell, it's done. Looking at the blazing, rolling fireball, the white-robed mage's pale face revealed an open smile. Ha ha ha, it's done good, it's done good. Ha ha ha. Chapter 102 Teacher, I'll come to you. Seeing the white-robed mage so happy with his success, Merlin smiled back, finally feeling that everything he had insisted on was worth it. The people who saw this didn't say anything, they who had experienced many copies knew that if everything was really as good as they saw it, I'm afraid that there wouldn't be so many copies of the Abyss. The white-robed mage, who laughed openly, took Merlin's hand and rose. Come, teacher will take you to a place where your success is one last step away. Merlin heard the last step and followed the white-robed mage without the slightest hesitation. But soon he realized that the white-robed mage was leading him in the direction of none other than the tunnels he had once gone down before. Teacher, where are we going? Don't you come here every day? The white-robed mage chuckled, but do you know why it's been blazing hot in here? Lane, there's a river of lava in there. Merlin subconsciously said, those that have always been there are the essence. That's right. The white-robed mage gave him an appreciative look, but, what you see, is not all. Not all of them? The two finally arrived in the middle of the underground lava. The white-robed mage suddenly bloomed with light from his staff in his hand, and the two just floated up out of thin air. Come to the top of the lava river. Only by controlling the essence can we truly succeed. The white-robed mage suddenly raised his hand to a point, and there was a bright light blossoming above his staff, and the originally silent lava river suddenly began to tumble, and a low growl rang out as a huge lava lord was forcibly pulled up from within the lava river. On its body, a special chain pierced through the body and was forcefully fixed on top of the riverbed. This. Merlin was shocked by the scene in front of him. He didn't expect such a huge monster to be hidden within the lava river. See? Merlin didn't notice the fervor on the white-robed mage's face. A lava lord this massive can soak in the lava and remain unharmed. If you can control this essence, you are considered a true success. So, are you ready? Merlin. Ha! While Merlin was still frozen, the white-robed mage suddenly began to recite an incantation, and at the same time, Merlin suddenly felt that a magical rune began to rise from his body. As the runes rose, he suddenly realized that his sense of the fire element had become exceptionally clear. He, who had been drilling for a long time, instantly determined one thing: his talent was rising. I'm not untalented? How can it still be elevated? Is this my gift? Or what's going on? Merlin looked at his teacher suspiciously, but he realized that his normally gentle teacher seemed like a different person at this moment, with a fervor for magic in his eyes, constantly speeding up his incantations. Boom! Finally, when Merlin's talent exploded like a well, the magic runes in the sky suddenly transformed into a chain that bound his body, and then uncontrollably pulled Merlin towards the lava lord. Remember? Teacher said that taking control of it is the only real success. While watching Merlin fly far away, the white-robed mage hollered with a wild look on his face. Merlin, ah Merlin, there is no free lunch in the world. your teacher gave you the opportunity to learn magic, now, it's time for you to repay. Repayment? Feeling the terrifying blazing heat of the magma around him, Merlin looked blankly at the white-robed mage. How can I repay you? Of course, passing on both your and the Lava Lord's talents to the teacher. The white-robed mage stated his true purpose, only then will the teacher be able to become a true grand magician. Ha! Ah! A mournful scream came as Merlin's body was forcibly connected to the Lava Lord. His powerful fire talent began to fight against the Lava Lord, and under the guidance of the magical runes, the two continued to wear down and collide, but in the midst of the constant wearing down and collision, the combined talent was passed out. And at the other end of the rune, there was the white-robed mage. Seeing this, how could the crowd not understand that it wasn't that Merlin's talent was poor, but that he had the highest talent, only that at the very beginning, the white-robed mage had intentionally sealed his talent, thus making him grateful for his alms. The purpose was to be able to completely force out its potential so as to make a confrontation with the Lava Lord, and in doing so, absorb the talents of both and become an even more powerful magician. How could he do such a cruel deed with such a kind act? Lu Ro had tears in her eyes. It was hard to imagine the torment that Mei Lin endured inside, how severe it was, when she realized that the teacher that she had always treated as her regenerative parent was actually a deliberate liar. Why? Teacher! Why? Merlin initially struggled, issuing a question to the white-robed mage standing there. Yet the white-robed mage did not respond to him from start to finish, instead focusing on absorbing his own talent. Gradually, Merlin went from struggling to angry, from angry to desperate, and from desperate to disheartened. His consciousness was fading. Even if his talent was strong, before he mastered powerful magic, he simply couldn't fight against the Lava Lords. And the Lava Lord's consciousness didn't expect that the human teenager's soul would be so strong. The moment the two stalemated, the white-robed mage was the only one who became a fisherman. Finally, when Merlin and the Lava Lord's consciousnesses fell completely silent, the white-robed mage's laughter resounded throughout the lava river. "Ah, I've made it, great wizard, I've made it." A loud laugh escaped his lips as he severed the link to the magic rune with a single hand, and then watched as Merlin and the Lava Lord sank into the river of lava before taking off. Only, he never knew that the silent Lava Lords, nourished by rivers of lava, one day, that dead Merlin suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz! The image disappeared, and once again the lava in the ground returned to its appearance before the crowd's eyes. In front of Zhou, a soul rose within the body that he had split open, and it was precisely Merlin's appearance. "Thank you for bringing me back to my senses for a short while." Mei Lin looked at Zhou and bowed to issue a request. "Can you use your white flame to help me free myself? I've waited here too long and obsessed too long, and now I'm tired." "Relief?" Zhou looked at him and suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Your revenge has not been avenged. What are you relieving yourself of?" The man who did this to you is still out there on the loose, so who are you to relieve yourself? But I, being trapped here by my teacher, can't get away." "You were even able to break free from the seal, and this place will be a way?" "The only way to dissolve the obsession is to kill him and take back everything that is yours." "Take back everything that's mine?" Mei Lin's soul whispered softly to itself, and when it suddenly came to a realization, it looked up at Zhou once again. "Thanks, I got it. I'm Merlin, I'm the real Grand Wizard. There's nothing a Grand Wizard can't accomplish, teacher. I'll come to you." After saying that, his soul actually forcefully merged into his originally broken body, and then that originally dead Fey Lava Lord actually moved, directly sinking into the filled lava river. And at the end, a few brilliant flame essences floated out from it and landed in front of Zhou. Chapter 103 Golden Set, Magic Heart, Red Dragon Guild. As the ball of light disappeared, a set of fiery red vestments actually surfaced inside, as well as a staff crafted from flaming rocks throughout. Merlin's Obsession Lava Set Robe Gold. Merlin's Obsession Lava Set Staff Gold. Merlin's Obsession Lava Set Necklace Gold. Merlin's Obsession Lava Set Boots Gold. Ding! You have successfully slain the Fey Lava Lord, experience value plus 1598. Ding! You randomly looted the word, Inferno Ashes Calamity Tide Red. Ding! You have obtained Merlin's gift, Heart of Fire Magic Purple. Heart of Fire Magic, with it, you will be a natural fire magic favorite, casting speed increased by 200%, fire magic skills enhanced by 200%, consumption reduced by 50%, cooldown time reduced by 50%, probability of comprehending brand new fire magic. This Merlin? Talent is actually this high? When Zhou heard the prompt, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The purple words he had previously obtained were from the God Envoy's wool gathering. But this Merlin in front of him was nothing more than a poor man trapped in the lava lords. It can't be, he's really the same person as that Merlin, can he? Zhou shook his head. This was not his own world, it was impossible to overlap with what the legends of his own world had said. This should just be a coincidence. It's just that most of the people with that name are incredibly magically gifted. No matter what, at least this time Zhou had a good harvest. In addition to the words, there were also 4 sets from the lava lords. Su Xiaochang was now busy collecting the loot around. The harvest this time was huge, so big that they couldn't even count it. As for the other few women, their gazes were directed towards the set. The whole body is made of shiny material like lava crystals, and when you reach out and touch it, there is also a warm feeling that comes to you. A suit. It's the first time I've seen a set since I grew up, and it's still gold quality. Lu Rou complimented with an astonished face. Shiryun, although this set seems to be a fire magician set, in reality, it is also very useful for you. Sume looked at the attributes of each piece of equipment. The increase in the 4-dimensional attributes alone can increase you by more than 50%, and it can also shorten your spell casting time, and has a high resistance to fire magic. Roughly speaking, this is the kind of thing that has to be put up for auction at the auction house out there. Auction? Lin Shiryun looked at Sume with a bit of surprise. How much does this cost? 1. Zhang Bai suddenly raised a finger and said to the crowd, $10 million, the reserve price. What? Lin Shiryun sucked in cold air. $10 million or the reserve price? That's right, and that's just the base price, because you're a suit, and you can also activate the suit shield at critical moments, which is equivalent to an extra life. Sume nodded and said, the final price of the deal, over $20 million is nothing. At this moment, she finally understood the gold content of this gold suit. In the end, under the persuasion of a few people, Lin Shiryun put the suit right on. The fiery red lava gown was surrounded by a faint firelight, looking like a flame elf. Together with Lin Shiryun's already outstanding appearance and temperament, it made her as dazzling as a pearl. Of course, it wasn't just about looking good. Lin Shiryun even clearly felt the growth of various attributes after wearing the set. It was also an important reliance for human professionals to be able to fight against the abyssal invasion. It's too rare to see a fully armed and equipped abyssal being during an abyssal invasion. On the contrary, human professionals were even able to fight against abyssal demons that were more powerful than their level while wearing full equipment. In addition to this set, the various other materials, equipment, and also made the crowd reap a huge harvest. The lava crystals alone had everyone picking them up, and when they went out, as long as they went out, the entire team would be able to replace a lot of their equipment. It was just a pity that the time after the primordial copy raid was limited, and they would soon be teleported out. The time went back to an hour ago, and the 2 men of the Red Dragon Guild who were nearing the shift change once again arrived near the previous hill as promised. After calling out in vain, he went in to investigate and was surprised to see that his 2 companions had become corpses. The 2 who realized this immediately changed their faces and passed the message back. What? Someone dares to kill someone from my Red Dragon Guild? Chen Xiaolong, the president of the Red Dragon Guild, slammed the table. Simply ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Chairman, that's the neighborhood where the coat of arms appeared, so it's hard to believe that it's that group of people who made the move? The vice president said thoughtfully. Chen Xiaolong raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that they most likely entered the primordial copy? Right. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go over there now. We can't let them get the jump on us. Hey, the president is in no hurry. The vice president sneered gently. The primordial copy, by itself, is comparable in difficulty to a nightmare-level copy, so since they like to seek death, they can just go in. A sinister smile flashed in his eyes. We can instead stand guard and wait for the rabbits. If they make it, they will come out strong. If it doesn't work out, we can absolutely get another coat of arms and enter it. That's a good way to do it. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiaolong heavily patted the armor he was wearing. All get ready, let's go stand guard. Buzz. As the twisting vortex appeared, Lin Shiryun's group of figures teleported out of the copy. At this moment, looking behind them again, the teleportation vortex that symbolized the entrance was brewing, and it wouldn't be long before this place became the location of a brand new replica. And as first-time raiders of the original copy, they would likewise receive a large sum of money as a bonus as long as they handed over the coat of arms to the Professionals Guild. Phew! Su Xiaojiang took a breather and said rather emotionally, it still feels good to have your feet on the ground. Yeah. If I had known this copy was so hot, I should have brought in some cold drinks next time. Lu Rou made a rare joke. Zheng Bai hesitated at his words and suddenly said, "My family has it." Ha ha ha. Everyone hesitated for a few seconds and laughed in unison. Well, stop laughing. Lin Shiyun waved her hand. "It's not safe here after all, we'd better hurry and leave here first, before we say anything." "Kill one of my men and you want to leave?" The sudden sound of angry shouts made everyone's faces change, and the next moment, they only saw a large group of people, at least hundreds of them, hooting and hollering from the location of the mountain pass not far away. And every single one of them was fully armed, with the lowest level having reached LV-20 or above. On their left chest position, an eye-catching red dragon head logo can be seen. "It's the Red Dragon Guild," Sume said with a grave expression on her face. "Them? Didn't I take out the sentry?" Su Xiaoqian looked puzzled. "How did they know?" "You took out just two, wouldn't you have sent someone?" Sume glared at him, and her tone couldn't help but rush. "That one stretched silver equipment is Red Dragon Guild's president Chen Xiaolong, over LV-50 rare profession, Berserk Blood Warrior. Chapter 104. If you want something from us, be prepared to trade your life for it. Berserkers? The kind of warrior where the more blood you drop, the more powerful your attacks become?" Su Xiaochang stared with wide eyes, somewhat alarmed. Previously, they had faced a fourth-turn chief financial officer, but the other party's age was there, and being pampered, their chi and blood had begun to decline, and they had long been inferior to what they had been back in the day. The strong man with a beard in front of him was obviously in his strong period, and he was also a five-turn rare profession, which immediately made the crowd's hearts flutter with pressure. "Can you see how much blood he has?" Su Xiaochang came over to Su Mei and asked. "Can't see it. The regular warrior's bare armor is conservatively estimated to break 20,000. Plus the equipment, 30,000 blood is definitely there." "The president 30,000, and so many other professionals?" Hiss. Su Xiaochang sucked in cold air. "Sister, we're in big trouble." "Did you just realize that?" Sume said without a good mood, turned her head to nod to Lin Shiyun, and then took the initiative to walk out a few steps. "Your Excellency has no evidence, so you'd better not make any false accusations." "Framed?" Chen Xiaolong snorted coldly. "You guys just came out from among the copies, so you must have gotten our Red Dragon Guild's coat of arms, right? The people I sent are here to guard the copies. Dare you say it has nothing to do with you?" Chen Xiaolong said as he looked at the space shadow that was vaguely swept behind the vortex. "I'm a person who has always been very good at talking. Hand over 90% of what you guys have gotten amongst the copies, even if it's to make up for the loss of my two brothers." 90%? Why don't you go grab it? Su Xiaochang was furious when he heard this, but he didn't expect the Red Dragon Guild to laugh maniacally. "Ah, we're just robbing it." Saying that, Chen Xiaolong raised his hand, only to see the Red Dragon Guild's crowd clattering and scattering one after another, blocking off all the paths for Lin Shiyun and the others in almost an instant. "Sis, how about enrollment numbers? Dad's name, can you give some face? Are you crazy?" Sume glared at him. "Reporting names at this time, do you want them to exterminate them a little more decisively?" Su Xiaochang stopped talking at once. Indeed, with so many materials on them alone, plus the set on Lin Shiyun, the assets added up to not to mention hundreds of millions would be almost the same. Hundreds of millions of assets for a fifth order guild, what does that mean? Meaning they can be made to exhaust their means. Even knowing the special nature of their and other people's identities, it only promotes them to be more ruthless. At this time, Lin Shiyun suddenly took the initiative to walk out and looked at the crowd and spoke softly. "So what's it going to take to leave us alone?" A fifth order guild meant at least one fifth-turn professional, plus the presence of so many other professionals. Even if it was Zhou, Lin Shiyun was not at ease. She was the captain, and it was natural for her to stand up when it was time to do so. "Spare you?" Seeing the amazing face of Lin Shiyun and the ladies, Chen Xiaolong revealed a playful look. "Didn't I say so? 90%, hand over the harvest and you'll be spared." Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyun didn't say much, but raised her hand and waved it, and the lava crystals that had been included in her backpack fell directly on top of the ground. "Here are all the lava crystals I harvested, you can take them, but let us go." With that she shook her staff. "It's necessary to remind you that we were able to walk away from the difficulty of the original copy, so if we really fish out of water, we may not be able to walk away from here." Essence of lava? Seeing so many essence of lava appear, the crowd sucked in cold air. They naturally knew how valuable this lava essence was, and with the other party taking out hundreds of pieces, anyone who looked at it would not be able to remain calm. "This is all." Chen Xiaolong was just about to open his mouth when suddenly the vice president beside him whispered something in his ear. It immediately made Chen Xiaolong's eyes light up. Good, since you're so forthcoming. Chen, naturally won't be disrespectful. If I guess correctly, the suit you're wearing, you should have obtained it from inside as well, right? With that he hooked his finger at Lin Shiyun. Take it off and I'll let you go. No captain, that's what we're doing at. Su Xiaochang was just about to speak when Lin Shiyun stopped him. Talking the talk? Of course. Chen Xiaolong smiled. Okay, then I can give it to you. Lin Shiyun nodded and directly took off the equipment on her body piece by piece, and all of a sudden, her flawless curves were exposed as she lost the cover of her equipment. Quite a few gulping sounds resounded, and some people even couldn't help but breathe roughly. Lin Shiyun looked at the other party with a stoic expression after changing into her own set of ordinary Dharma robes once again. I've given you all my gear, now can we leave? Yes. Chen Xiaolong snapped his fingers, but it's you alone who can leave, not them. What? Lin Shiyun's face changed and she looked at the other party rather annoyed. You don't count your words? Ha ha ha, when did I ever talk out of turn? Chen Xiaolong laughed out loud. Don't I keep saying that I can let you go alone if you give me the stuff? No, you were clearly talking about you guys. Lin Shiyun argued with reason. Yes? The corner of Chen Xiaolong's mouth quirked. Then maybe I'm wrong. Besides, if you say it's all, it's all? He raised his hand and commanded in a deep voice. Come on, give me a good search to see what they're hiding. The crowd that heard this instantly let their eyes light up, almost subconsciously moving closer towards each other. Yes, President. Come on, little sister, show your brother where you've been hiding. Hey, this one's tender, I'll take this one. Don't resist, the more you resist, the more excited I get, ha ha ha. Seeing the circle of people around them approaching, Lu Ro and the others had panicked looks on their faces. You, stay back. Come any closer and I'll be rude. Yeah? You're not polite, are you? You're not polite. Brother, I just love to see you're potent. Poof. Before the figure that leaned closest could react to what was going on, a line of blood surfaced from the other's neck all at once. The professional covered his throat and watched his blood level drop crazily. And not far away from him, the original fear on Su Xiaochang's face had turned into indifference. He, who had won a strike, suddenly had blood surging around his body and disappeared at once like a blood shadow. Put! Before the two professionals could even react, their throats were slit by a sword. Tidal blade! At the same time, 3 water blades condensed from the water currents instantly slashed across the figure in front of them, and the other party just screamed miserably before being sent flying backwards. Dare to fight back, give it to me! Angry shouts rang out, and an occupier reacted, immediately rushing towards a few people. Mirror shield reflection. Several mirror shields surfaced in front of Su Mei, who was ready to attack, aptly rebounding all the attacks of several people. At the same time, a low wolf whistle sound resounded, and several thunderous electric lights broke through the air to kill. The Thunder Fury Song Wolf struck out directly. 5 elements boundary, open. With a heavy poke of her staff, Lu Ro's staff instantly opened up the boundary, completely enveloping the 5 people. By the time the crowd reacted, they realized that the suit Lin Shiyun had just taken off had already reappeared on her body. After such a long delay, it's finally time. Lin Shiyun, who held her staff in her hand, looked at the Red Dragon Guild president. If you want something from us, then prepare to trade your life for it. Chapter 105, Summoning an Army, Chen Xiaolong's Toughness. In fact, from the very beginning, when the crowd saw the Red Dragon Guild surrounded, they already had plans. For such horrific wealth, it has long been impossible for people to settle for a restful attitude. Therefore, the relationship between them and the Red Dragon Guild was doomed from the moment they met. The reason why everyone was acting like this was not for fun, but to delay enough time to create conditions for everyone to recover in skill cooldowns. When the conditions are created, it's natural to take them by surprise. One might wonder if this is too cruel. As a professional, in this abyss-infested world, or in the wilderness where there was no safe zone, if you still maintain the mentality of resting on your laurels, I'm afraid that even if you don't die now, you'll die at some point in the future on your own goodness. The Red Dragon Guild's people also didn't expect that only a few second-turn professionals would dare to counterattack so blatantly. And with this one move, he actually lost several men. Go! Mud, there's so many of us, let's kill them. Finish them off, it's all ours. An angry shout rang out, and in an instant, all the Red Dragon Guild's professionals acted at once. Some chanted spells, some acted as front rows, and some began to strike at long range. In most guilds, the composition of professionals was mainly warriors, mages, and archers, paired with healing priests, and even some ritual-type professions specializing in dispersal. At this moment, the entire guild acted, and the mammoth scale was no less than a small war. On the other side of the war, there were only 5 people. No, it should be 6. From the beginning to the end, Joyu just stood by the side like a spectator watching all this. It wasn't until the moment when all the professionals in the guild acted that he raised his palm calmly. So many words, which one should I start plundering? Between whispering softly to himself, the black longsword in Joyu's hand was silently inserted into the ground. There was a soft snort, and the summons that hadn't had a chance to do anything before were finally able to move. Skeleton Swordsman Summon Green, activate. Skeleton Stick Monk Summoning Blue, activate. Inferno Wolf Pack Royalty Blue, activate. Click, click, click. All the people of the Red Dragon Guild witnessed the earth cracking open and a skeleton-like figure crawling out of the ground. At the same time, the surrounding firelight was dense, followed by the formation of a flaming giant wolf. A camp of summons formed in an instant in front of the originally thin 5. This one stunned everyone. What is all this stuff? Undead? What's with all the undead? Which one of them is the necromancer, anyway? No, there's a flaming giant wolf. Is this fire magic? Or is it a summoning spell? How is it possible? How can there be so many? Ah! Help! Screams came from the nearest professional, who was already under siege from the skeleton swordsman and the skeleton stick monk. At this point, Red Dragon Guild's president Chen Xiaolong raised an eyebrow as his eyes looked towards Joyu at the edge. It's him, take him out first. Yes. Upon hearing this, the vice president nodded heavily and directly separated a squad from amongst the guild and surrounded them in Joyu's direction. The entire squad was full of 10 people, of which the lowest was a third-turn professional, and 2 of them were even approaching LV39 level, with only 1 step away from the 4th turn. They had naturally discovered that the 5 that existed within the 5 elements boundary had not included Joyu from the beginning to the end. Either the other team is strong or they're just cannon fodder to be dropped. Judging from the many skeletons that had appeared, the other party was clearly the former. Therefore, from the moment the squads were split up, none of the people were the least bit careless and directly used their full strength. Infinite fire elementals, heed my call, split earth firewall. Wind fuels fire, chain wind blades. Ah! Eat my axe, running heavy slash. Instant kill, shadowless arrow. A barrage of shots. In an instant, many skills bloomed one after another in front of Joyu, yet Joyu only stood in place and slightly raised his hand when he saw this. Click, click, click. Above the earth, an exaggerated rock wall rose up from the ground, blocking the flames, gales, and arrows. Charge through. The people of the squad cooperated well, and the melee fighters made a crazy impact, and under successive executions, they easily tore this earth wall apart completely. Let's see how you can block it? The unrestrained smiles of winning had just resounded, but when they broke through the wall and saw what was behind them, they couldn't help but have their scalps tingling up. Right after the earthen wall, a huge portal that looked like a whirlpool was revealed. Inside that portal was a Zen garden filled with eeriness, weirdness, and terror. Devil Monk's Zen Garden, descend. Countless monks from within the Zen garden, resentful souls, rushed out as if they didn't want to die. In just an instant, the 10 figures were completely drowned out. No! Help me, Captain, help me! Ah! My leg, President, save us! No, run away! No matter how much they struggled, they simply couldn't resist the Zen Academy army that came out like a tidal wave. From the beginning to the end, Joyu was incomparably indifferent standing there, comparing him to the number of people. I'm afraid that only the one who corrupted the spider's cave was able to look at it. How is that possible? Chen Xiaolong was shocked to see the scene and let out a low roar. This was one of the 3 most elite squads under his command, and now it was so easily drowned by the other party with the strange sea tactics. Help! He let out an explosive cry, and then with a single step of his feet, his figure suddenly leapt up from the same spot in one go. Boom! When he landed on the ground emitted a shocking loud sound, and the horrifying shock wave, moreover, shocked the surrounding skeleton stick monks far away, and instantly, there were several blood quantities that were completely cleared and crushed to disappear. Chen Xiaolong didn't even look at those skeleton stick monks. Instead, he grabbed it with one hand, and a sword that was as wide as a door panel appeared out of thin air. With just a stroke of its blade, the 2 skeleton stick monks that were still to rush up were cut off and completely disappeared. Bang! Chen Xiaolong ran up wildly on the earth, storming towards the direction where Zhou was like a savage bull. He could sort of see now that the other party was the key to swaying this battle. As long as the other party was finished off, all this danger would naturally not be broken. Ow! A roar rang out as two flaming giant wolves blocked Chen Xiaolong's path, with one on the left and one on the right, leaping up and pouncing on him. Chen Xiaolong didn't even look at the situation, he just dragged his sword with one hand and slammed heavily with his body full of shining silver armor. Boom! Before the two flame giant wolves even had a chance to make a move, they were knocked out by his hard impact. That strong? The encounter with the two flame giant wolves caused Lin Shurian's face to change, but right after that, the Demon Monk Zen Academy's Academy Master Boss appeared. Within the massive flesh and blood Buddha statue, a tentacle suffused with demonic patterns twined towards Chen Xiaolong. The other party was like a huge meatball that crushed towards the other party. Seeing this, a hint of red aura flashed in Chen Xiaolong's eyes, and his figure actually advanced instead of retreating. Then the long knife in its hand crossed and slashed heavily. Pust! An amazing scene emerged. Chapter 106. Against the fifth turn, the might of the Shed Realm's eroded wings. The entangled magic tattooed tentacles were cut apart by the blade hard before it even got close, and a huge blade even poured out from the blade, directly piercing through the ball of flesh in front of it. How many thousands of damage were inflicted by this hit alone? And Chen Xiaolong didn't even pay attention to it, just rushed out savagely from the middle of the opponent's torn wounds, and didn't even half change his own traveling route. How is that possible? Everyone, including Lin Shuyun, was startled. That was the boss of the Demon Monk Zen Academy. The existence that had once made them look up to them, even Zhou before, had not done so violently. But now, the other party had solved this obstacle with just a single slash. Is this the power of the fifth turn? My god, how can Mr. Zhou block it then? The people who were previously celebrating could not help but feel their hearts sink. If they could not solve Chen Xiaolong, they would end up in a miserable situation. At this moment, everyone felt helpless up. This was the absolute gap in power, even if there was no way to make up for it by any means. However, Zhou was the only one standing still, his eyes calmly looking at the charging Chen Xiaolong. I thought I couldn't measure the limits, but you've come just in time. Zhou suddenly raised his hand and gently stroked it over the hilt of the black sword of kingship. Just in time to see you, block it or not. Shed Eclipse Wings Purple, activate. Woohoo! The black cloak behind him tumbled up without warning, and under the gaze of the crowd, a shocking scene appeared. Pieces of obsidian like feathers began to emerge from the back, and they quickly coalesced, growing and spreading out. And at this time, Zhou, who was standing in place, even rose out of thin air. What? This is... Su Xiaoqiang shocked beyond measure with his mouth wide open. He thought that Zhou would not be a sitting duck, but he did not think that the other party would actually fly up. He looked aside to his teammates and realized they were smitten. One's mouth was so wide open that he could literally fit a banana in it. Whoa! Well! Oh! A pair of several meters long black feathered wings just opened up in mid-air, and at the same time, the aura on Zhou's body began to climb as if it was boiling. Skill enhancement 100%, strength increase 200%, agility 300%. A series of bonuses from the eclipse wings of the sentient realm grew, climbing to the top in just a second. Boom! With just a slight movement, it was as if he was able to trigger a vibration in the void, creating a roar. Without the slightest pause, Zhou held the obsidian sword of kingship in his hand, aiming at Chen Xiaolong below and dropping his sword. Black Inferno Verdict Red, activate. Tai. Countless black flames emerged from the body of the sword, and then spread everything, forming waves. At the back of the wave, a black shadow slowly emerged, as if it was a god in control of the world, probing his hand, holding the hilt of the sword before slashing down. Snort! The crowd only saw that a black line emerged between heaven and earth, as if it had been cut hard towards Chen Xiaolong. Chen Xiaolong's pupils shrunk violently, seeing this sword before coming back from the shock. In an instant, he raised his hand and smashed his chest. A large mouth of blood spurted out wildly from his body. The change of mad blood. Sacrifice of boiling blood. Originally full of blood, he actually dropped to a half-blooded state in a matter of moments, while at the same time, the blood spewing out of his mouth began to expand, as if it was dyeing the surrounding emptiness into a bloody color. A round of blood-colored crescent moon like a crescent moon just coalesced above its head. Blood Moon Lone Blade. Thumbs up. The blood-colored crescent moon suddenly slashed out with Chen Xiaolong's large sword swing, colliding with the black inflammation sword light the moment it arrived. Pust. The blood-colored crescent moon only slightly trembled before it was wrapped by countless black flames, and then was scorched in the middle of Qin Xiaolong's unbelievable gaze. The remaining black flames, on the other hand, continued to shroud the area without any hindrance. Thumbs up. The silver-white helmet cracked into two halves in corrosion, and inside, a line of blood emerged from the top of Qin Xiaolong's head, spreading straight down towards his throat. 3,790. 2,114. 2,327. Qin Xiaolong, who was a fifth-turn professional, watched as his blood level was emptied from half-blood, leaving only the last bit of blood to be killed. But he never forgot that the less blood he had, the higher his attack bonus would be. In other words, the current Qin Xiaolong could burst out with an incomparably terrifying attack. Then die with me. He scrambled his last bit of strength and prepared to pull Zhou Yu along with him on the road. However, as he slashed out with this blade, he realized that Zhou Yu in mid-air had already disappeared. Swish! The 300% agility added Zhou Yu was as fast as a stump, and with a single strike of his wings, he swooped down from mid-air, and then swept past Qin Xiaolong's body in one go in full view of everyone. Bang! Zhou Yu's figure violently stopped above the ground, while the two obsidian wings behind his back quickly disappeared. Looking at Qin Xiaolong again, the blood bar at the top of his head burst open with a bang, and eventually the equipment on his body directly exploded all over the place. Poof! His body planted itself on the ground, completely dead. A fifth-turn professional, just like that, dead. Ding! You have successfully killed a fifth-turn professional, experience value plus 5,422. Ding! You randomly looted the word, Blood Moon Lone Blade Blue. Buzz! Whether it was Zhou Yu or Lin Shiyun's body, the light of escalation rose coincidentally. However, Zhou Yu did not pay the slightest bit of attention to it, but instead raised his hand to point at the still shocked guild professionals in front of him. Kill! Roar! All of it began to fight back under Zhou Yu's command. And one by one, the professionals who had lost their president were scared less and fled. Frontal confrontation is not an opponent, and at this moment, fleeing is even more routed. The ensuing battle was hardly suspenseful at all, as the guild team of nearly 100 people was killed by Zhou Yu leading the summoners. Nope, there's a vice president, he seems to have taken advantage of the chaos and escaped. After Su Xiaochang counted, his face suddenly changed. The other party was a fourth-turn professional. If they really escaped just like that, it would be a big hidden danger for them. He can't escape. Just then, Zhou Yu's words surfaced, causing the crowd's hearts to relax. They never doubted Zhou Yu's assurance. Phew! Dozens of kilometers away, the vice president who had sped all the way there then hid in a bush and breathed heavily. Casually killing a LV-20 wild monster, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Where did such a terrifying being appear from? The vice president touched a bottle of potion out, tilted his head and drank it down. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise. Ho, ho! As he was saying this, suddenly his arms began to stiffen and his entire body began to go out of control. How did that happen? What's happening to me? Ahem. I save. Not. Countless spores grew crazily and spread within his body, eventually devouring everything about him completely. With despair, resignation, the vice president fell headlong to the ground. On the verge of death, he watched as a black-robed figure appeared not far from him, and what was revealed underneath the cloak was not a human face, but a soul-fire-throbbing skeleton. Chapter 107 Soul Retrospect, Strong Man Comes, Repairing. How is it possible? The president actually lost to a skeleton soldier. The vice president's last thought before he died still didn't yield an answer. Zhou Yu stopped his steps and suddenly raised his head towards the void above his head. The sky was cloudless at the moment, but there were layers of cracks looming in his eyes. Just a moment ago, when he used the Shed Realm Eclipse wings, even though it was only for a mere 10 seconds or so, he still felt the wrath of that lord from the Shed Realm. This made Zhou Yu suddenly realize that perhaps his safety time here was not 30 seconds, but shorter. Even more, under the frequent use of one's own movement, this time would be even shorter. The dragon's dilemma hasn't been solved yet, and he's being targeted by the God Emperor? Zhou Yu shook his head slightly. The cost of obtaining this phrase was a bit large. But as things stood, he had no other choice but to keep going. Unlike before, this time, after resolving so many people, Lin Shiyun and her many teammates did not leave immediately, but rather destroyed their bodies after taking all the valuable items on them. Even though a human life in a non-secure area in the wilderness is not a mandatory subject to be pursued. But, if it is large enough, it will still be taken seriously. In order to be able to solve this worry, first Zhang Bai corroded the body features of all the corpses with salt etching, and then lit a fire to completely burn them into charcoal. Su Xiaochang then led the flame giant wolf to discard these corpses to the wild monster gathering place further away. It won't take long for the charred bodies to be gnawed on. Even if someone finds an abnormality in it later, it would be difficult to identify the real time of death or cause of death. Only after this was settled did the crowd return to Cold City by taking a detour under Zhou Yu's escort. They were going to rest for 2 days and wait until everyone had recovered more or less before considering traveling to the next copy. Meanwhile, within Cold City, inside the Red Dragon Guild's headquarters hall, several professionals responsible for stationing the garrison had worried looks on their faces. "Ma'am, there's no word from the president yet." On top of the main seat in the hall, there sat a middle-aged beauty dressed in luxurious clothes. The other party's exaggerated figure aside, just looking at its own dress, the pair of large star-shaped earrings looked exceptionally conspicuous. "Not back yet?" The beautiful woman's brows clustered slightly, and a bad premonition vaguely flowed out of her heart. Just at this moment, a rush of footsteps suddenly came from outside, and then a warrior in light armor was seen coming quickly, holding a half-burnt arm in his hand. "Ma'am, it's not good." The warrior knelt on one knee and pointed to his arm and trembled. "My subordinate found a burnt human hand from the wilderness west of the city." This is the president's?" The beautiful woman's face changed, and she stood up violently from above her seat. No, this is one of my brothers in the guild." The man sadly said, "Because of a special scar on his arm, was recognized by me, and in the wilderness, my subordinates have found a lot of similar limbs one after another. President him, afraid. Of the murderess." "What?" The beautiful woman sat down in her chair at once, grief rising suddenly in her eyes. "Tsunami dragon." Tears slid down, and the beautiful woman's body trembled, and a moment later, this grief suddenly transformed into a strong resentment. "Who, in the world, killed my tsunami dragon?" There was a scowl in her voice. "Whoever you are, I'm going to find you out." As the words fell, she raised her hand and a strangely shaped crystal ball appeared on the table in front of her. The beautiful woman touched the crystal ball with both hands, and then countless magical powers penetrated it, and at once the crystal ball bloomed with a brilliant light. A moment later, the picture inside began to clear up, and a somewhat aged old man's figure was emerging from it. "Daughter, what is so urgent that you have used the occupation planet to contact my father? Is it to return to the White Mountains?" "Father, Sao Long, he was killed." The beautiful woman's words caused the old man at the other end to sink. What kind of person? Dare to lay a hand on a fifth-turn professional? I don't know, the other side must have done a body-destroying job that I can't trace. The beautiful woman said in a deep voice, "Father, help me find that person, no matter who it is, I will make him pay." "Don't worry, Sao Long is my son-in-law, how can I sit back and do nothing?" The old man stood up from his seat at the words, and with a staff floating between his raised hands, he began to chant into the void. "My father will use the soul retracement technique to help you find that real murderer. Even if he hides at the ends of the earth, he won't be able to escape." Buzz. The image within the crystal ball began to tremble continuously, as if it was being disturbed by a special energy. At the other end, countless gray mists raged before the old man, as if consuming his magic to begin tracing the dead souls. Through the soul's last resentment, it is able to recreate the figure that made it resentful. Soon, the figure appeared. Both the old man and the beautiful woman stared, only to see that what appeared in the gray mist was actually a tall figure clad in black robes. "Obsidian longsword, two-eyed soulfire?" The old man revealed a sinister gaze. "Good, what an undead warrior. Find me, no matter where you hide, you won't be able to escape." Lin Shiyun and the others would never have thought that when they thought they had come up with a foolproof way to cover up everything, there were still people who could use special means to restore everything. On the other hand, right at the place where Zhou Yu had previously executed the shedding realm erosion wings, a huge eagle swooped down from the sky all at once, and by the time it landed on the ground, it had transformed into a silver-haired old man holding a staff. The old man just stood there, and a strong fluctuation emanated from his body, and the wild monsters within a 1,000-meter radius were all scared and prostrated on the ground, not daring to move. The old man stood right where Zhou Yu stopped and twitched his nose. "Strange, that powerful dark energy here, where did it come from? Is it hard to believe that some divine messenger is going to spy on the earth?" The old man looked at all of this with a frown on his face. He was originally heading to Cold City, but now, with this situation here, it forced him to revisit it. If the Sakai Gakkai can make this kind of noise, there is a lot of trouble involved. Damn these assholes. I'd like to see what you guys want. The old man thought for a moment, the very soft figure swept up at once, transformed into an eagle quickly far away. Lin Shuryun, who had returned to Cold City, rushed home at the first opportunity to report that she was safe. To be honest, this time she herself had some heart palpitations. If it wasn't for Joyu's presence, she simply didn't know how she would have been able to survive the siege from the 5 turn guilds. It was so that she valued the time she was able to return even more. Grandpa Lee, you're out walking again, huh? Ugh, I'm not looking for that little flower of mine. Grandpa Lee looked visibly haggard. Hannah hasn't been found yet? Mentioning the cat, Lin Shuryun also comforted with some sympathy. Don't worry, maybe it just went outside to play, and it won't be long before it comes running back. No, I was in the neighborhood 2 days ago, and I heard it barking. Grandpa Lee couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. You go back, I'll look for more. Chapter 108, Little Flower, finally found you ah. Well, take your time then. Hey! Grandpa Lee waved his hand and walked away without looking back. Ugh! Lin Shuryun sighed softly. Grandpa Lee's son was not with him, his old partner had left for several years, and it was this cat that followed him as a companion on weekdays. The bond between one person and one cat has long exceeded the relationship between owner and pet, and is more like a close friend and relative. She could understand how the other felt, but couldn't do anything about it, and only hoped that he would actually find Hannah. With Lin Shuryun's departure, Grandpa Lee walked along the road outside the neighborhood, his somewhat cloudy eyes checking around, a soft call coming from his mouth. Hannah! Hannah! Meow! Suddenly, a familiar cat call caused the old man's cloudy eyes to explode with essence. Hannah? Is that you, Hannah? He took a few quick steps and looked toward a distant bush, only to see a pair of cat's eyes floating vaguely there. Meow! The familiar cry caused the old man to burst into ecstasy. Little flower, quick, come to Grandpa! Meow! Not only did the little flower not appear, but instead, after calling out, it quickly moved away. Don't go, Hannah, come back! The old man hurriedly chased after him, but just as he reached his heels, he saw little flower meow once again and run farther away. In this way, one chased and the other fled, gradually turning into remote and dark alleys. Meow! Next to the sewer that was out of the uncovered manhole, Grandpa Lee saw Hannah stop from a distance. He was afraid that the other man would accidentally jump off, and ran a few quick steps to the other man. This time, little flower did not run away, but allowed Grandpa Lee to pick it up. Great little flower, Grandpa has finally found you. Ignoring the dirt on the little flower, Grandpa Lee brought it up to his face and gently rubbed it. However, just then, a bizarre scene appeared. Originally harmless small flowers issued a sharp hiss, and then in the eyes of Grandpa Lee's surprised mouth ripped open, a black line wrapped mouth open exaggerated arc, inside as a row of hideous fangs emerged. Small flowers. Hiss ow. In the alley, vaguely came out the sound of tearing, and then when I looked again, I suddenly found that Grandpa Lee and Little Flower had disappeared without a trace, and there was only the bamming sound of the manhole cover spinning on the sewer opening. Grandma, I'm home. Opening the door to her room, Lin Shuryun saw her grandmother coming out of the inner room in her fleece jacket. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Grandma smiled and surveyed Lin Shuryun. Let Grandma take a look, no injuries, right? No, look, I'm fine. Just be nice. Where's Foamy? It's in the house, go check it out, Grandma's going to make dinner. Good Lou. By the way, Grandma, Grandpa Lee next door is quite poor, why don't you make it and send some to him? Okay. Grandma's making dumplings, you can bring some over later. Aha! Lin Shuryun changed into her slippers and walked quickly into her sister's bedroom, and as soon as she entered, she saw her sister sitting up from the bed with support. Foamy. Lin Shuryun rushed over to help her up. Does it hurt again? No, sis, the effects of the Life 3 have reduced my pain quite a bit now, and believe it or not, these lines aren't growing anymore. Said girl pulled back her tightly wrapped collar. Lin Shuryun reached out and gently stroked it, and there was a slight, unnoticeable contraction within her pupils. The lines are still growing, even if they are growing much slower, but, still. How did that happen? Doesn't Life 3 work either? This is the only solution that can be found on the market at the moment, and no Life 4 or D has appeared, so what should we do? There was some panic in her heart, but she couldn't show it. It's good that you're okay. Grandma will make dumplings later, so eat more, okay? Aha! Foamy pressed her face against Lin Shuryun's palm. Don't worry sis, Foamy is fine. Aha! Foamy is definitely fine and getting better. Alright, come and eat the dumplings. After a long time, Grandma's voice came from outside the house. "Grandma, I'll give it to Grandpa Lee." Settling her sister down, Lin Shuryun took the initiative. "Success, go ahead, send that plate all the way." Grandma smiled and nodded. Lin Shuryun picked up a plate of dumplings and pushed out the door, coming next door to knock on the door of Grandpa Lee's room. "Grandpa, I've brought you dumplings." "Grandpa Lee? Grandpa Lee? Strange, not at home this late?" Lin Shuryun waited again and realized that there was still no one to open the door, so she could only return home with the dumplings. "What? Old Lee not home? Maybe? He seems to have been looking for cats lately, so he may not have come back." "Looking for a cat? I've lost it, can I find it?" "I don't know, I probably still want to try it." "Never mind, I'll go back in the morning and see what's going on." "Okay. Eat up, it'll get cold later." The rare cozy time passed quickly. Lin Shuryun didn't stay idle at night, but contacted Sume and the girls, preparing to have everyone put together an outfit as soon as possible within these 2 days. While a professional's talent was necessary for future potential, the strength of equipment was one of the most important dependencies outside of professional potential. After this replica, the girls realized that they had to improve their combat power in all aspects. Together with the huge harvest this time, the girls decided that the entire team must be equipped with full body equipment, medicines, and even expensive scrolls before they set off. Only life preservation props, equipment and other various preparations, to ensure the survival of the copy, and even in the encounter with unknown dangers have the possibility of escape. They couldn't do it before, but now with this harvest, it's all possible. Early the next morning, Lin Shuryun was ready to go out and meet up with Sume. They had made an appointment to go to the auction house in Cold City to pick up equipment, and with the presence of Sume's connections, they didn't have to worry about being pitched. "Grandma, sister, I'm leaving." Lin Shuryun said that and went out the door, only to stop for a moment in front of Grandpa Lee's door next door and raised her hand to knock. The result was still no half-hearted response. She shook her head in confusion, not realizing that the other woman was out looking for Hannah so early in the morning. Walking out of the neighborhood, she walked along the streets, having already stepped into the second turn. Both her physical strength and speed were much faster than before. She didn't ask Sume to pick her up, but chose to walk there instead, treating it as exercise. It was only 2 steps away when suddenly a catcall was heard. Lin Shuryun subconsciously looked back, only to see a cute cat's head poking out from the bushes at the edge of the street. "Hannah? You're actually here?" Lin Shuryun's face was joyful, really stepping through iron shoes without looking for a place. "I didn't expect that the little flower that Grandpa Lee was nervous about was actually in this neighborhood." She subconsciously chased after her, but she didn't expect Little Flower to see her and turn her head to run. Chapter 109, The Weakness of God. Meow. Lin Shuryun had just chased after her around the corner to find that Little Flower was only barking and her shadow was no longer visible. "Hannah runs so fast," Lin Shuryun said, and had already chased after him. She wanted very much to retrieve the little flower and return it to Grandpa Lee, so that she wouldn't have to see the unmistakable sadness on the other's face. Finally, by the time she had chased her to an alley, she found Hannah standing next to an open sewer manhole cover inside. Meow. Seeing that Little Flower didn't run away, Lin Shuryun was instantly relieved. Then she quickly walked to the other party and smiled. "Little Flower, you're so naughty. Do you know how long Grandpa has been looking for you? Come on, come home with me. Grandpa will be happy to see you." With that, she reached out her hand and cupped the little flower right off the ground. "Hey, where did you get this? That red stuff on your fur, is that blood? Bad, you're not hurt anywhere, are you?" Lin Shuryun was a little worried and looked around. At this moment, the originally intact small flower mouth like an octopus split open at once. The inner fangs and silk threads appeared, taking advantage of Lin Shuryun's distracted effort to bite over. However, under its bite, the expected splattering of blood did not appear, and instead, its entire body was violently thrown out. When Little Flower raised her head to look at Lin Shuryun again, she realized that the other party had already taken a few quick steps backward, not to mention that a fiery red staff had surfaced in her hand. "Bold demon, I could tell you weren't Little Flower." Lin Shuryun's face was no longer warm at the moment, instead it was filled with coldness. Meow hiss. The small flower that exposed its identity not only didn't retreat, but on the contrary, it opened its mouth even wider, and at the same time, its body seemed to start panging up, more than twice as big as before. There were sharp teeth spreading out of the chunks of flesh connected by a silken thread, looking like a hideous monster with stitches. With a snarling sharp hiss from his mouth, he disappeared from his original position with only a flash and pounced straight at Lin Shuryun. However, just as it disappeared, an amazingly long whistle could be heard ringing out from the alley. Ow! Accompanied by the flashes of lightning, a Thunder Fury Pale Wolf with lightning entwined throughout its body directly surfaced. The Thunder Fury Pale Wolf's body trembled and directly disappeared from its original position, and when it reappeared, the monster changed by Little Flower could be heard letting out a mournful and miserable scream, and was hit and directly flew backwards. Its body was scorched black, and its body was even more twitching, unable to move. The Thunder Fury Song Wolf let out a low roar and rushed over, directly greeting him with another round of lightning. Directly knocking out 2/3 of the opponent's blood, just as it was about to completely kill it, Lin Shuryun's call came from behind him. "Don't worry, little Ray, keep it for now. With such a monster in the streets, I'm afraid Grandpa Lee has met with misfortune." Lin Shuryun said in a deep voice, "No, this matter must be reported to Uncle Zhang." She hurriedly dialed Zhang Bio's number and explained what was happening here. It didn't take long for a large contingent of police from the sheriff's department to be sent in and completely cordon off the area. Sure Hyun. Unspeakable sister. An SUV quickly came down with Zhang Jigang and Zhang Bai in civilian clothes. Zhang Bai walked quickly to Lin Shuryun and looked the other party up and down. "You okay?" "Put." Lin Shuryun laughed. "Do you expect me to have something to do, Sister Bio?" "No, I'm all right, good." Zhang Bai's iceberg-like face instantly reddened, and then she saw Lin Shuryun laughing and snickering. "I know what you mean, La, no need to be nervous, huh?" Zhang Jigang stepped forward to check on the dying monster Xiaohua. "Mr. Lin, is this where you found it?" "No." Lin Shuryun shook her head. "I saw it in the street in front of me, counting. It should be the one that led me here." "Then how did you notice its abnormality?" "Usually Hannah never avoids me, and not this fast." Lin Shuryun recalled, "I felt it wasn't quite right at the time, and I didn't realize that it was actually going to make a move on me later. It looks like it's luring you to a narrow alley like this to make its move, and once it's got it, that sewer, that's where it's supposed to haul you away." Zhang Jigang's brows flashed with a look of gravity. "The problem is a bit serious now." "What's going on?" Lin Shuryun revealed a question. "Some time ago, cases of lost pets showed a high incidence and we didn't pay enough attention to it, but now it seems that it could be a huge conspiracy. The loss of pets is just the beginning, and their goal should be the people who are looking for them." "What?" Lin Shuryun's face changed. If every lost pet suddenly appeared, what owner wouldn't go after it? When he thought of this, Zhang Jigang's heart fluttered. "Show. Chief." One of the subordinates rushed over. "Is there a summary of the previous pet theft cases in the entire Cold City?" "About how many cases?" "There is no summary." "Quickly, summarize them immediately. I want their exact number in the fastest time possible." "Yes." Less than an hour later, this result came in. 942 cases? Looking at this number gave the crowd a shocking feeling. That doesn't include the ones that are simply lost and not reported. The subordinate's words made the crowd's heart sink even further. So, over 1,000 missing pets, if they all turn out to be monsters? Zhang Jigang's face chilled. "Check. Have every division thoroughly investigate all pet disappearance cases and record all recent missing persons cases." After saying this, Zhang Jigang turned his head to look at Zhang Bai and Lin Shuryun. "You two get in the car and I'll drop you off at the place, quick." "Dad, where are you going?" "Go ask the people who should be asked." Zhang Jigang had a cold light on his face. He wanted to see how this City Lord, who controlled a city, would decide after such a big incident. In the Undead Valley, on top of the white bone throne, Zhou was sitting there with a slightly unexpected figure kneeling right in front of him. Obsidian Destroyer, Kogut Miller. The opponent once again reverted to his previous obsidian-carved body, only that his own aura was still weaker. The reason why the other party was called here was also the topic that Zhou was most concerned about. "What do you know about the Lord of the Sedentary Realm?" Hiss. You say, God?" Kogut Miller's face paled. "You have also received the mercy of God?" "Correction, God's messenger, not God." Zhou faintly said. "He made me, and I call him God." Miller explains. "Tell me, what do you know about this God?" "Omnipresent and omnipotent." Miller's subconscious reply caused Zhou to frown. "Is there a way to be able to deal with it?" "No, God, there is no weakness." Fart. Knowing that this was the instinct that the other party was created with, Zhou thought about it and changed the topic. "What are your weaknesses?" Chapter 110 Barren Abyss, Red Light Blue, Holy Sacrifice Splash Blue, Frozen Arrow Blue. Me? Miller said in a deep voice, my greatest weakness is the core. Once the core is destroyed, I will not be able to be resurrected and disappear forever. Also, light, holy, and flame are all magics I really hate. You did not say anything. Since the other party said so, it meant that in order to take out the God Emperor, one must destroy its own core. This is obviously difficult to do at this stage. Where are you from? Why are you here? You thought for a moment and asked, do you know what this place is? This is the Barren Abyss. The Barren Abyss? Right. The place where the borders of the two abysses overlap, because of the destruction that the overlapping borders used to produce, resulting in extremely thin energy here, so very few abyssal beings will come here. Then why did you come? Because I was exiled. Exile? I once served as a boss among the copies, but I was completely defeated by a human professional, and although the remaining crystal cores restored my power, I suffered punishment and was exiled here. That means that anyone who fails in the middle of a copy will be exiled here, right? You suddenly thought of those existences that he had decapitated in the midst of the replica. If someone hadn't completely disappeared, would it be the same? No. There are failures that mean death and no possibility of exile. Miller shook his head. It's existences like ours that have a special way of being resurrected that can be exiled. Wait, so that means that all the existences exiled here can be resurrected over and over again? You suddenly realized the key point and his eyes lit up with it. If that's the case, doesn't he come across one that he can wool-gather over and over again? Is this a place of exile? It's blessed. For the most part, that doesn't exclude the natives who were able to survive here. Miller said. So where are you from? I come from the Soul Abyss. Soul Abyss? Blood Abyss? You rubbed his chin. In that case, this land of exile should be the junction of the Blood Abyss and the Soul Abyss? As he harvested information, a rough map was gradually sketched out in his mind, but there was still a lot of gray and cloudy areas that needed to be explored and added to. You know that new dragon? You asked. No, very powerful, but a dying being all the same. Near death? Don't you guys get to come back to life over and over again? You froze for a moment. How can you die? The energy here is too barren, even far below the rest of the abyss. Except for the natives, we exiles, the power of the origin will slowly dissipate because it is not being replenished, and when the origin completely dissipates cleanly, that will be the time of our death. And when will this dragon die? It's not clear, depending on how quickly its origin is dissociating. It could be as little as 100 years or as much as 1,000. More than I can live. You was speechless. He had wanted to rely on this to wear out his opponent, but now it seemed unrealistic. Can you hold it off if you take the stone golem with you? You pondered the approach and said. It can't be stalled. Its frost spit can just freeze and kill the core of a stone goblin, completely extinguishing it. Alright, you go back first. Hibernate for the time being, continue to check out the distant terrain, and come report to me when you figure it out. Yes, my lord. You Abyssal Black Warrior. Race, Phantom Undead. Rank, LV 34 7881 1.5 W. Life, 9900. Magic, 5200. Attack, 723 780. Defense, 45 magic resistance 18%. Words, Void Body Blue. Skeleton Stick Monk Summoning Blue Spore Manipulation Blue. Corrosive Swarm Blue, Rockquake Avalanche Blue. Dark Moon Starfall Red, The Sedentary Eroded Wings Purple. Heart of Fire Magic Purple, Inferno Ashes Calamity Tide Red. Looking at his current system panel, there was still a distance from LV35, his blood volume was about to break through 10,000, his attack was 700 guaranteed, and if he added the bonus of the Sword of Kingship, he would be able to break through 1100 or more. It could not be said to be strong, but when he thought about the hundreds of thousands of blood of the giant dragon, you felt that it was still not enough, not even far enough. If you don't have enough levels, words come in, and it's always right to edit more words. You softly muttered to himself. This time he had killed many professions of the Red Dragon Guild, from ordinary warriors, mages, to long-range archers, assassins, and even the healing botanicals, as well as the dispelling sacrifices, and sacred priests were among them, and a full hundreds of words had arrived, which could be considered as a great harvest. However, many of them were green words, which were not very useful at all to Zhou at this stage. So he directly unfolded the editing, preparing to make a boost in combination with the word reserves he currently possessed. After a number of attempts, has been edited by Zhou a few more satisfactory words. Red light blue, passive phrase, possessing it permanently increases one's blood level by 30% and blood recovery speed by 100%. It seemed like a very simple introduction, but it happened to fulfill Zhou Yu's most scarce direction. Blood is scarce, which is by far the biggest difference between him and the boss. From Miller, he learned that only abyssal beings who had been instructed by the gods to enter a copy to act as a boss were able to come with this boss buff. But, the existence of such a buff also meant that it was subject to the control of the Lord of the Abyss, and even if it wasn't, it was still going to leave a hidden danger. Therefore, Zhou Yu had been seeking means to be able to raise his own blood quantity without the aid of buffs. Apparently, after stacking through a few warrior profession looted words, it allowed him to find a way to progress. Zhou Yu, who possessed this phrase, had a blood volume directly close to 12,000, greatly ensuring his possibility of surviving in various complex environments. Holy Sacrifice Splash Blue summons a large amount of divine light to splash into a designated area, applying a powerful dispersion to the target and healing 10% of the target's lifesteal limit, and will no longer be affected by interrupts and curse type skills for the next 15 seconds. Zhou Yu had originally intended to edit a divine attribute ranged AoE like Holy Flame Blade Storm, but unfortunately, the range was there, not the damage, but the dispersion. Frozen Arrow Blue consumes magic to condense a frost arrow to attack the target. The arrow comes with a powerful freezing effect. The wave target's movement speed decreases by 20%, attack speed by 15%, life recovery speed by 30%, and after hitting 3 arrows, it is forced to be frozen minimum of 3 seconds, maximum of 15 seconds, and inflicts frost damage. The archer's original phrase was Frost Arrow, and the freezing effect was nowhere near as good as this, but Zhou Yu incorporated the remaining water, ice, and even wind phrases into it, and eventually such a phrase appeared, which wasn't horrible, but it was better because of its speed, long range, and a very powerful limiting effect. Zhou Yu didn't even need a bow and arrow, he could shoot this kind of arrow with his raised hand, but the biggest problem was that the accuracy needed to be practiced. In addition to these 3 edited ones, there were also 2 green phrases that Zhou Yu left untouched, which were Bloodsucking Fangs Green, Floating Technique Green. Chapter 111 First Encounter with a Giant Dragon, Undead Kingdom. The phrase Bloodsucking Fangs has no other use, it's just a 10% bloodsuck attached to a pummel attack. Don't underestimate this 10%, Zhou Yu's current general attack is more than 700, plus the Obsidian Sword of Kingship, it's more than 1100, even if it's just a normal cleave, one hit is enough to restore more than 100 blood, and the speed of the general attack is far faster than the speed of the word, the critical moment, but the capital of Zhou Yu's sparring. The other floating spell, while just a general skill that allowed the magician profession to float in mid-air, was average in both speed and controllability. But the important thing was that it could ensure that Zhou Yu would not be dropped dead at the critical moment. Combined with the single damage of that Blood Moon Lone Blade Blue that was looted earlier, this harvest was considered to be tremendous. The Heart of Fire magic in the underground lava was a powerful batch that allowed it to automatically master the many words of the fire system. The current Zhou Yu, even judging from the fire magic alone, was a professional with notable strength, not to mention adding the others. And I wonder, with my current strength, will I be able to make the beetle walk to the dragon's heels? Feeling that his powerful Zhou Yu was coveting that giant dragon all the time, he stood up his form from atop the white bone throne and left the Undead Valley with big strides. Passing through the tundra graveyard, he came to the Wulong mountain range to find Xiao Chang and had him dig the cave directly underneath the peak where the giant dragon was located, and Zhou Yu personally gave birth to a black beetle with 4 soul binding spores left in it, allowing it to climb out of the cave and move quietly towards the top of the mountain. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Who could notice the sound of a tiny black beetle on a frost-covered mountain peak? Zhou Yu was even able to observe everything around him from the perspective of a beetle through the mother tree. The further he moved forward, the more pronounced that icy cold feeling became, and Zhou Yu could clearly feel that the beetle's life value was showing signs of going down. Drill! He gave the command for the other to drill through the rock and into it, and began a slow recovery. When the blood was almost restored, this continued to climb out and towards the top. Finally, the beetle approached the top of the mountain, and Zhou Yu managed to see where the other party was at such a close distance. Bone-piercing icy cold rose, and huge bone wings stretched across like beams. Holler! The cold current spewing out from the sleeping dragon's nostrils formed a gale, almost lifting the beetle right off the ground, but fortunately, Zhou Yu made preparations ahead of time, allowing it to burrow into the ground, which prevented it from being a lost cause. By the time he found an angle to avoid the nostrils again, Zhou Yu managed to maneuver the beetle close to the opponent's faucet. The critical moment came when the 4 soul binding spores swept directly out of it and penetrated towards the other party's skull. Swish! With barely the slightest obstruction, the 4 spores penetrated through all defenses and entered the giant dragon's soul vessel. Zhou only felt that the soul binding spore was like arriving at an ocean of souls and hungrily began to devour the soul power within it. Just when he thought that everything was going so well, suddenly, a tidal wave of souls surged up from it, and in the next moment, like a storm, it swept through the entire soul container. Woo! As the storm swept by, 3 spores were instantly annihilated without being able to react, and the only one left was still unable to withstand it and completely collapsed after struggling for only a moment. Zira! Zhou heart shook as his connection with the entire soul binding spore was completely severed. Roar! A low roar suddenly resounded at the top of the mountain, and the sleeping dragon opened its eyes at once, its eyes glancing towards the surroundings, full of vigilance and threat. However, after a few moments, it didn't find anything halfway abnormal, and in the end, it just shook its head again, got down again, and fell into a deep sleep. Phew! Zhou exhaled a mouthful of non-existent breath as a means of calming the vibrations within himself. It seems that the soul binding spores aren't powerful enough, and indeed they can't withstand the opponent's onslaught. Zhou whispered softly to himself, although this time he failed, he found some information from it. That is, if one wanted the soul binding spores to be able to successfully reproduce down the line, the biggest problem was not to enter the giant dragon's body, but rather to maneuver enough soul binding spores to withstand the onslaught of the tidal wave within the other party's soul container. It was necessary to escape at least 1 or 2 waves of the onslaught before the soul-bound spores managed to reproduce in sufficient numbers as a way to continue expanding. And in order to do so, Zhou's soul strength had to be raised, only then would the growth of the mother tree of spores be stronger, and only then would he be able to manipulate more spores into it at the same time. Moreover, Zhou felt that there was only one chance of this kind. Only 4 soul-binding spores alone could make the other party sense the abnormality. The next time an even larger amount of spores entered, if it failed, it would completely trigger the other party's alertness, and it would be extremely difficult to succeed. After determining that the other party did not make another wave, Zhou could only retreat despite his unwillingness. Still waiting until LV40? Zhou let out a sigh of relief in his heart. As his level increased, his soul strength would naturally increase, and he might be able to reach this level at that time. But until then, the only way to raise it is to be able to find equipment that increases the soul, or to loot the words that raise it. The spiritual power raised by the words of grudge devouring was still too slow to meet Zhou's requirements. With his thoughts, Zhou had to return to the Undead Valley once again, and next he could only wait for Lin Shiyun to enter the next copy to look for an opportunity. Time passed, and Zhou had yet to wait for Lin Shiyun's summoning, but once again, he waited for Obsidian Destroyer Miller. Beyond the ruins, you say, is a territory that has been consolidated? Zhou was a bit surprised to hear this report. Logically, these undead creatures were having trouble staying alive in the barren abyss, so how could they have the heart to continue expanding? Existences like Xiao Chang, Miller who control their own territories are even good. As a result, a lord who was able to consolidate forces actually appeared, which was as conspicuous as a fierce tiger scurrying out from amongst a group of cats. That's right. Miller nodded. The gargoyles found that there were not only a large number of skeleton soldiers, but also ghouls, crypt demons, necromantic wolves, bears and other composite undead in such large numbers that it was comparable to a small kingdom. You, my lord, explained not to frighten the snakes, so the stone ghosts just scouted for a while and returned. Comparable to a mini-nation? Zhou was shocked. How could a small country have 1 million people? Even if it's less, there's always a few $100,000, right? And how much can one have now? The Valley of the Undead, the Tundra Graveyard, plus the crypt demons and the stone goblins of the rubble ruins add up to an army of 30,000 to 50,000? And the difference between the other side and their own numbers is literally tenfold. The guy inside, he's definitely not simple. Zhou pondered, is he showing signs of expanding this way? Not for a while. That's right, compared to the other party, he was just a small lord, not a big threat. As long as the other party didn't discover the existence of the dragon, he didn't even bother to come over here. Wait. Gargoyles? Zhou seemed to have thought of something and his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 112, Summoning Again, Different Paths for Humans and Demons. Anyone else challenging the nightmare level? He had just pondered how to deal with the giant dragon, but he didn't expect the opportunity to present itself now. An undead kingdom, even if there were only a few 100,000 in number, it was still very large, and if they were able to lure the gargoyle there, the other party's character would naturally want to go on a killing spree. When that time comes, that king who exists in the kingdom cannot possibly watch everything he owns be destroyed. And when that time comes, a great war must arise between the two parties. Zhou didn't need the other party to be able to beat the dragon to death. As long as it consumed its state, it could make the soul fall into weakness, and at that time, wait until it fell asleep and then invade it with soul-binding spores, wouldn't that success rate come up? One can completely avoid waiting for the LV40 limit. That's it. Zhou clenched his fist and directly instructed Miller, "Get ready, we're going to make the dragon A." Before he could finish his words, he saw a summoning vortex suddenly emerge above his head, and then his entire person was directly enveloped by the light, within the Undead Valley, completely disappearing. When Zhou regained consciousness, in front of him was a rolling mountain range littered with rocks, in stark contrast to the lush mountains and forests in the distance. He turned his head slightly and saw a huge building that looked like a fox's head emerge, with quite a few occupiers present around it. And beside him, Lin Shiyun and Zhang Bai, they were both listed. "Where is this?" Zhou looked at Lin Shiyun. "This is the replica hall of man and demon, we just got here, so just to be on the safe side, I summoned you here first," Lin Shiyun carefully explained. "It seems to be earlier than expected?" Zhou asked. Having come here, he was not in a hurry to go back. It would not be too late to wait until the end of the copy here and then go back to implement his plan. This time, because of Sister Sume, their progress in obtaining equipment is much earlier. Lin Shiyun explained, "That's why it's half a day early." At noon, the bright sun shines, making the danger of the field reduced by half, making this gray copy of the hall does not look so gloomy. Upon hearing this, Zhou turned back to look at Sume's several people and found that their equipment had indeed been replaced, and one by one, they were all glittering with a silver light, and some of them were even complete sets of suits. "They're all silver level at the minimum, and my sister and Unspeakable even got 2 silver sets, sir." Su Xiaochang introduced himself to Zhou in a treasure-offering manner. Zhou suddenly looked up at him. "What is your occupation?" "Mr. Bloodmark Shura." For Zhou's sudden concern, Su Xiaoqian was simply flattered and hastened to explain, but as a result, Zhou listened but a line of text surfaced. "Assassin professions generally talk less." Put. Lu Ro, who was hiding in the back, almost couldn't help but laugh when she heard it. "Ha!" Su Xiaochang froze in place with an embarrassed face, not knowing how to answer. Fortunately, Sume on the side was the first to break the deadlock when she saw the situation. "Master, this time we're still choosing the nightmare level if you want. Here's a guide I found from the internet, you can take a look," she said as she handed Zhou the information she had prepared long ago in her hands, kneeling down on one knee and handing it to Zhou with both hands. Zhou looked at her, then at the professionals wandering in the distance, and calmly received the information. "From now on, when it's crowded, call me sir, no need to kneel." "Yes, my lord, no, sir." Sume hurriedly got up and took advantage of Zhou's flipping at the same time, and explained at the right time, "I've read all the cheats of man and demon's different paths, the difficulty of the nightmare level pass is very great, and the number of those who were able to pass through is less than 1,000th of the number of breakthroughs over the years, and the shortest record of successfully passing through the level is 3.5 hours, which was created by a famous magical carving master, Tama, when he was young. And the way he got through it was simple, he smashed through it the hard way with a large number of magic scrolls he made." "What? A hard smash pass?" Su Xiaochang exclaimed. "How many magic scrolls would that take?" "The exact number of this is unclear, but it must be a lot is all." Sume explained a sentence, and said, "And the entire copy of the human and demon different paths plot is very simple, roughly as the poor scholar Lu Qingping coincidentally saved a woman Bai Li is a mountain white fox transformed, feeling nostalgic for the benevolence of the scholar, and its love, not only to take care of its living, but also for him to read. Until Lu Qingping went to the capital to take the examination, promising that he would return to his hometown with his clothes on his back after he had passed the first prize. Bai Li waited at home, finally waited until the day of the release of the list, really Lu Qingping high school scholar. While waiting for his return home, he receives the bad news that Lu Qingping has been given a horse harnessed by the side of a team. Knowing that the other party is a negative man, Bai Li led the territorial demon tribe to besiege the capital city, wanting to catch such negative people. However, the imperial city had already been prepared, and an accomplished monk had personally taken action to trap the Whiteley demon clan with his means. And our main quest is to guard the big formation that traps the demon race from being destroyed. After 10 impacts, the boss Bai Li will show up, and killing her will count as clearing the level. The crowd was silent for a moment after hearing this, and Lu Ro suddenly whispered with some uncertainty, "Then why suppress Bai Li when she's so pitiful?" "It can't be helped, humans and demons have different paths, it's a battle of camps here, and we don't have a choice." Sume helplessly spread her hands. "Besides, some of the Abyss copies are made of resentment, sadness, and other negative emotions. I'm afraid the real Bai Li has long disappeared." Upon hearing this, the crowd didn't refute it. This was a consensus that had been reached by human professionals for many years. Come on then, let's get our tickets and get into it as soon as we can, so we don't delay the Lord, no, sir. The crowd sniffed and headed in the direction of the replica hall, but as they got closer, they realized that there seemed to be more people gathering here. A number of people seemed to have just dispersed from it, and luckily not many people had entered the copy, and they made it to where the lobby desk was without incident. Hello, I need 5 tickets. Sume volunteered. Okay, what difficulty is required, please? The staff member in charge was immediately stunned when he saw Sume's face value, and then after seeing a group of great beauties with different temperaments behind him, he almost lost his concentration, and then even his attitude became much better. Normal, dangerous, and nightmare, but I'd recommend that a few of you pick normal, this has the highest pass rate. Thanks, we'll take 5 tickets for the nightmare level. Sume's heroic face smiled slightly, and there was a certainty in her tone. What? Nightmare level? The staff froze for a moment, but still couldn't help but make sure, are you serious? That's a nightmare level. I'm serious, please give me 5, I'm in a hurry. Sume smiled and prodded. Okay. That staff didn't say much, but began to prepare for Sume. While preparing, his mouth still couldn't help but persuade, if you're like that $1,000 young lady just now, forget I said it, but if you're not her way, it's best to think about it, after all, life only comes once. Miss $1,000? Just now? Sume raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. Someone else picked the nightmare class? What do you mean pick? The staffer corrected, people are running over here to break records. Chapter 113, Tian Yao Yao, Beta Guild, you can't wait. Broken record? Su Xiaochang couldn't help but skim his lips when he heard this. Do you think that record is easy to break? Is it hard to smash it with a scroll as well? The staff glanced at him and suddenly said oddly, a few of you are just here, aren't you? What's going on? Su Xiaochang did not expect the other party to guess at once and could not help but ask back. Do you know who's coming? The staff member smiled, that's the daughter of the vice president of the 6th Order Guild Beidou Guild, named Tian Yao Yao. What happened to the vice president's daughter? Su Xiaochang was a bit unconvinced, isn't she still a second turn even if she comes from a big place? Oh, people's old man, his name is Tama. You just what between, he also. What? Tama? That magic engraver you were talking about? Master Tian? Su Xiaochang had just said 2 sentences when he suddenly changed his face and exclaimed in shock. Yeah. The staff smiled and nodded, that young lady came with a lot of substance, aiming to break the record set by his father. So? Su Xiaochang nodded in a slight daze, but couldn't help but sigh softly, what a pity, her calculations, destined to fall through. What does that say? The man inquired subconsciously. Oh, because she met us, of course. Su Xiaochang couldn't help but deign, with the presence of our team, the record is destined to be ours. Okay, cut the crap and hurry up. Sume's voice came from the distance, causing Su Xiaochang to spit out his tongue and hurriedly bugger off. Leaving the staff with an astonished look on their faces, they waited until the other party had completely disappeared before the other party shook his head in mute amusement. Hey, what a dare to brag about anything! Without delay, the crowd made their way to the entrance of the replica, only to find that the entrance was blocked by quite a number of people, not even allowing people to enter it. Hey! What are you doing? We're going into the copy, why are you stopping us? Su Xiaochang indignantly squeezed through, but heard the other side say expressionlessly, I'm sorry, this place is temporarily under control, it will be unlocked later. Who are you? Who are you to control? Believe it or not I. Before Su Xiaochang could say anything, he was pulled out by Sume. Sis, why are you pulling me? It's just a 6th Order guild, why don't you let? Sume glared at him, we're here to make copies, not to cause trouble, keep a low profile. With that she nudged towards the other side, besides it shouldn't be long time to wait, it's already here. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaochang subconsciously inclined his head to look, and saw that in the distance, several specially modified transportation vehicles were rapidly approaching the place, stopping not far away. Each vehicle had a striking Dipper 7 stars flag, representing the identity of the other party, the 6th Order Guild, the Dipper Guild. As the vehicle stopped, many figures carrying sack-like bags walked down from it one after another. The mouths of those sacks were not deliberately tied shut, but were open, and it could be clearly seen that they were piled high with various magic scrolls. This scene caused the many professionals who had gathered around to be in an uproar. Hiss! Several cartloads of magic scrolls? This is too trenchant. Worthy of being Master Tian's daughter, this handiwork, it's really broad. A full 3 cartloads of magic scrolls, you don't even say nightmare level, it's the entire copy, it can completely blow away, right? It's too ruthless, the value of these scrolls is simply more than a few times more than even the record-breaking rewards. It can't be helped, who told them to be rich and powerful? Listening to the crowd's comments, even Lin Shuryun and the others couldn't help but show their surprise. Growing up, it was the first time they had seen someone pulling scrolls into a replica in a cart. Why doesn't she fit in the backpack space? Lu Ro felt like her head wasn't enough and subconsciously asked. Sister Zoe, your backpack space is limited. Lin Shuryun smiled, if it's truly infinite, we could have more than 3 times as much lava essence last time. Oh yeah. Lu Ro nodded indistinctly, but isn't it not too convenient for her to move around when she's holding up so many scrolls like this? That's why she chose this copy, she only needs to guard the entrance and doesn't need to move. I'm afraid it would be hard to be useful if it were any other copy. Hey! Su Xiaochang sniffed and suddenly said with a bit of amusement, this is really a disgrace if you've gone through so much effort and as a result, the record hasn't been broken. His voice was a bit loud, and instantly caused the professionals inside who were in charge of maintaining order to turn their heads and stare angrily. Su Xiaochang, who had long been stopped here and was not happy about it, glared back nonchalantly, what? You guys are allowed to occupy this place, and you won't let anyone talk about it, right? His words might not be a big deal in normal times, but the one in front of him was the daughter of the vice president of a 6th-ranked guild with a huge array of people, and how could she sit back and watch as she was spat out in front of such a large audience? Wow! The crowd parted, and a short beauty with a pill hair and a large scroll bag behind her back looked towards Su Xiaochang. You're saying I can't break the record? What's wrong? Su Xiaochang is the chief financial officer's youngest son, identity background is not mediocre, the temperament race by itself is not a weak generation, immediately stood up his chest and said, nightmare level copy, who said that a pile of scrolls can break? Look at the fuss you've made, and you've brought so many people with you, isn't it a shame that you can't break it? So can you break it? Tian Yao didn't move to anger, but instead asked the other party rhetorically. I can't break it alone. The corner of Tian Yao's mouth was slightly raised. She hated this kind of people who stood and talked without any pain in their backs. It was obvious that they couldn't do it themselves, and they preferred to think that other people couldn't do it either. Only, when she was about to retort, she heard Su Xiaochang's words change, but adding our teammates will do. You? Huh? You guys can break the record for nightmare level copies too? Tian Yao looked at Su Xiaochang, and the other teammates behind him. They all looked like they had outstanding temperament, and their equipment was equally not bad. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the tall figure shrouded in a black cloak. She always felt that the other party exuded a deathly aura, but she didn't know what occupation it was. That's for sure, not only can we. Sume pulled her brother along and took the initiative to step out and pick up the slack. We're just in a hurry, so it'd be best if you'd get out of the way. Punching Our Lady and still want to leave easily? Really? The guard at the side opened his mouth in a cold voice, but he was blocked by Tian Yao's raised hand. It looks like you guys are very confident, then I can let you go in first, but if you can come out alive, I will be waiting for you, and you can make friends then. She said and waved her hand, and at once the guards made way. Seeing this, Sume nodded slightly to Lin Shuryun and Zhouyu before leading everyone along towards the direction of the duplicate entrance. Only leaving behind a sentence as he passed by Tian Yao. You can't wait. Chapter 114, The Spring Silkworm does not exhaust thoughts until it dies. The wax torch turns to ashes and the tears begin to dry up. Tian Yao's eyebrows were clustered, and she was about to say more, but she saw several people rapidly moving away. Looking at the other party's distant figure, Tian Yao suddenly murmured softly. Better yet, what about a little surprise? After saying that, she waved her hand at a group of guards carrying sacks behind her. Come on, let's go break the record. Buzz. As the crowd teleported and disappeared, a familiar feeling of vertigo surfaced before the crowd's eyes dimmed. Looking around the room gave them a slight shock at first. Holy, is this our side or the enemy base camp? Su Xiaochang was startled when he looked at the 2 coffins placed right in the center. Scholar's Mound? Lin Shuryun pointed to the 3 large characters carved on the rock wall above the coffin. Grave? That chilly scholar is dead? Su Xiaochang was filled with doubt. Didn't he say that the fox demon was trapped? How did he die? It's not in the raiders. Sume looked around. There are 2 entrances on the left and right here. Walking out along the passageway, it should be the periphery of the chamber, and the battlefield to fend off the attack. The two coffins are the core of the formation. Once they are destroyed, the fox demon will completely lose control and jeopardize the entire capital. Roughly that's the clue. As soon as her words fell, suddenly the crowd received a prompt about the main quest of the replica in their heads. Of course, in addition to the main task, the crowd also knows that the entire Scholar's Mound is the core of the sealed fox demon, and every other wave of soldiers. The cause of the operation of the array will make the chamber rotate, and the original entrance will be retained in addition to the two new entrances will be added. In other words, when the final wave came, a full 20 entrances would appear outside the entire Scholar's Mound. The difficulty of guarding the entire core will be geometrically increased by then. Alert, 10 seconds to first wave of attacks, 9, 8. Alert, 20 minutes, 8 seconds to second wave of attacks, 7. All monsters will be refreshed for the first 10 minutes of each wave of attack, and after 10 minutes of free time, the next wave of attack will begin straight away. It may sound like a long time, but in reality, it doesn't matter if you can kill all the monsters in the first round or not. As soon as the time is up, the second round of monsters will appear. Click, click, click. As the countdown appeared, the crowd could see that the entire chamber seemed to have countless formation runes lighting up, followed by a shift in light and shadow that seemed to start spinning. What do you see there? Lin Shuryun looked at the scene of flickering light around her, and there seemed to be figures floating vaguely. It's just that everyone was paying attention to the appearance of entrances around them and had missed them before they could see them. And the next moment, as the light faded, two entrances over 3 meters wide appeared on the left and right sides. Captain, how do we hold it? Su Xiaochang looked at Lin Shuryun. The entire chamber was more than 50 meters in diameter, and the two entrances were far apart. The best way should be to split the troops into two. But once separated, it was tantamount to lowering the overall strength of one's team. Then you have to let the wildlife in, which in turn increases the risk of the opponent impacting the coffin. Before Lin Shuryun could say anything, the longsword in Zhou Yu's hand had already been inserted into the ground. Click, click, click. Skeleton swordsmen and skeleton stick monks surfaced one after another, directly splitting into two teams to block the two entrances. We'll just hold the coffin, and the others will see what's going on for backup. In an instant, Lin Shuryun understood Zhou Yu's intention. Instead of dividing it, it would be better to just let it in and fight. Yes. After everyone understood, Lu Ro shook the silver staff in her hand, and 5 rays of light shot out directly towards the surroundings. She quickly chanted an incantation and began to prepare to set up the 5 elements boundary. For this situation where you don't have to move, the role of the junction master will be completely obvious. Tide guards. Zheng Bai built up his magic power, and soon the light shifted, and 2 3-meter-tall tidal guards whose bodies were entirely made of flowing seawater coalesced out of thin air. Blessed light. Mind link. Void aura. The staff in Lin Shuryun's hand shone brightly as 2 blessing buffs plus an aura enveloped everyone including Zhou Yu. Increases spirit, increases 4 dimensions, and reduces cooldown. Now after a few times of bonding, there was no need to say much. Everyone was quick to bring out their strongest means. Right at this moment, a creeping sound like crawling was transmitted from within the 2 entrance passages. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw a demon with a sunflower-like head and thorns wrapped around it manifest from the mouth of the passage. Thorny Flower Demon. Race, Plant Demon. Level, LV 20. Life, 2900. Magic, 850. Attack, 198-203. Defense, 12. Words, Paralyzing Sap Green, Thorny Twist Green. Only LV 20? It looks average. Seeing this first wave of monsters, Su Xiaochang couldn't help but skim and relax a little. Don't be careless, this is only the first wave, there are still 9 waves behind. At the same time Su Mei reminded them, the skeleton rolling monk and the skeleton swordsman were already engaged in battle with each other. The Thornflower Demon's main tool is to whip through the thorns wrapped around its body, releasing a paralyzing toxin that reduces movement speed and attack speed as it hits. However, in front of the skeleton stick monk who was extremely good at dodging, their attacks were almost impossible to hit, and only needed cannon fodder like the skeleton swordsman to hold them back for a few moments in front of them, so they could be easily eliminated. This scene made the crowd relax slightly, but as time passed, they gradually realized that something was wrong. Alert! The second wave of attacks has opened. What? A second wave so soon? Su Xiaochang looked at the Thornflower Demon that still kept appearing inside the entrance, and immediately looked odd. 20 minutes and the Flower Demon is still out? It's not that we didn't finish out, it's that we didn't finish killing. Sume explained, the two passages look wide, but they're still too small compared to the number of these wild monsters, and even if we were able to bet on it, we simply wouldn't be able to kill them all in 10 minutes. Watch out, a new entrance is coming. Click, click, click. At the same time that the formation fluctuations surfaced, the crowd realized that the entire chamber had once again begun to flow. This time, the fact that the wild monsters were being fended off by the skeleton stick monks allowed them to have the energy to check their surroundings. This silhouette? What's going on? It was only then that the crowd realized that there were actually two silhouettes floating amongst the array's light. One of them was dressed as a tattered scholar, while the other was a stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress. The two seemed to be reading in front of a remote hut, and although the environment was difficult, the scholar was very focused, while another woman in a white dress was carefully studying ink for him. It looks like the picture is incredibly harmonious. Soon, these images blurred up between the flow and vaguely actually formed two lines of text. The spring silkworms will not be exhausted until they are dead, and the wax torch will not be dried up until it turns to ashes. What does that mean? Before the crowd could regain their senses from it, suddenly the two entrances reappeared, followed by a shrill cry like a whistle. Shoo! Chapter 115 Carrion Poison Jackal Demon, Stalking Wolf Demon, Mr. Strikes. Dog-headed humanoid demons with steel forks emerged directly from the two entrances. Rancid Jackal. Race, Beast. Level, LV 22. Life, 3000. Magic, 500. Attack, 233-258. Defense, 15. Words, claw rip white, carrion bite green, swiftness green, pitchfork throw green. Compared to the flower demon slowness, the jackal demon had just appeared and almost transformed into a shadow as it furiously rushed towards the coffin. There were even two that rushed over before the skeleton stick monk could stop them. However, only a bang was heard as the opponent crashed heavily into the outside of the five elements boundary, wincing as he was scorched by the rising flames. Without waiting for them to react, the tidal blade had already swept over their heads. Great job! Su Xiaochang gave the two a compliment for their cooperation. But just then, more and more jackal demons rushed out, causing them to join the fray. Put! Both Su Mei and Su Xiaochang couldn't help but go all out. After a succession of sustained output without the slightest respite, they finally realized that this kind of guard was not as simple as they had thought on the surface. 10 minutes. Lin Shuyun's reminder rang out, letting the crowd know that the second wave of wild monsters that had already been released had ended, but the corpses of various wild monsters had almost been piled up in the passageway. In 10 minutes at most, the third wave of wilds and the entrance would be revealed at the same time. The pressure on the crowd, when the time comes, will be even greater. Ray! Go! With Lin Shuyun's command, Thunderfiend Song directly rushed out, and a large amount of electric light erupted from its body all at once, and then continued to scatter in all directions towards the surroundings. The many jackal demons were paralyzed by the electricity before they even had time to react, and they were immediately greeted by the tidal blade and bloodmark Shura. Phew! Su Xiaochang felt his pressure reduced and couldn't help but give Lin Shuyun a thumbs up. But soon, the prompt in the crowd's minds resurfaced. Alert! The third wave of attacks is about to open. Click, click, click. The familiar scene reappeared as the array's light flowed. This time, the crowd realized that the light that changed on it coalesced into a different silhouette than before. There is no more white beauty in it, and the original poor scholar has become a suave scholar. Scholar is standing in a garden, under the night color, a yellow-skirted beauty is snuggling on its shoulder, and it looks like the two are enjoying the moon. It was just that I didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but the eyes of that scholar looking up at the sky were a bit lost in thought. A moment later, the yellow-skirted beauty quietly dissipated, transforming into a phrase, "The bright moon is born at sea, the sky is the end of the world." Click, click, click. The two entrances appeared once again, and after the first two rounds of fighting, this time Su Mei and the others were all in high spirits, not daring to relax in the slightest. However, after waiting for a few moments, Hurricane realized that within the entire entrance, there was actually no sign of half of the wild monsters. Question mark. Doubts rose in everyone's heads at the same time, but before such doubts could dissipate, a low growl suddenly resounded from the surroundings. Ow! The flaming giant wolf from Zhou summon just surfaced and pounced out in one direction. Ow! The same miserable sound rang out, and the crowd suddenly saw that outside the previously empty passageway, a wolf-headed figure holding a long sword actually quickly appeared. Stalking werewolf demon. Race, beast. Level, LV 24. Life, 3,000. Magic, 950. Attack, 279 300. Defense, 18. Words, Sharp Claw Rip White, Sneak Green, Blade Mastery Green, Sneak Kill Green. As this wolf demon surf. Aced, the crowd finally reacted to the fact that it wasn't that there were no wild monsters, but that the other party was actually able to be stealthy. If Joyu had not seen these stealthy wolf demons in advance, I am afraid that someone would have to suffer a heavy blow just now. Mud, kill. Su Xiaochang was enveloped in blood around his body, and with a furious curse, he directly transformed into a blood shadow and disappeared without a trace. Swish. He appeared in front of a wolf demon, and his original longsword was actually replaced with a two-handed short blade, and under the successive flipping attacks, he directly slit a wolf demon's throat. One hit, instantly far away. But even so, the wide chamber was now littered with demons that could not be killed, simply could not be killed. Some of the demons that had gotten their hands on the coffin even began to impact the boundary, preparing to launch an attack towards the coffin. Joyu stood still and watched the scene, secretly pondering. Already the third wave of wild monsters had been refreshed, and the first wave of wild monsters still hadn't been cleared. What does that mean? It meant that the number of wild monsters accumulating out there reached a very scary number with each wave. It's fine at first, but when the entrances increase in the back, the place will be completely flooded. More importantly, Joyu realized that the appearance of these monsters was not randomly arranged, but had sufficient coordination. First, the flower demon sprays paralyzing toxins and reduces movement speed, and the carrion jackal demon cuts armor and reduces defense. Stalking wolf demon directly stormed up to output, and with reduced armor, movement speed and attack speed, it was nearly impossible to dodge. If he didn't have enough tricks up his sleeve, I'm afraid someone would have gotten hurt this time. Joyu's eyes lingered on the two coffins within the chamber for a moment before he looked at the two warring sides again. The skeleton swordsman, skeleton stick monk had lost nearly half of them after 3 rounds of consumption. The newly added flame giant wolves could temporarily resist for some time, but if it continued, the flame giant wolves that were continuously consumed would always disappear. It's time to start fighting back. Between whispering softly to himself, Joyu suddenly opened his arms, and in the next moment, countless spores began to emanate from his body. Buzz. Even though the wolf demon was stealthy, it couldn't help that the spores were everywhere. Soon, these spores were sucked into its body between breaths, and began to multiply crazily after being nourished by blood and flesh. Blood-binding strangle. Bang! The flipping blood blades exploded all at once on the head of a wolf demon, and the next thing he saw was his blood level being emptied all at once. Su Xiaochang, who had transformed into a blood-colored shadow at this moment, gasped and revealed his form. But right at this moment, the extremely fast jackal demon seized the opportunity and rushed towards him at once with a steel fork in hand. Grandma, I'll fight you all. Su Xiaochang was about to strike again with his short blade in his hand when he suddenly realized that all the jackal demons paused at once. As Su Xiaochang froze, he suddenly saw that these jackal demons flipped over and actually stabbed their steel forks into their chests. Holy? Suicide? He exclaimed in shock and suddenly reacted, looking towards Joyu in the distance. Only to see that around it, the many demons that were originally going to attack stopped at the same time and began to commit suicide. Those in the distance, the demons that hadn't had time to react even watched their companions kill themselves. Mr. Struck. Su Xiaochang was overjoyed, knowing that other than Joyu, there would not be a second existence capable of possessing such means. Hearing this, the others who were still fighting also had happy faces. Because they knew that once Joyu made his move, it meant that everything would be over. Chapter 116. You know I don't know, but I know you're like a painting, mud swamp tree demon, second kill. Buzz. Countless invisible spores began to spread in the air, and more wild monsters were controlled and began to frantically attack their surrounding companions. The wild monsters, which were not at all sure how long it would take to kill them, were actually so easily controlled. Sume and the others who saw this scene were very sensible and backed up within the boundary one after another. Looking at the group of self-inflicted wild monsters, the admiration for Joyu in his heart was simply indescribable. Shiryun, why did the master strike so early this time? Sume took a bottle of blue restoration potion while opening her mouth to ask. I'm not sure. Lin Shiryun frowned slightly. In the past, he used to let us deal with it on our own first, and wait until it was almost time, then he would step in to solve it. This time he stepped in so early, it's indeed a bit of a surprise. Will you find anything wrong? Lu Ro guessed. Not right? There's nothing wrong except for the strange tactics of the stalking wolf demon. Su Xiaochang rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of the incredible result. No way, Mr. isn't trying to take control of these wilds and, well, counterattack out, is he? What? The crowd's hearts fluttered as they listened. Counterattacking out? This can't even defend, but still thinking of counterattacking? God knows how many wild monsters are waiting outside. Once you go out, won't you end up surrounded? However, before their thoughts could dissipate, they saw the many wild monsters controlled by Zhou begin to turn defense into offense, continuously impacting towards the outside. Combined with the help of the flame giant wolf and the skeleton stick monk, this situation actually began to reverse in a matter of moments. Really, a counterattack. Even though they had long known of Zhou's toughness, when they actually saw the scene, the crowd still felt that it was a bit unreal. The contrasting feeling of something that one was obviously unable to do with near exhaustion, but was just something that the other party did casually, always made it difficult to feel at peace. It was at this moment that the fourth wave of attacks began. Snicker. Between the flow of the array's light, the crowd once again saw some light once again. The poor scholar was painting, and the object of the painting was not the yellow-skirted woman from before, but the white-skirted beauty. The poor scholar drew with great care and skill, and when it was finished, almost a picture of a marvelous beauty was completed. White dress woman see this a beautiful picture is even more happy, but just after the other side turned to leave, the poor scholar suddenly raised the pen, in the back of its white dress, make up a pure white fox tail. Once this fox tail was out, the poor scholar actually showed a smile and put up his pen to write, "You know that I don't know, I know that you are like a picture." This time, just as the entrances appeared, Zhou didn't even wait for the wild monsters to appear before he directly raised his hand and waved it, and a large number of wild monsters under his control rushed into those two entrances. The best defense is really the offense. Boom! The number of wild monsters in a full 6 channels surged into the 2 channels, directly blocking the 2 brand new channels completely. The crowd just watched as the wild monsters pouring in from the 6 passages were completely reversed under the control of the spores and poured into the other 2 passages. When 10 minutes had passed, the wild monsters from the 6 passages had actually disappeared. What does that mean? It meant that the number of wild monsters that had been refreshed in the 6 passages had been completely emptied by Zhou. Next, the crowd only had to deal with 2 lanes of wild monsters and could easily wait until the 5th wave of wild monsters was refreshed. However, Lin Shiyun and the girls quickly realized that they were still thinking simply. Stay here. Zhou just left behind a sentence and then had the skeleton stick monk and the remaining skeleton swordsman walk towards a passageway together. He himself, on the other hand, was moving forward towards another passage. He had said that offense was the best defense, and since the other side was going to pile him up by sheer numbers, he was going to do the opposite. In fact, after attempting several copies one after another, Zhou gradually realized that quantity, indeed, could overwhelm everything. If he didn't have so many means of summoning to deal with it, I'm afraid he'd have to take matters into his own hands from the start. Unless he could release words with infinite magic plus an infinite cooldown, even he would be exhausted one day. This was still him. Without blowing it out of proportion, Zhou felt that he did not have a few amongst the third-turn professionals or even the wild monsters that could reach his level. Even he could be consumed, let alone other existences. In turn, as long as he possessed a constant stream of summoned beings, or similar means, he could completely fend off all of the previous waves without expending much of his own magical power. Right now, Zhou didn't want to waste any time. He wanted to go out first and see just how many wild monsters were waiting for him. Boom boom boom. Dull and loud noises continued to come from within the rocky passageway. The wild monsters ahead seemed to be in a fierce battle, and those that were controlled by their own spores were decreasing at a rapid pace. On the contrary, the number of wild monsters under siege decreases, very slowly. Small number of individuals with thick blood? Zhou instantly made a judgment, and as his footsteps approached, he finally saw the presence in that passageway. It was a large tree goblin that almost topped the top of the passageway, waving its branches with terrifying power, and with almost every swing, it could lift the wild monsters that were counterattacking off the ground. Quagmire Tree Demon. Race, Tree Demon. Level, LV 25. Life, 6000. Magic, 1500. Attack, 290-315. Defense, 30. Words, Rejuvenation Green, Stormbringer Green, Rootmire Green, Advanced Regeneration Blue. Zhou looked at the ground below the tree demon, where the original hard rock had disappeared and was replaced by a quagmire, and many figures were caught in it, and before they could struggle, they were being lifted up and entangled by countless tree roots, unable to move. Together with the tree demon's own regeneration and recovery ability, even the siege of many demons failed to break through at once. Tanks with restricted abilities are indeed difficult to tackle. Joyu softly whispered to himself, causing the many demons to give way to a path. But I don't have that much time. Joyu walked in front of him, his gaze calmly looking at the human face on the tree trunk. At this moment, the human face seemed to sense Joyu's power as well, waving a few of the thickest branches and lashing out at him. However, Joyu just stood there and gently opened his mouth. Spiteful hiss green, activate. New B. The invisible, soul-filling wail resounded through the channel, like a sound wave passing toward the front. Tree demons were certainly thick with blood, but Joyu had long ago discovered that it was not their bodies that were fragile, but their souls. Without soul resistance, even a green-worded grudge hiss from them would be deadly enough. Click. Only to see that where the sound wave passed through, the huge tree demon violently issued a miserable and incomparable scream, followed by a crack suddenly surfacing from the trunk of the tree. Click, click, click. Starting from the tree demon at the very front, one after another collapsed down towards the back. In the midst of the twisting, it became a field of wood shavings. Joyu expressionlessly stepped over the other party's corpse and continued to move forward towards the passageway. He had thought that the passage would be at least hundreds of meters, or even longer, but he didn't expect that after only tens of meters, the view in front of him would open up all of a sudden. And when Joyu looked around, he suddenly looked puzzled. This scene, I seem to have, where have I seen it before? Between the green mountains, a quiet valley surfaced, and beyond the valley was a quiet path, and these paths were the very scene where a wild monster kept crowding in. Suddenly, Joyu remembered at once that this quiet valley was exactly the scene he had seen during the formation transformation within the Scholar's Mound. How could the negative man who abandoned the fox demon leave such a scene? Joyu with his doubts had just stepped out when he saw a pathway crowded with demons looking towards him in unison. Countless pairs of different eyes looked at themselves with the same resentment, and in the next moment, the same womanly growl escaped from their mouths. Negative, you deserve to die. Chapter 117, Illusion? Poisonous snake demon, tree chopping, sudden change. Wow! Both the ones near and far seemed to have discovered where Joyu was, and they abandoned their original paths and rushed towards Joyu like they were desperate. Joyu looked back and realized that the location he was in was actually not a Scholar's Mound, but a secluded building in the valley. The buildings were carved and painted with extraordinary grandeur, just like a royal courtyard. And around the courtyard, exactly 8 paths surfaced, and at the end of the paths was an arch bridge connecting to the city gates, and the number of these arch bridges corresponded exactly to the 4 refreshes of 8. I see, everything outside is an illusion, only inside the passageway is the real Scholar's Mound. Joyu's soul fire pulsed, seeming to be enlightened, but then he was puzzled. If this place is an illusion, what is real? Is the luxury on the outside meant to cover the grave on the inside? Joyu suddenly shook his head, he could not figure it out a bit. Since the Scholar's Mound was that Scholar's formation to stop the other side from breaking through the seal, why did he leave a loophole for the fox demon to take advantage of? But if it was the work of a fox demon, why not just open all the pathways and let all the demons swarm over it and destroy it completely? Joyu thoughtfully looked around, mountains, dense forests, valleys, he could see everything but only the fox demon named by Lee. Fox demon, where is it? Knock. A low muffled sound came. Joyu turned around suddenly, and saw countless rays of light seemingly shining out from the void above the valley, and in the next moment, the light enveloped the buildings below, and the place that had originally been shrouded in mist began to dissipate, with 2 opposing white jade corridors and bridges appearing from it. One end extends to the building, while the other extends further into the valley. Ru. Xing. Ping. The entire valley echoed its poor scholar's name at this moment, only that tone was full of indignation and resentment. Joyu subconsciously turned back and glanced in the direction of the Scholar's Mound, but was slightly puzzled. There, even though it looked like nothing on the surface, with Joyu's deadly grievance demon pupil being able to see through the illusions, he found that there were actually 2 silhouettes manifested in it, one of which was the poor scholar Lu Qingping, and the other one was not the incarnation of that fox demon that he had seen but was instead another yellow-skirted beauty. Could it be the princess? Joyu thought of the previous copy of the introduction. The cold scholar Lu Qingping was recruited as an extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. The princess should be this person. The image he saw at the moment was a beautiful scene of the 2 of them honoring each other within the palace. Joyu looked around with an odd look on his face. This illusion, who is it for? Hiss. Just then, the hissing sound coming from the 5th wave of wild monsters attracted his attention. It was a group of snake-headed demons with willow-leaf twin swords in their hands, their legs that had transformed into serpent tails slithering and crawling rapidly on the ground. Venomous snake demon. Race, beast. Level, LV 27. Life, 3500. Magic, 1600. Attack, 325. Defense, 18. Words, intermediate toughness green, venomous spray green, serpent's pupils illusion blue, shadow stinger's blade blue. A brief look at the wildlife showed that it was more than a notch stronger than the last wave. 2 blue phrases that can affect the enemy with illusions, and then explode with a poison blade that comes with bludgeoning damage. Combined with Venom Spit's armor reduction is enough to do a lot of damage. Joyu looked at the demon monk Zhen Yuan, who was still tangling with the mud swamp tree demons, and suddenly changed his mind, only to see his hands lifting up, and countless rocks under the ground began to rise. Rock Nucleus Heavy Nico Blue, activate. Click, click, click. The rock wall spread, directly transforming into a hemispherical rock shield to completely envelop the True Scholar's mound. No matter how many illusions you create, as long as the wild monsters are refreshed, the ultimate destination is to rush to the Scholar's mound. Therefore, no matter how many passages the Scholar's mound was, it was necessary to break this layer of rock, or else it wouldn't be able to enter at all. It wasn't realistic for a level 20-something wild monster alone to tear through the rock core heavy defense in a short period of time. But that wasn't enough. As Joyu raised his hand and waved it, a fiery flame began to rise from around the rock core, transforming into a wall of fire that burned with blazing flames. Wall of Fire Green, activate. Even though it's only a green word, it can't be counted. A wall of fire distributed in a circle around the core of the rock was enough to greatly impede the advance of the wild monsters. But it's still not enough. Between the flames burning, a lava golem over 3 meters tall climbed out of it. Lava Golem Blue is activated. The lava golem, with its huge body, terrifying strength, plus the blazing magma, had a powerful role to play, whether as a meat shield or an output. Especially with their feet on the firewall, they could greatly prolong their existence, and under the augmentation of the Heart of Fire magic, nearly 100 lava golems were distributed around the entire core of the rock. Roar! The lava golem slapped its chest and let out a roar, blocking the 5th and 4th waves of wild monsters combined in almost no time. But this was not enough. Joyu once again summoned the Little Inferno Demon, the Great Inferno Demon, and the Heart of Fire magic provided him with too much help, both in terms of quantity, as well as quality, far exceeding the ability of a third-turn fire magician. Up to this point, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the Scholar's mound as solid as gold. However, right at this moment, Joyu did not join the fray, but rather, with a single step of his feet, his body transformed into a ghostly shadow that generally disappeared from the spot. The direction he was traveling forward was not the battlefield, but the mountains in the distance. After traveling 1500 meters in the direction of 12 o'clock, Joyu's figure suddenly appeared under the 6th crooked tree in the woods on the left. He was dressed in black robes, holding the obsidian sword of kingship in his hand, and he slashed at the plain, crooked neck tree. Click! The crooked neck tree was easily cut off by a sword, and as the tree collapsed, Joyu's figure had already disappeared. In the 3 o'clock direction, in front of the second 2-person ancient tree on the right side, Joyu once again appeared and raised his longsword to chop away. Click! Another tree fell. Joyu looked up to the sky and vaguely heard a muffled thunderous sound. Other than that, there was not much fluctuation. Joyu did not speak, but disappeared once again and swept quickly in another direction. 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 7 o'clock. He was like a ghost that traveled around quickly, picking out flat trees, rocks, and the like. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely be incredibly puzzled. Their own summons were in full swing to meet the battle, and as the master, he actually had the leisure to chop down trees here? Right at the moment when Joyu chopped down the 12 trees on the ground, a sudden burst of sound came from the entire replica sky. Boom! Between the loud bangs, countless formation runes appeared on the originally gloomy windy sky, forming a huge runic chain, which, in the midst of the loud bangs, directly collapsed. When this chain broke, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The next moment, heaven and earth suddenly changed. Chapter 118 by Lee, Abyssal Flame, Inferno Ashes Calamity Tide. Click, click, click. The originally densely packed mountain peaks and dense forests suddenly began to crumble, as if the illusion had lost its cover. And these dense forests are actually a shackle that traps all the demons in them. Only when there is a gap in the flow of the formation can it be revealed. At this moment, the trees that Joyu chopped off one after another were like key points in destroying the formation. Letting it appear loose, and the loud noise just now was clearly a means that Bai Li, who was hidden behind it, had exerted. Lu Qingping. Ha ha ha, you wouldn't have guessed, would you? Sharp, resentment-filled hisses resounded from all directions. The formation that traps me has a day to loosen. Ha ha ha. Kill them for me, tear them apart as a pair of dogs. I told you that if you neglected me, I would throw you in the belly and dig out your heart for all eternity. Click, click, click. More and more trees began to fall, and the many wild monsters actually surfaced at this moment, simultaneously. The black bear spirit clad in heavy armor, the yellow bull spirit as strong as a small mountain, and the ghost demon whose body is like an illusion. These wild monsters that were originally supposed to appear in the 5th wave, the 6th wave and even later, actually appeared now. At the end, a group of fox demons with demonic aura were even seen raging. They seemed to have ignored Zhou and directly rushed over in the direction where the scholar's mound was located. Such a huge number directly put the flame defense within the lava golem to the test. However, in response, Zhou still didn't pay the slightest attention to it, and instead began to observe the surroundings with his deadly grudge demon pupil, seemingly, still searching for the key to the formation in this. It seems that this Bai Li has been sealed a bit deeper. Zhou was expressionless as he traveled between the different mountain peaks, cutting down trees with a sword every now and then. These trees, even in the midst of the collapse just now, were still well preserved and not damaged in the slightest. However, under Zhou's destruction, the seals in the entire illusionary realm were being rapidly disintegrated. Zhou knew that he didn't need to destroy all of it, even just half of it, and that behind-the-scenes boss, Bai Li, should be able to break through the seals and show up completely. The fact that these wild monsters, which had previously appeared in different rounds, were now appearing early was proof of this. Why did he want all these wild monsters to appear together? Zhou's idea, of course, was to kill them all in one go. Of course, he also wanted to talk to Bai Li about the copy here, which didn't seem to be as simple as he thought. Bang bang! As the trees were cut down, the sound of roaring within the entire copy became more and more frequent, and finally, with a loud bang, it was as if the seal couldn't withstand it. Explosions rang out one after another around the rolling mountain peaks, and countless runes rose up, then converged towards the void directly above the scholar's mound. Finally, hundreds of meters above the void, Zhou saw a cage composed entirely of formation runes. A snow-white fox within the cage was pierced through by the chains and firmly fixed on top of the cage, and as the cage collapsed, those chains began to loosen, followed by the white fox's sharp hissing, and completely collapsed. Boom! The cage shattered, and the white fox completely lost its restraints, and countless storm clouds tumbled and converged towards it. Ha ha ha! The sharp laughter shook away the wind and clouds, and finally transformed into a figure that possessed a fox tail, with a delicate and seductive figure. Fox Demon Obsession Surely Boss. Race, Goblin Grievance. Level, LV 38. Life, 11W. Magic, 7.5W. Attack, 1089 1125. Defense, 50% reduction in physical damage. Words, Body of Grievance Blue, Light of Charm Blue, Eye of Illusion Blue, Summoning of Grievance Blue, Meteor of Grievance Red. Zhou looked at the other party and suddenly understood why there were so many wild monsters gathering here. It turned out that they were summoned through Bai Li's resentment over and over again. To be able to summon thousands of wild monsters to descend, this resentment, how huge should it be? As for Bai Li, who had manifested, her eyes looked towards the lava puppet side that was still fighting in the distance, but eventually, she landed her gaze on Zhou. I know I won't kill you if you let me out, but I'm going to kill that ungrateful Lu Qingping, and if you stop me, I'll fish to death. Why do you hate him so much? Zhou didn't expect this Bai Li to be able to maintain a few points of sanity under such circumstances and couldn't help but say, just because he abandoned you? Ha ha ha. Hate him? Ha ha ha. Bai Li laughed shrilly. I don't hate, I just want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. I know you're not simple, but do you want to help this kind of backstabbing, negative man? Who told you he was negative? Zhou suddenly asked rhetorically. As far as I know, he is afraid that he loves you very much, even death is unforgettable to you. How can he be a negative man? Ha ha, believe it or not, he abandoned me and double-crossed the princess. What is he if not a heartless man? Bai Li pointedly said. How could he die? How can he be willing to die? It's true, he really is dead, and it's not a palace in there, but a tomb called the Scholar's Mound. Zhou explained, I'm telling you this, not to stop you from taking revenge, but to tell you that you should have been deceived. Grave? Oh, it's useless. A demonic aura began to rise up and down Bai Li's circumference. I saw him double-crossing the princess with my own eyes, so what else is false? I see, you let me out, not to help me, but to torture me? The scarlet in Bai Li's eyes grew thicker and thicker as he suddenly let out a long whistle. In that case, let's send you on your way first. Fly. Zhou only saw the red light within her eyes suddenly blossom, and then he saw that the scene in front of him changed, and he actually returned to the abyss, and he was sitting on top of the white bone throne, and at the same time, the terrifying dragon in the sky was spewing out spit towards himself. Do illusions change reality? Zhou softly muttered to himself, but alas, I know a little bit about grudges as well. As he spoke, the vertical eye in the center of his brow suddenly opened. In the next moment, a resentful deathlight shot out directly. Snort! All of the illusions were completely torn apart at this moment, but the densely packed fox demon figures emerged in midair. A fox tail carried a terrifying sharpness, enveloping towards Zhou in unison. It was impossible to tell which one was real. Knock! Zhou's body shook, and his figure was suddenly sent flying backwards, hitting heavily on top of a mountain peak before coming to a stop. And at the same time, the densely packed wild monsters began to turn around and surrounded towards Zhou. Ugh! Zhou slowly climbed up from the middle of the mountain peak, seemingly a little disappointed. It's true that before you reason with a boss, you have to fight to convince it. He just calmly held out his hand and whispered softly. Abyssal fire, in flaming ashes calamity tide. Buzz! In the next moment, the earth crumbled, and under the countless cracks, blazing flames with magma madly surged out from the ground, and on top of this magma, not only was it blazing hot, but it was also accompanied by a ghostly green abyssal fire. In the midst of Bai Li's shocked gaze, the wild monster she had driven was completely enveloped. Chapter 119 LV35, Spiteful Fire Meteor, You're rejoicing too early. The influence of the Heart of Fire magic on Zhou caused the sky to turn upside down in an instant just as he unleashed it. The rolling lava mixed with abyssal fire enveloped the wild monster in a matter of moments, and a large amount of damage rose up like no money. Watching the helper he had summoned suffer such a heavy blow, Bai Li did not expect Zhou, who exuded an aura of death, to erupt with such power. However, she did not lose the chapter in verse. Instead, she pointed with one hand and directly maneuvered her helper to abandon everything and charge towards Zhou. In her opinion, as long as she solved Zhou, she would be able to solve everything. Hiss ow! Roar! Roaring roars resounded. The bull, bear, two types of goblins opened the way in front. Behind them the snake demon and wolf demon waited for the opportunity to move. However, Zhou just looked at it and raised his hand. Snort! A terrifying flamestorm coalesced in front of his body, and then turned into a tornado that spread towards the distance. Flame Tornado Blue is activated. The Flame Tornado was not any word that Zhou had plundered, but was completely referenced from the Heart of Fire magic. As soon as this phrase came out, a raging storm of flames scraped towards the distance, directly inflicting ranged and terrifying damage. This move completely emptied the already bloodied group of demons. Ding! You have killed the tyrannical bear demon, experience value plus 491. Ding! You randomly looted the word, advanced bear strong blue. Ding! You've killed the berserk bull demon, experience value plus 426. Ding! You randomly looted the word, berserk trample blue. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade to LV35. Under countless prompts, Zhou didn't expect that he had actually upgraded again at this time. Only to see the light flickering on its body, the original damage to the blood directly replenished the consummation, and even the words that had been used just now, directly refreshed. In Flaming Embers Calamity Tide Red, activate. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou directly erupted in Inferno Embers Calamity Tide once again. All of a sudden, the terrifying damage struck again, and the entire copy, except for the Scholar's Mound, simply became hell on earth. How many wild monsters wailed and were completely emptied of blood, and even if there were some lucky ones left, they were greeted by a large number of lava golems and inferno attacks. How is that possible? Bai Li looked at this scene, and an incredulous exclamation of shock came out of her mouth. This was all the reserve she had left behind in her old home, and it was actually so easily taken care of by the other party alone? Isn't the opponent an undead? How come they have such powerful fire magic? Shoo! Bang! Just as she was lost in thought, a frosty arrow swept in and suddenly struck her body. 579. The blood level only dropped a little bit, but it caused Bai Li to wake up completely, and his figure disappeared directly into the void in a flash. In the next moment, countless silhouettes identical to Bai Li appeared from mid-air. I admit that I underestimated you, but it's useless. I've been sealed here for who knows how long, but this place is similarly shrouded by my illusions. Bai Li's sharp sneer rang out. The Eye of Illusion. When Zhou looked up, he saw that the eyes of the countless shadows actually erupted with scarlet light at the same time. He let out a cold snort and was about to counterattack when he saw that a pitch-black long sword actually appeared out of thin air in front of him and stabbed towards him at once. Joyu's figure instantly became illusory, and the moment the longsword penetrated, it brought up a piece of damage. 728. When he transformed into a ghostly shadow and manifested in the distance, he realized that a figure identical to himself was standing not far away. Illusion? Joyu revealed his doubts. Still have the ability to copy me? Do you think that this palace's eye of illusion is a joke? Not only can he replicate yourself, but he can also have your full power, and, more importantly, more than one. Swish swish swish. Under Joyu's gaze, the self in front of him began to split into 2 and 2 into 4. In the blink of an eye, a full 8 figures identical to his own surfaced. Bang! The 8 paths themselves suddenly stepped, their figures directly disappearing from their original positions, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived in front of Joyu's close proximity, striking out at the same time. Swish swish swish. 8 attacks stabbed out at the same time, blocking off all the ways to go in almost an instant. However, when the longsword fell, it collectively stabbed an empty space, and Joyu's figure strangely appeared several meters away. Is it just the 4 dimensions and equipment that are copied? Joyu whispered to himself, skills I don't have, and words you can't copy. As the words fell, his figure suddenly disappeared, this time actively appearing in front of an illusion. A long sword burning with the fire of the abyss stabbed out with a raised hand. Snort! The long sword tore through the illusion, and the twisting flames burned it clean right through. But before Joyu could relax, he suddenly realized that the illusion that had just disappeared had actually coalesced again. It's no use, they'll last as long as my powers don't go away. Bai Li's teasing voice came out as if he was toying with Joyu. Joyu didn't say anything, but he once again stabbed out with his sword. This time, his body was wandering, and the long sword in his hand was lightning fast as it slashed out one after the other, directly searing the 8 illusions thoroughly. However, soon, the 8 illusions once again twisted and coalesced. Joyu did not say anything and directly struck again, once again completely scorching it between the flashes of his body. It's no use, I told you, my power. Before Bai Li finished her words, a cold ice arrow came from mid-air and suddenly hit her main body. Bai Li's many illusions converged at once, transforming into one. She looked at the frost on her body and raised an eyebrow. You can lock onto me? Well. Not good, this damage in the area is not worth mentioning. Bai Li sneered and directly condensed 8 illusions again to attack Joyu. At the same time, her power that had been brewing for a long time finally began to bloom. You should not stand in the way of my vengeance, and this is the price, Spitefire Meteor. Boom! The heavens shook, and a meteor burning with the fire of ghostly green resentment coalesced from it, each comparable to a millstone, densely packed, and began to fall like a curtain of rain. This was the fire of resentment, which could not only sear the body, but also the soul. Therefore, even if Joyu's body was powerful, it could not stop the burning of the soul. And this, too, was Bai Li's real killer. Boom boom boom. The entire earth was almost enveloped by the terrifying rain of fire, shaking so violently that even the defense of the rockcore heavy royalty couldn't withstand it, and it completely collapsed amidst the loud noise. At this moment, Lin Shiyun and the others who realized something was wrong had just rushed out when they saw such a destructive scene. And the center of the destruction happened to be Joyu. Choyu! Sir! Master! The greenish flames engulfed everything like a sea of fire, and there was no trace of a human figure to be seen at all. Standing in mid-air, the fox demon Bai Li, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She was very confident in her killer move, because no one could resist the double searing of flesh and soul. However, the moment her smile spread, a cold arrow light shot out from the sea of fire all at once, hitting her body squarely. You're happy, a little too soon. Chapter 120. Look at it, you've all been duped. What? Bai Li's face changed as he looked towards the sea of fire. Immediately afterward, Joyu, who was dressed in a black robe, was seen rising up from the sea of fire just like that. How is that possible? Bai Li exclaimed in shock. This was her strongest killer weapon. How could she not be able to influence her opponent? I am the undead, and no one knows more about resentment than I do. Joyu raised his hand and raised the obsidian sword of kingship. Now, it's my turn. You can't help me, this is my illusion. Bai Li said that her body was about to rise up, but at that moment, she suddenly realized that her body had become stiff. An intense coldness began to spread from the soles of his feet, and he watched almost with the naked eye as his body began to be frozen. You! Arrow of ice, after 3 hits, you will be completely frozen. As Joyu spoke, he had already raised his hand towards the other party, and in the next moment, countless demonic patterns rose from his body. Demon Tattoo Prison is activated. Buzz. While the chains completely bound the opponent, Joyu raised the obsidian sword of kingship and slashed out at it. Blood Moon Lone Blade Blue, activate. Swish. The blood-colored crescent-like sword light shot out, directly tearing through everything and instantly hitting the opponent's body. 1 second to go. Joyu did not bother to look at his opponent's damage value, but instead, his body transformed into a ghostly shadow and suddenly disappeared. Arrow of ice. Swish swish swish. Before the person arrived, the arrow light hit the opponent one after another. The ice seal could not be sustained for a short period of time, but the frost that came with it itself could cause a substantial slowdown in movement speed. By the time the opponent broke the ice seal, he saw a series of blazing fireballs coming one after another. Fireball Super Flash Blue. A gift from the heart of fire, extreme cold followed by extreme heat, which caused Bai Li to nearly vomit blood. Not caring about anything else, she was ready to rise up at the first opportunity, yet Joyu had already calculated everything. The earth veins directly turned into spikes and stabbed out between surges. Spikes of the earth's veins blue. After a short stun, it was the sword chi heavy slash followed by the Stygian sword chi slash. Damn! Bai Li did not expect to suffer such blows one after another, and was about to struggle desperately, but right at this moment, the silhouette of a bull demon actually surfaced in front of Joyu, only to see it raise its hooves and stomp heavily on the ground. Berserk Trampling Blue. Deals ranged damage for a short period of time with an accompanying stun. Bai Li never dreamed that his helper's skills would be used on him now. Firewall. Inflaming Blade Swirled. Blood Moon Lone Blade. Dark Moon Starfall. Successive means emerged completely from Joyu's body, and looking at the indiscriminate attacks that kept smashing down like meteorites, not only Bai Li, but even Lin Shiyun and the girls were completely stupefied. It always feels like, Mr. is not one person, but a group. Su Xiaoqiang said with a shocked face. I can't figure it out right now, how did the gentleman get so many skill slots? Lu Ro opened her small mouth and murmured. Strong. Big. Zheng Bai was still as shy as gold, but the strange color in her beautiful eyes showed the vibration in her heart. It should be called, one-man army. Sumei's beautiful eyes, in turn, some fervor, this is powerful, this is the power, this is the master that she worships and is willing to give everything Just at this moment, the magma earth that has not yet been extinguished, once again tumbled and climbed out of a lava golem, Inferno Devil, Little Inferno Devil. The words that were refreshed by Joyu directly attacked Bai Li once again. This time, it's a cluster. Bai Li roared and screamed, trying to break away from the fight, but Joyu had too many means. Just as he moved, a layer of supergravity field enveloped him. Stygian Explosion. Grudges die light. Rock quakes and crumbles. In addition to the many Inferno Devils, the Lava Golem's siege, any of your 110,000 blood, was also beaten down alive. Finally, when its blood level dropped to only a few thousand, Joyu waved his hand to stop all of the Inferno demons from attacking. At this moment, Bai Li, half burning flames and half frost-shrouded, her enchanting body fell to the ground, unable to climb up at all. Joyu just walked up to the other party and expressionlessly stomped his foot on top of the other party's cheek. Can we talk properly now? Yes, it can. It still can't? If you can't anymore, you're just going to get killed. Bai Li didn't want to admit defeat at the bottom of her heart, but she really didn't know why this undead in front of her had such a terrifying power. Layers and layers of means, even she was still worried that if she counterattacked, she would be exterminated once again by the other party's means that came out of nowhere. The unprecedented feeling of frustration made her even give up her resistance and just let Joyu pinch her neck and lift her up from the ground. Joyu turned his head towards the direction of the scholar's mound, instantly causing Lin Shiyun and the others to reveal a puzzled expression. What's the mister up to? Su Xiaoqiang opened his mouth in doubt. I don't know. Lin Shiyun shook her head, he didn't kill it, I'm afraid he has other plans. He's taking her into the scholar's mound? Su Xiaoqiang's face changed, if this is destroyed by her, then aren't we failing? Several people didn't say anything, and it was clear that this aspect had occurred to them as well. However, Joyu did not pause for a moment from start to finish, and just carried the other party into the scholar's mound. Seeing this, Lin Shiyun and the others followed. As she entered, the indignation in Bai Li's eyes was gradually replaced by doubt. She clearly saw that the outside was a pavilion, Why did she enter it but it became a passageway? After she completely came to the end and saw the two coffins placed in it, but her face completely changed color. How is that possible? He's dead? How could he be dead? How could he die, this negative man? Seeing the other party's reaction, Joyu suddenly stopped. You didn't come in? No. Bailey lost his concentration and said, every time, I can only destroy the pavilions and pavilions above, and cut down that negative person and that person together, but every time, it will start all over again. Like this? Joyu pointed to a coffin. Do you want to open it and take a look? Bailey didn't say anything, but subconsciously nodded. Immediately after that, Joyu actually just directly let go of his hand. Sir! The crowd did not expect that Joyu would actually take the initiative to relinquish his control, and their faces changed drastically. No, if she destroys the coffin, she's destroying the formation. Su Xiaochang subconsciously wanted to stop it, but with his rank and strength, it was naturally impossible for him to be faster than Bailey. Before he could move, he saw that Bailey had already rushed to the coffin, and his hands turned into sharp claws, which were directly raised and inserted into the coffin, and then violently lifted it off. I don't believe it, negative, I don't believe it. Boom! The coffin was lifted open, and all the people also looked towards the inside, only to see a scholar-like figure dressed in poor cloths was lying inside with a smile on his face. Ryu, Xing, Ping. Seeing this figure that she had thought about and hated day and night, Bailey couldn't help but tremble, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. At this time, Joyu, who was next to him, stabbed his sword at the other coffin. Take a look, and perhaps, then you shall realize that you have all been deceived. Chapter 121 Hidden Plot. The Source of Formations. Tricked? Shiranui froze. From the very beginning, you thought you were in control of the illusionary realm yourself, but in reality, without realizing it, the illusionary realm you were in was nothing more than an illusion that someone else had woven for you. Joyu's words, however, shook her mind. What did you say? Lu Qingping is a scholar, not a cutie. On the contrary, he already knew that you were a fox demon long before he entered the capital to take the examination. No way! Bailey exclaimed, I've never manifested in front of him, how could he possibly know? Paper can't hold fire. Joyu said, before he left, he should have said something else inexplicable, right? Inexplicable words? Bailey's mind suddenly flashed back to that parting night when Lu Qingping hugged her and said, no matter what becomes of you and me, I'll be back, believe me. But so what? She suddenly let out a sad wail. He still didn't come back, he chose to become a sidekick. Even if he died, he would be buried with her. Are you sure, that's her? Joyu's words caused Bailey to freeze and subconsciously look towards the other coffin. And right at that moment, Joyu's inserted sword lifted up with a jerk. Boom! The moment the coffin was lifted, a picture scroll emitting light rose from it and unfolded one after another. Within each scroll, he was depicted in his poor days, accompanied by a white-skirted girl next to him, all of whom were Bailey. The only one with a yellow-skirted princess is still a picture of him looking at the bright moon and saying the sky is the limit. And after Bailey saw this scene, she immediately revealed that she was lost in thought. How? How could she not expect that the coffin buried with Lu Qingping was not another princess, but her past with him? Isn't this Lu Qingping a negative man? How come? Su Xiaochang and the others were confused, not understanding why there was such a reversal. He's not a negative. Joyu suddenly said, from the very beginning of seeing those images, it proves that in his heart, he has always remembered Bailey. Moreover, Bailey's concealed identity as a fox demon has actually been known for a long time in Lu Qingping's place. It's just that Bailey himself doesn't know it. Are you saying that he willingly stayed with the other person even though he knew they were a fox demon? Lin Shiyun reacted, but why did he still become the emperor's son-in-law? Imperial orders are hard to disobey. Sume spat out a guess. Becoming a scholar has in turn made him a burden, and under an imperial decree granting a marriage, would he be able to go against it? Alas, more than likely his days of becoming a son-in-law weren't good until Bailey became hateful out of love and was ready to seek revenge, which in turn relieved him. Said Sume, frowning again, but since he's already freed himself, why would he willingly become the eye of the formation? Trapping Bailey here? The crowd was a little dazed, not understanding why this had changed. Just then, a scholarly voice suddenly resounded. Because I want her to live. Swish. The crowd inclined their heads to look, but they saw that in that coffin, the dead Lu Qingping actually rose up and turned into an illusory figure emitting light. Lu Lang. The hostility in Bailey's eyes faded and he let out a deep cry to the scholar. Lil. When Lu Qingping saw that Bai Li was equally illusory, a flash of heartache flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, in the end, I still harmed you. When that invited monk said he was willing to help me protect you, I agreed to use my body as a formation and bury myself here, using your and my past as an illusion to confuse the imperial city, thus giving you the chance to get away. Memory showed in his eyes, but alas, I fell for it. Lu Lang. Hearing this, Bai Li could no longer control herself and directly jumped into the other party's arms. I'm sorry, Lier was wrong about you. Lu Qingping looked deeply at Bai Li's face, reaching out to gently caress her flowing teardrops. I just want you to live. I will never live alone without you. Bai Li broke down in tears. You see. Lin Shiyun suddenly reminded the crowd, only to see countless rays of light begin to rise from within the formation, as if they were about to completely dissipate. With Lu Qingping and Bai Li's obsession gone, the foundation of the formation is unstable. Lu Ro exclaimed. But how do we get out? Su Xiaochang was confused. Does this count as completed or not completed? The entire scholar's mound began to disintegrate as the light rose, vaguely revealing the site of a bustling capital city. But just at this moment, a roar filled with resentment resounded from above. Lu Qingping. The crowd snapped their heads up, but they saw the power of countless grievances begin to converge towards the sky, eventually transforming into a beautiful woman dressed in honorable princess attire. I favor you so much, you actually would rather die than protect the fox demon. In that case, this palace will let you and your fox demon never see each other again. A scarlet glow emanated from her eyes as she seemed to be trying to regather the formation. This palace will make you all suffer the pain of mutual enmity forever for the rest of your lives. Ha! Hint, hidden plot triggered, main quest changed, destroy the source of the formation. Source of formation boss. Race, grievance. Level, LV 40. Life, 15W. Magic, 8W. Attack, 14-21-15-61. Defense, physical resistance 75%, magic resistance 13%, divine illumination 25%. Words, illusionary maze blue, obsessive weaving blue, binding heart lock blue, jade and stone burning red, imperial dragon thoughts red, heavenly collapse strangulation red. At this moment, the crowd realized that the ultimate boss hidden at the end of the copy was actually the princess obsession. No way, this princess died here too? Su Xiaochang's mouth was wide open, looking at the storm of grievances that continued to converge in mid-air. It was simply unbelievable. Are all three crazy? It's all about becoming a demon for love, isn't it? Su Mei didn't know what to say. Right at this moment, the grievances gathered in the sky directly transformed into a chain of grievances towards the crowd under the control of the princess. Binding heart locks. Once entangled in the binding heart lock, one not only suffers from grudge damage, but is also forcibly formulated into a body. The crowd wanted to dodge, but the dense black chains that filled the sky made it impossible to dodge. Almost instantly, everyone, including Zhou, was entangled in the chains, unable to move at all for a moment. Obsessive weaving. Buzz. As the black smoke rose from the chains, everyone began to change in front of their eyes, each appearing different scenes of the most obsessive thoughts in their hearts, and suddenly the situation that was originally under control lasted once again. Zhou shook his head slightly and was about to make his move, but at this moment, a blazing light bloomed from not far away from him, and in the next moment, all the illusions that had been woven by the obsessive thoughts actually dissipated in an instant. When the crowd regained their freedom, they saw a light blossom in Bai Li's eyes, which was the eye of illusion. Zhou inclined his head and happened to see Bai Li looking similarly. You helped me to reunite with Lu Lang, and I will help you to do the same, mirror to mirror, broken mirror to broken mirror. Chapter 122 Emperor's Way Dragon Mind, Heavenly Collapse and Strangulation, Sheltering Dragon Ring. Click. With Bai Li's outburst, the countless chains around him collapsed by inches, and a strong obsession rose up and began to want to reverse the illusion constructed for the other party. It's useless, the Imperial Dao Dragon thought, suppress everything. The source of the formation hissed, and in an instant a roar with a true dragon-like sound rose from its body. Just this kind of sound made Bai Li's means stagnate, and he actually couldn't advance an inch. And at this moment, countless storm clouds of resentment swept in, bringing with them a storm of lightning and thunder that enveloped everything. Sky crash strangulation. Seeing this scene, Zhou's eyes suddenly stared. He was able to sense that this was not a mere grudge, but a terrifying skill with high magic damage. He could block it, but if Lin Shiyun and the girls used any method, they wouldn't be able to block it, and they would even be directly killed in seconds. Protect them, I'll do it. Leaving behind a sentence, Joyu expressionlessly stepped into the air, and at the same time, underneath the cloak behind his back, a piece of obsidian-composed feather just grew out, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into 2 pitch-black feathers that blossomed out. Sedentary eclipse wings purple. Buzz. A terrifying aura rose, causing Joyu's robes to be windless as he indifferently raised his head, the black flare sword of kingship in his hand pointing towards the other party. Evil Frenzy, unleashed. Gusty Ghost Wolf Steps, activate. Holy Flame Blade Storm, unleashed. Corrosive Spit, unleashed. Blood Moon Lone Blade, activate. Flame Tornado, unleashed. Magic Touch, activate. Spiteful Hiss, unleashed. A single word was unleashed by Joyu without reservation, and under the enhancement of the shedding realm eclipse wings, his figure even disappeared like a phantom. Boom boom boom. The divine light brought about by the holy flame bladestorm tore through all of the opponent's defenses almost instantly. Then all sorts of terrifying damage erupted one after another. Ah! You can't stop me, I'll never make it easy for them, ever. Amidst the horrific damage, the source of formation of the incarnate princess let out a shrill roar as it tried its best to fend off this horrifying attack. However, just as she thought that she had warded off all of Joyu's power, she saw that Joyu had already arrived in front of her at an unknown time. The black long sword in her hand that burned with the fire of the abyss emitted a fluctuation that made her heart palpitate. Black Flame Verdict. As Joyu murmured, the huge humanoid silhouette in mid-air grabbed the longsword and suddenly slashed down. Snort! Black flames swept over her body, turning into waves of fire that wrapped her completely. Ah! Miserable screams resounded in mid-air, and his own blood level was declining geometrically. However, even so, Joyu did not relax in the slightest, but instead hastily put away his shed realm erosion wings, and at the same time, shot out 3 arrows at the struggling source of formation. Put! 3 arrows hit, and a piercing coldness began to spread, and when the opponent just regained his senses from the damage, he realized that he had already been completely frozen. The opponent's body, uncontrollably, began to fall from mid-air, while Joyu, who was on the side, even withdrew his levitation technique and chased towards the opponent like an arrow. Take advantage of your illness. Hypergravity field. Phew! Joyu's speed instantly skyrocketed, and after a round of fireball super continuous flash, he even came directly in front of his opponent. Stygian Sword Chi Chop. Sword Chi Heavy Chopping. Sword Chi Heavy Chopping. Crazy Sword Chi Heavy Chop. Knock. The princess and Joyu crashed to the ground at the same time, and the terrifying impact smashed the ground beneath them out of a large pit. At this moment, Princess Deaconess was covered in cracks and was nearly dying. She looked at Joyu and spoke with difficulty, still unwillingly, Why? Why, are you helping her? I don't want to waste time, that's all. Sword Chi Heavy Chopping. Pust. As this sword went down, Joyu saw with his own eyes that the source of formation's blood bar was near the bottom. And at this moment, the ice effect subsided, and the obsessive princess in his eyes actually erupted into a shrill laugh. Ha ha, you can't kill me, here is my resentment, I am immortal. Joyu looked at her with an expressionless face when he saw this. Yes? Joyu raised a finger and gently spat out a word. Burst. In the next moment, the countless soul-bound spores that flourished in the depths of the other party's obsession chose to self-destruct at this moment. Put. The source of formation's blood bar was completely emptied this time, and at the same time, the prompt came. Ding. You have successfully killed the source of the formation, experience value plus 5,172. Ding. You have randomly looted words and gained, Imperial Dragon Thoughts Red. Emperor's Way Dragon Thoughts Red, blessed by the Son of Heaven, coalesce the Emperor's Way Dragon Shadow, emit a dragon whistle to dispel curses, grudge attacks, passive, mental strength plus 100%, dragon type skill damage reduced by 30%. Another passive-oriented phrase? Joyu was slightly stunned when he heard the prompt, but when he finished reading the introduction, he couldn't help but be eccentric. Mental enhancement? And resistance to dragon damage? Does a bone dragon count as a dragon? If so, isn't that something? The several paths he had pondered earlier to deal with the bone dragon, he didn't expect that this one would actually materialize. Didn't Joyu, who had boosted his spirit by 100%, similarly double his soul power? Already LV35, he should be able to rival LV40 plus mental power, right? This meant that the probability of the soul binding spore being able to reproduce in the opponent's soul increased greatly. Thinking about this, Zhou could not help but emerge with a touch of joy, and it so happened that within the dissipated body of the source of formation, a ring with an ancient shape actually surfaced. Sheltering Dragon Ring Gold. Category: Jewelry. Requirements: LV20. Attributes: Spirit plus 100, Strength plus 80, Agility plus 50. Effect: Dragon Power Field, Sheltering Dragon Shield. Dragon Mighty Force Field passively activates a ring-shaped force field to boost status resistance by 25%. Sheltering Dragon Shield, when life value falls below 30%, automatically stimulates a damage shield that resists 2000 points of damage from any source and dispels negative statuses for 10 seconds. Nice ring! Zhou picked up the ring and placed it on top of his index finger, and immediately felt the growth in his attributes. A passive ring-shaped force field then spreads out, and can be controlled in size according to one's intention. After a slight attempt, Zhou found that when he exceeded 10 meters, he had to consume his own spiritual energy to replenish the force field, and within 10 meters, there was no consumption. It was this passive stance that he valued. 25% status resistance meant that even if he suffered a backstabbing from his opponent, he could reduce the time he was controlled by a quarter. It would be a fatal blunder for the enemy, and potentially an important opportunity to stay alive for yourself. Nodding his head slightly, Zhou was quite satisfied with this harvest, but suddenly he seemed to think of something and turned his head towards the back in some confusion. Strange, why isn't that girl moving? Almost subconsciously, Zhou's body leapt, directly jumping out of the large pit and coming in the direction of the scholar's mound. Upon this glance, he saw that everyone, including Lin Shiyun, had fallen to the ground in incomparable agony. Chapter 123: Passing Records, Shaking the Hall. Zhou came to the front of the crowd and found that everyone's faces were draped in black aura, and their blood levels were dropping. What's going on? Zhou looked towards Bai Li. The other party was being held in Lu Qingping's arms and was similarly dying. Lear's residual life value is too low, and the Sky Crash Stranglehold can only protect her from magical damage, but not from the ravages of resentment. Lu Qingping softly explained. Now that their grievances have entered their bodies, I'm afraid that if they don't find a way to resolve them, they will also fall. Going out is also death? Zhou's soul fire pulsed twice. This matter was still somewhat related to him in the end. If he was able to leave more blood for Bai Li, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. In the midst of his thoughts, Zhou suddenly raised his hand and pointed, and in the next moment, a brilliant holy light shot out from between his fingers, which then spread and enveloped the entire field. Holy Sacrifice Splash Blue, activate. The phrase was a secondary phrase he had edited earlier with little offensive effect. Placed at this time, Zhou was only beating a dead horse. After all, if Lin Shiyun really died, he would have no way to return here, which would be more than worth it for Zhou who plundered the words. Swish! The moment the light bloomed, distorted black smoke visible to the naked eye began to rise from all of them, such a horrifying effect that even Zhou had not anticipated. In an instant, all the grievances that had been hidden therein were completely purified and dispersed, and the agonized looks of the crowd just now instantly disappeared. That's good? Su Shaochang moved his arms, his face with surprise. Thank you, master. Su Mei, on the other hand, kneeled down on one knee and bowed to Zhou. The other few people who saw this also saluted Zhou and thanked him. Compared to the previous shock of Zhou's methods, there was already a certain immunity to this, and it was not strange. Buzz! A light suddenly rose to the side, and the crowd inclined their heads, only to find that Bai Li's body began to blossom with light, seemingly also affected by the holy sacrifice splash and purified. But in response, Bai Li had no resentment on her face. Instead, she revealed a relieved smile as she snuggled beside Lu Qingping and cast a grateful gaze at Zhou. Thanks to the official for helping me reunite with Lu Lang, Bai Li is mindful of that. With that, she flexed her fingers and a ball of white light enveloped in Zhou's direction. Ding! You have been gifted by Bai Li, and have gained Spite Summoning Blue. Hearing the prompt, Zhou pondered slightly and similarly said to Bai Li. When you're relieved, do you disappear? Right. Bai Li froze for a moment, but still nodded. I was originally obsessed with Lu Lang, but now that I am relieved, the smoke should dissipate. Wouldn't that mean we could never be together? Zhou stroked his chin and uttered a sentence that surprised everyone, that princess is as good as dead, but she shouldn't have the ability to trap you all here, right? Bai Li and Lu Qingping both froze slightly and looked at each other. What does the official mean? Keep up the hate. Zhou said indifferently, your relief will only save the person casting the spell, even if not for yourselves, you must still fight for your dead essence. But, now that we are relieved, everything is already going to dissipate. Bai Li understood Zhou words, but the problem now was that her body made up of obsessive thoughts was close to being unable to sustain itself. Zhou sniffed and flicked his fingers, and the two soul-binding spores swept out and merged into the two. Give it a try, and if it can be maintained, count it as your good fortune. The soul-binding spores themselves absorbed soul power to reproduce. Zhou let them absorb souls to reproduce without controlling their consciousness, thus replacing their original bodies. This was only Zhou's speculation, he didn't know if it was feasible. After all, once upon a time, Bai Li was the embodiment of resentment, and her resentment naturally had to gather a lot of unwilling souls, so maybe the soul-binding spores would be useful. And likewise, the power that Lu Qingping had gathered over the years as the core of the formation was definitely soul power. Sure enough, as the soul-binding spores multiplied, the two clearly felt that their original bodies, which were about to dissipate, began to reverse and actually gradually solidified. This time, the 5 people next to him were completely confused, as the communication between Zhou and the other party just now was on a spiritual level, and there was no spore condensation. The crowd just watched as he flicked twice, and the other man's body, which was about to dissipate, began to coalesce. He was completely shocked by the scene. Reversing time and space? Should we be so hanged? Su Xiaoqiang numb, which just remembered that he actually forgot to shoot this dam to take out the proper explosive material. The other 4 girls were just looking at Zhou with adoration at the moment. In their eyes, Zhou was simply a god. In fact, what they don't realize is that there are spores lurking in their own souls. Feeling the solidification of their bodies, both Bai Li and Lu Qingping revealed a look of surprise. It is true that they are obsessive, but after so many years, they already have their own consciousness, and if they can stay together here for a long time, it is naturally more joyful than dissipation. What's more, the old monk who sealed them, as Zhou had said, was feared to have attained enlightenment nowadays, and might still exist, so they naturally couldn't let the other party get away with it like that. It is naturally excellent to be alive. Thank you, Your Grace. The two of them bowed in unison to Zhou, which was a renewed favor. Don't thank me, you know the price. Zhou reminded that when that soul-binding spore entered the soul, it could already be sensed by the other party. Buzz. As the teleportation light enveloped them, Lin Shiyun and the others were quickly teleported out. As for Zhou, he also ended his summoning and returned directly to the Undead Valley, and this time, he was going to be busy scheming for that giant dragon. As for this copy of Man and Demon, although it's still the same copy, the passage inside is much different from before, and this is an afterthought. Outside the entrance of the human-demon divergent copy, with a flash of light, the figures of Lin Shiyun and the others surfaced one after another. They had just landed on the ground when they heard the announcement prompts that continuously resounded in the announcement hall. Congratulations to Team 002, Captain Lin Shiyun, team member. For successfully breaking the nightmare level copy clearance record, clearance time, 1 hour 25 minutes 18 seconds. Congratulations to Team 002, Captain Lin Shiyun, team member. For successfully breaking the nightmare level copy clearance record, clearance time, 1 hour 25 minutes 18 seconds. Congratulations to Team 002, Captain Lin Shiyun, team member. For successfully breaking the nightmare level copy clearance record, clearance time, 1 hour 25 minutes 18 seconds. As they appeared, the striking 002 characters on that chest coat of arms instantly sparked an uproar amongst the crowd. No way? They really got through? Mine was too hard, 1 hour, how did they do it? What was the previous record? Even if you take a scroll and smash it, it can't be that fast, can it? It's so anticlimactic. Shouldn't it be that young Miss Qian Jin who breaks the record? How could it be them? While the crowd was surprised, the staff member who was standing in the hall looked at Lin Shiyun and the others walking towards him with an embarrassed face. Chapter 124 LV 36, Drawing the Dragon Out, Plan begins. Hi. How's it going? I told you we'd break the record, right? Su Xiaoqiang, however, couldn't forget about this staff member who didn't look at them favorably, and as soon as he walked over, he took the initiative to greet them. I'm sorry, I was the one who looked away. The staff member blushed and bowed to the several people. He had been here for so long that he naturally knew clearly how bright a future the person who could break the record had, a future that was unlimited. He naturally didn't dare to offend this kind of person. So Squad 001 didn't come out, did it? Su Xiaoqiang swept the screen in the hall. Look, she's still a multiplayer book, doesn't she still not work either? The staff member was silent. He was really powerless to refute it. The Kryptonian man had defeated him. What was there to say? Please give me the coat of arms and I will handle the data upload for all of you. The coat of arms records everything involved to ensure the fairness of the entire copy. and also uploads information about the passage of several people, as if it were a file. This way all information is documented for the professional and avoids the possibility of impersonation. Taking advantage of this time, several women asked each other about it. "Captain, your level should have skyrocketed quite a bit this time, right?" "Yeah, we're completely thrown off by you then." Lin Shiryun glanced at her level. "Good lord, LV 27 already." It was only after completing the second copy only, she had directly scampered as much as 3 levels. In comparison, Zhang Bai LV 27, Sumei LV 23, Lu Rou LV 22, and Su Xiaoqiang LV 22. After everyone's second turn, except for Lin Shiryun, each copy rose 1 level on average. 2 copies up 2 levels is about right. Sumei had only risen a little bit more because of her previous accumulation, while Zhang Bai had already LV 25 before he came. Technically, she had less than 2 levels of experience to gain. One might think, 2 copies for that amount of leveling up? In fact, for most second-turn professionals, being able to ascend a level in a month was already considered extremely fast. There are even some that don't even make it to the next level for 3 months. Even if they also went down the same copy, the experience value and rewards of the normal difficulty they chose were not exaggerated. Even most of the pro copies are impassable and have to be quit in the middle. In comparison, not only did Lin Shiryun clear 2 nightmare level copies in a row, but she did so as the captain, plus 99% of her contribution, before receiving more than 70% of the experience value bonus. 2 copies, 6 levels in a row, and only with Zhou help was he able to achieve such a terrifying rate of improvement. On the contrary, Zhou himself, who had also harvested a large amount of experience value, had already crossed over from LV 34 to LV 35, and was only about the same amount of experience value away from LV 36. According to his plan, when he went back he would upgrade to LV 36 before executing his plan. "Alright. You have finished uploading." Upon hearing the staff's prompting, the crowd also turned to leave the area. After going through this copy, there was still the furthest one left, the night coming copy, and they were still going back to rest for a day or 2 and prepare enough things before heading there according to the original plan. And just about an hour or so after they left, the entrance to the copy of Man and Demon's different paths fluctuated and surfaced once again, and enough teams of about 20 people surfaced from it one after another. The one at the head of the group was the daughter of the vice-chairman of the Beidou Guild, Tian Yao Yao. 3 hours and 10 minutes, a full 20 minutes better than Dad's record, hee hee. Tian Yao Yao's face was particularly excited, but she was indifferent to the empty bags carried by the rest of the group. She walked quickly towards the replica hall, muttering to herself. "It's just a little weird back there, why did it suddenly stall for a good reason? Can copies get stuck too?" It was the change of heart in the back that allowed her to finish the clearance 10 minutes early. "This record, I must go back and brag about it to my dad." "Anyway, miss, you've already broken the record this time, look at the announcement screen, it's already on top." Yes, look miss, congratulations to Squad 002 Captain Lin, poetry, rhyme." As the crowd was talking, they suddenly changed their faces, realizing that the content on it was actually not their own young lady. 1 hour pass? How is that possible? The henchmen who followed exclaimed in shock, rushing to the replica hall with incredulous faces and asking loudly to the staff. "Hey, is there something wrong with this announcement? How can someone pass the level in 1 hour?" "Ahem, I'm sorry sir, the announcement is connected to the entire replica hall, the information in it, even a 9th-turn professional coming over can't change it, it shouldn't be wrong." The staff member coughed dryly and explained politely. There was no way, whether it was this one or the one just now, he couldn't afford to offend any of them. "How can there be no mistakes, my lady?" The man was about to say more when suddenly words from behind interrupted. "All right." Tian Yao Yao walked over with her arms wrapped around her and looked at the staff and asked, "When did this record come out?" "Just over an hour before you came out." The staff member hastened to say. "Is that the 4 women and 2 men?" "Exactly." "Which one is that Captain Lin Shiryun?" "It's the one with all the fire-red mage gear." "Thanks." Tian Yao Yao nodded and handed the other party the coat of arms, then turned her head and waved to her opponent. "Help me find out where they are?" "Miss, you are trying to. I want to get acquainted." Tian Yao Yao explained, "That group of second generation in the guild is waiting for that secret realm to see me laugh, perhaps, I'll have the chance to see their jokes." "Yes." Ding. "Congratulations on completing your upgrade, current level LV 36. In the abyssal world, Joyu at the edge of the territory heard this prompt and turned into a ghostly shadow that quickly disappeared at the edge of the undead kingdom. Upon his return, he hunted by himself on the edge of this undead country. The main reason why he came on his own was because his spectral body was not easy to detect. After consuming some time, he finally finished accumulating the almost experience value and successfully upgraded. It's time to deal with that guy. Joyu opened his system panel to check it out. Joyu Abyssal Black Warrior. Race, Phantom Undead. Level, LV 36 127 23,000. Life, 10,150. Magic, 8,900. Attack, 725 902. Defense, 45 magic resistance 18%. Words, Sword Chi Heavy / Green. Lava Hands Green, Stygian Sword Chi / Blue, Inferno Wolfpack Royalty Blue, Holy Inferno Bladestorm Red. Drill Green. Red Glow Blue. Blood Moon Lone Blade Blue. Counting the blood bonus from various equipment, he managed to get his blood volume to break through the 10,000 mark, and after doubling his spirit, his magic value also doubled. With the strength of this next soul, there should be a chance, right? Joyu returned to the Undead Valley first and called Avanti, Xiao Chang, and Miller. The plan was simple. He was going to lure the bone dragon away by himself and lead it all the way to that undead kingdom. As long as the other party began to wreak havoc, then the undead kingdom would inevitably begin to counterattack, so that he could reap the benefits. The plan was simple, but the hard part was that it was going to be over 300 kilometers or so from the Crouching Dragon Mountains to the undead kingdom, and he'd have to live to lure the dragon there. All clear? Understood. Then let's move. Yes, my lord. Yes, sir. Chapter 125 Provocation, Mad Provocation. Swish. Wulong Mountain Range, Joyu transformed into a shadow and appeared at the edge of the Wulong Mountain Range. The peak where the bone dragon lay coiled was exceptionally eye-catching in the middle of the mountain range. Frost paved the ground, wind and snow filled the sky. This was the invisible aura formed around the power emitted by the other party, enough to influence the heavenly phenomena. This made the already dim sky of the abyss even more gloomy. Just as well, this instead gave Joyu's phantom shadow body the opportunity to converge all of his own energy fluctuations as much as possible as he approached towards the other party. Finally, not long afterward, it managed to see the other side. Hundreds of meters apart, Joyu was still shocked by the other party's styling even if it wasn't the first time he had seen it. Huge mountain-like body, sharp bone spikes, and cold ice scale armor covering his body. He couldn't figure out how such an existence could have been exiled here by the blood abyss. But now was not the time to dwell on this. He had to find the limit of distance, lure his opponent and be able to escape from the middle of his opponent's pursuit. Phew! Phew! The flames of the soul emitted a regular beat within the hollow sockets of the dragon's eyes as the other slumbered. It was the only thing it could do while it was exiled here. Sleeping, it could attenuate the flow of its own origin power, allowing it to hold on for longer. But, sometimes, it also ponders what there is to amuse it. Both the group of reptiles at the bottom of the mountain and the weak skeleton soldiers in the distance were already struggling to stir up even the slightest bit of interest in it. The last time it was inside that gargoyle's territory, it was also sprayed with it, and it couldn't find anything to play with for his amusement except slumber. If I can get out of this place, I will make those bastards who exiled me pay. The sleeping buried bone exile emitted such a thought. Buzz. Suddenly, its soul fire pulsed, suddenly awakening from its slumber, and in the next moment, the exile's massive dragon head snapped up, looking towards the sky ahead. There, a humanoid being was raising a pair of black feathered wings behind its back, which was not what surprised it. What surprised it was that the aura emanating from the other party's wings behind its back actually had the fluctuations of a god emperor. Who are you? How is it that you have the aura of a divine messenger? With a fluctuation of its spirit, it sent out a wary inquiry. Joyu, who had cast the shedding eclipse wings, stood in midair without speaking as he drew the obsidian sword of kingship and aimed it at the bone dragon from afar. I am commanded, your majesty, to conquer you, submit, or perish, your choice. Submission? Ha ha ha. With a flurry of wings, the exile braced itself to rise from the ground, its massive body collapsing the edge of the peak and triggering an avalanche, but it didn't care. I have been exiled here, and you still want me to submit? Who are you, really? Black Flame Verdict. What answered it was the attack that erupted from Joyu. A powerful black sword-like descended from the sky, slashing heavily on top of the exile's torso. Large swathes of black flames and terrifying penetrating damage brought up a series of ghastly damage. However, what surprised Joyu was that the dragon that took this hit, from beginning to end, didn't even move a bit, and the drop in blood was even more negligible. I see, you have stolen the powers of the God Emperor. The dragon's eyes flashed with the fury of realization. In that case, you will have to bear the price of deceiving me. Buzz. It opened its mouth, and the ghostly blue light that represented freezing inside began to converge, and seeing this scene, Joyu turned around and ran without saying a word. Boom! A radiant ice blue spit erupted, almost grazing behind Joyu. Swish! Joyu utilized his shed realm erosion wings to the extreme, quickly escaping far away after dodging the first round of attacks. Evil Frenzy Blue, activate! After raising his power again, Joyu swept out nearly 1,000 meters away in just a few seconds. He could clearly feel that the sense of the God Emperor associated with the shed realm eclipse wings was increasing. It wouldn't even take long to be able to find his location and descend again. And at the same time, the buried bone exile dragon at the rear saw that its spit was actually empty, and a color of interest danced in its soulfire. Only to see its wings vibrate, its huge mountain-like body just swooped down above the mountain peaks, foiling up under the storm's flurry. Straight at Joyu. However, when it managed to swipe up into the sky, it realized that Joyu had actually disappeared. The giant dragon gave a slight lurch, its soul fluctuations subconsciously scanning towards the bottom. In an instant, it was noticed that the other party had gathered his wings, and his body transformed into a shadow between the mountains, rapidly weaving in and out. Thou, who canst not escape. After spitting out 4 words with incomparable certainty, the buried bone exile flapped his enormous wings and chased after him. Roar! Joyu, who had almost used his full strength, was running wildly between the mountain ranges when he suddenly heard the roar of a huge dragon from behind him. He did not turn around, but cast his words directly without thinking. Gust of wind, ghost wolf steps. Swish! His body plummeted forward, briefly ignoring the trees blocking him and appearing directly dozens of meters away. And behind it, the bone-chilling spit condensed into a towering ice spike in an instant and spread rapidly towards the direction where Joyu was. The speeding Joyu's face changed, and he immediately moved his mind. Click! Behind them, the mountain rocks suddenly rose up and turned into a tall wall of earth to block them for a moment. This is caused by the incomplete release of the rock core heavy defense. And taking advantage of this time block, Joyu's figure moved away even more quickly. Seeing that his second spit didn't get the job done, this instead made the buried bone exile even more excited. Finally, an ickle exists who can make it interesting. It flapped its wings and rushed over like a cat catching a mouse, determined to make this mole pay. Only, this time when it crossed the earthen wall again, it realized that Joyu had disappeared again. Yes, this one is truly gone. On top of the rolling mountain peaks, his shadow was nowhere to be seen. But suddenly, the buried bone exile's mind stirred, and its powerful perception allowed it to detect an energy fluctuation from within the mountain peak. Griffins that can burrow? At this moment, right in the middle of the ground, Joyu was grasping the Crypt Lord's bone spur and moving forward quickly. He knew that he had succeeded in attracting the attention of the other party, and the more the other party could not get his hands on him, the more intense his anger towards himself would be, and naturally, the more he would pursue him relentlessly. Sure enough, he hadn't just traveled forward for a long time before he was able to feel the violent vibrations coming from the mountain peak. Obviously, the buried bone exile wanted to force him out of the ground by this method. But naturally, Joyu was not able to do as it wished, and instead, he let Xiao Chang carry him forward desperately to reach the second plan node. Just like that, when approaching the second node tens of kilometers away, Joyu felt the vibrations coming from behind him weaken, and he knew that the time was right. Directly patting Xiao Chang, his figure swept out from the ground in one swoop. Saw you! Joyu happened to see, in the distance, the giant dragon that was still rampaging through the nearby mountains. In the next moment, he directly gathered power and launched the word. Chapter 126 5 Great Nodes, Life and Death. Frozen Arrow is activated. Phew! An arrow instantly broke through the air, hitting the massive target without much surprise. The damage brought up was practically negligible, but it managed to get the attention of the buried bone exile. He turned his massive head towards Joyu, who was in the extreme distance. You hit me! You hit me! He slapped his skeletal face in an incredibly provocative manner, which instantly made the buried bone exile a little too much to bear. Roar! Defy me, and thou shalt pay dearly. Boom! It opened its mouth and a super long-range ice dragon spitting breath erupted, but Joyu seemed to have known this to be the case and directly turned around and ran wildly away without hesitation. This time, the angry buried bone exile almost exerted his full strength and no longer possessed a playful mindset. Joyu knew that the next step would be even more dangerous, and if he was caught, only death awaited him. Swish! He tried his best to keep running wildly towards the Undead Kingdom, and when he was about to be enveloped by the spit, he didn't hesitate to burrow into the ground. Boom click. Joyu had just drilled in when the sound of a mountain peak shattering came from behind him. 599. He was just hit by a piece of crumbling debris, and he directly dropped nearly 1,000 blood. Seeing this, Joyu was forced to utilize his sedentary realm eclipse wings, once again erupting into a rush to get out of the range of the other party's pursuit. But that feeling became even stronger again, and in just 3 seconds, Joyu had to retract his wings and dive into the ground again. There are 5 nodes in total, and once I get through 5 of them, I'll be able to lure it there. Joyu was in danger and silently counted his plans. Xiao Chang, are all the preparations for the 3rd node complete? Returning to Xiao Chang's back once again, Joyu directly asked. It's ready, master. Yes. After Joyu finished speaking, he directly rushed out of the ground and turned around to shoot a frozen arrow at the giant dragon not far away. Phew! Such a strong provocation directly caused the giant dragon to swoop down. Boom! The mountain peak shattered, but Joyu's figure in it disappeared. When the giant dragon looked up again, it realized that the other party had once again executed the shedding realm eclipse wings and rushed out. Roar! You can't escape, you can't escape! It immediately soared up again, and this time, it happened to skim over the top of a towering mountain peak. It was also at this moment that the gargoyle didn't notice in the slightest that hordes and hordes of crypt demons had already been waiting there. Attack! With the crypt lord's command, thousands of crypt demons simultaneously spat out their long-prepared spider-web arrows. Shoo shoo shoo! Countless milky white arrows instantly unfolded when they touched the giant dragon's body, turning into a spider web that wrapped around the other party. The damage was of little use, but it managed to slow the dragon down slightly. Being furious, it didn't hesitate to spray out a mouthful of spit. Numerous crypt demons were hit by the terrifying ice spit before they even had a chance to burrow into the ground. Click, click, click. They directly turned into ice sculptures under the other party's attack, and after being swept by the storm, they turned into countless ice shards and completely dissolved. Less than a fifth of these 1,000 crypt demons survived a single spit. Because of this delay, Joyu however managed to break away from the other party's pursuit and swept off rapidly towards the distance. Ow! The dragon that was already out of rage was in hot pursuit of Joyu, but when he appeared at the 4th node, large swaths of stone goblins rose up in the valley, and under Miller's command, they fearlessly launched an attack towards the dragon. In the face of absolute power, the giant dragon's body just lightly crashed into a large number of stone goblins. The plan Joyu was able to come up with was actually to use his life to fill it. Not to cause too much damage, but to block the opponent for a moment so that he could move forward to the next node. There's only one left, and with the last one completed, I'll be able to enter the Undead Kingdom. Joyu muttered silently to himself as he ran wildly. The shed realm eclipse wings can't be used anymore. I've already sensed the approach of that god emperor, and if I use them again, there's no way to deal with his descent. It wasn't that Joyu hadn't thought of using the other party to deal with the giant dragon, but one was an exile and the other was a god's envoy. The gap between the two was too great, and at that time, in case it turned against him. Wouldn't that be even cooler? With this in mind, Joyu directly unleashed the corrosive bug swarm, and large swaths of black beetles soared up from within him. Not to attack, but to replenish Joyu's depleted life value at any time. In the distance, a large number of skeleton soldiers and skeleton mages were standing within a mountain pass. It is the final 5th node. Over this mountain pass, the Undead Kingdom was in sight. The buried bone exile behind it, after destroying the stone ghost siege, had already hated Joyu. He didn't expect that he hadn't been able to hunt down this mole like scum 3 times. He was enraged and directly opened his mouth and spat out, the terrifying dragon's breath spreading out in an instant. Buzz! Countless frosts rose around them, and the temperature began to drop rapidly. Joyu, who was running furiously, could clearly feel that his movement speed was rapidly decreasing. No, not even close, not even close. Joyu desperately ran wildly, but he could not help that his speed was getting slower and slower while the dragon's speed was getting faster and faster. The gap between the two is closing fast. Joyu looked back, just in time to see the huge dragon's open mouth, the violent spit is brewing. The next moment, boom! As the light erupted, Joyu almost instinctively wanted to drill into the ground, but he was shocked to find that the frost-shrouded ground was actually hard at the moment, and he could not drill into it at all. It was this one delay that managed to bring the spit down. Sedentary Eclipse Wings. Joyu had to summon his wings again, and the moment the spit descended, the 100% magic resistance attached to the appearance of the wings managed to ignore the opponent's attack. Buzz! A twisted rune rose up from above the wings and didn't enter the void, as if it was trying to connect with space and time. 0.5 seconds. Joyu then forcibly put away the shedding realm eclipse wings and at the same time shot the third arrow of ice seal. Right now, he only had one thought, and that was to pray that the forced ice sealing effect of the ice seal arrow would work. Phew! Pust! The successful hit of the frozen arrow finally completed the third arrow. Click, click, click. If the buried bone exile hadn't expected that cold ice that he couldn't manipulate had actually surfaced on the surface of his body. And this cold ice even had the tendency to freeze it. It's done! Joyu had no time to rejoice and was already hit by the residual spit. 4,598. 4,136. In just 2 seconds, his blood was almost directly at the bottom. Joyu, who had broken free into the mountain pass, finally unleashed his last life-preserving card. Life Eating is activated. Buzz! The skeleton soldiers and skeleton mages gathered within the mountain pass were directly forcefully plundered of all their life values, and were sucked into Joyu's body like a vortex. In an instant, his disappearing life value struck a difficult balance with his replenished life value. By the time Joyu swept out from the mountain pass, he, who had over 10,000 blood, still had less than 5,000 blood points left. And the ice sealing time inflicted on the dragon by the ice arrow did not reach the minimum standard of 3 seconds. After a mere 2 seconds, the buried bone exile rose up and went straight after Joyu. At that exact moment, Joyu had already crossed the hill and stood above the territory of the Undead Kingdom. Chapter 127 Death Banshee vs Boneshaker Exile. Seeing Joyu actually charging into a kingdom like Undead territory, the pursuing dragon was first stunned, followed by subconsciously treating it as Joyu's lair. It rushed in without the slightest hesitation. Joyu, on the other hand, was dragging his half-bloodied body to let out a terrified cry at this time. It's bad, the dragon is going to destroy our kingdom. After shouting, he did not hesitate to burrow into the ground and frantically fled. Joyu had just disappeared when a terrifying mouthful of freezing spit spewed out from the wanderer's mouth, completely freezing a large portion of the territory. Click, click, click. Many simple buildings like cities were completely destroyed under this mouthful of spit. This mouthful of spit was like a fuse that ignited a powder keg, directly detonating the entire Undead Kingdom. Countless Undead tilted their heads to look up, somewhat overwhelmed by the behemoth that had invaded them. But immediately afterward, a sharp and incomparable hiss could be heard rising up from the middle of the Undead Kingdom. Who is it? Dare to destroy my city-state? As if countless demonesses' mocking voices overlapped, in the next moment, the silhouettes of countless dead souls rose up from the depths of the kingdom. Hiding underground, Joyu was able to clearly see through the beetles he had intentionally left behind that a demoness wearing a dark purple dress with death flames burning on her body appeared on top of a towering palace in the distance. Death Banshee. Race, Undead Banshee. Level, LV40. Life, 9,800. Magic, 1.5W. Attack, 592,653. Defense, 25 magic resistance 25%. Words, Undead Rain Green, Death Wrap Blue, Death Mark Blue, Death Link Blue, Death Whale Blue, Sacrificial Spear Red, Skeletal Funeral Song Red. When Joyu saw the other party's information, his eyes instantly lit up. The other party was very strong. Although he was only level 40, he couldn't help but have bright words, 2 red words and quite a few blue words, which could only mean that the other party had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It was true that any existence that could control a kingdom was not a generalized person. Even, in his perception, if the other party saw the giant dragon, they should be so scared that they would directly flee, or be affected by the other party's pressure and only know how to tremble. But, this Death Banshee, instead of retreating, chose to confront her opponent. This was something that he would have killed himself to believe if he said there was nothing to fall back on. In fact, the Death Banshee was taken aback when she saw that the being that had intruded into her kingdom was actually a bone dragon. It looked at its opponent, and although it didn't retreat in its aura, it still came down a bit weak. This is my kingdom, is your excellency in the wrong place? Zhou immediately understood that the death banshee had wimped out when he heard this, which made him very worried, worrying that if that bone dragon really listened to the other party's advice and left this place, his plan would be a lost cause. However, without waiting for his worries to spread, he saw that raging bone dragon just give the death banshee an incomparably contemptuous glance before directly spreading its wings and rushing over towards where the other party was talking. As he approached the airspace, he opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of spit. "You're a LV-40 and you're talking to me? Good job throwing up." Zhou was almost about to clap his hands for the bone dragon's arrogance. He was worried about how he could get the other party to be able to continue to make a move, but he didn't expect that, without having to say it himself, he would just do it. It's also true that LV-70 facing LV-40 is like a bully meeting a little girl. With the effort of reasoning, they all just take off their pants. Boom! The terrifying ice spit came unexpectedly, causing the death banshee to be directly enveloped without even reacting. Fresh! It only had time to let out this weird shrill whine before it was completely frozen. At this moment, when Zhou saw it, his face changed. Oh no, if it was taken care of so easily, wouldn't it be a failure as well? But the same before he came back to God from this kind of worry, he saw that among the ice shattering, the death banshee actually appeared directly, and the long blood bar at the top of her head was actually only 1/10 less? How is that possible? Zhou secretly exclaimed, that is the bone dragon's spit, a bite down, even if not dead, drop a few thousand blood, that is easy. And that's if you come with magic resistance. If you don't have it, it's not the least bit surprising that it's a straight up spike. But the other party actually only dropped 1/10 of their blood? Before he could snap out of this doubt, he saw that the chilly-shrouded death banshee's delicate face was filled with annoyance. Damn it, you want to destroy my kingdom, then let's go to war. Fresh. Again this shrill whistling appeared, and in an instant, the whole kingdom seemed to receive instructions to act in unison. Click, click, click. The violent sound of rock rolling came from the earth in the distance, while at the same time, several meat wagons with hideous spikes marched in from the distance. Each of these meat wagons was dozens of meters in size, filled with putrid corpses, emitting a dark green poisonous mist that began to spread towards the surroundings. And in front of the meat wagon, the figure responsible for pulling it was a huge meat shield made entirely of various corpse limbs. Zhou recognized the identity of the other party with just a glance. Abominations, a collection of grievances, flesh and blood is one advanced tool of war. Each abomination was more than 5 meters tall, as massive as a mountain of flesh. An arm made entirely of severed limbs sewn together, with a huge iron hook at one end and chains inside that could be easily thrown. The other end possessed huge palms of human hands, each holding a different weapon. Above their backs, a single iron hook was attached to a chain, one end hooked to a meat grinder and the other to the flesh and blood of their own backs. The hideous mouths were constantly dripping disgusting mucus, and there were even abominations that grabbed mutilated corpses out of meat wagons and stuffed them into their mouths to chew on as they traveled. Bang! Numerous other ghouls on the meat wagon began to turn the winch, waiting until a certain point, and then directly smashing the chains with a loud bang, followed by the sight of the containers filled with corpses popping out all at once. Dozens of corpses rushed towards the bone dragon in midair like a heavenly flower. Snap! Dozens of bodies exploded on its carapace, causing damage while more plague began to spread from it. At the same time, large swaths of death banshees emerged one after another from around the palace. They looked at the bone dragon in midair and let out sharp roars at the same time. Fresh! Death Roar Green, activate! Being a weaker version of Death Spike, the stun control that comes with it isn't very long, except for the damage. But, can't help but have a lot of opponents. Thousands of banshees' hisses superimposed themselves, directly causing the flying bone dragon's body in midair to stagnate, and then actually fell down hard from midair. Boom! The earth shook and smashed large swaths of skeleton soldiers and even skeleton mages. And taking advantage of this moment, a dozen huge abominations, in unison, broke free of the meat grinder's chains, and the iron hooks in their hands even shot straight out at the same time. Chapter 128 Sacrificial Spear, Skeleton Burial Song, Domain of Eternal Frost. Swish! 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 The huge iron hook covered in blood and rust instantly broke through the air under the abomination's throw and landed directly on the body of the bone dragon, and at the same time, a terrifying dragging force erupted from it all at once. Roar! The bone dragon let out a low roar, as if it hadn't expected to actually fall from the sky. Thou actually dares to heavily injure the mighty Frostwraith Phantom Dragon? Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Its massive body braced itself instantly, even as a dozen abominations known for their strength pulled at it, to no avail. Just at the moment when it was about to break free from its bonds, Joyu suddenly realized that a mark shaped like a banshee had surfaced on top of its head. Mark of Death Blue. After marking, any single skill will be a sure hit for the next 30 seconds, and the damage of the skill will be deepened by 30%, ignoring the status of invisibility, ghost, and nothingness. Fresh. The Death Banshee directly used her own skill, Death Spike. The terrifying sound wave directly impacted away, causing the originally struggling bone dragon to stiffen up once again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, countless dead soul shadows rose up and directly rushed into the bone dragon's body. Death Wrap. Between the struggles of the undead, it would forcefully lock onto the soul of the bone dragon, making it even more immobile. Originally, this control didn't have much effect, but the deepening damage of the death mark, coupled with the death entanglement, and the stacking of the death spike still had an effect. Taking advantage of this time, all of the abominations that had been dragging gave up their chains and instead charged towards the massive body of the bone dragon. Knock! Knock! The rampaging abomination made the earthquake, barely pausing to pounce on top of his opponent's torso. Click! Their iron hooks hooked onto the bone dragons, and the weapon in their other hand began to swing, erupting with a large amount of damage while the pus-flowing mouths were biting down on top of the frost-wreck phantom dragon's torso. Just when Joyu thought that everything would end here, he suddenly realized that what he had under the feet of the bone dragon was not the ground, but the earth paved with countless white bones. At this moment, the white bones on the ground actually began to tumble, and in an instant, they formed a 2 or 3 meter tall, white skeletal figure with scythe-like claws. Bone Devil. Race, Undead. Level, LV 28. Life, 5100. Magic, 1200. Attack, 315-355. Defense, 25. Words: Scythe-tier blue, Death Scramble blue, Sidestorm blue, Skeleton armor blue, Blood Drinking Rampage blue. These bone demons had hideous sharp spikes and a humanoid appearance, but the terrifying scythe palms that were over half a meter long were enough to foreshadow the horrific damage they would bring. All of this seemed to have been under the control of the Death Banshee for a long time, and while the bone dragon was being controlled, the bone demon army struck. Hundreds of bone devils climbed onto the massive body of the frost skeleton phantom dragon, their mouths letting out beast-like howls as they began to continuously erupt with powerful attacks. At the same time, in the distance, those zombie-like undead creatures approached. Undead beasts like dogs, wolves, bears, and tigers rushed towards the bone dragon, densely packed like a tidal wave, completely drowning the frost-wreck ghost dragon. Countless numbers of damage began to bloom from the frost-wreck spectral dragon's head, and as it struggled, more and more undead were also shattered and even frozen. But there were just too many of them. It was a sea of people across the undead kingdom. It didn't make any sense at all. Success? Joyu cracked the ground open and viewed it from afar as he pondered when he would be able to strike. Right at this moment, he suddenly had a tremor of soulfire and directly drilled into the ground without hesitation. Here it comes, it's that familiar feeling of the frost-wrecked phantom dragon, here it comes. Click, click, click. Countless terrifying frosts began to spread from its body, stretching out continuously towards the surroundings. Wherever they passed, the undead that were still erupting were completely frozen in an instant. Frost cold spread red. The skills used to construct their own survival environment became their deadly attack in this moment. Then he saw the frost-wreck phantom dragon raise its huge dragon head and let out a roar like a ripple. Roar! The dead resonate. Boom boom boom. Where the waves hit, the many bone devils that were originally still clinging to it had their heads explode in an instant, and the soul flames inside them all fell out in all directions. Hula! Hula! It flapped its bony wings and rose from the ground like a monarch. Damnable reptile, how dare you offend my dignity! Its soulfire carries an amazing rage in it. I shall grant thee eternal frozen pain. Countless icy auras were brewing on it, as if it was about to explode with extreme and terrifying power. Right at that moment, the Death Banshee seemed to have waited until the last moment and pointed a single hand at her opponent. Sacrificial Spear. Click, click, click. The countless surrounding female demons actually blew themselves up in unison at this moment, and the terrifying power all converged into the spear on top of the death female demon's head, instantly causing it to emit a terrifying power. Phew! The sacrificial spear suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it actually pierced right through the frost-wreck phantom dragon's body. This was a terrifying single damage that targeted the soul, combining damage, restriction, and disruption in one, and the only huge flaw was that the preparation time was too long, and it required the self-sacrifice of all the banshees to contribute their souls before it could explode. Ah! The frost-wrecked spectral dragon let out a pained howl from its mouth, and the skill it had just been brewing was forcibly interrupted. But this wasn't the end. The countless skeletons below were actually surging like waves at this moment. The death banshee, together with all the remaining banshees around her, let out a weird and obscure cry, which eventually actually caused the skeleton below to raise a wave of bone high up, to completely engulf the falling bone dragon. Skeleton burial song read. At this moment, countless skeletons were like living creatures, tumbling and pulling the giant dragon into them, and within each skeleton was a terrifying soul filled with resentment, manipulating and constantly devouring the life of the bone dragon. Seeing this, Joyu finally understood why this death banshee was able to control the entire kingdom. The packet itself was part of could actually explode into an unimaginable attack by way of jointly activating its skills. As expected, the existences that were able to create a kingdom here were not ordinary existences. Although her skills and even calculations had reached an extremely precise level, she had still underestimated the terrifying power possessed by the LV-70 Frost-wreck Phantom Dragon. Just as it was wrapped in the skeleton, a low roar with sulking anger suddenly came from within. The frozen realm. Buzz. Countless frost erupted from the center almost as if it was instantaneous, and then spread crazily towards the distance, and the figures of many banshees and even the death banshee were completely engulfed. Put. Countless terrifying damage exploded from the heads of all the shrouded figures. Chapter 129 Mark of Death Blue, raiding the frost-wrecked Phantom Dragon. Swish. They didn't even have a chance to move before they were directly killed in seconds. Fortunately, Joyu reacted quickly enough and directly fled frantically towards the ground at the same time as the other party was brewing. But even so, he had dropped over 1,000 blood. Naya, this permafrost domain must cover 10 kilometers, right? Joyu, who had survived the calamity, let out a sigh of exclamation from the underground, worthy of being a terrifying existence amongst the dragon race. Being surrounded by such a siege, he was able to burst out with such a means. Without needing to go up, he could clearly tell that the Undead Kingdom couldn't possibly be a match for the other side either. Only after this power stopped spreading did Joyu carefully return to the ground from the other direction. Even though I was prepared for it, I couldn't help but be shocked. In the middle of the Undead Kingdom that was originally covered in skeletons, it had been turned into an ice field. It's 10 kilometers square. All turned into a frozen world. What a terrifying tactic. Even he could clearly see those bone demons sealed in the ice, even their soul flames were completely extinguished. This power, killing so many undead in one go, was too terrifying. Joyu's gaze swept across the distance and did not find the figure of the frost-wrecked Phantom Dragon. Clearly the other party had already left the area. Here's your chance. Everything had a price, and he believed that in this barren abyss that lacked origin, the other party would inevitably have to endure great exertion when they cast such a powerful skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have left so easily, but would have completely wiped out the entire Undead Kingdom. This kind of time, on the contrary, was the best time for Joyu to take control of it. However, Joyu did not leave at the first opportunity, as his figure transformed into a ghostly shadow and swept rapidly above the ice field, rushing in the direction of the highest part of the palace. Death Banshee, if you can control each other, wouldn't you be able to control this place yourself? Whether or not the Frost-wrecked Phantom Dragon would succeed was unknown, but if this Death Banshee wasn't dead, the probability of taking control of herself was 100%. Why do you want to make sure the other guy isn't dead? The reason was simple. The other party had taken a mouthful of spit from the Frost-wrecked Phantom Dragon earlier and had only lost 1/10 of its blood, so there might still be a way to save its life. Swish! He swept across the ice field and quickly approached the palace, quickly finding the frozen Death Banshee at its top. At such close quarters, the other's cheeks, besides being pale, even had a sickly beauty. Joyu didn't have time to appreciate it, but instead saw that the blood bar above his opponent's head was just as he expected, with only a thin layer of blood remaining. It's really not dead. Joyu grinned. He knew that opportunities were reserved for the prepared. When the frozen Death Banshee saw Joyu's appearance, the only remaining soul fire still showed unwillingness and resentment, but it was in such a state that it could not even move. One could only watch as Joyu lifted his palm and made a point across the ice at the location of his brow. Several invisible soul-bound spores instantly penetrated the barrier of ice and rushed into the soul of the Death Banshee. Absorb, multiply, occupy, control. A soul-binding spore began to spread unchecked, encroaching on what was left of its soul power, and even though the Death Banshee could feel the pain of this soul encroachment, she couldn't do anything about it. As a fellow undead, you shouldn't be able to die, should you? Joyu left behind a sentence to allow the reproduction of the soul-binding spores, and then turned to leave. Ding! You've killed the Death Banshee, experience value plus 1329. Ding. You randomly loot words to gain, Death Mark Blue. Hearing the prompt, Joyu did not pause, but raised his hand and waved it, and the Inferno Ash's Calamity Tide was directly unleashed. He wasn't up for extermination, but rather a means to help the frozen cold around him melt as quickly as possible. If the Death Banshee was able to revive again, this would become his territory, so naturally, it was impossible to see it being destroyed by the Bone Dragon. Right now, he didn't have time to pay attention to it, instead he had to go back and deal with that ultimate target, the Frostwraith Phantom Dragon. Crouching Dragon Mountain Range, the Frost Skeleton Phantom Dragon that had returned to its lair lay down on its back in the middle of its mountaintop lair, panting heavily for a few breaths. It had cast the domain of perpetual frost, and it had indeed consumed a great deal of itself. The origin here was not replenished, which was one of the biggest problems for him. The more he forced this powerful skill, the more it would overly consume his origin. Looking at the 1/3 of his blood that had been tossed away by the group of smashes, the Frostwreck Phantom Dragon only had one thought right now, and that was to fall asleep and return to blood. But it didn't take long for a beetle to creep silently into its feet, and several soul-bound spores rushed into its soul with great ease. It worked! Hidden underground, joy surfaced on Joyu's face. This time the soul-binding spores were much more powerful than his previous ones. It should be able to withstand the opponent's soul counterattack, right? Sure enough, under Joyu's control, the soul-binding spore smoothly appeared in the other party's sea of souls, crazily absorbing the surrounding energy to start multiplying. But right at this moment, the giant dragon soul that was lying within the soul sea suddenly raised its head, and in the next moment, it directly issued a violent roar. Get out! The roaring wave of souls actually took the initiative to lift up, directly completely annihilating the flourishing soul-bound spores. Boom! Joyu heard the huge dragon on the mountain peak awaken, propping up its head and letting out an annoyed roar at the surroundings. However, unlike before, the other party did not seem to be spitting out spit again to vent. I see, it can actually release skills within its soul sea, right? Joyu reacted, no wonder he was slapped to death every time he rushed into it. It turns out that you can unleash skills in the Sea of Souls. How can you fight this? However, even after failing the first time, Joyu still keenly captured the changes in his opponent. No resistance, so I'll keep trying. One beetle crawled right up to the toes of the bone dragon, and the soul-bound spores rushed into the Sea of Souls once more, waiting for the other to reproduce. It didn't take long for a boom to occur, and once again the wave obliterated everything. This time, an angry roar came out of the Frostwraith Phantom Dragon's mouth, and he looked around to find out what kind of existence was constantly causing trouble for him. Yes, it is indeed trouble. Because soul-binding spores are so sparsely populated, like a mosquito bite, they're just unpleasant, but not fatal. No, I have to make it take another heavy hit, so heavy that it doesn't have the strength to fight back. A chance is a chance too good to lose, and Joyu really didn't want to give up this chance to raid his opponent. The lure of a giant dragon as an assistant was too great. I hope I can carry it. In the end, Joyu decided to take matters into his own hands. Shao Chang. My lord. Summon all crypt demons and attack. Yes, sir. Soon, the figures of all the crypt demons appeared at the same time around the huge Wulong mountain range. They unanimously attacked the Frostwreck Phantom Dragon at the peak of the mountain. Roar! Damnable reptiles, are you still provoking me? The Frost Skeleton Phantom Dragon was shaking with anger and opened its mouth to give the reptiles the most painful lesson. But right at that moment, the figure that made it incomparably hateful and abhorrent appeared. Chapter 130 now, let's see how you can still struggle. Only to see Joyu rise up with his shedding realm eclipse wings, directly pointing at it with the black flare sword of kingship in his hand. It's you? The Frostwraith Phantom Dragon instantly recognized the obnoxious reptile. In response to its reaction, Joyu did not pay the slightest bit of attention to it, but instead raised his hand to strike a mark directly at the Frost Rek'Sai Dragon. Death Mark Blue, activate. The Frost Skeleton Phantom Dragon immediately had a shadow of Joyu floating above its head once again, and at the same time, Joyu did not hesitate to slash out with his sword. Firewall unleashed. Flame Tornado unleashed. Fireball Hyperflash is activated. Styrofoam Explosion, Lava Golem, Drowning Summoning, Demon Monk Zen Garden. All the words and phrases that could be cast were cast at this moment, and all of a sudden, the originally icy cold shrouded world began to blaze and spread, magma tumbled, and large swaths of minor inferno demons, as well as lava golems appeared, simultaneously launching their attacks on the giant dragon. Joyu certainly did not expect them to be able to completely annihilate the giant dragon, and simply took out all the means he could, without reservation. Inflaming blades swirled. Holy flame blade storm. Blood moon lone blade. Stygian sword chi chop. Black flame ruling. Dark moon starfall. Taking advantage of the time between the bonus from the shedding realm eclipse wings, Joyu placed all the words he could. After that, he immediately put away his sedentary eclipse wings and prepared to hide underground. Boom boom boom. All the power that could explode kept exploding on the Frost Wreck Phantom Dragon's body at this moment. The blood level was dropping and the anger was soaring. After a few mouthfuls of spit in succession, the Frost Skeleton Psy Dragon saw that Joyu had actually disappeared once again, and this time, it was completely unable to withstand it, and once again unleashed its domain of eternal frost. Buzz! The terrifying ice-sealing power spread everything, directly completely extinguishing and freezing all the flames that surrounded them. Reptile, I will tear you apart. Ah! Joyu frantically hid towards the ground, not giving his opponent any chance at all. Finally, after losing nearly 2,000 life points one after another, he managed to escape the second domain of eternal frost. I don't believe you can hold out this time? Joyu similarly came on fire, looking at the icy cold that had stopped spreading. He then directly rose from the ground and drilled out of the ground from a distance. When he looked again, he directly sucked in cold air. Hiss! There's still half a blood? What kind of monster is this guy? Joyu actually had a deep sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. A head of LV-70 existed, and he actually could only make the other party drop to the point of half blood by using all his strength. That's not good enough? Just as he was frustrated, suddenly the void above his head began to distort, and a pitch-black energy began to spread out from the void, like a terrifyingly huge mouth that corrupted everything. This kind of energy immediately caused Joyu's face to change as he subconsciously thought of the shed realm erosion wings. Oops. After using the sedentary eclipse wings too many times, it's still being localized by this guy? Within the twisted purple-black space, a corner of an immense obsidian statue could be vaguely seen. A piece of obsidian feather refracted the eyes from the Supreme Being, and with just a single glance, the other party seemed to have pierced through the void and locked onto Joyu. Mud! Joyu cursed angrily, and suddenly his mind was in a hurry to get up, and he directly scurried out from the ground and ran wildly in the direction of the giant dragon. Since I can't hide, I'll pull it back. Phew! A light that annihilated everything just blossomed out from within the twisted space. The Frost Skeleton Phantom Dragon tilted its head and looked at the purple-black light coming towards it with a questioning look on its face. The kind of power that came from a god's messenger made it instinctively fearful. But on the contrary, at a time like this, it couldn't even escape. So, it can only be spelled out. Frost Wreck Dragon Breath. Dragon Language Deconstruction. The Frozen Realm. The strongest means of the three Frost Wreck Phantom Dragons directly erupted at the same time. Snort! The dragon's breath that had just been spat out hadn't even gotten close before it was annihilated and dissipated by the purple and black light that began to annihilate it. The light only gave a slight lurch before it directly engulfed the spit and slammed into the spreading domain of permafrost. Snicker! It was the first time that Joyu had seen that the domain of eternal frost was actually able to be forcibly torn apart by someone. Finally, I've seen a more terrifying tactic. But, to his surprise, it wasn't the domain of eternal frost or the dragon's breath that was able to resist this force in the end. Instead, it's a dragon language deconstruction. Joyu did not know much about this phrase, but only saw that after a series of grey dragon words were spat out from the dragon's mouth, the power that erupted actually weakened by around. To know that even the blocking of the domain of eternal frost and the dragon's breath had not weakened so much, the power of the purple-black light. Now, the other side is weakened. But even if it was weakened, it was still the power from the God Emperor that directly broke through everything and enveloped the giant dragon in Joyu. Joyu only had time to let out a cry of shock before he felt as if everything in himself was about to be unable to withstand it and be completely annihilated. And the purple-black void in mid-air seemed certain of death after seeing itself enveloped. Or perhaps there is some kind of restriction. Then we saw its eyes closed, and then the void also followed the dissolution. The residual energy still allowed Joyu to feel a huge crisis, and this was still due to the fact that he was pulled by the dragon to cushion his back and share a large portion of it. If it was all enveloped in his body, it would not be able to withstand it at all. Life devouring. Joyu had to cast his words and began to devour the life force of the surrounding crypt demons. However, the purple-black energy kept devouring everything in him like a maggot in his tarsus, just as Joyu did not know how to deal with it. Miller shouted from the distance. Master, quickly petrify. Petrified? Joyu froze for a moment, almost instinctively following the other party's prompts. Click, click, click. From the inside out, he began to morph into a rock-like structure, a word he had acquired from the gargoyles, none of which he had ever used before, or even forgotten. Petrification was originally used to restore stamina when the gargoyles rested, and was fundamental to their revival through core absorption after death. When Joyu used it at this moment, he only felt like his entire body was completely solidified. And as it solidified, that raging power actually became sluggish, and at the same time, Obsidian Destroyer Miller appeared, coming directly to Joyu's heels, his open feathers enveloping and wrapping him at the same time. A force from the Obsidian Destroyer actually began to devour the power raging within it. At this moment, Joyu instantly understood that Miller, who had been gifted, could transform and absorb this power. Master, you can also absorb this power and similarly enhance yourself. Miller's prompt came, causing Joyu to subconsciously start trying to absorb the purple-black energy in his petrified form. Sure enough, with the Shed Realm Eclipse wings, he could actually really absorb this power to strengthen himself. Even, he absorbed it faster than Miller. Finally, with the combined efforts of the two, the force did not kill Joyu, but instead made him stronger. When Joyu recovered from his petrification once again, he looked at the frost-wrecked phantom dragon on that mountain peak, and was surprised to see that the other party had, in fact, frozen himself in ice. Similar to the principle of his own petrification, the purple-black energy really slowed down after his opponent was frozen. Next, if the frost-wrecked phantom dragon wanted to survive, it would have to wait for enough time for the purple-black energy to completely dissipate. It doesn't take that long. Joyu looked at the frozen frost skeleton phantom dragon. Now, let's see how you can still struggle? Chapter 131 Dragon Slayer, Level Explosion, Exclusive Transformation, Death Dragon Knight. Countless soul-bound spores rushed into the soul of the Frostwraith phantom dragon, but he was unmoved. The reason was simple: the Frostwraith phantom dragon iced not only the body, but also the soul. This moment happened to give Joyu an unimaginable opportunity, and the soul-binding spores grew and spread uncontrollably as if they were in the ocean of souls. They had never met such a large soul, much less devoured so much energy. Almost instantly, it grows geometrically and multiplies. After several breaths, Joyu completely let go of his heart when he sensed that the soul-binding spores had not been affected in the slightest. He pressed his palms on top of the frozen ice and began to guide those purple-black energies into his body. That's right, he was going to devour the power from the Lord of the Shed Realm and strengthen himself. Those who cannot defeat me will eventually make me stronger. Joyu had already deeply memorized this divine envoy of the Lord of the Sedentary Realm, and one day, he would let the other party taste what it was like to be ravaged. A residual energy was absorbed by Joyu and Miller in unison, but soon, Joyu had to stop himself. Because, he clearly felt that there was an upper limit to his control over this power. That is, under the current situation of this level, if the unrestricted absorption continued, it was likely to cause the link of the Lord of the Shed Realm once again, and when the other party descended once again, one would have no way to deal with it. The same was true for Miller, not being able to absorb it with impunity, but such an effect was enough to raise it by as much as 3 levels. On the contrary, Joyu had only improved by 1 level, but he was after all much higher than Miller's level, which was reasonable. As he watched the purple-black energy begin to escape, Joyu's heart ached as he forced himself to focus on the state of the mother tree of spores, trying to communicate with the soul-bound spores that had multiplied in the dragon's soul. The number of soul-binding spores had now reached more than hundreds of thousands, and moreover, it was still growing at an extremely terrifying rate. Even so, it still failed to fully control the entire dragon's soul, thus showing how strong the frost-wrecked phantom dragon's soul was. But, fortunately for him, he possessed spores, and with no limitations, the speed of this division was beyond imagination. And once it was completely occupied, it would be completely combined with the other person's soul, fused into one, and could not be peeled off at all. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours. A full day had passed, and the splintered soul-binding spores had reached an extremely terrifying state, finally succeeding in occupying more than 90% of the dragon's soul. There was still only 10% of the dragon's soul left, and as long as it was completely occupied, it would be able to put the frost-wrecked specter dragon under complete control, and life and death would be at one's fingertips. Thinking about this, Joyu could not help but get a little excited to the point of being slightly relaxed. However, right at this moment, the dragon soul in the Sea of Souls suddenly opened its eyes, and with the only 10% of its soul power that it could only mobilize, it sent out a terrifying roar towards Joyu. "Reptile, die for me!" Roar! Joyu had never dreamed that his opponent would actually be able to counterattack at such a time. He only felt a void of soul energy erupt from within the frost-wrecked spectral dragon all at once, directly enveloping himself. In an instant, Zhou felt a tearing and severe pain coming from his soul, as if it was going to be completely withdrawn. A great deal of hissing like grievances, curses appeared in the soul as if they were going to tear themselves apart. Soul, even Zhou now, did not have the slightest way to do so, and could only watch this power wreak havoc. Haha, reptile who presumes to control me, thou shalt die with me. The frost skeleton phantom dragon soul that had gotten its hands on it let out a big laugh. It would still pull on Shan Yu even if it fell. However, right at this moment, the ring Zhou wore on his index finger suddenly blossomed into a blinding light. Buzz! Between the rising light, it directly transformed into a shield that enveloped Zhou's body, and with it, a divine power actually directly dispelled the negative effects on Zhou's body. The damage originally suffered was even forcibly healed by 2,000 points of blood. What made the frost skeleton phantom dragon even more unexpected was that in the middle of Zhou's soul sea, a golden dragon silhouette with 5 claws suddenly opened its eyes and directly issued a deafening roar. Roar! This roar actually dispersed all the dragon soul's impact completely. How is that possible? What kind of dragon is that? It can actually suppress my power? A shocked and incomparable roar emanated from within the soul of the frost-wrecked phantom dragon. How could it not expect that the other party actually had such a means? And before it could react, the spreading soul binding spores had completely taken over its soul. Ding! You have successfully killed the frost-wrecked phantom dragon, experience value plus 10W. Ding! You have randomly looted words and gained, giant dragon body purple. Ding! Congratulations on completing your upgrade, current level LV38. Ding! Congratulations on completing your upgrade, current level LV39. Ding! Congratulations on completing your upgrade, current level LV40. Ding! Congratulations on opening your exclusive profession, not enough transfer energy, please replenish. Transfer energy is low, please replenish. Before Zhou could regain his senses from the joy of his 3 consecutive levels, he suddenly heard the system prompt. Low on transfer energy? What's that supposed to mean? In his haste, he seemed to feel the most original power in his body begin to escape. He didn't need to explain that he understood that once this transfer failed, the energy that he had to accumulate, he didn't know that he would have to accumulate it until the year of the monkey, and even his level would show signs of regression. Insufficient? Origin? Could it be because there is a lack of origin here? In the nick of time, Zhou suddenly saw the purple and black energy that had not yet completely escaped. Originally he was not leveled enough to absorb the upper limit, but now the transfer is imminent, and there is a lack of origin energy. The power from the God Emperor always contains the origin, doesn't it? As soon as this thought came out, Zhou instantly didn't care and directly unleashed the word life devouring and began to crazily plunder these escaping forces. If his guess was right, the power escaping from these divine messengers must be able to replenish his own origin. Buzz! As he absorbed it, sure enough the original hints began to diminish. Until all the escaping power was sucked dry, Zhou finally felt a mysterious power in the void tearing through space and pouring down towards him. At the same time, the system's prompt rang out again. Ding! Congratulations on completing your exclusive transfer, your current profession is Death Dragon Knight. Between the countless pores of power, Zhou's originally upright body actually began to pull up, from 2 meters to 2.5 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, and even 5 meters, followed by shrinking from 5 meters, back to 4 meters, and finally settling at about 3 meters before coming to a complete stop. Even though he did not maintain his height of 5 meters, Zhou clearly felt that his power was more cohesive and erupted stronger than before. Not only that, underneath the black robe, a layer of patterns like dragon scales began to emerge around the white bones. Its own strength, toughness, but also a geometric increase. An unprecedented feeling of power filled Zhou's heart, causing him to almost groan. It was only after several minutes that Zhou stopped his metamorphosis, and the first time he recovered his mind, he opened the system panel. Chapter 132 Super Terrifying Boost, Conquering the Kingdom of Death. Zhou Death Dragon Rider. Race, Dragon Bone Ghost. Level, LV 45899 4W. Life, 10.6W. Magic, 8.8W. Attack, 3159 3579. Defense, 350 armor 50% magic resistance 100% magic resistance for non-light divine below 7th level. Words, Advanced Stick Blue. Holy Inferno Blade Storm Red, Demonic Grievance Prison Blue. Spore Soul Binding red, Ghostly Shadow Form blue. Dark Moon Starfall red, Sedentary Realm Eclipse Wings purple. Blood Moon Lone Blade blue, Dragon's Body purple, Mark of Death blue. The moment he saw the panel, Joyu was instantly unable to calm down, exploded, because it really exploded. Just a moment ago, there was only 10,000 or so blood, but now it directly skyrocketed nearly 10 times as much. The same goes for blue volume. The attack had even doubled more than several times, reaching a terrifying 3,000 or more. What kind of concept is that? This meant that the Crypt Lord, Little Strong, was able to be killed in seconds with a single sword pummel that he triggered a blast. A Death Banshee without damage sharing is just a matter of 2 swords. Even Miller, who had a boss bonus, he could slash to death with a pummel. And it was all because of it, the Frostwraith Phantom Dragon. That's right, from the purple words, under the enchantment of the dragon's body, not only did it allow Joyu to switch to Dragon Knight, but it also possessed a huge enhancement that was almost as great as that of a giant dragon. Soaring, absolutely soaring. At this moment, Joyu finally understood why the Gargoyle clan, in the Abyss and even in the human world, was called the representatives of the top of the battle power. This Megalodon body alone is a word that is enough to throw them off the other races. It was only a pity that Joyu was not a dragon body, otherwise, this all-round strengthening would have to be even more terrifying. Not only that, the armor had directly skyrocketed from the original dozens of points to the point where it was 350, which meant that opponents of the same level would inflict almost 0 damage on him from purely physical attacks. And in terms of magic resistance, none like below the 7th order, sacred skills are even more directly immune. At this moment, Joyu really wanted to sing out loud that today is a good day, and everything that his heart desires can come true. Now that's the kind of life a traveler should have. Of course, after calming down, Joyu knew that the reason why he was able to succeed all lay in this 9 death plot, plus a little bit of luck. Without the phrase Gargoyle's body, he would have gotten a boost, but definitely not to this extent. Silently digesting all of this gain, Joyu glanced at the frost-wrecked phantom dragon that had become a corpse, knowing that the other party would not die just like that. Absorbing the power of the undead, it should awaken again. It's just that the time it takes for this to happen, isn't it a bit long? Joyu stroked his chin. After the obsidian destroyer Miller was destroyed by him before, the recovery time would take nearly another day, and it was still very weak. Wanting to go back to his heyday, it also took not a short time. He snapped his fingers and looked directly at Miller, who was off to the side. Miller, you've died before, you should have more experience with this. I was wondering if there's any way to speed up its recovery? Miller was silent. It didn't want to have this experience either, nay its master was too strong. The Frostwreck Phantom Dragon itself is also a type of undead, and according to my subordinate's guess, the icy environment itself is more conducive to its revival, and then there is the provision of more undead energy for it to absorb. Undead energy? Joyu was slightly stunned. If I pull over those undead from the undead kingdom, does it count as undead energy? Because just a moment ago, the Spore Mother Tree in Joyu's mind clearly sensed that the spore controlling the Death Banshee had actually revived. This means that dead Banshee has risen again just in time to take control. Yes. Miller responded in the affirmative. Very well, get all your gargoyles over here and let's carry it to the Death Banshee. Yes, my lord. Miller bowed and saluted, then spread his 4 wings and flew directly towards his territory quickly. It wasn't long before large batches of gargoyles appeared here, never dreaming that one day they would actually be able to carry a frost-wrecked phantom dragon with their own hands. A large group of gargoyles netted the gargoyle with ropes and flew quickly in the direction of the undead kingdom. Joyu stood on top of the giant dragon skeleton and looked at this path of life and death, not realizing that after only 1 day had passed, everything had become different. Arriving at the undead kingdom, seeing that the giant dragon that had previously wreaked havoc actually reappeared, many of the surviving undead let out waves of awe and instinctive fear, the pressure from the higher powers. In front of the core palace of the kingdom of the undead, Joyu had the gargoyle ghost put down the skeleton of the dragon. Boom! A low muffled sound came from the entire palace, and it just so happened that this place had been frozen by the domain of perpetual frost before, and the residual icy cold had subsided, but it hadn't completely receded. See, master! The Death Banshee once again resumed her previous miserable and noble appearance and bowed to Joyu. I can feel that there is a lot of resentment in your heart. Joyu looked at her expressionlessly. I wouldn't dare. The Death Banshee shook her head in a hurry. She could clearly feel the countless soul-binding spores that were entangled from within her soul. The presence of these spores was like a ticking time bomb. As long as she misbehaved half-heartedly, it was all doom and gloom. Even if Joyu was willing, he could just let her completely dissolve. Zhou looked at it indifferently and simply made a single point with one hand, and instantly a drop of the Death Banshee's soul essence separated and was devoured by Zhou. In the next moment, the system successfully tagged him without worrying about the other party's betrayal. "See, my lord." This time, the Death Banshee's tone was incomparably pious. "Do you have a name?" Zhou looked at the kneeling Death Banshee and asked. "No. The subordinate has lived here all his life and has not been given a name. Long black dress, pale and beautiful, and related to death." Zhou thought for a moment and directly said, "From today onwards, you will be called Manhwa. "Thank you, my lord, for the name." Manjushri bowed again in thanks. "How long will it take you to regain your powers?" With a name, Zhou asked the question he was most concerned about. "It only takes half a day for the Manjushri to be able to recover as before." Zhou's eyes lit up at his words. "Oh? Why did you recover so quickly?" "Because my subordinate has a death link to all undead under his control, and is able to share 80% of the damage when traumatized, and likewise transfer life force to my subordinate." Manjushri said truthfully, "Because of this, my subordinate was able to recover quickly." "So it is." Zhou stretched out his morose white palm, and his fingers gently pinched the other party's chin and slowly lifted it up. Manjushri tilted her head. Even as an undead, her own physique was remarkably intact, even to the point where she could see the exaggerated pure white highs under that black dress. It had to be said that Manjushri was by far the one with the highest face value in Zhou's abyss, bar none. "Do a good job, and in the future, when I leave here, all the territories, you will be in charge of taking care of them." "Yes, my lord." "Now, first let this frost-wreck phantom dragon awaken." Chapter 133, Hokuto Guild's Doorstep, the secret realm after the high school exam. Yes. With Manjushri's arrangement, a large number of undead were forced into this land of bones, and the energy of countless undead began to converge towards the body of the frost skeleton phantom dragon. Zhou, on the other hand, was sitting on top of the throne within the palace, watching all of this from afar. What pure resentment! Zhou opened his mouth and sucked as a large amount of grievances continued to converge from the surroundings and were devoured by him. He had been thinking about the phrase he had obtained from Bai Li, grievance summoning blue. Just like Bai Li's illusion, as long as enough grievances were gathered, he could just as easily open the door of summoning and summon his own army over. Previously, Zhou's strength was not as terrifying as it was now, and the number of people he could summon was very limited. But now that he had reached a terrifying elevation on all fronts, the grievances he had absorbed were simply terrifying. In this way, regardless of the fact that the power of the Death Grudge Demon Pupil's Grudge Deathlight would increase drastically, the power of the Grudge Summoning would likewise skyrocket. Time, in an oppressive silence, was passing. Gulp! A bulging throbbing sensation came from Zhou's brow, and he stopped his absorption movements, knowing that he had reached his limit. At the same time, he looked towards the huge ice dragon skeleton in the distance. The other party seemed to still have some time before it could awaken, and this was only possible after sacrificing a large number of undead sacrifices. Manzanita. Subordinate. The pale death banshee at the side bowed. "I'll leave this place in your care for now. If you need anything, let Avanti know and he'll contact the other lords." "Yes, my lord." Manjushri bowed and nodded, but immediately afterward asked, "Master, are you leaving?" "Aha! It should be about time." Zhou nodded slightly. He remembered that Lin Shiyun and the girls were to take a break for about 2 days, and now that the time was almost up, they might have to make another copy at some point. Before that, though, he would be able to organize his looted words a bit more. In addition to the words on the Frost-Wreck Spectre Dragon and the Death Banshee, with the sacrifices of the undead over the past 2 days, a large number of words had been scavenged by Zhou first before providing energy for the Frost-Wreck Spectre Dragon. Words such as Necrotic Wolf Shadow Green, Frenzied/Green, Spiteful Whale Green, Advanced Brute Force Blue, Flesh and Blood Reorganization Blue, and so on were scavenged a bunch of times. For the current Zhou, these words were dispensable and just happened to be used for editing. Just as it was immersed in editing, there were a few more unfamiliar visitors at the door of Lin Shiyun's house in Cold City. "How did you find this place?" Lin Shiyun frowned, her gaze vigilant as she looked at the double ponytailed woman in front of her. She had a deep impression of the other party. It was the Chen Jin of the Vice President Tian Ma from the Beidou Guild, Tian Yao Yao. "Hello, I saw the records you left behind and came over to pay my respects." Tian Yao Yao's posture was lowered and she smiled as she extended her hand. Lin Shiyun didn't extend her hand, but instead sized up the other party. "I have nothing to pay my respects to, so if there's nothing else, please go back." With that, she was about to close the door to her room. "Hey, wait! Tian Yao was dumbfounded as she blocked the door. Since Your Excellency doesn't like these processes, I'll get right to the point. I have a secret realm that I want to explore, but I need someone to team up with, and I know that Your Excellency is very strong and would like to invite you to join. Secret realm? Lin Shiyun froze for a moment. The secret realm was another environment different from the copy. The difference with the copy was that the other side was not a scene like the copy that could be opened by multiple teams at the same time. Rather, it was unique, which meant that the secret realm would no longer hold any value once exploration was complete. On the contrary, the equipment and materials contained therein have a high burst rate, and there is even a probability that equipment or materials with uniqueness will appear. The appearance of the secret realm, on the other hand, was directly connected to the spatial rift, and the location was somewhere in the abyss. This is different from the channel copy of the abyss counterattacking the human world. It is a real abyssal place, and its menacing index is even more directly climbing, more than the nightmare level copy ever. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of the secret realm exploration, most of them would organize a lot of professionals to go there. Right. This secret realm happens to appear within our Beidou Guild's hinterland, and the current situation of the rift isn't exactly stable. Tian Yao explained, our initial investigation only allows professionals below the third turn to ensure the stability of the rift. Below the third turn? Lin Shiyun shook her head. I'm sorry, I only have a second turn. I'm afraid I can't participate in this one. Hey, wait. Tian Yao knew that when it came to this, it was no longer possible not to come up with enough temptation. I'm willing to pay 300 third turning scrolls to hire you guys, and all the rewards you get inside can be disposed of by yourselves. I just need one of the outfits. Lin Shiyun paused slightly. 303 turn scrolls meant 300 third order magics. This kind of scroll, a single one taken out, could exceed 100,000 star coins. Now, when the other party took out 300 sheets, a huge sum of $30 million, even Lin Shiyun was a bit moved. The benefits of kryptonite, no need to say more to know. If the next time you encounter a copy of the danger coming, directly smashed out 300 magic scrolls, can even easily reverse the original critical situation. However, Lin Shiyun suppressed the movement in her heart and instead shook her head without moving. Not enough. He said he was going to just close the door. That's not enough? 400 of them then? Of those, the third rank is guaranteed, and 50 scrolls of the fourth rank. Not enough. 500, 104th order, 55th order. Not enough. Seeing that Lin Shiyun was actually still shaking her head, Tian Yao clenched her fist vigorously and said heavily, 500 sheets, 150 sheets of the fourth rank, 60 sheets of the fifth rank, this is the limit of what I can come up with, and if you really don't agree to it, there's nothing I can do about it. Lin Shiyun's palm holding the door was slightly hard as a way to hide her inner excitement. That, I'll have to ask the rest of my teammates, and I can't give you an answer at the moment. If it's convenient for you, you can leave me a contact. Really? Tian Yao nodded excitedly and directly handed over the business card she had prepared. Here is my contact information, you can call me anytime. Yes. Lin Shiyun looked at the business card and nodded. When do you start? The date set by the guild is next month, at Shenyang. After high school? Lin Shiyun raised an eyebrow. There were only less than 10 days left before the college entrance exam. Looking at this situation, it was definitely time to finish the college entrance exam first. That's right, I'm going to grab some time to make an impact as well, and try to be able to complete the third turn during the college entrance exam. Tian Yao nodded. Okay, I'll contact you before the secret realm opens. Lin Shiyun nodded. Well, goodbye. Tian Yao once again extended her hand. Seeing this, Lin Shiyun also extended her hand to shake with the other party. Chapter 134, as we all do know, the night is a food copy. Great. When Tian Yao stepped out of Lin Shiyun's door, she couldn't help but clench her fist and cry out in joy, but she was afraid of being discovered by Lin Shiyun, so she hurriedly pressed down. Well, I just put on a good show, didn't I? She followed the guard next to her with some amusement. At this price, isn't it a bargain? You may be a little mistaken about cheap, miss. The guard thought about it, but couldn't help himself. How come it's not cheap? Tian Yao said indignantly, isn't this much cheaper than me clearing that nightmare copy? If I let Dad know that I've actually found him a powerful ally who can decide the fate of the guild, he'll definitely praise me. The guards are silent. The final price, hundreds of millions of dollars, are afraid, even if the master is the manufacturer of scrolls, cannot be prohibited to build Soa. But he did not dare to say, now can only go back to report to the master, see how to decide. Wow, what kind of secret realm is this? To actually give such a high price? Are you sure the other party isn't stupid and rich? Su Xiaochang's shocked cry came from the team channel. Calm down, the other party allows the highest number of professions within 3 turns to enter. I'm afraid this secret realm isn't that simple. Su Mei said cautiously. I just don't know what she's in it for. Secret realm, dangerous, be cautious. Zhang Bai's statement was brief and concise. So what do we do? Answer or not? Lu Ro asked. There's still more than a month to go, it's going to be after the entrance exams, so my idea is that we go with the plan for now and wait until the entrance exams are over. Lin Shiyun said. Captain's right. Sume agreed, the most important thing right now is your college entrance exams. Let's try to pass the 3rd copy in these few days, maybe Shiyun will be able to impact the 3rd turn before the college entrance exams. Hiss. 3 turns If this is a successful impact, the captain will have no problem directly becoming this session's top student in the college entrance examination. Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed. No shock, and a first-place winner. Zhang Bai's reply silenced the crowd. Indeed, once Mr. Zhou made his move, they couldn't think of anyone else who could stop it. That's all for now, then. Lin Shiyun finally clapped her hands. We'll finish our repairs and leave first thing in the morning. Yes. Yes. By the way, Sister Bio, do you know from Uncle Zhang the news about the missing person before? Lin Shiyun suddenly remembered the previous reminder and couldn't help but ask. I've heard that the number of missing people seems to have risen a bit lately. It can't all be related to demons, right? Zhang Bai was silent for a moment and suddenly said, my father said that this matter involves something rather confidential and that he can't say too much about it, so let's notify our families and minimize going out without special circumstances. Like this? Lin Shiyun's face showed some concern. I see, everyone be careful and inform your family. Yes. Ending the communication, Lin Shiyun began to prepare for her departure tomorrow and pushed open the door to see her grandmother busy in the kitchen while her sister was resting on the sofa and was watching TV. How's Fomi feeling today? Lin Shiyun sat down next to her sister, who subconsciously leaned her head on her shoulder. Luckily sis, it doesn't hurt as much. There was a weakness in Fomi's voice. Sister, are you leaving again? Well, yeah, in a few days it's going to be time for the college entrance exams, so my sister needs to hurry up and improve herself before then. Lin Shiyun nodded her head and said, once the college entrance exams are over, sister will be able to spend a few more days with MOMO. Really? Great. A smile appeared on Fomi's face. Sis, I want to go to the park to get some sun, cough cough. Aha. Sister will push you there when the time comes. Lin Shiyun patted her sister's back heartily. Dinner's ready. Shortly afterward, Grandma made a table of food and greeted the two with a smile. Grandma, it's not peaceful outside lately. When I'm not at home, you and Fomi should try to go out as little as possible. Lin Shiyun recalled the previous exchange and subconsciously reminded. Aha. Fomi and I usually don't go out much, so don't worry and go about your business. Grandma smiled kindly. Everything in the house has grandma. What kittens and puppies do not dare to come over to find trouble yet. Oh, ha ha. Lin Shiyun was speechless, always feeling that her grandmother was joking with her. Grandma, I'm not talking about kittens and puppies. Oh, Grandma says it isn't either. Inside the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Kong Qingshan, who had just gotten off work, walked towards the ground floor of his mansion with his hands behind his back. Through a rotating staircase and finally pushing through a closed steel door. In an instant, a strong smell of blood and rotting odor came to the surface, and the originally vacant underground warehouse was now piled with all kinds of broken arms and limbs, and even animal carcasses. The figure shrouded in a cloak was still busy in front of the ghastly white operating table. Supervisor Butcher, when will our plan go into effect? Kong Qingshan's face carried a slight shade. You know that Zhang Jigang and Su Yonghe, those two have already started to notice me, and even sent people to watch over the perimeter. Once the 9 Steps Guild comes, I'm the one who will bear the brunt of it. Jia. Don't be nervous, City Lord Kong. The knitting butcher stopped his hands and turned his head to look at Kong Qingshan. Great plans are always accompanied by crises. Since you chose to join the Creation Society, you have to accept this test. I'm not joining, I'm just going to pay for peace of mind. Kong Qingshan corrected, you said that as long as I help you complete this plan, you will be able to allow me to escape from here and head to the Happy Land. Don't worry, Genesis will give you what it promises. The knitting butcher smiled sincerely. When the college entrance exams come, the city lord can mobilize more guards to assist in the exams, so that within the cold city, there will be an abnormal emptiness. And at that point, it's the beginning of our plan. Hearing this, Kong Ching Shan was silent for a moment and looked deeply at the other party. It's best. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to the other party and turned his head to leave the place. Boom! The door closed, and under the bleak white light, the severed arms and legs that had been sewn up on the operating table suddenly trembled autonomously, looking a little restless. The knitting butcher gently suppressed their agitation with his ghastly palms, his mouth murmuring even more excitedly. Jia jia jia, hold your horses, baby, great feast, coming soon. Early the next morning, a specially modified off-road made its way out of the cold city and sped towards the direction where the northeastern state was close to the outer border. Here's a copy of the Nightfall cheat sheet, so you can check it out. Sume sent the prepared information to several people. A few people took the information and flipped it open to view it, and soon came Su Xiaochan's exclamation of surprise. What? Nightly is a food copy? How are we going to raid here? Are we going to cook for each other? Sume knocked him on the head. Can you read the strategy properly? It's a food copy, but it's a food for monsters. Sume explained, our birthplace is a cooking restaurant called Late Night Diner. Our main task is to do the brushing during the day, accumulate ingredients, and wait until night time for the mysterious and powerful eater to come. We treat them with our own well-made dishes, and if the other person says it's good, it's a pass. So we'll just do one course? Of course not, we have to run 3 consecutive nights in it, and it's only a pass if the guests are satisfied for at least 2 of the 3 nights. Chapter 135, in broad daylight, where is the dog that doesn't know the rules? So long? Lu Ro froze for a moment. Are there many diners then? It shouldn't be too much, usually less on the first day and more every day after that. So where do we get our experience? The team that successfully passes the level will additionally receive a high experience value bonus. Sume flipped through the information. I saw that a team that cleared the dangerous level difficulty earlier, when it settled, the group directly soared 1 level. So ruthless? Then can't the captain just LV? Captain, you actually LV 28? Su Xiaoqiang didn't wait to finish his sentence and suddenly let out a cry of surprise. This time, the crowd realized that Lin Shiyun's team information had actually reached the LV 28 level. No way? Everyone agreed to take a break and you sneak upgrades alone? It's too much. Being teased by the crowd, Lin Shiyun immediately scratched her head in embarrassment. I really didn't upgrade on my own. Just yesterday, all of a sudden, I upgraded. Upgrade out of thin air? The crowd froze violently and suddenly reacted. Was this the result of Zhou Yu killing monsters in the abyssal world? Boy, jumping 1 level out of thin air, what kind of existence has Mr. Zhou hunted down again? Su Xiaochang spat out his tongue, feeling incredulous. But Su Mei, who was on the sidelines, fell silent. This was because she knew that the remoteness of the abyss could bring about the transfer of experience, and I'm afraid that it could only be done by killing a considerable number of wild monsters. And the amount of experience value that could make Lin Shiyun succeed in jumping a level could simply be counted in massive amounts. What if it's just a wild monster? The thought that rose in Su Mei's mind startled herself. Stop it, the other thing that makes this copy of the night to come different from the others is that the copy that everyone enters is the same one. The same? Su Xiaochang froze for a moment. Sister, are you saying that no matter what the difficulty is, when we enter the copy, we'll encounter teams of other professionals? Just the same difficulty. Sume said, on the same difficulty, if more than one team enters the replica, they will be randomly assigned to one of the different late-night eateries, but the only rule that this holds is that only one late-night eatery will be able to complete the 3-day pass. I got it. Su Xiaochang said, oh, that means, not only do we have to find a way to make monsters like our food, but we have to do it better than the other cafeterias, right? That's right. Sume nodded. In this way, we may encounter not only monsters, but also competition from fellow teams. Sister Sume, if we can destroy their ingredients, can't we also influence them to finish their food? Lin Shiyun seemed to have thought of something suddenly. Can't do it. Sume shook her head. As long as we're in the copy, we can't leave our designated ingredient gathering area, and likewise, we can't destroy or sabotage our competitors' ingredients or employees. Either violation will ultimately be ruled a failure. Ha! Doesn't that mean that the last thing we'll be competing against is cooking? Su Xiaoqiang screamed and turned his head to look at the crowd. Which one of you can cook? No. Zhang Bai's pretty face carried an embarrassed blush as she hurriedly shook her head. I know a little. Lu Ro nodded a little less surely. Does cooking instant noodles count? Su Xiaochang was speechless. That definitely doesn't count. Sume, he knew, definitely didn't know how to cook. In the end, he could only look to his last hope, Lin Shiryun. Captain, would you? I will. Lin Shiryun nodded her head seriously, instantly brightening the crowd's eyes with hope. Great, I told you, Captain Almighty. Captain, what have you cooked before that was good? Tell us about it? I did it once, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Lin Shiryun mused, I remember Grandma tasted it that time and complimented me on how good it was. Really? Su Xiaoqiang immediately put his heart down, now the chef doesn't have to worry. The crowd also nodded and stopped worrying. Only Lin Shiryun remembered the images from that time, as if Grandma hadn't let her into the kitchen since then. With the chef confirmed, all that's left is the search for ingredients, and taking care of the guests. Sume said, at that time, everyone can assign duties and strive to be able to clear this copy. Go for it. After half a day's drive, several people managed to come to a location not far from the border of the Summer Kingdom. Because of the abyssal rift, there were no longer any towns to be seen surfacing in the surroundings. The only thing that exists are temporary towns formed around the closest of several copies. In order to facilitate the gathering and trading of professionals, the entrance heraldry of several nearby copies were uniformly sold at the temporary town's transfer shrine. Sume and the others got out of the car and took the lead to go straight to the transformation shrine. Compared to the densely populated area in Cold City, this place was quite a bit sparser, but all the same, the transmutation shrine, which was the centerpiece, still gathered quite a few professionals. The appearance of Lin Shiryun and the others, with the beauty of the four women with different temperaments, was enough to attract the attention of many people. Lin Shiryun of the mage set with the fiery red robes, Zheng Bai of the aquamarine 1000 gold, Sume of the Ying Chi sword shield, and Lu Ro of the milk fierce Lolita. These four made a beautiful sight almost standing there. Especially since it was their first time here, it aroused the curiosity of the crowd. However, curiosity aside, none of the professionals dared to go up and strike up a conversation. After all, these people looked not only good-looking, but the glittering equipment was enough to make them look away and not dare to make a move. Where are these guys from? It looks like they have an extraordinary status. Just because you don't get close, doesn't mean you can't talk about it. That's beautiful, this would be a great way to carry one home, TSK. If you're not afraid to die, you can go up and try. You think that gold equipment of others is just for show, don't you? I'm afraid this outfit won't work without the Fifth Order Guild backing it up, right? Hey, I'm just saying. Between the crowd's discussions, Lin Shiryun and the others had already arrived at the place where the tickets were being sold. Many of the teams going down for copies were lining up here to buy them, so naturally they had to line up as well. As the day wore on, several people from the end of the line finally made it to the front, just too short of being able to complete their purchases. Just at this moment, there was a slight commotion coming from the crowd at the back, and then it was seen that a line of 10 or so people brutally pushed through every queue, and then directly rushed to the very front of the line. Hey! You land, come on 10 tickets. A tall, burly man in a samurai uniform pushed past the professionals at the front of the line and tapped the counter, shouting. Who are you? I just got a shot of who told you to cut in line. The professional who had been pushed out of the way apparently charged up with resentment. However, that tall and strong man just looked at him and said contemptuously, Get lost, I now don't want to make a move, do you drop understand? Said the other nonchalantly, revealing his head rank. LV 45. Seeing this rank, the professional who was pushed away immediately changed his face and could only bear the breath with an ugly look. Seeing this, the man in the samurai suit smiled openly and was about to purchase the tickets again. At that exact moment, at his rear, an unsavory voice resounded. What kind of dog doesn't know how to behave in broad daylight? Chapter 136, Look, it's that 2B. The man in the samurai suit who was just about to make a purchase suddenly turned around and saw Su Xiaoqiang looking at him with a disgruntled face. Says you hey. Su Xiaoqiang raised his finger and pointed to the back, Get in line. Kid, are you dropping to work for death? The man in the samurai uniform had a cold smile on his face as he approached towards Su Xiaoqiang. Egu, a dog from the Sakura country, barking is loud. Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed exaggeratedly, then stretched out his neck and sliced at his own neck with his hand. Come on, cut here. Thumbs up. The man in the samurai uniform had his hand on top of his accompanying katana and was about to sheath it. But just then, a low reprimand came from not far away. To the second ruler, no rudeness. Keiji, who heard this, instantly put away his katana and bowed and stepped back, and then the crowd saw a young man with a mustache walking over surrounded by a dozen or so people. He crossed straight over Su Xiaochang and stopped in front of Lin Shiryun, bowing slightly and saluting. Hello, I'm Kimura Irby from the Sakura 8th Order Guild, Hyaki Gosai, nice to meet you all. Hyaki Gosai? An 8th Order Guild? His words had been spoken, and an uproar erupted amongst the crowd. Since the Abyss invasion, the entire Blue Star has suffered an unprecedented trauma, and some small countries that were once not deep in the depths of the Abyss were directly destroyed under the ravages of the Abyss. And those who were able to survive had their own cards. Among them, the Sakura country, the closest rising neighbor to the Summer country, was rumored to have seen a 9th Order existence in its homeland, successfully giving birth to the first 9th Order Guild. And the fact that the other party actually came from an 8th Order Guild was a clear indication of their extraordinary status. No wonder a random guard has a 4th turn, so it's an 8th rank guild. Why are these Sakura dogs here? Do they want to rob us of our copy resources? Man, you're being a loner, this is the border. There have been cases of Sakura country's professionals coming here to brush their copies before. According to the rules of the guilds of the Blue Star countries, there is no objection to the entry of professionals from other countries, as long as they don't wreak havoc. Between the people's comments, Lin Shiryun looked at the other party with her face as normal. Is there something wrong? Hee, I wanted to ask, what copy do you beauties want to enter? We can travel together, so that safety is guaranteed. It's not necessary. Lin Shiryun said coldly, we don't need anyone else's help. Like this? That's a shame. Kimura Irby shook his head rather disappointedly, then why don't we? Roll. According to the regulations, we can indeed allow you to come and enter the copy, but this is the Xia Kingdom, and in the Xia Kingdom, you have to abide by the rules of the Xia Kingdom. Lin Shiryun nonchalantly said, get in line. Ha! Your Excellency has a lot of character. Kimura Irby smiled, I hope we have another chance to meet. After saying that, he looked around and didn't say much, but led the crowd to the very back of the line and continued to line up. Shiryun, these Sakura professionals won't come after us later, will they? Seeing them leave, Lu Ro lowered her voice and asked. This is a safe zone, they won't dare to do anything they want. Lin Shiryun shook her head, if they were also here to enter the copy, they wouldn't have caused trouble before the copy ended. Soon after Su Xiaochang purchased 5 tickets, the few people quickly left the transmutation shrine and rushed towards the location of the copy of Night Coming. Within a few hundred meters around the entrance of the replica, it was considered a safe zone, so there was no need to worry about who would dare to lay a finger on them. Phew! Su Xiaochang stood in front of the entrance and patted his chest, this is safe. It seems that they don't dare to do anything in our territory. His words had just fallen, but a professional on the side said sharply. Why don't you dare? They didn't catch a chance or they wouldn't have let you go. When Su Xiaochang turned around, he saw that some professionals had also gathered. What are you talking about? Little brother, we came over to warn you that these Sakura dogs aren't good people, and they definitely won't let up. Right. There have been cases of strange disappearances of occupiers here before, and it happened to coincide with the appearance of the Sakura occupiers. What? Why don't you check then? Su Xiaochang's face changed when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, making a move on our territory, are they tired of living? What tired of living? They're an 8th Order Guild, and any of the people who come here are more powerful than us professionals, not to mention the professions and the equipment and stuff. The mountains here are high and the Emperor is far away, even our 9th Order Guild in Xia is just a deterrent and can't control this place at all. Here, it's more of a mess than you'd think. Little brother, I see that you haven't entered the copy yet, so why don't you take this opportunity to hurry up and find a way to get out of here? It would be a problem if they were really on to us. Yeah, take advice, they're really not to be messed with. Su Xiaochang looked back at a few people, and in the end, it was Lin Shiryun who smiled and spoke. Thank you all for your kind words, we do have to get down to the copies, I really hope they don't make trouble for us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting around. Lin Shiryun spoke in an unassuming manner, choosing neither to compromise nor to give up. The crowd couldn't help but sigh at that. Ugh, say why don't you listen? The boy. With an apologetic nod to the crowd, Lin Shiryun took a few of her teammates and stepped into the entrance of the replica together. It was also a few moments after they disappeared that Kimura Irby, a professional from the Sakura country, appeared with her people. Keiji, are you sure they entered the nightmare level Nightfall as well? Why, Irby Cohen, of that I am certain. Well then, let's go and give them a head start so they can feel comfortable following me out. The crowd then saw Kimura Irby and the 9 selected professionals entering together. Buzz. As the tremor of the teleportation disappeared, the group found themselves on top of a street with a Japanese style. The streets are lined with stores and towering buildings. At the end of the street, they were able to see a vast field, woods, and at this time, the sky was bright. If they didn't see the slightest silhouette of people around them, they would have thought that they had come here to travel. Is this in the replica? Where's our cafeteria? Su Xiaochang looked around suspiciously, and just at this moment, another fluctuation surfaced not far away, followed by the appearance of 10 familiar figures. Su Xiaochang saw the other party at a glance and immediately pointed at them and shouted, "Look, it's that 2B. Chapter 137 Choosing Ingredients, the Sea East of the City." Put. Lu Rou couldn't help but burst out laughing right away. A few of the others were also holding back a bit. On the other hand, Kimura Irby on the other side just smiled and nodded slightly when he saw Lin Shiryun. "It's a small world, I didn't think we'd meet again." "You followed us?" Lin Shiryun looked at the other party with a scrutinizing gaze. "Is it because you want to make a move?" No. Kimura Irby smiled and shook her head. "How could I bear to hurt you all when I've met so many beautiful ladies for the first time? I came here just to show myself off. Isn't that what they do in the animal kingdom before courting? See, I told you this guy thinks he's right." Su Xiaochang's words almost made the crowd tense up again. "Oh, verbal assaults are nothing but a sign of rudeness." Kimura Irby smiled and shook his head. "In 3 days, you will know that what I say is not a falsehood. By the way, you had better leave your wills first, or it will be too late." After saying that, he stopped paying attention to the crowd and walked towards a late-night cafeteria not far away. As he stepped into it, a small line was actually added to the bottom of the original plaque of the late-night eatery, Kimura Irby. That's the captain's name. "Come on, let's go too." Lin Shiryun didn't say much, but instead walked directly towards another late-night cafeteria. As they stepped inside, the same plaque at the entrance added the words Lin Shiryun. At the same time, a succession of prompts emerged from the mind. Tip 1. This is divided into 2 periods, daytime and nighttime. During the daytime, it is strictly forbidden to do anything inside the city, and you need to go outside the city to search for suitable ingredients. Hint 2. Whenever night comes, a customer will come to your door and cook the food according to your request. If you shake your head after tasting it, or if you can't cook it, the customer will be angry and the consequence will be to eat a member of the store randomly. Tip 3. A good competitive environment is a prerequisite for the healthy development of the industry, so it is forbidden to take shots at your peers, and violators will be eaten. Tip 4. A cafeteria that is open for 3 days and receives 100% satisfaction from its diners will be considered a pass, and if all members are eaten by the diners, it will be considered a fail. Hint 5. Survivors will be teleported out of here at the end of 3 nights, whether they pass or not. Finally, I wish you all good luck with the opening. After a brief moment of thought, the crowd all looked at each other. "We have a whole day to gather ingredients, Captain, why don't we leave now?" Su Xiaochang jumped into action. "This group of Bahas dared to underestimate us. We have to let them know that they know how powerful they are. It's a shame you can't make a move here." Sumei's eyes glanced icily in the direction of the other party's store. "Otherwise, I will make them pay. Now that we're here, let's get ready to go through the copies first." Lin Shiryun shook her head. "As for their accounts, we will settle them later." Aha! The crowd nodded to each other and pushed that thought to the back of their minds for the time being. What ingredients do we need to gather? Look, here's the ingredient supply channel. Su Xiaochang found a notice on the kitchen door that read: Meat ingredients, south of the city. Fish ingredients, east of the city. Vegetable ingredients, west of the city. Fruit-based ingredients, north of the city. Note, ingredients are researched daily to ensure freshness. And, searching each day, you can only choose one direction. What? You can only choose one direction per day, so wouldn't it be highly unlikely that there are no ingredients? Lu Rou felt that the rules here were very unreasonable. Isn't this a clear-cut attempt to screw us over? Now it's not a matter of whether it's well made or not, it's a matter of the probability of having to gamble with at least the basic ingredients. Sumei similarly frowned. What if the ingredients we choose are not what the diners need? What would be the consequences of that? Getting eaten by a member? Su Xiaochang was a bit nonplussed. What about this? Cool. Lin Shiryun didn't think too much about it, but said to the few people, since we're already here, there's no need to get entangled, let's try it according to the rules first, and then figure out what to do if it doesn't work. So which side do we pick? South of the city, north of the city, east of the city, west of the city, different places, representing different ingredients, which one should I choose? We love meat in general at night, so why don't we go with the meat? South of the city? I have a feeling this place belongs to a Japanese-style town, maybe they prefer fish? Aren't fruits and vegetables necessary? Don't they need to be prepared? After a short discussion, one can only surmise that the other person might like the ingredient with the highest probability, fish. So they unanimously picked the direction east of the city. Depart. Lin Shiryun first unleashed a summoning spell to summon the Thunder Fury Tsong Wolf, carrying the group of people as they quickly galloped in the direction of the east of the city. They didn't see Kimura Irby's people appear during the process and didn't understand what the other party was planning, but they didn't bother to think about it at a time like this. To the east of the city, the moment the crowd stepped out of the town's realm, the scenery in front of them suddenly changed, and a blue sea wave rose up from the distance. Sandy beaches, sunshine, all the goodness imaginable can almost surface here. Except there isn't anyone. Are we going down to the sea to fish? Su Xiaoqian looked at the vast ocean and wondered, this seems a bit difficult. Leave it to me. Zhang Bai's words suddenly rang out, and when the crowd turned around, they remembered that the other party was a veritable tidal wave priest and knew a lot about the sea. Be careful. Lin Shiryun instructed and had already begun to cast her summoning technique. Even though she did not see any great danger at the moment, she still had to summon Zhou over before she could rest assured. As nice as the environment is, you can't forget that this is a copy, not a vacation resort. Zhang Bai nodded and took his staff and headed towards the beach. The rich vapor of the water comforted her, a tidal wave priest, and she gently tapped the end of her staff into the water, and the next moment some awkward and odd syllables rang out of her mouth. The tides call. Through the sea water you can call out to the fish in the water around you to come to your aid. Soon, waves rose up from the originally calm sea. The crowd all subconsciously stared, locking onto the waves, trying to see what kind of fish had been called in. However, this wave grew bigger and higher, and when it was less than tens of meters away from the crowd, only a clattering sound was heard. A huge crab pincer over 2 meters long rose up from the waves. Ow! Behind the crab pincers, a black-shelled crab several meters huge rose up like a small mountain. The swinging eyeballs flashed with scarlet light, locking onto Zhang Bio almost instantly. And that is just the beginning. Boom! Between the rolling waves, all sorts of oddly shaped figures appeared from within the waves. A giant octopus full of eyeballs, a shark covered in bone spikes, and an electric eel with 3 heads, each figure was actually over LV25 or higher in level. They rushed toward the crowd with the waves, teeth, and claws. Chapter 138, a nightmare level copy that's like traveling. I knew it, how could a nightmare level copy be so easy? Su Xiaoqian couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he saw so many huge figures appear. What the hell is a fish? It's a sea monster. Armor of blood. His body was wrapped in a layer of blood suffusion during his low roar, and in the next moment he disappeared from the spot like a blood shadow. Swish! In a few flashes, he appeared above the head of the foremost large crab, and his 2-handed short sword brought up a blood-colored sharpness and stabbed out at once. Thumbs up! Beyond his expectation, the short sword stabbed violently into the gap of the armor, only advancing a few inches before being stuck hard. He subconsciously tried to pull out, but found that he was clamped so tightly that he couldn't pull out at all. At the same time, a huge crab pincer behind him was rapidly swinging towards him. Su Xiaoqian cursed angrily and had to give up his dual swords to disappear from the spot. Thumbs up! The crab pincer swept past from where he was before, bringing up a terrifyingly strong wind. Phew! Su Xiaoqian had just revealed his figure, and before he could catch his breath, he heard a cry of alarm from behind him. Look out! He had to disappear again, only to hear a swish as a giant octopus tentacle grazed where he was. Roar! Countless hissing roars joined together on the coast, encircling towards Lin Shiryun and the others. In the name of Poseidon, hear my command. The staff in Zhang Bai's hand blossomed with light as she used her magic power with all her might, wanting to completely calm down these restless sea monsters. However, no matter how hard she tried, the scarlet in the other party's eyes not only didn't abate in the slightest, but on the contrary, it became more and more intense. Retreat, unspeakable. Between the calls of the crowd, Zhang Bai suddenly realized that a number of sea monsters had already impacted in her direction. Tidal shield. It was too late to retreat, so she could only forcefully summon a shield. Tidal blade. Snicker. 3 tidal blades swept across the sea, slashing directly at the giant crab at the front. But the hardness of the opponent's armor, even the blade of the tidal wave only left a shallow trace. Instead of causing damage, it angered the other side. Roar! The crab swung its crab pincers and slammed them towards Zhang Bai. Just then, mirror shield counterattack. Sumei's figure appeared next to Zhang Bai, a huge mirror shield blocking her. Click! The mirror shield took the blow from the crab pincer, and the force of the recoil caused the crab pincer to merely tremble before slamming down again. Only a click was heard, and the mirror shield only lasted less than 3 seconds before it cracked. Boom! The instant the mirror shield shattered, the huge crab pincer smashed on top of the tidal shield with a terrifying momentum. Boo! The tidal shield dented inward uncontrollably, and Zhang Bai and Sumei both watched as the crab pincer was less than half a meter away from their heels. Right at this moment, a black shadow flashed and stepped right on top of that forward-stretched crab pincer. Master! Mr. Chow! The two let out a gasp of surprise almost simultaneously. Zhou Yu just stood there, looking at the giant crab's scarlet eyes as he gently stepped on them. Click! The crab pincer that was moving forward looked like it had endured an unbearable oppression, and directly in the midst of a crunching sound, it snapped apart. Ow! Painful howls resounded from the giant crab's mouth, but Zhou Yu just popped up the moment the crab pincer snapped, and then slammed his fist out amidst the crowd's shocked gazes. Boom! A horrifying gas explosion exploded in the head of the giant crab, and then that horrifying body, which was like a small mountain, was just smashed by Zhou Yu's punch and flipped upside down. Wow! Boom! Shocking waves lifted up under this punch, and even the surrounding sea monsters couldn't withstand it, and were hardened and lifted away. And this was just a punch from Zhou Yu. Good, so strong. Zhang Bai, who was at the forefront, let out a shocked murmur. Master is power, how did it grow so much? Sumei's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. She clearly remembered that the other party had not been able to burst out with such a terrifying power the last time they met. It's a mere punch, not any skill. Is that why I went up a level out of nowhere? Lin Shiyun whispered softly to herself, not knowing why. Whenever Zhou Yu appeared, all the anxiety and worries within her would vanish into thin air. It's like finding something to fall back on. Ding! You have successfully killed the ocean giant crab, gaining plus 488 experience value. Ding! You have randomly looted words and gained, submerged in water green. After killing the ocean giant crab with a single punch, Zhou Yu did not have the slightest fluctuation on his face. His eyes turned to the surrounding sea monsters that hadn't reacted yet, and he suddenly flung his arm, then his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared from its original position once again. Boom boom boom. The crowd then saw Zhou Yu, alone, sweeping across the surface of the sea like a stump, and every sea monster-like figure was directly exploded with a single punch. Such a rough and direct way of killing had dazzled the crowd. This is too violent. Su Xiaoqiang had already returned to Zhang Bai and the girls and looked at the scene and subconsciously said, but I like it. A real man should fight hard head-on. Although the previous Zhou Yu had similarly fought head-on and hard, it still lacked visual impact compared to this fist-to-flesh violent image. Right now, he was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, and wherever he passed, all the sea monsters were smashed to pieces. The thick blood even stained the entire coast. At the same time, huge swaths of ingredients wash up on the shore as the waves roll in. Crab meat X10. Crab roe X5. Squid whiskers X20. Squid heads X3. Fresh salmon meat X5. Various ingredients were picked up as if they didn't need any money, and everyone was laughing. If you don't take into account the sea monster corpses in pieces in front of you, this image really looks like a group of tourists who came over to catch the sea. It was a full 2 hours before everyone stopped when they had stuffed their backpacks so full they couldn't pick up anymore. They subconsciously raised their heads and looked into the distance, where Zhou Yu stood as straight as a javelin on the beach, looking into the distance in silence. It's hard to imagine that this is actually a nightmare-level copy for second-turn professionals. Su Xiaoqiang said with some emotion. Yeah, people are getting harder the more advanced copies they get. Why do I feel like we're getting easier? Lu Rou nodded with deep empathy. Let's go, with all these ingredients, we'll just go back and wait quietly for the night to come. Lin Shiyun glanced at Zhou Yu who was standing there and reminded. The crowd nodded, and then they slowly left the beach. Buzz. As the group returned to the town, everything around them seemed to disappear, once again taking on the appearance of the streets. When the group returned to the vicinity of the late-night cafeteria, they saw their uninvited guest, Kimura Irby, watching them and the others not far from the doorway. Oh, it's so gratifying to see you return in one piece. Kimura Irby nodded slightly to Lin Shiryun. The monsters on the east side of the city are not easy to kill, are they? Chapter 139 The First Diner Visits. How is it not good to kill? Su Xiaoqian was the first to step forward. Our sir killed one with a single punch in seconds. One punch? Ha ha ha. Your Excellency really knows how to joke. Kimura Irby laughed and shook his head, thinking it was just Su Xiaoqian's last stubbornness. I think you all have discovered the rule of only being able to travel in one direction each day to obtain ingredients. He looked at Lin Shiryun and said, Ma'am, if you want to win this first day, we can exchange ingredients. Swap ingredients? The crowd immediately brightened up when they heard this. If they could exchange, then they would have at least 2 ingredients, and the probability of being able to satisfy the diners would be greatly increased. How would you like to trade? Lin Shiryun didn't say yes or no. Of course you're trading all your ingredients for half of our fruit. Kimura Irby's reply caused the crowd to blush. How dare you trick us? Su Xiaoqian was furious. Don't get excited. Kimura Irby still had a smile on his face. I'm just being kind and reminding you that if you leave here now, you'll still be able to all survive. If you delay any longer, you won't have a chance. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to the crowd and turned his head towards his own late-night cafeteria. You cannot win, that is my sincerest advice. Mud, if it wasn't for the fact that you can't do anything here, I'd blow your head off right now. Su Xiaochang cursed with an indignant face. Ignore him, he's just coming over to show off. Sume called out to Su Xiaochang, but why is he so certain about passing? Are his rules different from ours? I don't suppose they brought their own ingredients? Impossible. This is a replica, and the extraneous ingredients don't help in the slightest. But, how can they be so sure? That, I don't know. Never mind that for now, since we've recovered the fish ingredients, we'll prepare it according to that. Everyone nodded at the words. It was useless to consider anything else at this point in time, only to do their best to prepare for this. All of the ingredients are fish ingredients, and the next step is nothing more than sorting through them and doing some simple cleanup for backup. As for Zhou Yu, without fighting, he was instead sitting in the hall like a guest. Zhou Yu's eyes looked towards the street without saying a word, and the crowd didn't know what he was thinking. Under the crowd's waiting, night fell, and in an instant, the originally bright streets turned directly into darkness. The only 2 late-night eateries in the entire street still had their fronts lit up. The 2 only bright spots above such a dark street stood out. Anyone who comes to this town has to be the first to notice. The unknown is always feared. Lin Shiryun and the others who were waiting for the diners couldn't help but tense up, when suddenly, the sound of footsteps coming from outside caused their faces to change. Here we go. Bang! Bang! The dull sound of footsteps shook almost the entire ground, making people wonder just how huge a figure could make such heavy footsteps. Suddenly, the footsteps disappeared. Immediately following the giggle, the door to the late-night cafeteria was pulled open by a handful of people. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the doorway, only to see a middle-aged figure wearing a black tweed coat and a high-topped bowler hat standing in the doorway. The other man's head was slightly bowed, and his chin was covered with a thick beard that extended to both cheeks. Such a figure, indistinguishable from an ordinary person, stood in the doorway, and for a while one see. I won't help but be a little dazed. But the other man did not speak, but walked straight to the frontmost counter and sat down. Behind the counter, Lu Ro, who was temporarily acting as a waitress, smiled a little hesitantly. Hello sir, what can I get for you? Fish sang. Hearing this, everyone's hearts shook and they almost screamed out in excitement. The bet is right. I didn't realize that they were so lucky that they actually got the bet right straight away, and the other party asked for raw fish as soon as they asked for it. Lin Shiryun, who was listening in the kitchen, sniffed and hurriedly took out a large piece of salmon, carefully slicing it into pieces before placing it on a plate. Sume saw this and hurriedly handed the plate to Lu Ro, who placed the plate in front of the other party. Enjoy your meal, sir. Lu Ro said carefully. At that, the man didn't say anything, but just grabbed his fork and stuck a piece of fish into his mouth to chew on. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, until the other party ate all the sashimi. The crowd could not help but feel relieved. Luckily, the other didn't shake his head, so that proves the pass off. But just then, the man who had eaten up a plate of sashimi actually spoke again. Meat, I want meat. Crap. The people who heard this all had their faces changed, and the mood that had just relaxed tightened up once again. What to do? We don't have any meat. Lu Ro looked at Sume for help, and Sume similarly looked at Lin Shiyun without the slightest solution. Fish is meat too. In her haste, Lin Shiyun picked a piece of fish from among them that resembled the texture of meat, and just cut it into chunks and placed it on the plate. At times like this, there is simply nothing anyone can do but try. With trepidation, the plate was placed on the bar, and the other man likewise picked up his fork and stuck a piece into his mouth, crunching and chewing. Everyone held their breath, wanting to see the other side's reaction. However, the man was silent and just ate his meat. Great, fish is meat, right? Lin Shiyun's heart was slightly relieved, and she gave a nod to her own resourcefulness. Soon the diner had swept up the fish in front of him, just when the crowd thought it was all over. Instead, the other man snapped and slapped the top of the bar. Fake, it's all fake. An uncontrollable low growl of discontent escaped his lips. It's not even meat, it's fish. Click, click, click. His body actually began to pang as he spoke, especially his head, which actually began to extend and expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, only to hear a hissing sound, and completely burst open the bowler hat on top of his head. It was only at this moment that the crowd could see that the other party actually had only one single eye, and the features below were even more so a mouth that occupied half of the cheek. Roar! With his roar, his mouth even directly split open, and towards the nearest Lu Ro was a mouthful to swallow. Look out! The moment Sume exclaimed in shock, a hand probed out to pull Lu Ro aside. Only to hear a boom, the bar was actually mostly bitten off by the other party. At this time, the other party's figure began to pull itself up, a section of scythe-like arms poking out from underneath the tweed coat, and it looked to be a huge centipede-like monster. Just as the other party revealed his true form, the originally dim light in the front hanging outside the late-night cafeteria suddenly turned blood red. Blood red, meaning, the day's diners were not satisfied. The Sakura professional who had been paying attention to Lin Shiyun and the girls even happened to witness the scene. Chapter 140. Is it good? If you break something, you have to pay for it. Irby Cohen, they failed. Inside the late-night cafeteria, a Sakura Nation professional reported with an excited face. Oh, expected. Kimura Irby smiled softly. These diners don't just eat one ingredient when they come, they eat a variety. How can they be satisfied when they're just there for the taking? If we hadn't come up with an excellent way to get through it, it wouldn't have been possible at all. Not bad, thanks to Irby Cohen's method, we have the possibility of passing the barrier. Many of the surrounding professionals were filled with an incomparable glow of admiration for Kimura Irby. Following their gazes, they were able to clearly see that right behind the bar of the late-night cafeteria, one of the lowest-ranked Sakura occupiers was tied up there. A professional with a knife next to him was looking curtly at the pot-bellied, balding old man behind the bar. We'll cut whichever piece you like, brand new ingredients, guaranteed to please. GGG, there, and there, yes. The balding old man tapped the bar excitedly and pointed behind him. And the professional with the knife didn't hesitate even a little bit to go down on that professional's chest and cut off a large bloody chunk of flesh. Ah! The mournful screams were in incomparable contrast to the smiles of Kimura Irby and the others. This large piece of flesh and blood had just been cut off when the bald old man was seen impatiently opening his mouth, and a toad-like snake head was then spat out of his mouth in one go, followed by a bite to roll it away. Scarlet blood even flowed from the corners of his mouth, but his mouth was slurred with compliments. Yummy. It's so good. At this moment, within the front outside the late-night cafeteria, the originally dim light suddenly turned ghostly green. It's a symbol of passing, it's just that it's a price, a bit of a price. But seeing the business-as-usual smile on Kimura Irby's face, he didn't seem to care about it. Compared to the ease and cruelty here, the crisis that Lin Shiyun and the others encountered on the other side was obviously greater. The enraged diner, in this moment, completely rips off his disguise and is ready to devour a shopkeeper to satisfy his craving. It was fortunate that Lin Shiyun and Su Mei and the others reacted quickly enough to dodge the opponent's attack at the first opportunity. But the large LV-35 inscription above the other party's head told them that this diner could not be stopped when he started to get angry. But even if you stop it, what can you do? The other party was already unhappy with their ingredients, and the level was considered a failure. Boom! The bar was smashed, and several figures dodged away in a sorry state. Being eaten was impossible. Even if they couldn't resist, they had to prepare a counterattack. Ow! The huge one-eyed centipede, with its tyrannical aura, rampaged throughout the entire cafeteria as it instantly locked onto the nearest clerk, Lu Ro, and was about to swallow her in one gulp. Delicious, you are delicious. Roar! Inside that large mouth was full of hideous barbs, almost open to the limit, aiming at Lu Ro, who was already too late to cast a boundary and swallowed it. With this bite, it was guaranteed that the other party would not even have crumbs left. No! Lu Ro! Just as the crowd was shouting, the one-eyed centipede's big mouth suddenly stopped in front of Lu Ro. It tried its best to probe its head forward, but it was as if it was being pulled by something, and no matter how hard it tried, it was only half a point short. After several fruitless attempts, the one-eyed centipede stopped moving and subconsciously turned around to look towards his back. Only to see that, at the location of the tail, a tall figure wrapped in a black robe had appeared at some point. And the other, just standing there with one foot on top of its tail. It was the other's stomping that prevented it from devouring the nearby delicacy at all. Tasty, stop my tasty, roar. It let out an astonishing roar, turned its body around and swallowed towards Joyu with one big mouthful. Breaking things? Joyu looked at the huge mouth that rushed in, and for the first time, he coalesced a sentence with his spores. Before the latter could surface, he raised his arm and incomparably calmly slammed his fist out towards his opponent. Boom! Terrifying power erupted into a torrent of strength in an instant, heavily smashing into the centipede's waist like a virtual fist shadow. That waist only trembled for a moment before it collapsed and disintegrated under the shocked eyes of the crowd. The open mouth, moreover, brushed past Joyu because of the impact of the force. Knock! The big mouth crashed heavily on top of the cafeteria wall, but the wall was surprisingly sturdy and did not shatter. Gotta pay. Joyu's final words surfaced while the entire late-night cafeteria fell into silence. That's, like, the end? That big of a lump, just a punch? Is this the master's power? So strong, so terrifying. Several people's minds had already been filled with Joyu's punch, while at this moment, Joyu was incomparably calm as he walked towards the centipede head that had snapped in two. He reached out, took hold of the other's sharp curved horn and pulled it up. Without words, it was a straight punch. Boom! 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 After a few punches went down in succession, the blood bar on top of the opponent's head was seen to be almost about to run out. And it was then that Joyu Fong looked at the other party expressionlessly. Now tell me, the food here, is it good? Half of his mouth was torn, even the one eye on top of his head was smashed and skewed to the side, and his hard armor was even more tattered at the moment. After feeling Joyu's oppression, that centipede flattened its mouth and said with a crying voice. Good, yummy. Buzz. Outside the late-night cafeteria, the original scarlet glow actually turned into a ghostly green once again. The girls, they passed. You guys got through? I can go, right? The one-eyed centipede that sensed the change twisted half of its own body and looked towards Joyu. Wait. What more do you want? You have to pay for what you break. Clean it up. Leaving behind a sentence, Joyu walked to the side and sat down on a chair by himself. The one-eyed centipede looked at Lin Shiryun and the girls, and then at Joyu, and finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it began to shrink, and actually turned back into the same bowler-hatted man in a tweed coat from before. Only, compared to before, this time he was only half-bodied. Snicker. Not long after, Lin Shiryun, Sume, Su Xiaochan, Lu Ro, Zheng Bai, 5 people with a stupefied face watched only half of the man in the bowler hat selling the bloodstains left by himself on the floor of the cafeteria, and it always felt a little less real. I feel like I still don't have enough eyes. Su Xiaochang said rather emotionally, it turns out that there is actually this way to pass this copy. Humph. Sume hummed lightly, that's because they didn't encounter the master, early encounter, long ago so pass. Saying that, she looked towards the motionless Joyu, the adoration in her eyes becoming more and more intense. They actually made it? Kimura Irby watched from afar as the late-night cafeteria where Lin Shiryun was turned into a ghostly green front with a hint of surprise on her face. Oh, it must have cost a shopkeeper. He seemed to think of something, and sighed rather regretfully, it had better not be that captain, or that high-strung woman, or else it would be a pity.